Chapter 1. In the South China Sea, nestled on a remote island, lies a quaint village named Fong, home to a modest number of households. This locale is abundant in lush vegetation and breathtaking scenery, remaining evergreen throughout the seasons. However, due to its isolation, it seldom attracts visitors. Even the notorious pirates, who roam the seas, show little interest in raiding this tranquil haven. The ubiquitous newsbirds of the world are also reluctant to venture here. It is worth noting that in this maritime-centric world, taverns are a staple in every region, and even the secluded Fong village boasts an establishment known as the Steam Power Tavern. Although the selection of libations is limited to the most common alesh and rums, it has become the beloved gathering spot for the villagers. Yet, the tavern's charm does not stem solely from the ordinary craftsmanship and ingredients used to brew the commonplace rum and inferior ale. There is a deeper allure. "Leon, I'm back. Bring me a bowl of noodles," came the exclamation accompanied by a resounding thud as a gaunt old man, bearing a fishing rod and basket, entered, clad in a checkered shirt and shorts. "Uncle Luke, you're here so early today?" A young man, donning a chef's hat and apron, emerged from within the tavern. "Today's luck was poor. I only caught a single fish. With the sun setting, I thought I'd come early to pack up," he replied, limping to a seat and setting his fishing gear aside. "By the way, remember to go easy on the salt, and don't forget a drink." "Certainly." The young man turned and disappeared into the kitchen, soon returning with a steaming bowl of noodles, followed by a glass of rum for Uncle Luke. "The sky is starting to dim. I expect the others will be arriving shortly," Luke remarked, slurping his noodles. "Although this fish isn't large, I believe it should suffice to cover today's tab." With that, Luke fished his catch from the basket and handed it to the young man. "Uncle Luke, you jest. This fish is worth far more than this meal. I'm the one benefiting from this arrangement." "Ah, but I must attend to the ingredients. Please excuse me." With that, the young man retreated to the kitchen, which appeared to be the heart of the tavern. "Leon, your culinary skills are the true treasure here. You speak of benefits as if it's a joke. You're quite endearing," Luke chuckled, watching Leon disappear into the kitchen. Leon had been in Fong village for nearly 2 years, or rather, he had inhabited this world for almost 2 years. Originally from Earth, Leon had often passed the time at home watching One Piece. While not an ardent fan, he had harbored a longing for the world crafted within its narrative. However, fate can be capricious. One day in the year 2020, while browsing online, Leon stumbled upon the announcement of Capcom's release of the ultimate HD remaster of Resident Evil 4. A devoted fan of the Resident Evil series, he had even influenced many friends to join him in his enthusiasm. However, due to the phonetic resemblance of Leong's name to that of a prominent character in the Resident Evil series, Leon Scott Kennedy, his friends occasionally jestingly referred to him as Lee Sang-Guang. Just as Leong was about to immerse himself in the classic game with its ultra-clear graphics, an unexpected burst of red light erupted on the screen. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield himself, but ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming crimson glow and lost consciousness. When Leong regained awareness, he found himself gazing at an unfamiliar ceiling. According to the villagers who had rescued him, on that fateful day, Luke had been fishing by the seaside when he discovered Leong drifting in with the waves, his breath faint and his body burning with fever. Without hesitation, Luke scooped Leong up and rushed him back to the village, where, through the concerted efforts of the community, they managed to snatch him back from the brink of death. Uncle Fran, the village doctor, proclaimed it nothing short of a miracle. Initially, Leong was oblivious to his precise location, realizing only that he was in a remote area surrounded by ocean, with a backward level of technology, no longer on the Earth he once knew. The people around him appeared to be ordinary folk, with little to distinguish them. Perhaps due to the isolation of Maple Village from the outside world, the villagers engaged in a rudimentary barter system, which left Leong unable to discern much of anything. The most pressing issue, however, was the language barrier. It took him nearly a year to gradually master the local dialect and script, often feigning amnesia in response to various challenges. Thus, Leong spent his days laboring in the fields of the villagers or accompanying fishermen on their maritime endeavors, managing to scrape together a meager existence with their assistance. Fortunately, the local populace was simple-hearted and did not probe into his identity as an outsider, merely accepting him as a new member of their community. All of this transpired without Leong's knowledge that this world was, in fact, the realm of One Piece. Had circumstances remained unchanged, he might have lived out his days in Maple Village, leading an ordinary life of farming, seeking a partner, marrying, and raising children. Yet, fate has a way of orchestrating upheaval. Just as Leong had begun to settle into life in Maple Village after a year, an unforeseen event unfolded. One day, while fishing by the sea, Luke spotted a wooden sailboat approaching from the distance. Upon closer inspection, he discerned the ominous black skull flag fluttering in the wind. A band of pirates was arriving to plunder. It was unclear how they had discovered this secluded spot. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. Regardless, Luke, without a moment to spare, dashed back to the village, shouting that pirates had arrived. Women and children hurried to find hiding places, while the men armed themselves with harpoons and makeshift weapons, ready to confront the marauders. Although Luke and the others had attempted to convey to the pirates that there was little of value to steal, the pirates paid no heed, brandishing their curved blades as they charged forth. Even though the pirates invading this time could only be regarded as mere minions in the world of One Piece, they were still a band of desperate rogues, far beyond the capacity of the villagers to withstand. Amidst the villagers, Leon experienced the harshness of this world for the first time, realizing that it was no longer the civilized society he once knew. While Leon continued to prepare ingredients inside, a man rushed into the tavern in a state of agitation. "Leon, bad news. Another ship is approaching," exclaimed the newcomer, a young man, his face a mask of panic. Upon hearing this, Luke quickly set down his dishes and stood up, exclaiming, "What? Could it be more pirates?" Leon hurried outside, addressing the youth. "Fran, don't panic. Did you clearly see if that ship is flying a pirate flag?" "I was too flustered to notice," Fran replied, regaining his composure. "However, I did see that the ship exudes grandeur and nobility, so it must be no ordinary vessel." "Then do not fret, come, lead me to see," he said as he removed his hat and untied his apron, striding towards the exit. "Wait, I'm coming too." Luke hobbled over, eager to join them. However, Leon halted him, saying, "Uncle Luke, rest assured, I will handle everything. If I cannot resolve it, then it would be futile for anyone else to go. Besides, it may simply be some travelers or adventurers who have inadvertently found their way to this small island. Should we encounter pirates, I will have Fran return first to relay the news, and I will hold them off for a while." In truth, Luke understood that in his current state, he possessed no combat ability to face any danger, rendering him merely a burden. Hearing this, he reluctantly sat down, praying that no mishap would occur. Meanwhile, guided by Fran, Leon made his way towards the direction of the approaching ship. As for why Leon believed he could resolve matters while others could not, and why Uncle Luke placed such trust in him, it all traced back to the pirate invasion a year prior. Under the onslaught of a band of desperate criminals, the villagers struggled to mount an effective resistance. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, and it was during this time that Uncle Luke sustained irreparable damage to his leg, resulting in a permanent disability. Leon could only watch helplessly as the villagers, who had cared for him, fell one by one beneath the enemy's blades, brandishing harpoons in a futile charge against the pirates, only to be ruthlessly kicked aside. Just as a savage pirate was poised to deliver a fatal blow to Leon, he miraculously produced a small knife from seemingly nowhere, deflecting the pirate's attack before thrusting it forward, piercing the pirate's chest. Then, from an unknown source, he brandished a handgun. With 10 bullets in the magazine, not a single one was wasted. The sound of gunfire echoed as he dispatched several pirates. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, and by the time the pirates realized what was happening, half of their number had already fallen. The remaining pirates, witnessing the demise of their comrades, understood the adage that to capture a thief, one must first seize the king. These ordinary villagers posed little threat. Once the young man with the 7-pointed hair was dealt with, the others would be left vulnerable to slaughter. Yet, in the absence of Leon, I appeared transformed. Prior to the pirates' advance, I calmly and swiftly replaced the magazine, raised my firearm, and began to reap the lives of these minions. As the last few pirates sensed the dire turn of events and attempted to flee, the enraged villagers would not allow them to escape. Ultimately, they met a grim fate at the hands of the villagers' frenzied assault. In the aftermath, when the villagers inquired about the sudden surge in my combat prowess, I could only attribute it to the recollection of certain memories and the awakening of my combat abilities. The true reason, however, remained known solely to me. The so-called true ultimate indestructible ultra clear reboot version of Resident Evil for that I had purchased was far from mere game. Inexplicably, it had been targeted by a peculiar system. Thus, the blinding red light was in fact the manifestation of this flawed system, drawing me into the world of One Piece. The reason I deemed it a flawed system was that it had taken a year since my arrival in the One Piece world to fully activate, finally bestowing upon me Leon's abilities in an instant. Consequently, in that moment of crisis, I effortlessly acquired all of Leon's capabilities, including physical attributes and combat techniques, enabling me to swiftly turn the tables on these minions. Moreover, the system had even equipped me with Leon's initial items from Resident Evil 4. A pistol named Handgun, boasting a power rating of 1.0 and a magazine capacity of 10 rounds. Other parameters, such as rate of fire and stability, were conspicuously absent, likely tied to the user's strength. With an additional 50 rounds of ammunition, I possessed a total of 60 bullets. However, having expended 20 in my initial confrontation, only 40 rounds remained. A first aid spray was included regardless of the severity of injuries. As long as I still drew breath, it could restore me to full health, though it could not heal permanent disabilities. Lastly, there was a small knife, whose attributes were unspecified, suggesting its efficacy would also depend on the user's capabilities. However, having perused the Resident Evil 4 strategy guide, I knew that under my original physical condition, a standard attack would yield a power rating of 2.0. Additionally, I possessed a compact space pouch, encompassing all these items. It had a capacity of 60 slots, with the pistol occupying 6. Furthermore, there existed a shop, reminiscent of the merchants found in the game, where one could buy, sell, and modify items. However, the currency demanded was not berries, but rather pesetas, a form of Spanish currency. In the game, Leon had ventured to a small Spanish village for investigation, which naturally led to the use of pesetas. Yet now, having arrived in the world of One Piece, why could I not adapt to the local customs and use berries for transactions? Much like those pirates, defeating enemies does not yield bullets or currency. One cannot scour houses, chests, or jars for money and ammunition. Given that ammunition and herbs cannot be scavenged, they are available for purchase in stores. Following the unscrupulous merchant's principle of half-price acquisition, selling a single pistol bullet fetches 50, while purchasing one from the merchant costs 100. This is the most exasperating aspect for Leon. This is not a game world. It is futile to compare the acquisition of superior equipment to that in the world of Seda. Now, even bullets are unaffordable, leaving Leon nearly destitute aside from the initial items he possessed. However, with the option to sell, there exists a potential means to acquire currency. Leon subsequently attempted to trade various items such as tables, chairs, cooking pots, rice, oil, salt, and hay forks, all to no avail. The merchant would not accept any of them. It is worth noting that the previous merchant even accepted eggs and fish. Though Leon wished to emulate characters from the game and attempt to exchange treasures and gold for currency, in this village of Maple, treasures and gold simply do not exist. Later, Leon discovered some items aboard a pirate ship, including berries and wanted posters, thus realizing he was in the world of One Piece. Despite this revelation, Leon was eager to utilize the pirate ship to venture out to sea, yet he remained oblivious to the tumultuous nature of the outside world and the location of Maple Village, compounded by the apparent shortcomings of the system, that he decided to focus on training for a while before embarking on any maritime adventures. In gratitude for Leon saving the village from the pirates, the residents joined him in dismantling the pirate ship to construct a large wooden house. Understanding that this was the world of One Piece, how could there not be a tavern? Thus, Leon resolutely decided that this would henceforth be the Tavern of Maple Village, aptly named Steam Power. Although Leon lacked experience in running a tavern or brewing, as a former resident of the Empire of Gluttony, he certainly possessed culinary skills. While drinks could be subpar, the food would undoubtedly be exceptional, showcasing one of the 9 renowned cuisines of the Empire of Gluttony, the cafeteria cuisine. That said, the staple foods were merely noodles and fried rice. More intricate dishes such as mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, and fish-flavored shredded pork were difficult to prepare due to a lack of ingredients. A skilled cook cannot work miracles without rice, and Leon, on this isolated island, could only access common grains, fish, and some livestock raised by the villagers. Thus, those complex dishes could only be prepared sporadically when ingredients were available. It is often said that one must rely on their surroundings. Hence, the menu consisted primarily of fried rice, noodles, and various boiled and braised fish dishes. Remarkably, thanks to Leon's culinary prowess, the tavern became exceedingly popular, now the most favored establishment among the villagers. However, upon reflection, after yet another year of diligent practice, Leon rose early each morning to engage in rigorous exercises, including leg kicks and swordplay, and he diligently performed weight-bearing, runs, and push-ups. Yet, how much had his strength truly increased? The answer is none. There has been not a hint of improvement. In the initial months, Leon attributed his lack of progress to insufficient dedication and the brevity of his training sessions, believing that the results would eventually manifest. As the months passed, he came to the sobering realization that it was not merely a matter of time, or effort rather. There was indeed no progress at all. This led Leon to recall a fundamental truth. Whether he was Leon or Leon, by design, they were both mere mortals of Earth. They were not super science, capable of achieving extraordinary power merely through training. Through relentless training, one may reach the pinnacle of athleticism achievable by humanity on Earth. Yet, Leon, a special agent who has attained the utmost limits of human capability, cannot surpass these boundaries, regardless of the intensity or duration of his training. Therefore, it is futile to believe that even a decade or a century of effort would yield significant enhancements. Just as Leon came to this realization, fate intervened once more. An enigmatic vessel, its allegiance unclear, was making its way towards Maple Village. Under Fran's guidance, Leon ventured to the opposite side of the island. To his astonishment, he recognized both the ship and its occupants. What on earth? How could it be them? Leon exclaimed in disbelief upon sighting the ship approaching the shore. Fran, intrigued, inquired, "Do you know them, Brother Leon? Who are they?" Indeed, familiarity was an understatement. Any seasoned seafarer would not only recognize them, but would be exceedingly well acquainted. Although many pertinent details remain undisclosed in the manga, fans have eagerly pieced together information from the snippets provided by Oda. What manner of vessel is this? Without reference to its size, the number of sails, or the count of cannons, the magnificent local dragon, intricately embedded from bow to stern, is sufficient to captivate any observer. The ship's prow resembles a dragon's head, and the body is adorned with a dragon's form, extending gracefully to the stern. This vessel belongs to a formidable faction in the world, the Revolutionary Army, standing apart from both the world government and pirates. At the helm is none other than Monkey D. Dragon, the father of the protagonist, Luffy. Beside the dragon are Kuma and Ivankov, suggesting this scene transpires before Ivankov's imprisonment, and before Kuma underwent his transformation. However, the ship's hull bears significant damage, indicating that its arrival here was not part of the original plan. With no time to address Frankie's inquiries, the long-dormant system unexpectedly resonated within Leon's mind. Main quest triggered. Set sail. Ah, young one. After 2 years of languishing in this desolate place, it is time to embark on your journey. The act of setting sail presents but a few choices. One may join the Navy, pursue a life as a pirate or bounty hunter, or perhaps align oneself with the Revolutionary Army. Given your prolonged indecision, allow me to assist you in making a choice. An opportunity now lies before you. Joining the Revolutionary Army may prove to be a wise decision. Quest objective: utilize all means necessary to join the Revolutionary Army. Quest reward: 1 short gun, accompanied by 5 rounds of shotgun ammunition, along with the unlocking of additional items in the shop. This left Leon momentarily taken aback. He had long believed this system to be merely a storefront devoid of interaction. To his surprise, after 2 years of not venturing out to sea, it had finally seized the opportunity to issue a quest. Although it was merely an antiquated shotgun obtainable at the onset of the game, slow to fire, cumbersome in recoil, and laborious to reload, it undeniably represented a formidable weapon in the early stages. Not only did it possess substantial firepower, but it also boasted a wide area of effect, capable of sending typical adversaries sprawling, and could be utilized until one acquired the more powerful sniper rifle. The allure of such a reward was undeniable. Receiving a shotgun of greater might, when one was still grappling with how to earn more currency, was undeniably thrilling. Moreover, the previous shop had only offered rudimentary items, while the game mechanics allowed for the unlocking of more advanced weapons and tools as progress was made. It seemed this mechanism had been retained here as well. Though Leon recognized the revolutionaries at first glance, approaching them with an overt declaration of his intent to join would only arouse suspicion, casting doubt on his true motives. Yet, this dilemma bore little significance for Leon. He had no means to engage. It was merely a matter of going to sea. Admittedly, joining the revolutionaries posed a higher threshold than enlisting with the Navy or becoming a pirate, but where there are challenges, there are also solutions. This was not a conundrum he could not navigate. With these thoughts, Leon quietly devised a plan. Turning to Fran, he instructed, "Return and reassure everyone. I recognize them. They are not pirates. Shortly, I shall escort them to the shop. Inform the others that we shall not be opening today." After dismissing Fran, Leon descended the mountain with a sense of purpose. Just then, the ship had anchored, dropping its iron anchor, and stepping ashore ahead was none other than the leader, Dragon, accompanied by several cadres. Who were these individuals? Friends or foes? Leon seized the initiative, intending to inquire before anyone else could speak. Before Dragon could respond, however, Ivan, with his distinctive large head, could hardly contain himself, eager to convey that the revolutionaries bore no ill intentions. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, Dragon gestured for silence. Interestingly enough, he began, we merely intended to dock for a brief respite to gather supplies and repair our damaged vessel. However, I now wish to pose a question. What if we are friends? And if we are foes? Leon brandished his pistol, enunciating clearly, for friends. We have exquisite cuisine to offer. For adversaries, we wield shotguns. He nearly mentioned fine wines for friends, but reconsidered, realizing that such coarse drinks would hardly impress these individuals, and thus opted for the more elegant term, exquisite cuisine. Here, Leon appears as calm as a seasoned veteran, yet internally, he is a whirlwind of anxiety. He finds himself conversing with none other than the revolutionary leader, the bane of the world government, and one of the most formidable men alive, the user of the dragon fruit. The revolutionary dragon. Although he has diligently adhered to the plan, one cannot help but feel a sense of trepidation. Leon manages to suppress his nerves, quelling the tremors that threaten to betray him. This alone is commendable. Evidently, his prior response resonated well with Dragon and the other officials, prompting Ivankov to remark, "It is my first encounter with such a reply. What a charming boy." He continued, "We certainly are not enemies. We are merely travelers passing through this place. A boy as delightful as you is indeed a rarity." Dragon joined in the laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, truly. One must not judge by appearances. I did not expect such insight from a young brother. May I inquire your name and the designation of this quaint isle?" "This place is known as Maple Village, a secluded hamlet with little connection to the outside world," Leong replied, casting a glance at Ivankov before continuing. "I am Leong, and I run a tavern here. Given your weary appearances, if you do not mind, I would be pleased to host you for the night at my establishment." Dragon had initially intended to rest on the island and repair the ship before setting sail again. However, encountering such an intriguing individual prompted a change of plans. Additionally, provisions aboard the vessel were running low, making it convenient to procure supplies locally. Thus, Dragon led a group of followers while leaving others to mend the ship. As they journeyed, Ivankov incessantly bombarded Leong with questions, the boy's voice a relentless stream that left Leong struggling to keep up. He turned to Dragon and inquired, "Is he always like this?" Under Dragon's intervention, Ivankov finally settled down. Leong, sensing the precariousness of his situation, felt it prudent to placate Ivankov. Further entanglement might reveal vulnerabilities. Life is akin to a performance, reliant on one's acting prowess. Leong, undaunted by Dragon, found himself most wary of Ivankov, who could spring an unexpected move at any moment, catching him off guard. Fortunately, the journey was not lengthy, and soon they crested a small hill, arriving at the village. "Oh, on the other side, I see there is indeed another small village," exclaimed Ivankov in astonishment, having crossed the hill. Subsequently, the group prepared to explore their surroundings and procure some supplies. At that moment, Leon donned an expression of realization and called out to the crowd, "Wait a moment. Here, the concept of currency is futile. We generally only engage in barter." "What should we do, Leon?" "We have only the goods we brought and nothing else," one responded. "Well, you will have to join me at my tavern. There are ample supplies within, food and water aplenty. You can settle your accounts with the goods from your vessel upon your departure," Leon replied with a hint of resignation. With no other options available, the group followed Leon to the steam-powered tavern, finding it bustling with life upon their entrance. "Hey, Leon, where have you been? We old-timers have been anxiously waiting. Are you going to open or not? I'm craving boiled fish today, so hurry it up," another patron called out. "Hey, and don't forget the fried rice. Please prepare a large batch for us." Leon's entrance ignited a lively atmosphere. Of course, he was not the sole proprietor of the tavern. Friend managed the bar, serving drinks. Yet, the kitchen was left unattended, and patrons were growing impatient, with even little Fran bouncing about in agitation, unsure of what to do if Leon didn't return soon. Contrarily, Leon found himself inwardly exclaiming in disbelief. This was entirely contrary to his plans. He intended to bring the revolutionaries here to discuss their potential enlistment. Instead, an unexpected crowd had gathered, and there were scarcely any seats left. "These fellows seem unfamiliar. Have they come from elsewhere?" Old Luke immediately struck up a conversation with one of the revolutionary soldiers, buoyed by the effects of alcohol. "Well, you've come to the right place. This is the most popular spot on the island, offering delectable delights you have yet to experience." Thus, the revolutionaries found themselves enveloped by the warm hospitality of the villagers, who eagerly engaged them in conversation and revelry. The villagers, despite being clearly instructed by Fran to refrain from opening for business today, found themselves with an even greater influx of visitors. Observing this, Long could only shake his head. For the past few days, he had been evading the relentless pursuit of the Navy, and just as he managed to extricate himself from their grasp, he found himself off course. Landing on this small island was a desperate measure, a chance for everyone to momentarily ease their long-strained nerves. Seated alone at the bar, he requested a drink from Fran, lost in contemplation. At this moment, the imposing figure of Bartholomew Kuma approached and settled beside Dragon, inquiring, "Have you also noticed something amiss?" "Indeed," Dragon replied, draining his cup of rum in one swift motion. "From the instant we disembarked until now, every decision we have made has led us inexorably closer to this tavern. Although this place is remote and nearly isolated from the outside world, we have instinctively employed pseudonyms. Deep down, we harbor concerns about unforeseen events." Dragon then cast a glance at the crew members, who were animatedly chatting with the villagers, and at Ivankov, who regaled them with grand tales of adventure, occasionally contorting his face into exaggerated expressions. "I even have the unsettling feeling that our pursuit by the Navy, the damage to our ship, and our deviation from the course were all fated to direct us toward this inconspicuous island, or rather, to this tavern. Dragon, you are being overly cautious. However, it is evident that this tavern possesses some peculiar quality. We shall observe the unfolding events." Thus, they remained occupied until the late hours of the night, as the villagers supported one another on their way home. Meanwhile, Ivankov and the others had succumbed entirely to the allure of the delectable dishes, consuming bowl after bowl until they found themselves sprawled on the ground, their bellies distended and immobile. Dragon observed as Frankie was finally escorted away by Leon, leaving only Leon and the revolutionaries in the tavern. Leon looked around at the scene. Aside from Dragon and Kuma, the rest were reclining on the floor, clearly overindulged, which caused him to involuntarily twitch the corners of his mouth. Is joining the revolutionaries truly a sound decision? He pondered. It seems that apart from Kuma, Dragon, and Sabo's companions, Kral and Haku, there are scarcely any rational individuals among us. Leon could not help but feel a sense of apprehension regarding what lay ahead. He set aside his concerns for the moment and hastily brewed a pot of digestive tea for everyone. This tea, harvested from the mountains, is beneficial for digestion. Of course, even though Dragon and Kuma had not overindulged, they too were offered a cup. "Ah, Leon, my boy, this is much improved. Thank you for your hospitality. It is my first time tasting such exquisite food." Ivankov reminisced about his days wandering with the revolutionaries. Where were the chefs? Where was the cuisine? Everyone merely made do with rations. "Ah, no need for thanks. I actually came to you all with a purpose, did I not?" Dragon interjected, interrupting Leon. "Indeed." Leon replied nonchalantly, unfazed by Dragon's perceptiveness. "But how did you come to realize this?" "The clues are far too numerous and glaring," Dragon continued, sipping his tea. "From the moment we arrived, you have been subtly attempting to retain us, leading us toward your tavern, though your intentions remain unclear. You chose to mention this only after the villagers departed, evidently wishing to keep it from others. Is that so? Have we fallen into a trap?" Ivankov finally grasped the situation. Realizing he had been uncovered, Leon was forthright. "I brought you here for a singular purpose. I have a question I wish to ask. Regardless, those matters hold little significance. The forthcoming segment is the Paisida persistence of Leon's plan. The prospect of joining the Revolutionary Army, and possibly attaining a cadre position immediately rather than starting as a mere foot soldier, is what truly captivates attention. The question now is whether the Dragon will fall into the trap." "Ah, another inquiry, yet it is of no consequence to ask," the Dragon responded, acknowledging his appreciation for Leon and his culinary hospitality. However, when it comes to confidential matters, he can only deflect. The secrets of the Revolutionary Army are not to be disclosed lightly. As the saying goes, genuine feelings have always been fleeting, and one must play the game to win hearts. With the Dragon's words, it was now Leon's turn to perform. Leon, holding a cup of steaming tea, seated himself opposite the Dragon and inquired, "During the day, I observed your vessel adorned with a dragon figurehead. I assume you possess some understanding of such a creature?" "A bit, perhaps," the Dragon replied. "Are you aware of the Dragon's transformations?" Leon pressed further. The Dragon, puzzled by Leon's sudden line of questioning and recognizing the depth of his knowledge, could only respond with curiosity, "I would be eager to learn more." The Dragon can be vast or minuscule, soaring or concealed. When grand, it stirs clouds and exhales mist. When diminutive, it conceals its form. It can ascend to soar through the cosmos or retreat beneath the waves. At this point, Leon rose and approached the window, gazing out. After Roger's demise, across this vast ocean, the Dragon changes with the times, just as a man of ambition traverses the seas. The dragon, as a being, rivals the heroes of this world. Turning back to face the dragon, he continued, "You, who have traveled the world and experienced its corners, must be familiar with the heroes of this age. Pray, enlighten me." Leon requests. Upon hearing this, Ivankov burst into laughter. "Ah, so that's how it is. There are many heroes across these waters, such as yet." He was interrupted by the dragon. Having absorbed Leon's earlier discourse, the dragon regarded the young man with newfound respect, sensing that this conversation would be extraordinary. He wished to keep it untainted by Ivankov's crude remarks, thus he interjected, addressing Leon, "Though I have wandered far and wide. The heroes of the world appear and vanish with great stealth. They are indeed a rare sight." Leon chuckled softly. Even without seeing them in person, their names resonate. Thus, the dragon ceased to evade and replied directly, "Monkey D. Garp, the Iron Fist, possesses formidable strength. He is approachable and beloved. Few can stand against the Iron Fist. Even Roger could contend with him. Time and again, he has faced dire straits. His prestige within the military is unmatched. As a vice admiral, he stands close to the admirals. Were it not for his reluctance, he would have long since ascended. Such a hero, can he not be deemed an extraordinary figure?" In his heart, Leon mused, "What a remarkable start, bringing up my father right away. However, I must regretfully disagree." He shook his head and lamented, "Garp, Sengoku, and Tsuru, all are in the twilight of their years. Though the divine turtle may live long, it still meets its end. As these elders approach their exit from the historical stage, some, diligent as warriors of the warring states, find themselves utterly exhausted and overwhelmed. Others, like Karp, live in a state of indifference, unconcerned with current affairs, indulging in a leisurely retirement. They're not heroes." Oh, Dragon did not anticipate that the presently unremarkable youth could possess such profound insights. A stir of surprise rippled through the crowd. To articulate such thoughts was no feat for an ignorant country bumpkin. Coupled with the earlier descriptions of Dragon's transformation, it inevitably raised questions about his true identity. Just as Ivankov was about to erupt, demanding to know Leon's identity and intentions, he was restrained by the imposing figure of Bear beside him. Regaining his composure, Dragon continued, "Admiral of the Navy, the Magma Fruit, Sakazuki, known as Akainu. A soldier of iron will, merciless, meteor volcano, a force of destruction, bane of pirates, vanquishing countless foes, a figure of formidable strength, repeatedly achieving remarkable feats, powerful pirates. Unable to evade his jaws, with a heart for justice, unwaveringly impartial, eradicating evil, countless times. Within the Navy, none surpass him. A force of justice, embodying strength. Can such a figure truly be deemed a hero?" Unexpectedly, after taking his seat again, Leon shook his head. An iron-willed soldier, excessively ruthless, indifferent to right and wrong, oblivious to justice. Innocent civilians likewise suffer under his hand. His subordinates also bear the brunt. Relying solely on brute force, he knows nothing beyond it. Harboring a sense of justice, yet what is justice? What delineates justice from evil? Without clarity on this point, he remains a mere puppet, the so-called Akainu, merely a gatekeeper. A sycophant, at the mercy of others. The world government is his master. At a single command, the loyal dog complies, acting as an accomplice, aiding tyranny. He is no hero. Dragon, now increasingly intrigued, pondered for a moment before stating, "The 7 warlords of the sea, Dracul Mihawk, the greatest swordsman, dominating the seas. With his black blade, Yoru, an unparalleled weapon, wielded by hawk eyes, it has defeated all challengers, a solitary figure in a small boat, roaming the world with ease. Seeking the ultimate opponent, traversing the 4 seas, able to contend with the sword masters, including the Yonko Shanks, standing alone atop the peak, surveying all lesser mountains. Such a terrifying presence is truly a hero." Yet Leon continued to shake his head. What of being the world's greatest swordsman? Ultimately, he is but a solitary seeker of the sword, a chivalrous figure in pursuit of martial mastery. Throughout his life, he has achieved no significant accomplishments, merely celebrated for his exceptional swordsmanship. In these vast seas, he cannot be regarded as a hero. This series of exchanges was unexpected for both Dragon and the others. After a moment of contemplation, Dragon inquired, "Big Mom, the Empress of the Sea, possesses an enormous stature, the soul fruit, a means to usurp life, with numerous children. Each a paragon of excellence, ruling over myriad nations, coexisting with diverse races, deeply rooted in the Grand Line, a source of vexation for the government. While the Navy remains ineffectual, engaging in strategic marriages, amassing talents, merely a step away from the title of Pirate King, second only to Roger. Can she not be deemed a hero? Yet, Leon persistently shook his head, chuckling as he retorted, Big Mom is merely an overindulgent matron. The so-called nations are but spoils of plunder. The inhabitants of her islands suffer from a dearth of vitality. Her coercive unions result in diminished souls. Her underhanded tactics press for marriages. Her multitude of husbands all bear the brunt of her wrath. Devoid of true love, they remain in a state of divine anger. It is indeed laughable and hardly worth discussing. After his jest, Leon lifted a cup of tea from the table, bringing it to his lips. Curious to see if Dragon had anything further to contribute. At last, Ivankov could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Leon, my boy. You first declare that Sengoku and Garb are not heroes, then dismiss the admirals of the Navy as lacking heroism, and now you belittle the warlords as well. After disparaging all the four emperors, what heroes remain? This time, the bear did not intervene, for the bear now shares this very sentiment, one after another. The representatives declared that none are heroes. Thus, what truly defines a hero? Ivankov wished to articulate further, yet was interrupted by Long, who also lifted his teacup and took a sip, remarking, Beyond this, I am truly at a loss. Leon rose, laughed heartily several times, and then drained the tea from his cup, proclaiming, A hero possesses lofty aspirations that reach the heavens, a spirit that can engulf mountains and rivers, a capacity that encompasses the vastness of the land, and a heart that embraces the four seas. They carry the weight of justice, rescuing the common people from peril and alleviating their distress. He then placed the teacup emphatically upon the table. In this world of heroes, the only ones present are the valiant soldiers of the Revolutionary Army. P.S. Perhaps the attentive readers have noticed that only Liang's remarks about the matriarch are rhymed. This chapter was composed over the course of a day. It was not a lack of desire to render all content in rhyme, but rather the immense workload that rendered it unfeasible. I hope for your understanding. Clang. The sound of the teacup crashing to the ground emanated from Long's hand, the spilled tea soaking his garments unbeknownst to him. Leon maintained his stance, having placed the teacup heavily upon the table, while the members of the Revolutionary Army fixed their gaze upon him, who, though diminutive in stature, resembled a towering giant, profoundly moving the hearts of all present. For a moment, the atmosphere was overwhelmingly silent. Leon chose not to disrupt this tranquility, remaining still as he awaited the others to regain their composure. To rescue the populace from peril? To alleviate the suffering of the common folk? Is this the essence of heroism? Long murmured these words softly. It became clear to me. I finally understood why we had veered off course to arrive here today. Suddenly, Long lifted his gaze sharply, fixating on Leon with a questioning look, inquiring whether he would join the Revolutionary Army as our chief of staff. Leon gradually withdrew his posture, a smile gracing his lips. He was most willing to oblige. Ding. Mission accomplished. Congratulations on successfully setting sail, completing the initial small step. Rewards have been allocated to your inventory. Shotgun, a rudimentary wooden shotgun, characterized by a short effective range and a wide attack area, possessing immense power at close quarters. Power, 40, magazine capacity, 6. The original pistol had a power of 10, and this enhancement was indeed substantial. Regrettably, due to its range limitations, it could only be utilized in close combat. Notably, akin to the pistol, the weapon comes preloaded with 6 rounds, including the 15 rounds from the reward. A total of 21 bullets made Leon, this impoverished lad, feel an exhilarating sense of fortune. The following morning, at the coast, final farewells were being exchanged. Friend, your skills have developed remarkably. All that remains is extensive practice. The tavern shall be entrusted to you henceforth, Leon said, placing a reassuring hand on Fran's shoulder. Uncle Luke, do take care to rest adequately. Do not overexert yourself. Fishing is a matter of fate, so return home early. Aunt Susan, 2 eggs will suffice for me. Please take this basket back. I shall have plenty to eat and drink over there. There is no need for further farewells. Return to your tasks, for we are about to set sail. A smile adorned Leon's face as he bid farewell to each villager. After 2 years of companionship, they were all familiar acquaintances, and naturally, there was a tinge of reluctance. Oh, by the way, if anyone inquires about me in the future, you may simply say you do not know me, as my endeavors may offend many. Leon made sure to remind them not to associate with him. Indeed, Leon's concerns were somewhat unfounded. If they could not locate this place, then there would be nothing to discuss. Should the world government decide to instigate trouble, detection would merely be a matter of time. After setting sail, Ivankov found Leon at the stern of the ship. Leon was leaning over the edge, gazing at the diminishing island, lost in his thoughts. Leon, my boy. This is your first voyage, isn't it? The reluctance to part from one's homeland is a common ailment among all voyagers. Initially, it can be quite distressing. But it will soon pass. Whenever you feel disheartened, come find me. Ivankov suddenly thrust his large face into Leon's view and winked at him. Startled, Leon nearly fell to the ground. The unexpected appearance of such a visage was alarming enough. But the wink nearly led him to believe Ivankov was about to employ some sort of hypnotic technique. Goodness, startling someone can indeed be frightening. A sudden large face. And please, do not wink without warning. That is truly terrifying, Leon exclaimed in trepidation. However, Ivankov seemed unfazed. He patted Leon's shoulder and remarked, Leon, my boy, do not dwell on such trivialities. With that, he delivered a playful slap that sent Leon tumbling to the ground. Wait, I hardly used any force. You're not as strong as I thought. Dragon invited you to be chief of staff. I had always believed you to be formidable, Ivankov observed, looking down at the sprawled Leon in surprise. Enough, Ivankov. At that moment, Kuma approached to defuse the situation. Dragon's invitation for him to be chief of staff is not due to his strength, but rather because our revolutionary army lacks strategic minds akin to the wise generals of the warring states. He continued, strength can be cultivated, yet intellect is far more challenging to enhance. Kuma then cast a glance at Ivankov. Unperturbed by Leon's plight, Ivankov rushed to confront Kuma, exclaiming, how dare you imply that I am dim-witted? Clarify your words, Kuma. Kuma ignored him and turned to the now upright Leon, inquiring, by the way, what is your ability? I noticed that your firearms and the items gifted to you are not on your person. After regaining his footing, Leon moved his limbs a bit and replied with a premeditated answer. I possess a unique ability to store items within my body. Though the capacity is limited, about the size of a backpack, thus I can only hold a few things. He paused and continued, however, this does not seem to be a devil fruit ability as I am still able to swim. I lost my memory before being rescued by Maple Village. So I am unaware of how I ended up adrift or how this ability came to be. At this juncture, Leon asked Kuma, surely the Revolutionary Army has a team of scientists for various research endeavors? Kuma shook his head. Not only do we lack a team, but we do not even have a single scientist. What? You mean to say there is none? I am truly astounded, Leon sighed. He had initially hoped to collaborate with the Revolutionary Army, not necessarily to replicate or modify his firearms, but even to produce some ammunition would have been beneficial. The revelation was indeed unexpected. It seems that only when the Revolutionary Army wishes to establish a connection with Vegapunk will they truly comprehend the significance of science and technology. Very well, upon our return to base, let us convene a meeting to assess the current situation across various sectors and formulate our forthcoming course of action. Leon, does such a trivial matter really necessitate a meeting? We have been performing adequately without making a fuss, Ivanov grumbled. Fortunately, Kuma interceded on Leon's behalf, stating that since Leon is now the chief of staff, decisions should heed his counsel. However, upon hearing the word however, Leon felt a pang of unease. It was fortunate that we addressed this matter beforehand, but if after some time we see no results. The man known as Tyrant bore down on him with a benevolent gaze, and Leon felt the weight of immense pressure. How terrifying. The intricacies of urban life are daunting. I yearned to return to the countryside. Leon understood that even when Zhuge Liang first arrived, he had provoked dissatisfaction in Guan and Zhang, igniting 3 fires before winning their complete allegiance. The world of One Piece is even more merciless, a realm governed by strength, where the might of one's fists dictates reason. Take Sabo, for instance. He ascended to the position of chief of staff primarily through his prowess, and Kurala often remarked on his reckless behavior. Yet, he possesses the strength to resolve matters through sheer force, regardless of the chaos that ensues. In stark contrast, even if Leon has reached the pinnacle of human capability, he is still perceived as a weakling in the presence of the formidable figures that populate the One Piece universe, having been easily felled by a single slap from Ivanov. Although firearms from the Resident Evil universe may seem formidable, dispatching a dozen henchmen with merely a small pistol, they also face challenges of ammunition scarcity and financial constraints. Kuma's demeanor revealed that there were indeed many within the Revolutionary Army who were discontented with Leon. Yet out of respect for the fact that Leon was personally invited by Dragon to be the chief of staff, they kept their grievances to themselves. Kuma understood that Dragon's invitation stemmed from a need for Leon's intellect. However, comprehension alone does not suffice. For Kuma and others to acknowledge Leon's position as chief of staff, Leon has a considerable journey ahead of him. Dragon, displaying great respect, promptly summoned all ranks of officers for this meeting, yet neither Ivanov nor Imasuna was present. Ivanov had received word of some issues arising in the kingdom of the Okama, prompting him to depart by ship with Imasuna. Astoundingly, Leon had just contemplated whether to inform Ivanov of impending dangers, uncertain of how to do so without revealing his foresight abilities. Now, it seems fate has alleviated him of that burden. Moreover, with Ivanov infiltrating Impel down, he may yet prove invaluable in the future. Leon decided not to dwell on this matter any longer. Allowing Ivanov a few years of solitude might be beneficial. Even if Luffy did not perceive any calmness upon encountering Ivanov, Leon surmised that this was Dragon's first instance of granting such significant regard to a newcomer within the Revolutionary Army. However, this will be the final occasion, henceforth. Leon must rely on his own efforts to establish authority and trust. The meeting proceeded remarkably smoothly, perhaps even too smoothly. Leon initially intended to gain a comprehensive understanding of the current situation before discussing deployments and plans, estimating that this would require at least an hour or two. Yet, that was all there was. It has barely been a quarter of an hour. Indeed, Commander. No wonder the position of Commander was so casually assigned. It appears that this dismal place is filled with personnel, intelligence operatives, military staff, logistical support, and a motley crew, totaling fewer than 5,000 individuals. Moreover, the areas they can control are limited, with only a handful of islands within their influence, several of which merely host small teams for intelligence gathering. Well, the Revolutionary Army has yet to gain significant traction. After all, it will take years to create substantial news that captures the attention of the world government. Leon expressed understanding. Long, solitary and starting from scratch, had endured numerous hardships to finally establish this modest foundation. The arduous journey from nothing to something in entrepreneurship is undeniably challenging. However, there is another matter that deeply troubles Leon. This, and this. Leon angrily pointed at the map on the table and questioned. These three barren regions not only yield no produce, but also require supplies from other areas. Can anyone explain why such hindrances exist, consuming our already scarce resources? The supplies within the revolutionary forces are far from abundant, often bordering on precariousness. Otherwise, there would be no need to seek assistance from Gungsilang or the Shimajiji village for provisions. What are you talking about? It is precisely because these areas are resource-poor, coupled with the king's tyranny and incompetence, that we sought to overthrow the previous rulers and take control of these regions. Supporting the weak and toppling despotism is our creed, one individual asserted, presenting a self-evident demeanor in response to Li Ang's inquiry. It is truly absurd. If that is the case, then perhaps these so-called principles require reevaluation. There is no necessity to save such so-called weakness. They do not possess the qualification to compel our intervention. Enraged to the point of mockery, Leon unabashedly belittled the Revolutionary Army's convictions. Bang! What did you say? Several individuals rose in indignation, while many others turned to glare at the newly appointed chief of staff. Try saying that again. Leon observed these towering figures glaring at him. Any one of them could easily impose their might upon him. Yet, he recognized that this was not the moment to falter. Should he show even the slightest sign of weakness, it would spell the end for him. I'm willing to repeat myself as many times as necessary, but can anyone answer me this question? Leon defiantly glared back. Why, when the tyrant ruled, did these islands not receive our aid? Yet, after our liberation, we find ourselves in need of external assistance? The towering figures fell silent. However, one individual from the seated assembly responded, I participated in one of the operations. To my knowledge, after the king's ascension, a significant coal mine was discovered on that island, which is known as Blackstone Island, with black stone strewn across the land. It was later renamed Black Coal Island due to its rich coal resources. The king conscripted all able-bodied men there, forcing them to toil day and night in the mines, resulting in numerous deaths within the tunnels. The king exploited the coal they extracted, engaging in trade with the outside world while indulging in a life of excess. Furthermore, to meet the tribute demands of the celestial dragon, he imposed numerous burdensome taxes, ultimately leading to the suffering of everyone, from the men mining underground to the elderly, women, and children outside. At this moment, another individual took over the conversation, continuing, by the time we overthrow the king's reign, the mines will be nearly exhausted. These men have spent almost their entire lives in the pits. Now, with the depletion of the mines, there is no livelihood left. They can only survive on our charity. Upon hearing this, Leon remained unfazed and continued. Very well. After all this discourse, I am concerned with but one pivotal point. That is, long before the new king ascended to the throne, Blackstone Island was self-sufficient, was it not? Even in the absence of coal, it could sustain itself without external aid. Thus, we, the revolutionaries, are merely inept individuals incapable of ensuring the populace's basic needs. Before anyone could react, Leon pressed on. Now, imagine if you were an ordinary person whose ship was wrecked, leaving you stranded on a deserted island, devoid of any resources, save for a small puddle of water. There were some supplies on the ship, and before it sank, you could salvage one item. What would you choose to save? The crowd was bewildered by the sudden shift from the discussion of Blackstone Island to the shipwreck scenario. Why pose such a question, Chief of Staff? One of the respondents asked, perplexed. Do not concern yourselves with that. Simply answer. Others should ponder what they would do, Leon insisted, determined to elicit their responses. Naturally, I would salvage something valuable, perhaps my treasure. After all, it's a matter of wealth over life, came one voice. Fool, it is imperative to save food. Without sustenance, how can one survive? Another interjected, demonstrating a more rational approach. No, if it were me, I might save a barrel of wine. Since survival seems futile, I'd prefer to indulge in a final drunken stupor, someone else chimed in. Indeed, that presents a dilemma, they all mused, sharing their perspectives. Leon, however, shifted his gaze towards Long and Bear. Observing Bear's unchanging expression, Leon remarked, it appears Bartholomew Bear has arrived at an answer. Perhaps he would share it with the others. Bear turned his head and replied nonchalantly, I would likely seek out fishing rods or nets. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly grasped the insight. Indeed, no amount of food would suffice. With fishing gear, one could catch fish to sustain themselves. Unlike the others, Bear and Long seemed to possess a clarity of thought. With Leon's subtle prompt, they understood the reason behind his earlier frustration. After Bear's response, Leon addressed the rest. Do you now comprehend? It is better to teach a man to fish than to simply give him a fish. Our unconditional aid to those regions pales in comparison to assisting them in rebuilding their homes, restoring production, and enabling them to sustain themselves. In the long run, when resources are abundant, they might even support our revolutionary cause. Just like the earlier query, salvaging food alone is insufficient. It is far more beneficial to salvage a fishing net. The members of the Revolutionary Army, having realized their error, exhibited a commendable sincerity and promptly acknowledged their mistake to Leon. They expressed their commitment to adhering to the principle of teaching a man to fish rather than merely providing him with fish, aiming to empower the local populace towards self-sufficiency. Observing the countenance of those below, adorned with expressions of trust, Leon repeatedly recited the adage in his mind, a smile of gratification emerging on his face. Indeed, this chief of staff was astute, having pinpointed a significant oversight with a straightforward question. However, having already expressed his dissatisfaction once, Leon remained unsatisfied, as the others had only tentatively recognized him and had yet to fully extend their trust. Seizing the momentum, Leon resolved to press on with his agenda. With the previous issues seemingly resolved, he stated that the remaining tasks would require their diligence to address. After taking a sip of water, he continued, Next, I must voice some objections regarding our forthcoming course of action. This declaration nearly ignited another uproar. Having just concluded one matter, he now questioned the path ahead. It is essential to note that this was not a trivial concern. It was a route personally established by Long some time ago. Long's stature within the Revolutionary Army was unparalleled, and now, juxtaposed with Leon, who faced immediate resistance for merely expressing his thoughts, the disparity became stark. Nevertheless, Long, demonstrating remarkable magnanimity, quelled the discontent of others with a gesture. Since we have recently appointed a chief of staff, it is only prudent to consider his perspective on these significant resolutions. Furthermore, it is merely my plan. Adjustments to plans are not uncommon. Leon, undeterred by the atmosphere, felt no need for circumspection among these individuals. I shall speak candidly, he asserted. Firstly, we must consolidate our forces. Let us not concern ourselves with other regions for now. We should first secure control over this island near our base. He gestured towards a small island adjacent to Baldigo on the map. This island, situated along the Grand Line, possesses military capabilities that far exceed those of the minor nations we have previously dealt with. Engaging with a nation along the Grand Line presents a formidable challenge for us. This time, It is not someone else, but the dragon himself who has spoken. Furthermore, according to our investigations, in this nation, the populace lives in peace and prosperity, and no negative news has surfaced. How could one even consider attacking such a country? However, Leon remained unfazed, replying, "Oh, is that so? Yet, I am indifferent to such matters. My concern lies solely with the proximity of this place to our base, Baldigo. If the pirates utilize a record pointer, they may inadvertently discover our location, leading to incalculable repercussions. Additionally, this region is abundant in resources and economically thriving, making it advantageous for our forthcoming operations should we secure it. Who knows whether Leon's arrival would influence the course of events?" He, too, had to tread cautiously. After Blackbeard's crew discovered Baldigo, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army was reduced to ruins. Leon had no desire to witness a repetition of that calamity, should word leak out. It would deal a devastating blow to the Revolutionary Army. Upon hearing this, the others could no longer remain composed and exclaimed in outrage, "How can this be permissible? Would we not become akin to the pirates?" I vehemently disagree. Predictably, Leon understood that this proposal would undoubtedly encounter fierce opposition. Nevertheless, he had no alternative. As Song Taizu Zhao Kuangyin once stated, "How can one allow others to slumber peacefully beside one's own bed? It is akin to a ticking time bomb, left unattended, waiting for the day it detonates, splattering you with its consequences, at which point regret will be futile." Sighing deeply, Leon acknowledged the dissent lingering in many hearts regarding this decision, yet he felt compelled to pose a question. Upon hearing this, Long felt a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. Damn it, the newly appointed chief of staff is commendable in every regard, save for a peculiar quirk, his incessant penchant for questioning. However, the essence of the inquiry is not the crux. It is part enticement, part self-interrogation. Reflecting on their initial encounter in Fong village, where the dialogue commenced with the query of whether they were foes or allies, every so-called question concealed profound intricacies. Rather than articulating reason directly, he preferred to meander through inquiries, gradually unveiling the truth. Alongside these questions emerged phrases imbued with philosophy and wisdom. Nonetheless, Long had to concede that such inquiries proved to be quite effective. Had there been no segment to inquire about heroes, and had he instead launched directly into flattery, expressing a desire to join the Revolutionary Army, he might have been relegated to the status of an anonymous foot soldier, tossed into the new recruit training camp. Instead, he now commanded the room, setting the tone of the meeting. These Leon-esque inquiries indeed surpassed the straightforwardness of mere reasoning, imparting the illusion that these truths are self-discovered and personally realized, with Leon merely offering a gentle nudge from the sidelines. This illusion inevitably fosters a sense of conviction. Firstly, regarding our so-called Revolutionary Army, whom exactly are we seeking to overthrow, or rather, what is our ultimate objective? Clearly, it is to dismantle the celestial dragon and topple the world government, thereby establishing a realm of equality and freedom. The individuals below scarcely pause to contemplate before responding to this question. Excellent. It appears you can still retain this notion firmly in your minds, Leon remarked with a smile. Now, let us proceed to the second question. Wait a moment. A voice echoed in the minds of the crowd. Didn't Tiwi just agree on one question? How is there now a second? Yet Leon paid no heed to their murmurs, unfazed by the debate over one question or two. He continued, "Imagine you are piloting a speeding train, and the braking system has failed, rendering it nearly impossible to halt. Ahead, the tracks diverge into two paths. One leads to a bottomless abyss, where you and the several hundred passengers behind you would plummet into the void. The other route is safe for those aboard the train. But nefarious criminals have bound several hostages to the tracks. Should you proceed, they will meet a gruesome fate. Now, you possess the authority to choose which path to take. How will you decide?" As anticipated, Leon promptly presented a classic dilemma, aimed at probing the depths of these individual souls. This question undoubtedly dropped a bombshell among the crowd. If it were me, I would choose to sacrifice the hostage. Are the lives of hostages not valuable? How could one make such a hasty decision? What can be done? We cannot possibly drag an entire vehicle of people into the abyss. Ah, you do have a point. So what should we do? From a utilitarian perspective, it is a straightforward matter of choosing the lesser of two evils. One should unhesitatingly opt to sacrifice the hostage to preserve the lives of the train's passengers. However, in terms of human nature, this poses a profound dilemma. Just like the issue faced by the revolutionary forces now, following the logic of choosing the lesser harm. They ought to seize this small island to eliminate future threats. Yet this contradicts the sense of justice that resides in the hearts of the people. While everyone wrestled with their thoughts, Dragon spoke up. No, this is absolutely unacceptable. We are revolutionaries, not profit-driven pirates. As for security concerns, we simply need to enhance our reconnaissance efforts. Upon hearing this, Leon not only ceased his persuasion but also praised him. I am delighted that you made such a choice. An organization with principles and integrity will undoubtedly go further. If we cross this line, the revolutionary army will cease to exist, leaving behind merely a pirate crew disguised under the banner of revolution. Haha, I never expected this. Dragon realized everything at once. I did not anticipate our suspicions toward the newly appointed chief of staff, who, in turn, harbors reservations about us. If we were to overstep this boundary, he might find an opportunity to depart in a few days. Indeed, I would be quite disappointed to leave, Leon candidly replied, gazing at Dragon with a smile. Then I must sincerely apologize. It seems we have made a grave mistake. Allow me to rectify this oversight. With that, Dragon extended his right hand. Let us start anew. I am Monkey D. Dragon, a revolutionary, and I formally invite you to be our chief of staff. Leon smiled and reached out his right hand, grasping Dragon's firmly. I am Leon, and I am eager to contribute my humble efforts to overthrow the world government and bring down the despicable celestial dragons. At this moment, the rift between Leon and the revolutionary army finally dissipated. Well, initially, it was not the third fire. Leon had indeed wished to capitalize on the momentum to secure the third fire. However, the strategies had been exhausted. The so-called third fire still required personal involvement on the battlefield. Hence, the subsequent meeting naturally concluded with the decision to proceed according to Dragon's established plan. Although Leon was well-versed in all the plot lines of One Piece, he realized that the narrative had yet to unfold. The only information available was a collection of scattered fragments from the original work, which held little practical value at present. Thus, even if Leon were a reincarnation of Zhuge Liang, he could not devise superior strategies in a state of utter uncertainty. After all, the information available is rather scant. And moreover, Leon cannot be deemed exceptionally intelligent. He merely draws upon the quintessence of 5 millennia of wisdom from another world. However, this gives rise to a new dilemma. Liang's previous upheaval has compelled the revolutionary army to place greater emphasis on confidentiality and reconnaissance. Even though progress has only just begun to materialize, security concerns must now ascend to the forefront of priorities. With this in mind, Long has resolved to assign additional personnel to conduct intelligence operations in the nearby islands and waters. It is well understood that the number of personnel an organization can allocate is finite. An increase in one area necessitates a decrease in another. Thus, is this the reason why this team consists of merely 1,500 members? A robust yet meticulous intelligence officer shouted at Leon. Cough, layman. Do not be so agitated. Enhancing security measures is unavoidable. You must comprehend the shortage of forces at our headquarters. Leon explained with a look of helplessness to the burly man before him. I do not wish to hear your excuses. How am I supposed to remain calm? I clearly articulated in the communication device that there are over 3,000 guards stationed in the Stone Britain, yet you have brought a mere 1,500, of which over 200 are non-combatants. Is this not akin to striking a stone with an egg? Nevertheless, the man named Layman seemed disinclined to heed Liang's explanations and remained furious. Had it not been for Liang's composure, he might have been provoked into a quarrel. Very well, Layman-san, the chief of staff has elucidated the situation, remarked a young man who hurriedly intervened to restrain Layman. Sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Leon could not help but scoff internally at the sight of a frail youth managing to hold back a sturdy man. I understand, Lewis, but Layman too has calmed down. I apologize, chief of staff, but I cannot help but feel indignant when I think of the people of Stone Britain still enduring such dire circumstances. Leon was at a loss for words, wishing only for the opportunity to finish his statement. He placed a reassuring hand on Layman's shoulder and said, Rest assured. Since we have dared to come, we must have our reasons. The outcome remains uncertain. Alas, according to Long's plan, this was the course of action. Long had initially intended to divide the forces into 2 paths, with one contingent personally led by him to the sand. Another contingent, led by Ivankov and Lightning, set forth towards Stone Britannia. Each side dispatched 2,500 troops. Although this number still fell short, the formidable generals could easily turn the tide, with one capable of facing 100 or even 1,000 foes single-handedly. Thus, success seemed nearly assured. However, It can be said that plans often falter in the face of unforeseen changes. Initially, Ivankov and Lightning rushed to the land of the transgenders, while Bear, due to his intention to join the Seven Warlords, could not collaborate with the Revolutionary Army, resulting in this group now being led by the newly appointed Chief of Staff, Leon. Furthermore, nearly 1,000 troops were dispatched to enhance intelligence and patrol efforts, as well as to assist with infrastructure development on impoverished islands, leading to a significant reduction in available forces. Nevertheless, even after the departure of 1,000 men, the two remaining factions could still evenly distribute the remaining 4,000 troops. Instead of the current situation where Leon commands only 1,500 men. However, Leon has succumbed to a peculiar affliction, the belief that he must flaunt his prowess or perish. Before embarking, he proposed to Dragon that 500 of his men be reassigned to Dragon's command, ensuring that Dragon would still have 2,500 troops at his disposal. This was motivated by a fear that, should Dragon's forces be overwhelmed, he might abandon his command post and throw himself into the fray. If Dragon were to engage personally, he could likely achieve extraordinary feats on the battlefield, easily racking up 1,000 kills. Yet, such actions would reveal Dragon's identity and underscore the presence of formidable warriors within the Revolutionary Army. This evidently contradicts the philosophy of Liang, who silently amasses wealth rather than meets an untimely demise. He stealthily infiltrates the village, avoiding any unwanted commotion. Should the butterfly effect initiated by Liang inadvertently attract the attention of the world government and various sectors of society prematurely, he would indeed find himself in dire straits. Therefore, to be on the safe side, regardless of how formidable Dragon's command may be or how exceptional his military prowess, there is no assurance that operations would proceed smoothly with a reduction of 500 personnel from the original plan. Had it not been for Dragon and others vehemently intervening, Liang might have allocated 3,000 troops to Dragon, retaining only 1,000 for himself, subsequently showcasing a series of audacious maneuvers. Ultimately, Liang's mindset revolves around placing Dragon at the center of everything. He believes that should his own efforts falter, as long as the Green Hills remain, there is no fear of lacking resources, but if Dragon's side were to fail, that would truly spell disaster. This is not a moment for Leon, a time traveler well-versed in both celestial phenomena and intricate plots, to belittle himself. Regardless of being a time traveler or possessing a system, he remains at a nascent stage, lacking in strength, only able to garner the respect of Dragon. Had he chosen to join the Navy or become a pirate instead of the Revolutionary Army, he would have been but an inconspicuous figure. Thus, Leon must concede that, for the time being, his priority is the preservation of Dragon and the Revolutionary Army. Saving the world can be a gradual endeavor. Only after achieving prominence will he have the freedom to act as he wishes. The adage of building high walls, accumulating provisions, and delaying ascension to power encapsulates this philosophy. First, he will develop and strengthen in silence, and then emerge to unite the world. Moreover, Leon is not alone with nearly 1,500 soldiers. He also brings along 2 assistants. The first is the fishman Haku. To be fair, while he may not be capable of single-handedly taking on 1,000 foes, or even holding his own against 100, he can certainly confront 10 adversaries without issue, a mere trifle for him. Even though in the original manga he faced numerous defeats and displayed an unremarkable performance, this was primarily due to the overwhelming strength of his opponents. Haku is a master of fishman karate and serves as a military instructor within the Revolutionary Army. Playfully nicknamed by Leon as Little Lin Chong, the commander of the 5,000 elite troops, Fishman Haku. Haku's principal role is that of Leon's bodyguard, capable of being deployed in battle as a spearhead to pierce through enemy formations. As for the second assistant, it is the young girl, Keela. This is not due to any peculiar inclinations on Leon's part. Those with such thoughts should reflect on their own behavior. Rather, Keela is remarkable for her intelligence and reliability as she matures. Even in her youth, she exhibited commendable qualities of diligence, simplicity, quick-wittedness, and a thirst for knowledge. This prompted Leon to entertain a notion. Kurla, who had matured along her original trajectory, had already become quite astute. Were it not for Sabro's direct lineage and the halo of the protagonist illuminating the path, one might ponder whether Kurla would be a more fitting candidate for the position of Chief of Staff. It is evident that Kurla possesses greater suitability for such a role. However, given the nature of their relationship, it seems inconsequential who assumes the mantle of Chief of Staff. Had Leon intensified his guidance during Kurla's development, imparting the distilled wisdom accrued over 5 millennia from another realm, what might the outcome have been? Surely, One would surmise that the resultant Kurla would surpass her original incarnation by leaps and bounds. Leon found himself filled with anticipation. Thus, he kept Kurla close by his side, diligently instructing her from the outset of his first campaign. As a side note, upon witnessing Sabro's eagerness to set sail, Kurla clamored to accompany him, asserting that if he were not included, she would stealthily embark on her own. Confronted with Sabro's candid determination, the members of the revolutionary army found themselves at a loss. Ultimately, Leon proposed that Dragon take him along, ensuring that he could instruct him in both cultivation and learning at any time. Although Leon suspected this arrangement might devolve into mere training and practice, he proceeded to set sail with 2 aides and a contingent of 1,500, with provisions barely sufficient for a month's expenses. In other words, should Leon fail to conquer Stone Britain within that time frame, he could simply resign himself to slumber. The task at hand was undeniably challenging for Leon, characterized by time constraints, significant responsibilities, and considerable difficulty. Upon arriving near the Stone Kingdom, Leon instructed the main force to remain at a distance while he, accompanied by 2 aides, stealthily approached to rendezvous with the intelligence personnel stationed within the kingdom. They were greeted by Lehman and Lewis. In truth, aside from Lewis and Lehman, another individual named Arnold, a young man, was originally stationed there as well. Lehman and his companion had been engaged in intelligence operations on this island for nearly a year, effectively living there for the entirety of that duration. Naturally, the most effective method of gathering intelligence, while ensuring one's own safety from exposure, is to integrate into the local populace and assume the guise of an ordinary resident. Throughout this process, Lehman and his associates forged connections with numerous neighbors and cultivated friendships. Just a few days prior, King Charles of the Stone Kingdom announced plans to construct yet another luxurious ship exclusively for the celestial dragons, necessitating the recruitment of additional craftsmen. This was not the first time Charles had embarked on such an endeavor. During his reign, he had already dispatched over a dozen ships to the elite of the world government, thereby securing substantial benefits and status on the international stage. The ancient shipbuilding techniques passed down through generations in the Stone Kingdom allowed for the creation of exceptionally opulent vessels. Such practices had been employed by previous monarchs, and shipbuilding represented a primary source of wealth for the island's inhabitants. However, Charles was not content with merely continuing this tradition. He possessed a unique secret that could significantly expedite the shipbuilding process. Typically, constructing a ship would require 2 to 3 years, yet Charles was unwilling to wait that long. Unlike his predecessors, who managed to produce only a handful of ships during their reigns, he harbored greater ambitions. In the preceding 2 years, he exhausted all efforts to refine techniques, increase manpower, and expand operations, yet yielded little improvement. However, during his contemplations on enhancing production efficiency, the first ship he dispatched garnered a response from the elite, a devil fruit. Fully aware of the formidable power of the devil fruit, Charles did not hesitate to consume it. This occasion brought Charlie a delightful surprise. The devil fruit he encountered was the acceleration fruit, which could enhance the flow of time within a certain area by tenfold. Instantly, Charlie envisioned the tremendous profits that could be garnered if this fruit were applied to shipbuilding. What need was there for technological advancements or expanded production? In this world, the devil fruit represented the foremost productive force, relegating all scientific endeavors to a subordinate status. Initially, the sensation was exhilarating. Akin to soaring through the skies with an acceleration sheet, it was utterly blissful. However, as time passed, Charlie began to discern the drawbacks of this power. Although the shipyard's efficiency had indeed increased tenfold, the actual output from each laborer remained unchanged, as their capacity for work had not evolved. Essentially, while a year passed outside, the shipwrights toiled as if 10 years had elapsed within. The construction of the ships continued to rely heavily on the sweat and toil of the workers. Charlie understood the implications. If these shipwrights were allowed to return home, word of their circumstances would inevitably leak, and he feared no one would wish to work for him in the future. Thus, he sealed off the shipyard, prohibiting all ingress and egress, and approached the families of the workers to negotiate a decade-long agreement. This contract stipulated that the shipwrights' employment at the shipyard was confidential, forbidding any communication with the outside world for 10 years. After this period, they would be allowed to reunite with their families and receive a substantial compensation. Most individuals consented to the terms, recognizing the necessity of keeping the shipyard's core technologies confidential, especially given the generous remuneration. Even those reluctant to agree were coerced into compliance through Charlie's forceful measures. Yet, Charlie alone comprehended the harsh reality. By the time the 10 years elapsed, Their loved ones would have turned to dust, rendering reunion impossible. As for the future beyond that decade, it was of no concern to him. He would have already reaped sufficient benefits during this period and could then vanish, living a life of carefree indulgence. It must be said that those engaged in intelligence work possess extraordinary capabilities. When Raymond and Lewis arrived on the island, they immediately sensed something amiss. A decade-long commitment seemed excessively protracted, yet it precisely struck at the core of most individuals' thresholds. Too lengthy a duration was intolerable, while a brief one would yield insufficient returns. Moreover, a shipyard that had previously operated openly transformed overnight into a state secret. Although it held core technologies, it had never been sealed off in the past. As a pillar industry of the nation, the shipyard employed a multitude of workers. Such an agreement appeared rather inhumane. Such a colossal and inexplicable transformation indeed arouses suspicion. Not to mention that Charlie sporadically recruits additional personnel and engages others in contracts, supplementing the shipyard with fresh blood. Clearly, no one has come forth. Yet individuals continue to enter one after another. If the original crew has not met with any misfortune, does that not imply that the number of people inside has swelled to the point of overcrowding? After an extensive investigation, the two protagonists endeavored through various means to infiltrate the shipyard. Due to the stringent security measures, it took them a year of relentless effort to unearth a tunnel leading into the shipyard's depths. Upon entering, they were immediately discovered by the shipbuilders, who they anticipated would summon the guards to apprehend them. However, the ensuing developments took the two by surprise. Rather than raising an alarm, the shipbuilders chose to shield them and seized an opportunity to disclose the dire state of affairs within. It was then that they learned that those who entered this place had lost count of the decades that had passed, and upon their demise, they had never stepped outside again. The workers had contemplated rebellion, yet Charlie wielded threats against their families, asserting that he could trace them through the contracts and condemn them for treason. He fortified the premises, executing anyone attempting to flee. The shipbuilders, motivated solely by the hope that the two could relay this information to their families, implored them to take the message outside. Upon acquiring this intelligence, Lehman swiftly recognized the urgency of the situation. The passage of time inside was tenfold that of the outside world, and the rescue of the shipbuilders necessitated immediate action. Upon returning to their base, he promptly contacted headquarters via the telephone book, requesting swift military support. Consequently, when Leon arrived at Stone Britain with two aides, he exchanged information with the awaiting Lehman and Lewis, only to incite Lehman's ire. In Lehman's perspective, this matter was of paramount importance. He had explicitly communicated the urgency of rescuing this nation through the telephone bug. Yet, the forces Leon brought were insufficient. It was uncertain whether they could even save the workers, let alone do so promptly. Acknowledging his own shortcomings, Leon had allocated the majority of their forces elsewhere for the greater good, thus allowing Lehman to vent his frustrations at him. Upon hearing Lehman's account, Leon was struck by the realization of the devil fruit's unfathomable nature. To encounter such an extraordinary anomaly on his first outing was unexpected. However, he discerned that this peculiar enhancement seemed to only affect the external world and questioned its potential utility in combat. While it was unthinkable to charge recklessly forward, risking the lives of those trapped workers, the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army were also living beings deserving of protection. Observing Lehman regain his composure, Leon vowed, "The justice may be delayed, it shall never be absent." Leon did not raise alarms but instead led the two individuals back to the fleet, bringing Haku, Kurla, and the others into the captain's quarters to discuss how to swiftly and securely capture Charlie with their limited manpower. "Kurla, you are now aware of the situation. What do you propose we do?" Leon inquired as the group settled down. Since Leon had resolved to regard Kurla as his personal disciple, it was imperative to begin nurturing her abilities and alleviating her long-standing feelings of inadequacy. Taken aback momentarily, Kurla began to wave her hands in front of her and shook her head with closed eyes, exclaiming, "Oh no, I can't. I have no way to help." As expected. But Liang's questioning was merely a formality. Such a response was typical at the outset. The others were equally astonished, with Lewis asking, "Why seek the opinion of a little girl?" He had also been curious as to why the chief of staff insisted on having this young girl by his side. "Ha ha ha. Do not underestimate her. She is my disciple," Liang replied with a hearty laugh. "Though she appears this way now, she will undoubtedly become a strategic asset to our Revolutionary Army in the future." "No, I can't. Kurla was on the verge of tears, persistently shaking her head. Liang turned to Lewis, saying, "Look what you've done. My disciple is in this state because of you." Is it truly my fault? Wasn't it the chief of staff who was teasing her? Louis retorted. Stop speaking nonsense and apologize to my disciple, Kurla. Liang demanded, stepping closer to Louis. I sincerely apologize, Miss Kurla. I did not mean to say those things. Please forgive me. Under Liang's gentle gaze, Louis chose to be magnanimous and offered an apology to Kurla. All right, Louis has apologized, Liang said, ruffling Kurla's hair. Now, pay close attention. Take note of our discussion, as I will quiz you later. Haku and Lehman exchanged incredulous glances at the scene. Surely, this chief of staff was not a charlatan, spending his days entertaining a little girl instead of attending to serious matters. What are we waiting for? We must get down to business and devise a plan to seize this location, Haku and Lehman urged. Liang, with a quick mental shift, presented two strategies. The first was a decapitation tactic, primarily to be executed by Liang and Haku. Liang possessed a spatial backpack capable of concealing weapons, while Haku was a master of fishman karate. Disguised as emissaries from a neighboring country, they could easily gain an audience with King Charlie. Following that, they could stage a scene within the palace, revealing their true intent at the opportune moment, potentially eliminating him in a single strike. Once accomplished, Haku would escort Liang out, while other revolutionary soldiers awaited outside to provide assistance, thereby resolving the issue with ease. This method can be described as both simplistic and direct, capable of swiftly addressing the issue of King Charlie without incurring significant losses. However, several concerns arise. Primarily, it places the entirety of the burden upon Liang and Haku. The success of the assassination hinges entirely on the disparity in strength between King Charlie and the two. Nevertheless, King Charlie is an individual endowed with the powers of a devil fruit. His indulgent lifestyle does not necessarily imply that he is inept. Moreover, it is currently known that he possesses the ability to accelerate, yet it remains unclear whether his devil fruit powers have been further developed. Even if all these factors are successfully managed, should the two manage to eliminate King Charlie, who can ascertain whether they can carve a path through the formidable encirclement of the royal guards. Thus, Leon's initial proposal was promptly dismissed by the assembly, who were unwilling to risk their strategist's safety. Conversely, Leon felt a profound sense of regret. This is indeed a rare opportunity within the world of One Piece. Should one miss this village, the chance shall not arise again, whether it be the Navy or the pirates. Every leader of a faction is significantly stronger than their subordinates and minions. Under such circumstances, successfully executing a decapitation tactic would be nothing short of miraculous. For instance, in the case of the Beast Pirates, should they encounter an adversary, it would undoubtedly not unfold as simply eliminating Kaido after a preliminary maneuver. Rather, they would first have to defeat his subordinates, and then concentrate their efforts on taking down Kaido himself. Moreover, while King Charlie may possess a devil fruit, his strength is limited, and he might not even surpass that of his guard's captain, leaving open the possibility that beneath the power of the devil fruit, he is merely an ordinary individual. Thus, Leon is genuinely eager to experience such a thrilling and perilous assassination. It is not that Leon is recklessly fearless in the face of death, nor is it a manifestation of a self-destructive desire. Rather, it is the allure of temptation that he finds irresistible. Side quest, the magnificent first battle. Quest description. I have finally set sail, and to boot, I have become the chief of staff for the Revolutionary Army, which is quite gratifying. A grand battle is imminent. It is said that soldiers face soldiers, and kings face kings. If you can personally slay King Charlie, I shall reward you handsomely. Quest objective. Personally assassinate King Charlie. Quest reward. The Punisher, 9mm handgun. This is the Punisher, a legendary weapon known for its penetrating capabilities. Bullets fired from the Punisher can pierce through one enemy and strike those behind them. If fully upgraded, it has the potential to penetrate 5 foes in a single shot. The Punisher is a handgun that, in its original form, is not particularly powerful, even slightly weaker than the initial handgun, boasting a mere 99 points of power. While the piercing effect appears impressive, opportunities for a double penetration are few and far between, let alone a quintuple penetration. Moreover, when faced with a multitude of adversaries, this Punisher proves inadequate, necessitating reliance on more powerful weaponry. Nevertheless, even if it goes unused, selling it at a store for 10,000 pesetas is advantageous, allowing the purchase of several items, including 2 first aid sprays. In the end, after much debate, Leon was unable to persuade everyone to carry out this plan. Even the usually gentle, shy, and introverted Clara voiced her opposition, demonstrating a unanimous disapproval of this reckless scheme. Consequently, Leon had no choice but to relent, deciding to revisit the task at a later opportunity. "Well then," Leon remarked, his expression tinged with reluctance, "let us tentatively set this aside and discuss the second plan." The group was taken aback, pondering just how attached he was to that proposal, using terms like tentatively, reluctantly, and set aside to describe it. Disregarding the thoughts of others, Leon composed himself and declared, "The second plan, which I call the capsizing operation." At the stone British port, a guard stood in stunned silence, staring at the unfolding scene. Outside the port, a colossal fleet was slowly approaching, with pirate flags fluttering atop each vessel. "What are you waiting for? Hurry back and report." Another guard, witnessing the sight, urgently grabbed his companion, rushing towards the city. "Pirates are coming! Pirates are coming!" The crowd at the port erupted into chaos, abandoning their cargo and hurriedly fleeing back to the city. Within the palace, a soldier burst in. Panic and terror etched upon his face. "Your Majesty, we have a grave situation." At that moment, King Charlie was engaged in a discussion with his ministers regarding which noble should receive the newly constructed ship. Just as the debate reached a fervent peak, the soldier's intrusion interrupted the proceedings. Andrew, the captain of the guard standing beside Charlie, reprimanded, "Calm down. What on earth is the matter?" The soldier stammered, "It's the pirates. The pirates have arrived." Unimpressed, King Charlie replied, "So what? They're just pirates. It's hardly a catastrophe. Andrew, take some men and deal with them." "No. It's not just any pirates," the soldier insisted urgently. "They have over a dozen large ships, and there are at least 1,000 of them." Before Charlie could process this information, the soldier continued, "Moreover, their course is set for the port, and they are nearing land." The guard finally finished uttering those few words. "What?" At this moment, Charlie could no longer remain seated. He promptly stood up and addressed Andrew, urging him to swiftly organize personnel and summon all the guards to fend off the avaricious pirates. It was imperative to ensure that his treasured ship, the Duel, sustained not a single scratch. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Andrew nodded and hurriedly exited the palace. Once Andrew departed, the soldier who had come to report regained his composure and inquired, "Your Majesty, why do you not call upon the Navy? The 96th Fleet is not far away and could arrive in just 2 to 3 hours. Cough. This minor matter is well within our capability to handle. We do not require their assistance." Charlie feigned calmness. "Now, you should also proceed to support the port." In truth, the so-called pirates were merely soldiers from the Revolutionary Army in disguise. Leon's plan to sabotage the ship was straightforward. He intended to have Haku lead a significant force to assault the port and destroy the shipyard. The objective was to draw away a substantial number of guards, allowing Leon and Ryman Lewis to infiltrate the shipbuilding factory. Once the ship was destroyed, by feigning a retreat, an enraged Charlie would undoubtedly order pursuit, leaving the scant remaining guards at the shipyard incapable of stopping Leon. As for why the port was chosen as the site of the assault, it was simple. Charlie's newly constructed ship was docked there. Charlie was not only insatiably greedy, but also had a mere 10 years to fulfill his ambitions. Thus, it was reasonable to deduce that, having declared the construction of a new ship, he had only recently completed the previous one. Charlie would not pause for rest after finishing one vessel before immediately commencing the next. He would be relentlessly constructing one ship after another. Given that the ship had only been completed a few days prior, it was likely that it had not yet been dispatched and remained in the port. As anticipated, upon investigation, they discovered an inconspicuous shipyard at the port, where numerous guards were stationed daily. Upon receiving this information, Leon could hardly contain his admiration for Charlie's intelligence. This was akin to revealing a hidden treasure in plain sight. It saved them considerable effort in reconnaissance. Aside from this guarded shipyard, there was likely no other location of interest. Seizing the opportunity, Leon immediately decided to deploy troops and execute the ship's sabotage operation. The revolutionary soldiers promptly disguised themselves as pirates, adopting a formidable posture to launch an aggressive assault on the port. Charlie, in a bid to protect his prized jewel, would surely dispatch a substantial force for rescue. Oh, if only they had known Charlie's exact whereabouts at that moment, they might have seized the chance to complete a decapitation operation. The reason for not seeking help from the Navy was equally straightforward. It is well known that shipyards are typically established by the sea for ease of launching vessels. Constructing a ship on land would necessitate devising a means to transport it to the sea, a clearly impractical endeavor. Thus, the arrival of the Navy could potentially uncover Charlie's secrets. Engaging in combat around the shipyard might lead to a ground assault as well. The investigation into the shipyard issues unfolded rapidly. Most notably, Colonel Charlie of the 96th Division had previously attempted bribery, only to be met with the unwavering integrity of a principled officer who rejected his gifts. Should this colonel uncover Charlie's nefarious dealings, the latter could very well find himself imprisoned for life. Thus, Charlie was left to rely solely on his own forces for a counterattack. However, his army was a formidable twofold the size of the Revolutionary Army, presenting a significant advantage, and they surged forward with great momentum. As Andrew arrived at the port, he witnessed the unfortunate sight of 2 warships previously stationed there being sunk. How infuriating it was to arrive too late. He hurriedly began erecting fortifications in anticipation of a landing operation against the pirates. Andrew had faced numerous pirates in the past, and even the most formidable among them had managed to breach the naval defenses of Stone Britain. Nevertheless, pirates are still pirates. Ultimately, they must land to plunder resources and wealth. As long as he remained vigilant by the warehouses, the pirates would unwittingly walk into his trap. When it came to land combat, no one in all of Stone Britain could rival Andrew's command skills. While many pirates had successfully breached the maritime defenses, Andrew had yet to encounter a single one capable of overcoming his land fortifications. Meanwhile, Haku stood at the bow of his ship, gazing out at the port. Despite the slow pace of their advance, having only just completed their assembly, he scoffed at the inefficiency. Observing the troops onshore, he derisively noted their efforts to build sandbag fortifications. Who would engage in close combat with you? He declared. Send the order, Haku shouted, and the soldiers prepared to open fire, targeting the row of ship sheds behind. The operation to capsize the enemy's vessels was officially underway, aimed at destroying their floating fortresses. Bang, bang, bang. On this side, operations progressed systematically according to the predetermined plan, effortlessly bombarding the warehouses behind with a sense of comfort and ease. Meanwhile, Andrew found himself utterly bewildered. He had prepared for a fierce hand-to-hand combat with the pirates, yet to his astonishment, the pirate ship commenced firing, and shockingly, it was directed towards the harbor. This is utterly unconventional. Pirates do not typically bombard ports and warehouses. Generally, cannon fire is directed towards turrets and the military encamped behind fortifications. Is there no fear of damaging valuable possessions by targeting the warehouses? Are you truly contemplating robbery? Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, a companion, who had just been conversing with him, collapsed, a gaping wound the size of a finger appearing on his head. The guard gazed in disbelief at his suddenly fallen comrade, momentarily at a loss for words. When he finally regained his senses and thought to sound the alarm, the ominous red dot of death had already appeared on his face. However, there was no need for him to raise the alarm. The 2 gunshots had already startled the guards inside. How infuriating it was. If only there had been a silencer. Leon could have dispatched more enemies before they even realized what was happening. Beside him, Lewis and Lehman stared in shock at the 2 downed soldiers. Lehman exclaimed, "This gun is truly remarkable." "Indeed, it is my prized possession," Leon replied, his expression one of pride. Yet, it dawned on him that rather than extolling the virtues of the weapon, perhaps he ought to first commend the prowess of its wielder. Lehman and Lewis watched with rapt attention as Leon raised his weapon and aimed. The peculiarly designed firearm emitted a slender beam of red light that struck the enemy, transforming into a red dot. All Leon had to do was position the dot over a vital area, and with a gentle squeeze of the trigger, he could extinguish a vibrant life. Astonishingly, he fired twice, each shot finding its mark with uncanny precision, an accuracy that was nothing short of terrifying. In stark contrast, the firearms held by Lehman and Lewis resembled mere sticks. Not only was the interval between their shots exceedingly long, but their precision was also alarmingly poor. At times, they would pull the trigger without having any idea where their bullets had gone. "Wow, how impressive!" Lewis exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the handgun to the point that Leon felt a bit embarrassed. "Are there more of these firearms available?" Lewis inquired. "Well, this particular model is unique to me at the moment," Leon replied, noticing Lewis's slight disappointment. "However, it may eventually be replicated, and should that occur, the number of such firearms will certainly increase. This is not merely a whimsical fabrication by Leon. While the world of One Piece may exhibit an overall technological backwardness, it occasionally unveils remarkable innovations. For instance, there are Vegapunk's pacifistas and Frankie's mechanized creations. It can be said that this realm is a curious amalgamation of the primitive and the advanced, where technology and magic coexist, making the emergence of anything rather unsurprising. As Leon converses with the two companions, he does not forget to lead them into the fray. Lo and behold, their reactions are remarkably swift, barely 2 shots fired, and the opponents have already converged. Upon bursting through the entrance, Leon encounters a throng of encircling soldiers. Without hesitation, he raises his firearm and dispatches a soldier wielding a gun. Lewis and Lehman, not to be outdone, lift their weapons and commence shooting. Adhering to Leon's prior instructions to focus solely on those brandishing firearms, disregarding the sword-wielding adversaries. As the saying goes, a visible arrow is easy to evade, but a concealed dagger is treacherous. The proximity of the sword-wielding soldiers could pose significant difficulties, yet the threat from armed soldiers is considerably more pressing for Leon. Fortunately, there are few soldiers with firearms, all of whom are swiftly neutralized by Leon's gunfire. In the brief interval of these shots, a soldier armed with a curved blade has surged towards him. Allow me to present you with a grand treasure, he declares, stepping back to evade the incoming slash. As Leon raises his arm once more, his pistol is nowhere to be seen, replaced instead by a more formidable weapon, a shotgun with an elongated barrel and a robust stock. Boom. The soldier at the forefront is violently propelled backward by the force of the shot, the projectile piercing through his body, rendering him mortally wounded. Those behind and beside him are also caught in the crossfire, sustaining varying degrees of injury. After this discharge, Leon, emboldened by his success, advances rather than retreats, taking a step forward to pull the trigger once more, sending 2 more adversaries flying. The shotgun's multiple projectiles disperse the impact across each individual shot. While the spherical pellets possess limited penetration and sustained flight capabilities, often failing to inflict lethal harm from a distance. However, in close-quarters combat, its deadly efficacy is unparalleled. With the muzzle positioned near the target, multiple small pellets penetrate the body and organs directly, resulting in a gruesome scene of carnage, with flesh and blood scattered about. The onlookers, unaccustomed to such horrific sights, are left aghast. Could this truly be the work of firearms? It is akin to being struck by cannon fire. Some stand frozen in disbelief. This includes Lehman and Lewis, whose perceptions of Leon have completely shattered. The usually gentle and refined Leon, who sometimes indulges in light-hearted banter, possesses a surprisingly ruthless side. His prized weapon, which he typically refrains from displaying, transforms him into a different individual once unleashed. In this chaotic scene, a shotgun alone can dominate the opposition. Each blast propels 1 or 2 adversaries away while injuring others in proximity. While others may be momentarily stunned, Leon remains unfazed. He relentlessly fires at the soldiers guarding the shipyard. Initially, they charge towards him, but upon witnessing the devastating power of his shotgun, they hesitate and gradually retreat. Ultimately, under the merciless onslaught, the remaining enemies begin to crumble, discarding their weapons and fleeing in panic. After expending 6 rounds, Leon prepares to reload, only to observe that the enemy has disintegrated into disarray. Among the 50 guards, he has single-handedly slain more than 20 within a mere handful of shots. Once he has reloaded, Leon chooses not to pursue further. He turns to Lewis and says, "Stop retching. Time is of the essence. We must swiftly rescue the craftsman inside." Watching Lewis in his state of distress, Leon ponders whether his transformation is a blessing or a curse. Originally, Leon was an ordinary mortal on Earth, not a soldier or a doctor. The most gruesome sight he had ever encountered was merely ketchup on a screen. The first time he confronted pirates in Maple Village, he was genuinely frightened by their ferocity. However, from the moment the system activated, he has become unervingly composed, unperturbed by the gruesome spectacle of blood and dismemberment. Even knowing that these guards are merely following King Charlie's orders, he remains unclear about the issues plaguing the shipyard. Though he can be considered a victim, Leon is willing to enact violence for the sake of his plan. Like the train, he has naturally categorized these individuals as those destined to sacrifice themselves. He operates like a machine, meticulous, precise, yet cold and lethal. Leon cannot help but worry if he will gradually evolve into a completely emotionless automaton. For now, he can still occasionally joke and amuse others, perhaps even engage in reckless bravado. But what about the future? If he reaches a point where contemplating jokes, recklessness, and bravado seems utterly meaningless and devoid of value, will he have transformed entirely into a robot? Bloop, bloop, bloop. At sea, Haku's phone bug rings. Haku answers, and the phone bug mimics Leon's voice. "Haku, we have rescued all the trapped shipworkers here. Have them return quickly and make your escape." Understood. The rest is in your hands. Wishing you great success in your endeavors, Haku replies before hanging up. Lowering the pirate flag, they decide to make a detour before returning. Commanded Haku, then tell them to cease pursuit. They have been deceived. Report that the pirates ahead have lowered their Jolly Roger. A soldier hurried to the bow. Reporting to Andrew, who was observing their movements through a telescope. He noticed what appeared to be an individual on the flagship, brandishing two small flags at the stern. Upon hearing the guard's report, Andrew, still gazing through the telescope and without turning his head, retorted with irritation, "I have already seen that." Next, another hasty soldier rushed in, exclaiming, "It's bad, Lord Andrew. The enemy is signaling. We have been tricked." "I saw that as well," Andrew snapped, violently slamming the telescope to the ground. "Dispatch orders to turn back at once. Stone Britain and King Charlie are in peril. Everyone except the sailors, get below deck and row. Row as swiftly as you can. We must return to rescue Stone Britain," Andrew commanded immediately. "Damn it, I never expected that these individuals were not pirates at all. No wonder our tactics against pirates proved ineffective." Andrew pondered this, questioning their true intentions. Could it be that an army is attacking the palace while we are distracted? No, that cannot be. When I pursued, I did not see any other vessels lying in wait in any direction, at least not within visible range from the island. Otherwise, my subordinates would have reported it. We haven't chased far. Stone Britain is still clearly visible. If they were lying in ambush beyond the horizon, it would take time for them to reach us. If we hurry back, we can still make it, meaning this fleet must delay us for some time. Could they have infiltrated Stone Britain earlier, posing as tourists or refugees? Andrew shifted his line of thought, but that also seemed implausible. According to recent records of merchants and tourists, fewer than 2,000 individuals entered and exited Stone Britain in a year, a figure consistent with last year. Surely, not all 2,000 could harbor ill intentions. Genuine tourists and merchants would constitute the vast majority. The so-called enemies among them would number merely in the dozens. At most a small detachment, hardly a formidable force. With his brow furrowed, Andrew delved deep into thought, suddenly recalling something. A small detachment? A small detachment. Oh no. The guards at the shipyard are also a contingent of 50 men. Andrew finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Disaster was imminent at the shipyard. Now, all previously perplexing points made sense. Rather than raiding ashore, they opted to bombard along the coastline, intending to sabotage the shipyard and provoke us. However, they could not simply direct cannon fire toward that area, as it would raise too many suspicions. Thus, they resorted to an all-encompassing bombardment, targeting every shipyard with cannon fire. To obliterate every location would leave no room for doubt regarding the primary target of the bombardment, the treasure ship. Such a cunning scheme reveals that considerable effort has been expended in scrutinizing our intelligence, our deployments, our tactics, and the whereabouts of our floating vessels. They have uncovered everything with remarkable clarity. In light of this, the secrecy of the shipyard is undoubtedly compromised. Andrew sighed, fully aware of the machinations orchestrated by King Charles. Having been one of his closest confidants, many of the tasks had, in fact, been facilitated by Andrew himself. Yet, even if the shipyard were to be destroyed, or if those shipwrights were to be released, what would it achieve? Were they to abduct individuals for their own shipbuilding endeavors? The island lay a considerable distance away, yet before Andrew's eyes, the image of the shipyard in ruins seemed to materialize. Still, he could not fathom why the enemy had set their sights on the shipyard as their objective. At that moment, another guard rushed over, interrupting Andrew's thoughts. "Report. The shipyard is under attack by unknown assailants, and the station soldiers have suffered heavy losses. All the shipwrights inside have been taken away." Andrew, displeased by the interruption, exclaimed in anger, "I had already seen that. Move forward and muster all your strength." The soldier who had come to report could only retreat with a look of grievance. Muttering softly, "This was clearly informed by His Majesty Charlie through the telephone bug, and I did not even see it." Meanwhile, upon entering the shipyard, Leon first urged the shipwrights to return home and recount their experiences and observations to their fellow villagers, encouraging everyone to rise against King Charlie. Leon spoke fervently to the shipwrights, who had already suffered greatly, using phrases like "to die now is the same as to die later. To undertake great plans is also to die," which steeled their resolve to resist Charlie. He then led the shipwrights into the town, where they proclaimed King Charlie South tyranny in the square. "Abel, what has happened to you?" As Leon was addressing the crowd, a woman suddenly emerged from the throng. cradling the face of an elderly shipwright in terror. It has only been 3 years. How have you aged so drastically? Dear Martha, forgive me, but I can scarcely remember your face now. The time apart has felt like 30 years to me, the elderly Abel choked out. I thought I would never see you again, and now, looking at your youthful visage, it feels as though I have awakened from a 30-year dream. No, Abel, this cannot be real. Martha wept, embracing Abel's frail body. As Leon and others continued their speeches in the square, more and more people gathered. Every so often, someone would break from the crowd to embrace a loved one among the shipwrights, weeping uncontrollably. Young wives clung to their aged husbands. Parents embraced sons who appeared older than themselves. Some searched desperately among the shipwrights, only to discover that their loved ones had passed away, their bodies unaccounted for. Taken elsewhere by Charlie's confidants. Amidst the heart-wrenching cries, tales of Charlie's misdeeds spread through the crowd, and an increasing number of people joined the chorus denouncing the king. Men and women alike seized sticks and kitchen knives, leaving their homes to converge upon Charlie's palace. The following day, aboard the flagship on the return journey, Leon addressed Keela, saying, "So, from this incident, do you understand the lesson I just conveyed to you?" Keela exclaimed joyfully, "I understand. The king is like a ship navigating the vast ocean, with the sea representing his people. The ocean beneath the ship is the foundation of the king's journey. If he has the people's support, the waves will propel him forward. Conversely, if he loses their favor, the wrathful sea will capsize his vessel." "Indeed, very astute." Leon gently patted Coerla's head and praised, "Indeed. You are my most astute disciple, grasping the concept that water can both carry a boat and capsize it with such swiftness." Of course. I am your most renowned disciple, as you have but one," replied Coerla with a smile. Extolling Coerla further, Leon continued, "In this world, apart from King Charlie of that small nation, there exist many formidable powers. Among these, the most formidable are the celestial dragons and the world government." Upon the mention of the celestial dragons, Coerla, who had been rescued by Fisher Tiger, fell silent, patiently awaiting Liang's next words. "Their vessels are not akin to Charlie's modest boat. Charlie's ship is far too small, easily toppled by the waves we conjure. The celestial dragons, however, command the largest ship in the world, and they do not merely wield an army of 3,000. The entirety of the world's armies and navies falls under their dominion." As he spoke, Leon lowered his gaze to the floor. "Especially the navy. Upon these vast seas, the navy reigns supreme. The 4 emperors and the 7 warlords pale in comparison. The expanse of the ocean far surpasses that of the land. Whoever masters the sea essentially governs the world." "Is that why they were so eager to capture Pirate King Roger back then?" Coerla interjected at this moment. "Oh my, I did not anticipate Coerla's keen intellect. It has only been a short while, and already she is adept at interjecting," Leon mused, his emotions a blend of concern and delight. He worried that such brilliance might soon eclipse his own, leaving him unable to maintain his fa-ade of superiority. Yet he relished the thought that if his disciple surpassed him, he could delegate responsibilities and roam the world freely. Otherwise, enduring as a chief of staff for too long might render him a soulless automaton. Leon expressed a preference for wandering and being a jester over strategizing from a central command. Thus, he commended, "Truly, you are my most intelligent little disciple. You have grasped this notion. Indeed, Roger, relying solely on the title of Pirate King, has already touched upon the very foundations of the world government, thereby influencing their supremacy over the seas." After this praise, Leon continued, "In other words, it has instilled a modicum of trepidation regarding the possibility of the celestial dragon's grand ship being overturned. But the navy does not currently dominate the seas. There are still many pirates roaming," Coerla questioned. Leon merely smiled in silence, observing Coerla. Suddenly, she grasped the implication. It was Roger. His words before his demise precipitated the onset of the great pirate era. Precisely, Leon affirmed, the Roger possessed the capacity to shake the great vessel. His time was limited, rendering him incapable of toppling the world government. Thus, he deliberately surrendered and uttered those fateful words. While his declaration has indeed incited rampant piracy, it has also rendered that grand ship increasingly unstable. Clara's eyes gradually brightened, yet Leon remained oblivious and continued, "There are numerous nations in the world, much like Stone Britain, that persecute their citizens. Some, like Charlie, conduct their oppression in secrecy, while others do so openly, emboldened by the backing of a global government. Today, the people of Stone Britain have overthrown Charlie, but nations such as Iron Britain, Copper Britain, and Silver Britain remain engulfed in turmoil. Clara's eyes sparkled with understanding. So, Master, are you suggesting that in order for our revolutionary forces to topple the Celestial Dragon's grand ship, we must indeed rely on external forces? Just as the people of Stone Britain drew upon our revolutionary army's strength to overthrow Charlie? And pirates are among those forces. Leon inwardly scoffed. Goodness. Clara's rate of growth is rather extraordinary. Not only does she answer questions, but she has also learned to draw parallels. This is quite unscientific. However, he was aware that in the world of One Piece, not everything could be explained through science. Certain matters defied logic. Well, to some extent. But not all pirates are the same. The majority are nothing more than ruthless marauders, with only a small faction being potential allies we can leverage. I understand. Much like Fisher Tiger and his son pirates who rescued me, Clara responded with a smile. Her eyes sparkled as she continued to inquire about Leon's exploits in Stone Britain. I grasped the reasoning. But could you elaborate on what transpired after leading the masses to Charlie's palace? There's not much left to recount. The plan was executed successfully. And it was merely a matter of tying up loose ends, Leon replied with a hint of resignation. Please, do share. I am eager to hear how you perfectly resolved this incident, Clara implored, shaking one of Leon's hands like a child. Ah, that's not right. You are a child. Leon thought. There's nothing more to discuss. I refuse to elaborate. He decisively shook his head, knowing that the resolution was far from perfect, and had it been flawless, he would have revealed everything without prompting. Commander, since she wishes to hear it, why not indulge her? Haku, seated nearby, sided with Clara. Haku, why don't you recount your duel with that swordsman instead? Leon retorted without hesitation. Wait a moment. Leon and Clara turned in unison. When were you there? You appeared like a ghost. We didn't even notice you, they exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Haku. You too, how rude. I have been here all along. From the moment Clara entered the captain's quarters to now, observing your conversation, Haku rose, veins bulging on his forehead, and shouted in anger. Did you only realize my presence when I spoke just now? Do you see me as an inconsequential person in your hearts? Alas, Liang and Kala were so engrossed in their conversation that they completely overlooked the presence of the merman Haku sitting against the wall. The captain's quarters erupted into chaos, as the two of them exerted tremendous effort to quell Haku's fury. Liang found dealing with Haku's wrath to be even more exhausting than his previous confrontation with Charlie. Once Liang had pacified Haku, Kala began to pester him, insisting that he recount the details of his epic battle with Charlie. Ultimately, Liang could not withstand Ku-La's relentless pleas, especially with Haku encouraging her, and he relented, narrating the events that ensued. Andrew rushed back at lightning speed, but it was too late. Liang had already rallied the boatmen, spreading the illustrious tale of King Charlie throughout the entire island. From the coast to the commercial district, there was hardly a soul unaware of it. Witnessing the fervent excitement of the citizens, Andrew realized that remaining in the streets was unwise. He promptly led his soldiers back to the palace to defend the last bastion. Leaving the soldiers at the palace's entrance, Andrew made his way directly to King Charlie's chamber. As expected, upon hearing that the boatmen had been released, King Charlie understood that his actions had become public knowledge across the island. Realizing that the tide had turned against him, he prepared to gather his belongings and escape. Upon seeing Charlie poised to flee, Andrew knelt on one knee and said, "Your Majesty, I have failed in my duty and fallen into the enemy's trap. I beseech you to punish me." Charlie gazed at the kneeling Andrew and sighed. "Ah, let it be. I anticipated this day would come. I merely did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. There is no need for punishment. The fault lies not with you, but with the formidable opponent we encountered." Charlie then helped Andrew to his feet and remarked, "Come, let us flee together. Continue to serve as my guardian. After all these years, thanks to the acceleration fruit, we have amassed considerable wealth and cultivated numerous influential connections. It would be no trouble to become a distinguished noble in a great nation." Andrew, fixated on Charlie's visage, replied, "Wherever your Majesty goes, I shall follow." As they prepared to escape from the elevated chamber, they beheld an immense throng gathered outside the palace, confronting the soldiers. Though the soldiers were armed, they were being steadily pressed by the citizens wielding wooden sticks and iron pots. Arnold, awaken. Do not let Charlie deceive you any longer. He is the true instigator of all this. A young man suddenly called out to a soldier from the crowd. "Barton, what are you doing here?" The soldier, recognizing an old friend, gradually lowered his weapon, astonished. The citizens, inspired by Barton's actions, began to follow suit. "Blair, where are you? Come out at once." "Are you trying to drive me to madness?" exclaimed a fierce woman. Colin, my son, do not become Charlie's accomplice. You are still our beloved child. This is an elderly father. Amidst the heartfelt calls of loved ones, the soldiers gradually laid down their arms, departing from their ranks to return to their families. Andrew and Charlie stood before the palace, observing this poignant scene, when a soldier approached. "Report," he exclaimed. "There is no need for a report. I have already seen what you wish to convey." Andrew interrupted the soldier, who momentarily faltered before attempting to speak again. Yet Andrew, well aware of the soldier's intentions, anticipated his words. "No need to ponder. I comprehend your thoughts," Andrew sighed. "You may leave. I grant you permission. As well as for others. However, when next we meet, we shall be adversaries." Watching the departing soldier, Charlie sighed as well. "Let us depart. I have constructed a secret passage in my study that leads to the seaside, where I have prepared a small boat for our escape." With that, Charlie shouldered his belongings and hurriedly led Andrew to the study. Meanwhile, Leon remained amidst the crowd, observing the disbanding troops, lamenting, "What need have we for 500 men, or even 500? Without a single soldier, we can effortlessly dismantle the enemy from within, relying solely on the power of the people." Hearing this, Lehman echoed his sentiments. Indeed, compared to the clashing of steel, such a gentle approach is far more effective. I previously doubted the wisdom of the chief of staff. Reflecting on my past self, I realized how ignorant I was. Leon quickly reassured him. "There is no need for you to belittle yourself, Uncle Lehman. It is merely a lack of prior experience. With your intelligence, it would be no challenge for you to become the new king of Stone Britain." You speak truth. "I now possess such experience," Lehman replied. "Yet as for becoming the king of Stone Britain, I am hardly worthy of such a title." "Do not jest, chief of staff." Leon, however, winked at Lehman. "I assure you, I am not jesting." Lehman shuddered at the thought. "You cannot be serious about me becoming king. I have little renown in this land." "Oh, come now, Lehman, do not be so modest. We have already deliberated, and it has been decided that you shall be the new king of Stone Britain. This way, our revolutionary forces can subtly control the nation, avoiding further scrutiny from the world government while expanding our influence. An impeccable plan," Leon insisted, giving Lehman a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He then turned to Lewis. "By the way, you shall be Lehman's secretary or minister. You have collaborated with him for quite some time. I trust you both can govern this territory effectively." Lewis displayed a look of sheer panic. No, I cannot possibly do that. Why are you both being so dramatic?" Throughout the past year, all that has transpired in the realm of Stone Britain has sufficiently attested to your remarkable capabilities. Trust me, what you currently lack is merely experience. And soon you shall find yourselves adept in your roles. With that, I seized the hands of Lehman and Lewis from the crowd and dragged them to the forefront of the grand entrance. Raising their hands high, I proclaimed loudly, "Rejoice. Celebrate the end of our past sufferings and the arrival of our wise and valiant new King Lehman, alongside his sagacious minister, Lewis." My fervent exclamation captured the attention of the populace, who could not help but turn their gaze towards me. I continued to shout. It was Lehman who first discerned the anomalies of the situation. It was Lehman who infiltrated the shipyard to unveil Charlie's sinister plot. And it was Lehman who rescued the shipwrights. For the sake of saving the victims in this nation, Lehman has sacrificed so much. An elderly shipwright stepped forward. Affirming my words, I have seen him twice. The first time he came quietly to investigate Charlie's scheme, and the second time he burst in to rescue the trapped workers. Another shipwright echoed, "It was Charlie who saved us. It was Charlie who salvaged this country." I nodded inwardly, appreciating this splendid support. My efforts to save them had not been in vain. Such a wise and selfless individual as Lehman surely deserves the crown, if not him. Then who could possibly assume this mantle? After concluding my speech, I pushed both men back into the crowd. The jubilant throng lifted Lehman and Lewis aloft, tossing them high into the air while chanting their names. Lehman, 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 Lewis, Lewis, Lewis. Having entrusted them to the enthusiastic crowd, I prepared to pursue Charlie. I knew full well that Charlie had likely arranged an escape route for himself. If I did not hasten, the mission would remain incomplete. My thoughts also lingered on the Punisher. I would not easily relinquish that reward. Just as I was about to depart, a voice called out from behind, "Wait for me. Leon, let us go together." Turning around, I found none other than the merman Haku. "How did you arrive here so swiftly?" I quipped, surprised at his speed. Considering the pace of our revolutionary vessels, I had not anticipated their timely arrival, and thus had not planned for their participation. Yet, Haku had managed to return with remarkable alacrity. After they left, we followed our original plan to make our escape. Halfway through, I became concerned about this side and simply leapt into the sea, swimming over as swiftly as I could, Haku explained matter-of-factly. I was momentarily speechless. It had been that simple. Often, Haku seemed so unassuming that I had nearly forgotten his identity as a merman. His innate talents truly shone at this moment. As his swimming prowess far surpassed that of any vessel, Haku continued, while aboard the ship, I noticed a formidable figure on the opposing vessel. Fearing for your safety, I hastened to provide support. Well, since we are here, it would be unkind to send anyone away. Moreover, after listening to Haku's account, it appears that we are about to confront a formidable adversary, and having an ally would certainly be prudent. Subsequent events would indeed demonstrate that. Had Haku not arrived in support, Leon's tale would have reached its conclusion at this juncture. Consequently, Leon casually inquired of a nearby guard the location of Charlie's study and proceeded in that direction. Why are you heading to the study? Haku asked, perplexed. Leon replied nonchalantly. Someone like Charlie must have prepared an escape route, a means to flee when the tide turns against him. We must catch up to him before he has the chance to escape. Now, Haku found himself utterly bewildered. I cannot comprehend your explanation. Why is it that the secret passage is located in the study and not in some other place? Ling, assuming an air of obviousness, lamented, this is quite apparent, Haku. Historically, such escape routes have always been situated in studies. It is a tradition, a matter of common knowledge. You ought to enrich your understanding by reading more. Remaining in ignorance is simply unacceptable. What kind of common knowledge is this? Which book records such an absurd tradition? I have never heard of anything like it. Haku retorted loudly. Do not concern yourself with the details. Understanding these principles will ensure you neither suffer loss nor fall victim to deception, Ling replied as they ran. Look, we are almost there. The two burst into the study, observing the documents strewn across the floor. Ling analyzed. These papers must have fallen during their hasty escape. He then pointed to a light fixture on the wall, noting, this lamp is somewhat chipped, unlike the others. It must be the mechanism for the secret passage. On hearing this, Haku stepped forward and twisted the wall lamp. To their astonishment, a rumbling sound erupted as the floor of the study opened up, revealing a staircase leading downward. The reason for their surprise was that neither had anticipated such an outcome. Gazing at the revealed passage, Haku exclaimed in delight, Ling, is there anything in this world that you do not understand? I cannot believe it truly is this way. You are undoubtedly the wisest person I have ever encountered. Though Ling's expression appeared enigmatic, he too felt perplexed. Initially, he had merely followed the conventions of martial arts novels, casually speaking of such things. Yet he had inadvertently struck upon the truth. When he had previously opted for Plan B and abandoned the beheading operation, he had already relinquished hope of personally apprehending Charlie. After all, Charlie was the lord of the land, and once he sensed danger, he would be nearly impossible to catch. As long as he was not the type who would only realize the gravity of his situation when faced with death, and provided fortune did not completely abandon him, he would likely escape. Ling had approached the task with a mindset of completing the mission. If Charlie eluded them, it would be a minor loss. But if they found him, it would be a significant gain. Regarding the rust on the lamp, Ling had not fully observed it. He merely pointed at a random light. In the end, Charlie truly had the worst of luck, allowing Ling to discover his secret passage through the strategies gleaned from martial arts novels. For Ling, it was a delightful surprise, a most fortunate turn of events. Without further hesitation, he urged, let us pursue him. Quickly recovering from his astonishment, Ling called to Haku to follow him into the passage. The secret passage was narrow, devoid of torches or light along its sides. For someone with claustrophobia, this place would be unbearable. Fortunately, neither of them suffered from such a condition. Time was of the essence, leaving no opportunity to search for illumination tools. Leon drew his pistol, employing the laser sight to navigate his path. Although visibility was compromised, he at least discerned the direction of the route and the presence of walls. Thus, he and Haku dashed forward for a good 10 minutes, until a faint glow appeared ahead. Before them stood the exit, and guarding it were none other than Charlie and Andrew. Upon seeing them, Leon called out, you two shall not escape. Surrender at once. Burdened with heavy packs, Charlie and Andrew found their pace considerably hindered. The sound of their pursuers echoed from the passage behind, causing Charlie to tremble in fear, dropping the torch he held. How did they discover this secret passage? Your Majesty, this is not the time for contemplation. We must flee. Due to their lack of any light source, they had relied solely on the guidance of the laser to navigate. Consequently, Andrew remained oblivious to the identity and number of their pursuers. Throughout this journey, even Leon himself felt that chasing the laser for over 10 minutes resembled the antics of a feline creature. Only a cat would pursue a laser pointer with such fervor. Meanwhile, Charlie and Andrew paid no heed to their pursuers and resolutely continued moving their belongings onto the vessel. The exit reveals a seaside cavern, and as one emerges, the first sight is the small boat that Charlie had previously concealed. By the time Leon rushes out of the cave, Charlie has already finished loading his belongings and is poised to set sail. Upon noticing Haku, who has burst forth alongside Leon, Andrew's expression turns grave, sensing the dire circumstances. "Your Majesty, you should depart first. They possess a formidable merman. If we do not confront him here, he could easily obliterate our small vessel once we are at sea." Andrew informs Charlie before leaping from the boat and charging toward the two. Haku, seeing Andrew jump down, also approaches. "Leon, quickly apprehend Charlie. Do not let him escape." "Understood." Leon replies briskly, seizing the opportunity while the two are at an impasse. He chases down Charlie's small boat, which has yet to leave the shore, and leaps aboard. Listening to the cacophony of battle behind him, Leon thinks to himself how fortunate he is to have Haku there. Otherwise, the seasoned sailor would surely have capsized. "Are you the instigator of this incident?" Charlie, with a scowl, addresses Leon. "Oh, why do you suspect me as the mastermind rather than that merman Haku over there?" Leon inquires, bemused. "It is quite simple. The orchestrator of such a series of plans, who can catch me off guard in such a brief span of hours, must undoubtedly be a person of remarkable intellect. The merman over there does not appear to be particularly wise," Charlie elaborates slowly. "Oh, can wisdom truly be discerned by the naked eye?" Leon, not rushing into confrontation with Charlie, presses further, seemingly oblivious to the adage that villains often meet their demise through excessive dialogue. "Haha, it is quite straightforward. When I constructed this secret passage, I merely placed a torch at the entrance in the study. Once we took the torch, even if others discovered the passage, they would inevitably waste time searching for a source of light. That time is crucial. By the time they catch up, I would have long since vanished," Charlie explains leisurely. As Leon remains unperturbed, Charlie, even more relaxed, continues his exposition. "You have traversed the passage, and I trust you realize that it is not a straight line, but rather a winding, undulating path. If an average person were to charge in recklessly, they would surely suffer. At best, they would emerge with bruises, and at worst, they would become lost and trapped within. And if one were to feel their way along the wall, it would be wiser to procure a light source before entering, which would only squander more time." "So what then?" Leon interjects, sensing that this king is not entirely inept. At least, his intellect is far superior to what Leon had previously assumed. Curiosity piques within him as he contemplates how such a clever king has arrived at this juncture. Leon remains oblivious. Curiosity indeed kills the cat. Upon meeting, one should resolve matters without delay. Prolonged discourse with a cornered adversary is the folly of a villain. Thus, when you were shouting at me within the passage, I was taken aback. To my astonishment, despite all my calculations and assurances of success, I have been pursued." Charlie chuckled, acknowledging the effectiveness of their methods. "However, their success in catching up indicates that someone has unraveled my meticulously crafted escape plan, and identifying this individual is rather straightforward." At this point, Charlie fixed his gaze intently on Leon, articulating each word with precision. That individual is most likely the one leading the way ahead. Upon hearing this, Leon instinctively applauded, bursting into laughter. "Your deduction is quite astute and eloquently expressed. Indeed, I am the mastermind behind it all. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Leon, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army." Wow. Not only do you commend your adversary, but you also reveal your identity. It gives off a rather villainous air, as if you believe that since you are doomed, you might as well enlighten your executioner. "Is this truly wise?" Charlie inquired. "I wouldn't worry about it. The ultimate goal of the Revolutionary Army is to overthrow the world government and rescue the common people from peril. Once our intelligence detected your actions, you were included in our target list." Leon continued, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger, as he passionately recounted the glorious history and bright future of the Revolutionary Army. "Remarkable," Charlie exclaimed, astonished that such an organization existed. "However, I am curious. Could you enlighten me as to how you discovered the secret passage and navigated it with such swiftness?" Leon, confronted with this question, shrugged helplessly. "Would you believe me if I claimed it was merely luck? I fortuitously stumbled upon the secret passage and just happened to possess a device that aids in traversing it." He produced a laser sight from his pistol, casting a red dot onto the ship's surface. Charlie, observing the sight in Leon's grasp, managed a strained smile. Luck? Is this destiny? Is fate compelling me to meet my end here? Now, not only was Leon exhibiting traits of a villain, but Charlie also emanated the aura of a boss driven to despair, lamenting the unfairness of fate. This situation was becoming increasingly precarious. Leon shrugged again. Well, I do not wish to contest your viewpoint. If you believe it to be fate's whim, then so be it. However, having answered your inquiry, might you divulge what compelled you to resort to such desperate measures rather than employing your intellect to govern this nation? After an extensive exchange, Leon finally posed the question that had been lingering all along. In response, Charlie's expression darkened with fury, and he shouted, "To hell with fate," before launching a furious punch toward Leon's rather unhandsome visage. As expected, the tension erupted. The villain's lengthy monologue had afforded the protagonist a brief respite. Ultimately, the protagonist was unexpectedly struck down by a punch of camaraderie from the antagonist. Leo, who had been idly posturing all day, now found himself in a precarious position. As the roles of hero and villain had been reversed, Charlie, now endowed with the protagonist's aura, was poised for retribution against Leo. Meanwhile, Leo's emotions at that moment could only be encapsulated by an exclamation of disbelief. Although Leo engaged in conversation with Charlie, he remained vigilant against any sudden attacks. However, when Charlie truly launched his offensive, Leo was caught off guard. Executing a bridge maneuver, Leo arched backward to evade the blow, subsequently raising his right hand to aim his firearm at Charlie and pulling the trigger. To Leo's surprise, Charlie leapt backward, evading the bullet with agility, ignoring his own image. Leo hurriedly got to his feet and exclaimed, "Wow, when did your speed become so exceptional? With such swiftness, you could have escaped long ago." The punch Charlie had thrown moments earlier was indeed extraordinarily fast. Had it not been for Leo's quick reflexes, he would have been felled by that strike. Furthermore, Charlie's evasion of the bullet was nothing short of astonishing. It was evident that Charlie had exerted considerable force in that punch. The fact that it had missed Leo exposed a significant flaw in his technique, akin to the common adage of becoming predictable in one's moves. Typically, it would be exceedingly challenging for an ordinary person to suddenly retract their attack and dodge backward in such a scenario. Yet Charlie had accomplished this feat, raising the question of whether he had even experienced inertia. Seeing his attack thwarted, Charlie retreated to his original position. "Why am I so fast? Don't you have any inkling?" he quipped, brushing off the dust from his attire. "Well, I had a fleeting thought about it, but without your prompting, I wouldn't have been so certain," Leo replied, maintaining his composure as he adjusted his leather jacket. Leo continued, "However, you have yet to fully master the devil fruit, have you? Otherwise, just now, I would have had to brace myself for your tempestuous onslaught." At this juncture, Leo stroked an imaginary beard, engaging in a rhetorical self-dialogue. Why could your speed have increased so dramatically? Why the sudden retraction? This line of reasoning began to make sense. The acceleration fruit could indeed amplify the flow of time within a defined space, naturally affecting the space occupied by its user. Indeed, the power of the acceleration fruit resembled an invisible shroud. For the years he had possessed the fruit, Leo had kept this shroud enveloping the shipyard without diverting it elsewhere. Charlie confirmed Leo's hypothesis with a nod. Leo continued, "Thus, over these past years, you haven't made significant advancements with the devil fruit until just now. The moment I boarded the ship, when you desperately began to prolong time under pressure, allowing the acceleration fruit's ability to envelop you. Charlie, of course, was in no rush. Every moment he could delay was a victory in itself. Since Leon had no reason to refuse after speaking with him, he began to explicate. It must be said that this devil fruit is indeed somewhat challenging to master. As mentioned earlier, the flow of time within the barrier accelerates. If the barrier is enlarged, not only will I accelerate, but so will others. Both sides speeding up essentially negates the effect. Therefore, to avoid such an awkward situation, the barrier must be sufficiently small." Leon, following the thread of conversation, speculated, "So you must have invested considerable effort to ensure the barrier perfectly conforms to every inch of your body, leaving not even the slightest gap, correct?" "Precisely," came the reply. "Only in this manner can it truly be deemed sufficiently small, transforming speed into lethality. If there exists even the slightest crevice between my body and the barrier, when my fist strikes you, the affected area will also enter the barrier and subsequently be accelerated. For that struck region, the speed of my fist would not appear as formidable, merely normal. Aside from this fruit's abilities, I am just an ordinary person, and this punch, of course, possesses no real destructive power. Indeed, Leon nodded. Thus, when your punch missed, you did indeed pause momentarily, however, under a tenfold acceleration of time. That pause is virtually negligible. Moreover, when you raised your hand to draw your weapon, I had already reacted and evaded. While practicing his control over the ability, Charlie remarked. Of course, none of this truly qualifies as a challenge. The real difficulty lies in the fact that once I step outside the barrier, I naturally lose the speed advantage it affords. This necessitates my constant distraction to manage the barrier's movement and transformation, ensuring that no matter where I go or what actions I perform, the barrier remains tightly aligned with my body. This is not something that can be mastered in just a few minutes. Leon shrugged upon hearing this. So, your decision not to launch a relentless assault against me must stem from this reason, right? Charlie, puzzled, responded, yet, I find it somewhat perplexing. Since you were aware that I was gradually refining and mastering my ability while conversing with you, why continue the dialogue? You should have attacked me long before this point. Furthermore, prior to my punch aimed at you, you must have noticed some telltale signs, as I was still adjusting to the changes brought about by my ability. Leon smirked and replied, I did observe some signs. When I first boarded the ship, you were entirely stiff and motionless, your speech fluctuating between fast and slow. In retrospect, you were likely attempting to control that barrier at that moment. As for why I didn't T-attack directly, don't you think it would be rather unexciting for me to shoot the moment I jumped onto the ship? It would be far more thrilling to wait until you became accustomed to the fruit S abilities. Nevertheless, I am still curious as to why. With such remarkable intelligence and innate talent, you were unable to become a wise ruler despite your swift adaptation to the powers of the devil fruit. Charlie let out a cold laugh and replied, You truly are a madman, but I must decline to answer your final question. If you wish to uncover the truth, you must first defeat me. It seems there is no alternative. Elon swiftly raised his pistol, aiming at Charlie, lamenting, I cannot guarantee that after defeating you, you will still be alive. Whether I can even hit you remains to be seen. Charlie observed Elon aiming his gun and quickly sidestepped, evading the lethal red beam. He understood the gravity of the situation. If it were an ordinary flintlock pistol, he might have had the chance to dodge the sluggish bullets after they were fired. However, he had already witnessed the formidable power of Elon's firearm, which was no ordinary pistol. The bullets traveled at a significantly greater speed. Calculating the velocity of Elon's bullets at 300 ms, to Charlie, the external world appeared to move at merely 1/10 of that speed, thus becoming 30 ms, equivalent to approximately 108 km/h. This speed is roughly what one would encounter on a highway. If he were to wait until the bullets were discharged before attempting to evade, he would have no chance of escaping. Both Charlie and Leon understood this point clearly. It was not that Charlie could evade bullets. Rather, it was that he could elude Leon's aim. Shooting blindly without proper targeting would only result in missed opportunities, placing oneself in a precarious position. Thus, the challenge confronting Leon was how to accurately target a rapidly moving object. Furthermore, this swift target would not merely evade but would also respond to Leon's aim. However, merely shifting his aim back and forth would yield no results. Charlie was no fool. He would dodge left and right, and upon evading, he would advance a step closer. Each time Leon attempted to aim, Charlie would continue to evade in various postures, inching closer while avoiding the deadly crimson laser. For a human, aiming at such a target transcended the limits of possibility. In this moment of urgency, even Leon's composed heart experienced a flicker of doubt. Was this truly the limit of humanity? If even an ordinary person with a rudimentary grasp of the devil fruit could not be managed, what aspirations and ideals could he hold upon this vast sea? Leon's mind raced, and suddenly, he felt that Charlie's speed seemed to have diminished slightly. No, it was not just Charlie. Even Andrew and Haku, who were engaged in battle behind him, appeared to be moving slower. The seagulls floating overhead seemed to have slowed down as well. Could this sensation be? Leon thought to himself. Yes, it must be. Including Haku and Andrew behind him, he was not merely seeing it. He was feeling it. Leon steadied his heart, his gaze sharpening as he focused intently on Charlie. At that moment, Charlie felt as though Leon's demeanor had transformed entirely, and he was struck with alarm, momentarily halting his movements. Seizing this opportunity, Leon swiftly redirected his gun, aligning the crimson beam with Charlie's chest. Realizing the peril, Charlie instinctively crouched down. Yet Leon's reflexes were swifter. The instant Charlie prepared to lower himself, Leon pulled the trigger. The 9mm bullet raced through the air toward Charlie. And although Charlie reacted quickly enough to avoid a fatal blow, he was struck in the shoulder during his descent. A vivid splash of blood erupted as Charlie cried out in pain. Andrew, locked in combat with Haku, paused momentarily upon hearing the cry. Haku, seizing the opening, assumed a forward stance and unleashed a powerful punch. "Ha!" Haku shouted as he swung his fist for 1,000 vortex fist. Andrew hurriedly attempted to parry with his steel blade. But due to that fleeting moment of distraction, he failed to intercept the blow. The punch sailed through the gap between Andrew's hands, striking him squarely in the chest and sending him sprawling backward. Haku, addressing the fallen Andrew, exclaimed, "Being distracted in a duel is far from wise." Though it is said, Haku himself understands that during these days spent with Leon, he has gradually come to regard him as an essential ally. If Leon were to emit a cry of pain, it would undoubtedly distract him. In the distance, Andrew struggled to rise from the sandy shore, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and continued to raise his long knife. Indeed, allowing oneself to be distracted during a duel is unbecoming of a warrior. However, Leon was unconcerned with the events transpiring on the other side. After the first shot struck Charlie's shoulder, that enigmatic sensation dissipated. Moreover, the preceding circumstances had triggered a lingering after-effect. Leon even felt a slight dizziness. Frowning, he massaged his temples, seemingly attempting to alleviate his discomfort. Charlie, having risen from the ground, pressed his hand against his wound. At this point, he had cancelled the effects of the acceleration fruit on himself. After all, acceleration has both advantages and disadvantages, much like the boatman. If Charlie were to continue utilizing the acceleration fruit while injured, the bleeding would escalate tenfold. Without Leon's intervention, Charlie could bleed out to the point of shock. Observing Leon rubbing his temples, Charlie managed a grim smile. "Heh, that look in your eyes, the sudden aim of the gun, and your current condition. Though I am loath to admit it, you must have awakened the legendary power, Haki." Leon lowered his hands, reflecting, "Haki? It must be Haki." That moment was truly extraordinary. A target that was once difficult to hit became as simple as aiming at an immobile target. Indeed, it is Haki. I thought I could escape this perilous situation. Charlie chuckled bitterly. "I never imagined you would grasp the ability of observation Haki in such a critical moment. It seems I am destined to perish here." "Destiny?" Leon exclaimed loudly. "Perhaps destiny dictates many things, but it cannot determine everything. Until just now. Have you not been fiercely resisting? Have you not been striving to master the powers of the devil fruit?" Charlie retorted robustly. "Yet, in the end, does my effort not prove utterly meaningless? I utilized our conversation to gradually familiarize myself with this fruit's abilities, and I nearly defeated you. But what good is that? You still resolve to embrace Haki in the face of imminent danger. Does that not illustrate the cruelty of destiny?" Upon hearing this, Leon shouted, "Then let this serve as proof that your resolve to defy destiny pales in comparison to mine." Witnessing the shock on Charlie's pale face, Leon continued, "What absurd destiny! For you, it may mean your demise, but for me, it is no different. I happened to discover your secret passage and fortuitously pursued you through it. To you, it feels like being pursued by a relentless foe, your life hanging by a thread. However, conversely, I find myself ensnared in crisis, observing our confrontation, witnessing the fierce struggle of those two on the shore. Destiny is invariably reciprocal." Charlie was momentarily rendered speechless by Leon's words. "If you have already resigned yourself to fate, then why do you continue to struggle? Why engage in this relentless battle with me? Would it not be better for you to surrender sooner?" Leon pressed on, unyielding in his inquiries. "Yet, you still yearn to resist, do you not? You still wish to defy destiny, do you not? Ultimately, what if you fail? Though resistance may indeed lead to defeat, if one does not attempt, failure is assured." This sentiment was not solely directed at Charlie, but also served as a reflection of Leon's own convictions. Leon and his fellow revolutionaries stood in stark contrast to the world government, a disparity so vast that even the phrase clouds and dirt fails to encapsulate it. In that moment, the world government scarcely acknowledged the existence of this insignificant revolutionary force. Did Dragon not comprehend the might of the world government? Did the other warriors of the revolution not grasp the nature of the enemy they faced? No. Everyone was acutely aware, more so than anyone else, of the world government's formidable power. Within the oppressive environment dominated by the world government, the revolutionaries dared only to retreat to a secretive locale, gradually eroding the power of the world government in the shadows. The actions of the revolutionaries were akin to walking on thin ice. A single misstep could lead to an abyss of despair. Yet what of it? The revolutionaries did not succumb to the overwhelming strength of the world government. Even if they were ultimately eradicated by the formidable navy, they would harbor no regrets. It is only through resistance that the overthrow of the world government and the celestial dragons becomes conceivable. If one lacks even the desire to resist, then the celestial dragons and the world government will endure until the end of days. Finally, facing Charlie, Leon clenched his right fist and struck the sky with a powerful blow, declaring, "Therefore, those who incessantly speak of fate yet refuse to oppose it can only be prisoners of destiny. It is the brave who dare to shatter fate that are the true heroes. Even in failure, such individuals stand firm upon the earth, proclaiming to the heavens, 'My life.'" Devoid of regret, upon hearing Leon's impassioned speech, Charlie erupted into laughter. Is this truly the essence of fate? Have all my efforts merely been to secure a more stable position within my cage? Ha 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 ha. With that, Charlie ceased to cover his wound, allowing blood to flow freely from the injury. "Dear Leon, if only we had met 5 years ago, you could have awakened me from this stupor. But now it is too late. Do not mention the myriad sins I bear. Even with my current pride, I will not yield to you." Charlie stood resolutely. And from Leon's perspective, the wound on his shoulder bled profusely, alarmingly so. It appeared that Charlie, disregarding his injuries, had once again forcefully invoked his abilities. "Charlie, can you still wield your powers?" Leon inquired. "No need for further words, Leon. Prepare to receive my attack." Charlie shouted, "Receive my final blow as a dying man. And along with my obsession, shatter that damned fate." With that, he charged swiftly towards Leon. Leon, of course, was equally unyielding. "Bring it on, Charlie. Even if you don't, I am already inclined to do so." As Leon uttered these words, he once again entered a profound state. In his eyes, every movement of Charlie became vividly discernible. Although Charlie had utilized his devil fruit powers, the injuries he sustained and the significant loss of blood rendered his steps somewhat unsteady. His once luxurious attire was now tattered, half of it stained crimson with blood, with droplets trickling down his sleeves and forming vivid red spots on the small bed. He raised his uninjured arm, no longer evading bullets, and with all his might, he sprinted directly towards Leon. This pitiful sight, devoid of strategy and accompanied by a smile on his face, made Charlie appear rather foolish. Leon mused softly. He then lifted his pistol, thinking, "But you know, I don't actually dislike you, you fool." Leon gently squeezed the trigger, silently bidding farewell. "Farewell, Charlie." Bang! It was as if the entire world fell silent, with only the violent sound echoing through the sky, accompanied by that gunshot. A blood hole the size of a thumb appeared on Charlie's forehead. With Charlie's demise, the effects of his devil fruit ceased to exist. His body collapsed heavily onto the deck, a faint smile still lingering on his face. Upon witnessing Charlie fall, Leon was engulfed in darkness and plopped down onto the ground. Intense pain surged through his mind. "Emma, having just awakened my hockey, to use it consecutively like this is truly agonizing." Despite enduring the pain, Leon's expression bore no trace of suffering, only a subtle smile. The moment Charlie activated his abilities and charged at Leon, Haku and Andrew had already synchronized their actions, ceasing hostilities and turning their gaze towards the two on the small boat. As they observed Charlie's final performance, Haku wished to express something, but it merely transformed into a sigh. He then turned to Andrew and said, "Andrew, your majesty is now." Andrew interrupted, "No need to elaborate. I've already seen it. Your majesty saved my life, and I vowed to follow him wherever he may go. Let us go." Andrew lifted his long knife and proclaimed, "Water flow, Mayat Simuzu. Here I come." Haku struck a pose and roared, "Fishman karate, Haku. Water flow, waterfall slash. For 1,000 punches, Wajing fist." Oh, how impressive, how impressive. So, the one known as Andrew was originally named Mayat Simuzu. Clara, having finished recounting the events to Leon, was now sparkling with admiration, gazing at Leon and Haku in awe. Yet what comes next? Kurla inquired, what ultimately caused Charlie to become such a person? He clearly possessed the capability to govern the nation well. Leon, upon hearing Kurla's words, could not help but let out a sigh. It is precisely because he was too intelligent, so astute that he discerned certain truths of this world, yet lacked the corresponding mental fortitude and strength, which led to this tragedy. Is being too clever truly a detriment? Kurla asked, bewildered. In response to her question, Leon refrained from giving a direct answer. Instead, he recalled two other figures, the future Admiral Fujitora and the founder of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Fujitora, upon witnessing the overwhelming darkness and evil in the world, chose to blind himself. This action, in essence, was a form of ostrich mentality. If one cannot see it, does it cease to exist? Even if unseen, evil persists in the world. When Charlie uncovered these truths, he lost his sanity, frantically seeking wealth to escape into a life of indulgence, turning a blind eye to the world's affairs. Confronted by monsters of immense power, Charlie's spirit shattered. As for Monkey D. Dragon, he too observed the world's darkness and the terrifying beasts within it, yet he did not choose to evade nor ignore it. Rather, he embarked upon the most arduous path. He rallied the revolutionary army, gathering like-minded individuals to rise against the celestial dragons. This matter may be too daunting for you, Leon remarked, gazing at the young Kurla. If you hear it all, you might undergo a transformation akin to Charlie's. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Kurla, noting Leon's suddenly grave demeanor, released her grip on his sleeve, clasping her hands together and bowing her head in silence. Observing her quiet contemplation, Leon nodded and said, "Choosing not to listen now is indeed wise. Perhaps when you reach adulthood, we shall revisit this." Teacher Leon, I wish to know. I yearn to understand the deepest darkness that shrouds this world, Kurla interjected, her gaze resolute. Leon, taken aback, inquired once more, "Are you truly certain? Do you genuinely wish to confront the greatest darkness that envelopes this world?" "Yes, teacher. I am resolute. No matter how terrifying the truth may be, I shall etch it into my memory and transform it into my driving force," Kurla declared with newfound determination. "And you, Haku?" Leon asked. "Will you join us in witnessing this beast? Or will you retreat to the captain's quarters and await our discussion's conclusion?" "Haha," Haku chuckled. "Is there anything that I, an old man, cannot comprehend? You underestimate my intellect. How could I possibly be outdone by a mere young girl?" Leon sighed once more. "Since you both desire to know, then come closer and allow me to unfold this tale gradually. Upon burying the two individuals at sea, we returned to the kingdom, where, through the preserved documents and the diary I carried in Charlie's luggage, I ultimately discerned the reasons behind Charlie's transformation and the tribulations he endured." Leon reclined in his chair, exhaling deeply as he remarked, "This may well be traced back to many years ago, when Charlie had yet to ascend to the throne. In fact, Charlie had two elder brothers, and due to his tender age, the throne was fiercely contested between them. Although Charlie exhibited a remarkable intellect from a young age, he harbored no ambition for power, preferring instead to frolic in nature and indulge in the joys of life. Many children in the city engaged in playful mischief alongside him, and he was affectionately known among the citizens as the most amiable prince. To Charlie, the notion of kingship seemed a burden of restrictions, laden with numerous affairs to manage daily. He was disinterested even in the newspapers his father tossed him, let alone the intricate matters of domestic governance. He believed it far better for his brothers to contend with these troubles while he enjoyed the carefree existence of a young prince. It was during one of his playful escapades on the coast, engaging in pirate games with other children, that Charlie rescued Maeda Taisuke, who had drifted ashore. He brought the eccentrically dressed Maeda back to the palace, where the court members, puzzled by his strange attire and the long sword at his waist, speculated that he might be a shipwrecked pirate, urging Charlie to cast him back to the sea to fend for himself. Upon learning of this incident, Charlie's father, the previous king, immediately insisted that Charlie rid himself of the intruder, emphasizing the critical nature of the current situation, which allowed no room for unpredictability. This declaration struck Charlie like a bolt from the blue. His typically gentle and benevolent father, who treated his subjects like kin, could utter such a remark. Was this pivotal moment truly so vital? Had it not been for Charlie's wisdom and his eloquent reasoning, citing various philosophies to persuade his father, the physician would not have been permitted to treat Maeda. Thus, it is indeed true when Maeda asserts that his life was saved by Charlie. Though Maeda received the necessary care, Charlie's heart remained burdened with confusion, pondering why his usually kind and gentle father had acted so peculiarly during this so-called extraordinary time. He sought out his two brothers, and in their discussions, it became evident that they were aware of the underlying circumstances but were unwilling to disclose them to Charlie. Days later, their father informed Charlie that he was growing up and instructed him not to wander aimlessly the following day. Instead, he was to don royal attire early in the morning and accompany him to greet the Navy. Charlie remained perplexed as to why the Navy visited daily and what the significance of the greeting entailed. However, since his father had issued the command, Charlie had no choice but to comply. Charlie accompanied his father and two elder brothers to the coast to welcome the naval fleet, arranging a ceremonial guard to create an atmosphere of fervent reception for the arrival of the Navy. Although Charlie had previously encountered naval forces, He had never witnessed such a grand display. Over a dozen naval warships were aligned neatly, all anchored at the shore, each vessel bristling with an array of cannons, while countless sailors disembarked in succession, forming ranks beside them, in stark contrast to the enthusiasm of the Stone Kingdom. The leading naval commander regarded the group with a cold demeanor. Observing the assembled troops and the smiling crowd, he inquired indifferently, "Is everything prepared?" "Yes, it is ready." "Then let us proceed directly to the transport. We are pressed for time." "Very well, please follow me," the king replied, leading everyone toward the royal palace. A mere child, Charlie was utterly astonished by the scene before him. He had never imagined that a king could exhibit such humility. Yet, this situation unfolded right before his eyes. Even though one was a king, should not kings be considered equals? Was there truly an entity that surpassed a king in this world? Unbeknownst to Charlie, this was merely an appetizer, with even more paradigm-shattering revelations awaiting him. Following his father, Charlie arrived at the treasury within the royal palace. The vault was brimming with gold, treasures, and riches. "This is the heavenly gold for this year," his father declared. "Take it all away." At a loss for words, Charlie could only watch in disbelief as the naval soldiers methodically transported the contents of the treasury, gradually transferring them to the warships. Once the Navy had completed their task and set sail, Charlie confronted his father, questioning, "Didn't the recent storm destroy several buildings in the south? And wasn't it said that there were no funds for repairs? What then accounts for this vast wealth in the treasury? And why must we allow the Navy to seize our treasures?" The elderly king patiently explained, "Indeed, we are out of funds. This wealth is the heavenly gold meant for the celestial dragons. The Navy's mission is to escort this gold to the celestial dragons." Celestial dragons? Heavenly gold? After the old king elucidated the roles of the celestial dragons and heavenly gold, Charlie was left astounded. "So, if we do not pay the heavenly gold, not only will we lack naval assistance during pirate attacks, but we will also face oppression from the world government? The world is indeed harsh, my child. On these seas, no one can stand against the formidable world government and the Navy. Even the legendary pirate king, Roger, was relentlessly pursued by them, and our humble Stone Kingdom must, of course, comply and pay the requisite heavenly gold," the old king lamented. Upon hearing this, Charlie could only resignedly accept this cruel reality. He never harbored ambitions for power. Now that he has learned the intricacies of the situation, he is even less inclined to concern himself with such vexatious matters. Regardless of which of his brothers ascends to the throne, he remains the carefree and joyous young prince. Upon hearing this, Kira inquired, "This does not make him a villain, does it? Moreover, he clearly has two brothers. Why is it that he ultimately sits upon the throne while they do not?" Haku echoed, "Indeed, indeed. This scenario exists in every nation. Which prince or princess has not had some encounter with the celestial dragons? Initially, they all believe their royal family to be the most exalted, only to discover the existence of the celestial dragons who reside far above them, leading to Charlie's reaction. Leon lifted his teacup and took a sip of hot tea, saying, "Do not rush. Allow me to elaborate at my own pace." The incident in his youth was when Charlie first heard the name of the celestial dragons. Subsequently, these lofty beings piqued his immense curiosity. Charlie devoted 2 years to an exhaustive investigation into the celestial dragons, who they were, why they occupied such positions, what they did, where they lived, and what they looked like, among other inquiries. However, the more he learned, the more appalled he became. Such a group of inept individuals had accomplished not a single commendable deed, wreaking havoc upon the world. Yet, paradoxically, this very group remained securely ensconced in Mariawa, the Holy Land, revered and venerated by the world, commanding the allegiance of both the world government and the Navy. None could provide answers to Charlie's questions. All responses were obscured within the historical void of a century. In his quest for clarity, Charlie ultimately chose to disregard the matter altogether and headed straight for the seaside. Sprawling upon the sand, "I have no desire to serve those fools. Let my brothers handle such affairs." "Surely, you feel the same, Andrew?" "Naturally," Andrew replied. "I serve only Prince Charlie." At that moment, a guard hurriedly approached from the distance, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I have found you." Charles sat up and inquired, "What is the matter that you are so flustered?" The guard replied, "Your Majesty, he is advanced in years and has been laboring day and night. Just now, during a discussion with the ministers, he suddenly fainted. You must return at once to see him." "What? My father has fallen ill?" Charles exclaimed in astonishment, bewildered by the sudden deterioration of his usually robust father. "This cannot be. I saw him in good health just yesterday." "Come, Andrew, we must hurry back," he urged. Upon arriving at the palace and entering his father's chamber, Charles found the physicians anxiously administering medicine to the king, with 2 bags hanging nearby. His 2 royal brothers stood solemnly at the bedside. Charles quickly grasped his second brother's arm and quietly inquired, "What has happened to father?" The second brother offered no explanation, merely exhaling a heavy sigh. At that moment, the king had regained a flicker of consciousness and spoke in a faint voice. "Charles? Has Charles returned?" Charles hurriedly stepped forward and replied softly, "Yes, father, I have returned. You were once my most astute child. Yet I am aware that the throne does not hold your ambition, and I have not pressed you to aspire for it. I merely wish for you to live out your life in peace, rather than in the manner I have." With those words, the old king fell silent, closing his eyes as he drifted into a gentle slumber. The physicians then interjected, stating, "His Majesty requires rest. It would be best for your highnesses to retire for now." Charles, feeling powerless, had no choice but to return to his chambers for the time being. Little did he anticipate that the following morning, the old king would pass away peacefully in his sleep. On one hand, arrangements had to be made for the king's burial, while on the other, a new monarch needed to be chosen. Fortunately, according to the late king's will, his elder brother was appointed to the throne. Thus, the elder brother ascended to the throne seamlessly. Although the second brother harbored lingering resentment, he was ultimately compelled to accept the reality dictated by the late king's will. He could only conclude that he was not sufficiently distinguished, which is why the old king did not select him as the heir. Consequently, Charles remained a prince for another 2 years. On this fateful day, the second brother, leading his troops, stormed into the royal palace. Ever since the elder brother claimed the throne, the second brother had sensed something amiss. Firstly, the usually robust old king had suddenly fallen ill, and many had witnessed him vibrant and spry just the day before. Secondly, despite the king's apparent recovery after taking medication, the next day brought the shocking news of his demise, which seemed quite implausible. Finally, the will was presented, designating the elder brother as the new king. Upon returning home, the second brother's suspicions grew, prompting him to initiate an investigation that spanned 2 years. It was revealed that the elder brother had orchestrated the entire affair covertly, even bribing the physician who attended to the king. In a fit of rage, the second brother mustered his forces and launched an assault on the palace. At that moment, Charles was fishing by the seaside with Andrew. Upon hearing the news, he cast aside his fishing rod and hurried towards the palace with Andrew. However, the second brother proved no match for the elder brother. When Charles arrived, he witnessed the elder brother plunging a sword into the second brother's body. Upon seeing Charles, the elder brother realized that the events of 2 years prior were likely no longer a secret. In a ruthless turn of events, he decided to eliminate Charles as well. He commanded the remaining guards to dispose of both Andrew and Charles. To the elder brother's astonishment, he had not anticipated that Andrew, initially saved by Charles, was not merely a humble servant but a master swordsman from the kingdom of He. The ordinary guards were no match for him, and he swiftly dispatched them. Ultimately, Charles, filled with disappointment, watched as Andrew severed the elder brother's head. As Charles surveyed the palace, he beheld the bodies of those who had fallen in the recent conflict, including both of his brothers. Though he had never sought the throne, fate compelled him to occupy that position. Upon concluding the tale, Haku pondered aloud, "So, this tragic conflict served as the catalyst for Charles's transformation? To witness can turn against one another, to kill for the throne, including his father and brothers, surely. I too would undergo a profound change in such circumstances." However, Keela remained somewhat perplexed. While this indeed would affect one's psyche, it seems there are aspects that remain inexplicable. The words Charles spoke during his battle with his master do not clarify this matter at all. Leon finished his tea in one gulp and remarked, "Thus, this exemplifies the distinction between you and Charles. A typical person, faced with such calamities, would only perceive the surface, seeing the elder brother's heinous acts of murdering their father and the second brother, and even attempting to slay me. In order to avoid death, I had no choice but to slay my elder brother and ascend to a throne I never desired. All of this chaos stems from the throne itself. A relentless pursuit of power and wealth, leading to the lamentation of the brutal realities faced by those within the imperial family. Is it not so?" Haku inquired with a hint of confusion, while Kira quietly awaited Leon's continuation. "Certainly not." Leon sighed deeply, a frown creasing his brow. "I have previously stated that Charlie possesses an intelligence that is almost excessive." In that moment, he perceived what others could not, the more profound and ominous abyss. What they are contending for is not merely the throne of Stone Britain, but rather, With a sudden crash, Leon shattered his teacup upon the ground. His expression contorted with rage as he ground his teeth and forced out the words, "Rather, they vie for the right to serve as slaves to the celestial dragons." Upon hearing this, Haku and Kira wore expressions of disbelief, rendered speechless as they slowly processed the shocking revelation Leon had just delivered. Alas, Leon continued, not allowing them a moment to regain their composure. It is a pity that although Charlie may be deemed excessively clever, he lacks the corresponding mental fortitude, which ultimately led to his grim fate. I harbored doubts when I first recognized his intelligence aboard the ship. It was only when he uttered the phrase "to hell with fate" that I realized he was not a foolish ruler, but rather a man whose mind had been tainted. I endeavored to guide him, hoping to help him escape the shadows and the fear that enveloped him in the abyss. I even entertained the notion of persuading him to forsake his wicked path and join the revolutionary army. Leon elaborated, "Yet, when one gazes into the abyss gazes back at you. Charlie has been ensnared by the depths, committing countless heinous acts." Haku then interjected, "Therefore, he ultimately—" "Indeed," Leon affirmed. Though he regained a semblance of clarity in the end, the sins he committed and the dignity he cultivated over 5 years would not permit him to surrender. At least in his heart, he believed that he must perish to provide an explanation to the harmed citizens. As Leon spoke, he noticed Kira, still lost in thought, and gave her a reassuring pat on the back. "All right, Kira. I understand that this is difficult to accept, but this is the reality we face. And dismantling this reality is precisely the mission of our revolutionary army." However, the usually astute Kira, at that moment, covered her ears and shouted defiantly, "No, no. I want to listen. How could a king be a slave to the celestial dragons? That cannot be true." Leon recognized that his words had struck a tender chord within Kira, who had endured her own harrowing experience as a slave to the celestial dragons in Mariawa, making her particularly sensitive to the topic of slavery. In truth, this hurdle must eventually be overcome, whether today or tomorrow. It is a confrontation that cannot be postponed. This is merely a matter of time. It is far better to arrive early than late. Leon knelt down, his large hands firmly clasping her small ones, and gazed intently into her eyes, saying, "Listen carefully, Kella. The so-called king is merely a higher-tiered slave. The old king toiled diligently each day. What then did he engage in? In truth, he was merely gathering gold for the celestial dragons, aside from the essential expenditures of the nation. All else ended up in the coffers of the celestial dragons. As for the citizens, they remained slaves, struggling for their livelihoods, whether they be farmers, fishermen, or artisans of any trade. They are burdened with exorbitant taxes. Where do these taxes ultimately go? They all flow into the hands of the celestial dragons. Under the heavens, everyone is a slave to the celestial dragons, all laboring to amass wealth for them. Some may have temporarily secured their status as slaves, while others yearn to be slaves, yet find it impossible." Leon shared much, gradually unveiling the harsh realities of this world to Kella. However, after concluding his discourse, Leon shifted his tone and gently reassured her, "You are fortunate, for you do not belong to, nor shall you ever belong to, the slaves of the celestial dragons. If there exists anyone upon these seas who is not a slave to the celestial dragons, it can only be the pirates and our revolutionary army. Press on, Kella. We must overthrow the celestial dragons to fundamentally eradicate this grim reality." "Do not utter such words, Killa." Even Haku, who stood nearby, appeared deeply conflicted, his emotions undoubtedly complex at this moment. Upon hearing these words, Killa exclaimed and leaped into Leon's embrace. Leon, caught off guard, fumbled for a considerable time before he could soothe her sobs. Once Killa released herself from his hold, she sniffled and declared, "Master, do not worry. Killa is better now. In the future, I will diligently study by your side and strive to overthrow the world government." With that, she dashed out of the captain's quarters and returned to her room. Haku sighed. Alas, such a harsh truth is indeed too heavy for a young girl to bear. I hope she can regain her composure. Rest assured, she is my prized pupil. I have faith she will not disappoint me, Leon replied. Haku retorted, "Oh, you're so assured, yet just moments ago, you appeared anxious and flustered while comforting her." "Humph, that was merely strategy. A tactic to help my precious disciple emerge from her shadows." "Do you understand strategy?" Leon countered. Yes, strategy," Haku replied impatiently. "I'm leaving now. I need to find someone to document what you just said." "What? You wish to record my words?" Leon asked, puzzled. "Why would you want to document what I've said?" Haku explained, "This is a task assigned to me by Dragon. If I hear any profound statements from you during this mission, I am to record them for the benefit of other Revolutionary Army soldiers. Oh, right. Just casually mentioning it. We have already documented many of the things we discussed when we first met Dragon, as well as during the initial meeting. Dragon informed me that these words could inspire the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army and encourage others to join our cause. Thus, it is crucial to maintain these records. However, I must admit, throughout these past few days, I have indeed felt something unique in your words, a certain inexplicable power that is quite rare. Haku remarked as he turned his back to Leon before exiting the captain's quarters. Watching Haku's retreating figure, Leon exclaimed in disbelief, "What is this? Are they truly going to use my words for others to learn from? Do they think I'm some diligent literary figure?" Leon could almost envision a future where, a century from now, the celestial dragons would have been overthrown and the people would be living in happiness. In schools, teachers would be imparting Leon's famous quotes to the children, and during conversations, people would occasionally exclaim, "Leon once said," yet, in truth, very few of those quotes would genuinely belong to him. They would be misattributed or fabricated by others. And there, long after his passing, Leon would have to rise from his grave, his decayed throat croaking out, "I never uttered such words." The mere thought of such a scenario made Leon reflect upon his feelings. Oddly enough, he found himself exhilarated, even a bit excited. "Hey, Haku. Make sure to document everything meticulously. Should I repeat myself? I fear you may not remember," he said. Concerned that any discrepancies in the records would not be his burden to bear, Leon swiftly exited the captain's quarters, calling out loudly, "TCH, he runs quite fast." By the time Leon burst out of the captain's chamber, the Haku people were already out of sight. With a sigh, he closed the heavy door and returned to his seat, plopping down with a sense of disappointment. "What a pity, Charlie. Had we met 5 years earlier, we might have become friends," Leon lamented, pondering the value of a 20,000 peseta punisher compared to that of a remarkably intelligent companion. He then retrieved a peculiar purple fruit adorned with strange patterns from his spatial bag and placed it on the table before him. "Well, although we cannot be friends, I shall accept your ability. Let your acceleration fruit lend me its strength, allowing me to advance with your spirit alongside me," Leon murmured, gazing at the devil fruit on the table. How did this devil fruit come into existence? It all began when Leon, after firing his gun, encountered Charlie. Leon, having forcefully utilized his haki, was plagued by a splitting headache. As he sat down heavily on the ship, a brilliant blue beam of light emanated from Charlie's lifeless body. Witnessing this spectacle filled Leon with profound astonishment. It resembled the gold that would burst forth from a defeated boss in Resident Evil 4. Ignoring his throbbing head, Leon eagerly approached to investigate, only to discover, to his surprise, that instead of gold, there lay a devil fruit. At that moment, it dawned on him that the system had intervened, retaining the devil fruit that should have dissipated and reformed elsewhere after Charlie's demise. No wonder he pondered why those minor minions never dropped anything. It turned out they were meant to be defeated by a devil fruit user. Leon did not immediately consume the fruit. Instead, he placed it inside his spatial pouch. Ding. Task completed. Charlie has been eliminated. The Punisher has been dispatched to your spatial pouch. Please check. Ding. The first task has been flawlessly executed, unlocking additional purchasing and enhancement options. Just as Leon secured the devil fruit, the notification of task completion echoed. While on the shore, Haku had also dispatched Andrew with a single punch. Thus, Leon carried this devil fruit with him until the dust settled, only to finally reveal it now, alongside a new handgun, the Punisher. Name, Punisher. Firepower, 110, enhanced once. Rate of fire, 0. 47 seconds. Capacity, 10. Features, superior penetration compared to standard handguns. Upon seeing this firearm, Leon felt a twinge of surprise. In the original Resident Evil 4 game, the Punisher obtained through rewards automatically came with a level 1 firepower upgrade. Leon had not anticipated that the system retained that enhancement. And the rewarded Punisher still bore the attribute of increased power. According to Leon's understanding, an unenhanced Punisher had a power of only 99. Slightly less than the initial handgun's 100. Faced with the choice between marginally lower power and greater penetration, he found himself in a quandary. However, now there was no need for such deliberation. With a firepower of 110 and enhanced penetration, the previous handgun paled in comparison. He promptly switched to the new firearm, setting the old one aside for a future opportunity to gift it to Carla for her protection. Next came the acceleration fruit. Leon had long coveted such a native enhancement. particularly since the acceleration fruit seemed tailor-made for him. His bullets already traveled at impressive speeds, and with the fruit's tenfold effect, they would reach unprecedented velocities. A sniper rifle's speed of 1,000 milliseconds could be accelerated to an astounding 10,000 meters per second. Who in the world could withstand such velocity? It seems that one must cultivate the observation haki to a level akin to katakuri's, enabling a brief glimpse into the future in order to effectively evade attacks. In any case, the combination of firearms with the accelerate fruit is simply a match made in heaven, rendering one invincible. Liang has even conceived a method of usage. Rather than the cumbersome approach of encasing bullets within an acceleration zone and controlling it to follow the bullets, it would be far more efficient to construct an acceleration tunnel, allowing the bullets to instantaneously soar towards the enemy. The thought alone stirs a flutter of excitement within him, just as Liang prepares to bite into the fruit. A sudden buzzing fills his mind. Warning! Warning! The system urgently advises the host against consuming the treasure, as it may lead to unpredictable consequences. Goodness! How could swallowing a devil fruit result in such unforeseen ramifications? Could you be a bit clearer? The system continues if the treasure is consumed. There is a general possibility of system malfunction, and a 50% chance that the host's body may explode. The system's relentless warning echoes in Liang's mind. Alas! What a disappointment! It appears that destiny has deemed me unworthy of the devil fruit. He laments, striking his thigh in frustration. However, after a moment, Liang seems to recall something. Wait, did you just refer to this devil fruit as a treasure? Indeed, it is precisely that, a treasure. The system responds in its cold tone, which now sounds surprisingly melodious to Liang's ears. He hastily opens the shop and navigates to the sales section. To his astonishment, what was once a barren inventory of firearms, ammunition, and medical sprays now includes a devil fruit. Previously, Liang had tried everything to acquire wealth, furniture, pots, and dishes, all to no avail. Following the concept from the game that merchants would buy treasures, he had even attempted to sell pearls and gold at the revolutionary army base, yet met with no success. It turns out that this finicky system considers the devil fruit a treasure. Goodness gracious! If this continues, I might have to play the role of Blackbeard, hunting down those with abilities. As he gazes at the numbers appearing in the shop, he wastes no time and decisively sells the accelerate fruit. Who was it that proclaimed they would carry forth Charlie's will? He muses, reflecting on his swift decision to part with the fruit. Observing his formerly empty coin display now brimming with 100,000 pesetas, he sighs. Charlie, your fruit has now merged with me in another form. Perhaps this is for the best. With 100,000 pesetas in hand, Liang opens the enhancement options. It is not that he desires to enhance his firearms. Their current value and augmentation is minimal. In his grand scheme, these firearms are merely transitional. He plans to replace his pistol with a red 9 and upgrade his shotgun to a striker in the future. Thus, the enhancements have become a waste, and they will eventually need to be replaced. Leon directed his efforts towards bodily augmentation, and simultaneously, upon acquiring the Punisher, the system unlocked the potential for physical enhancement. Leon later inquired with the system why, despite being an Earthling, he could awaken the Conqueror's haki, especially when his prior training seemed futile. The system responded that while Leon was indeed from Earth, his 2 years of existence in this world were not entirely without merit. The laws of this world were gradually integrating into his being, thus his body had undergone slight modifications due to these laws. Leon then asked if this meant he could commence his training. The system, however, harshly informed him, dream on. Although Leon had accepted a modicum of transformation, its impact on his physique was negligible, primarily affecting his brain, which was why he could awaken the observation haki. For the laws of the world to fully transform Leon's body to the point where he could train, he would need to wait another decade or so. Consequently, the system introduced the service for bodily enhancement, allowing him to bypass training and directly invest money for immediate results, not only modifying his body but also enhancing his capabilities. It is well known that products from the system are of exceptional quality. Previously, Leon could only gaze longingly at the unattainable first-level enhancement priced at 10,000. Now, with 100,000 in hand, he eagerly ventured to upgrade. Upon clicking the upgrade button, his funds swiftly diminished to 90,000, revealing that the second-level enhancement required 20,000. Leon raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this was a deceptive system that would double the cost with each level. He fervently hoped the next level wouldn't be 40,000. After clicking to upgrade again, another 20,000 disappeared. Observing that the third level only required 30,000, Leon sighed in relief. Never mind. The body is the foundation of revolution. I might as well convert my initial fortune entirely into bodily strength. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to invest the entire 100,000 into bodily enhancement, resulting in a remarkable 4-level increase. For Leon, his current offensive capabilities relied heavily on firearms. Unless confronting individuals with special abilities or those skilled in armament hockey, even the iron block technique from the Navy 6 could hardly withstand the close-range blast of his shotgun. Conversely, his physical resilience was alarmingly poor. A couple of punches from an adversary would send him to his knees, epitomizing fragility, akin to a golden crispy chicken. The exhilarating experience of spinning precisely to the last coin was truly satisfying, a remedy for his compulsive tendencies. Upon exiting the shop and lifting his teacup, Leon remarked, "It's only after spending all my money that I realized I can't afford bullets. That's quite a foolish predicament." Leon reclined in his chair, stroking the stubble that had just begun to sprout on his chin. "Well, I hardly expended much ammunition in the Stone Kingdom. The shotgun still has 15 rounds left. And there are 26 bullets remaining for the handgun, which should suffice. If necessary, I could always sell that handgun to procure more ammunition." His immediate concern, however, was to acclimatize to this sudden surge of power. Glancing at the shattered teacup and the tea-soaked fabric of his attire, he lamented, "I should have gradually adapted, step by step, as one ought to." That teacup was indeed a treasured possession I had brought from my village. "Teacher, I have arrived." The following morning, Keela bounced her way to the captain's quarters, as if nothing had transpired the day before, embodying the same spirited and lively little girl as always. She flung open the door to the captain's room, but her smile gradually evaporated upon witnessing the scene inside. At that moment, Haku was on the deck, energetically practicing his punches with fervor. Suddenly hearing Keela's shriek, Haku was startled, fearing something amiss. He immediately ceased his training and hastened towards the captain's quarters. First, he inquired of Keela, "What is it, Keela? What has happened?" Then he peered into the captain's room to investigate further. Upon closer inspection, Haku was taken aback by the disarray of the captain's quarters. The bookshelf, desk, and chairs lay in a state of disrepair, with books and items strewn across the floor, which bore signs of damage with several cracks and holes. "You are an invaluable chief strategist. You must not be harmed, Leon," Haku thought. During their time together, Haku had fully acknowledged Leon's position. While there were many brutish fighters, true sages who understood strategy and wisdom were rare. "I'm fine, Kella. And Haku, I'm here. Just help me out first," came Leon's voice from beneath a collapsed bookshelf, his figure obscured by the scattered books. Haku rushed over, clearing the debris with one hand while lifting the bookshelf with the other to extricate Leon. After freeing him, Haku inquired, "Are you injured?" "Hold on. I'll fetch the ship's doctor." Leon, still on the ground, quickly protested, No, it's unnecessary. I'm perfectly fine. Those bookshelves couldn't possibly hurt me." Gradually, he rose to his feet. Haku scrutinized Leon and, seeing he was unhurt, asked, "What on earth happened to create such chaos?" "There was no storm last night. We have been sailing smoothly." Upon hearing Haku's question, Leon's expression darkened. The truth was that the disorder stemmed from his own inability to control his strength, leading to the accidental destruction of items and even damaging the floor. In a moment of reflection, he decided that rather than causing further chaos by attempting to right the bookshelf, it was wiser to feign sleep beneath it for the night. Eventually, Leon stammered an explanation of the situation and requested Haku to train him in controlling his strength. Ha, Leon, you found yourself in quite the predicament." Haku chuckled heartily, holding his stomach. "I never expected such an occurrence." Even Kella, who held Leon in high esteem, turned away to stifle a laugh. Observing the two, Leon scowled, thinking, "Is this truly so amusing? What has happened to my usually kind and understanding apprentice today?" After a period of laughter, Haku regained composure, the corners of his mouth twitching as he remarked, "While I am unsure when you acquired such formidable strength, if left unchecked, this will likely be a daily occurrence. However," he continued, "you have come to the right person. Our fishmen possess inherent strength that surpasses that of humans by tenfold. Thus, when it comes to controlling power, we fishmen are the foremost authorities. To harness our abilities, we have even developed fishman karate. Therefore, your dilemma shall rest upon my shoulders." Haku patted his chest and declared, "So, what exactly do you intend to do?" Observing Haku's unwavering confidence, Leon felt a surge of assurance and curiously inquired, "It is quite simple. Just follow my lead and learn fishman karate." Indeed, fishman karate embodies the culmination of the wisdom amassed by the fishman race over the years. representing the entirety of their martial arts. One might assert that the sagacity of their ancestors is encapsulated within this discipline, which is widely practiced among the fisherman community. It turns out that Fisher Tiger's son pirates were all adept in this art. Subsequently, Arlong, who branched out to form the Arlong Pirates, provided quite a challenge for Luffy and his companions. Moreover, another faction led by the renowned Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, further complicated matters. Thus, upon hearing the prospect of mastering fisherman karate, Leon was immensely intrigued. The ultimate goal of training is to wield the ability to unleash torrents of water, subjugating various ability users. For Leon, the thought of having the power to dominate such foes was akin to a wealth of opportunities beckoning to him. Unable to contain his excitement, Leon promptly bowed to Haku, saying, "Master Haku, I implore you." Startled, Haku hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, Commander. I cannot accept such a title. I am merely your martial arts instructor. Should you wish to learn, I shall impart my knowledge with utmost sincerity." Despite Haku often joking with them, he became solemn when discussing matters of identity and status. While levity is acceptable in casual interactions, one must not disrupt the hierarchy. How could the esteemed second-in-command bow to a senior fighter as his master? Clara had been quietly listening for some time, and upon hearing Haku's intention to teach Leon Fishman karate, she suddenly interjected, "I wish to learn Fishman karate as well." Haku hesitated before responding, "Well, as a young lady, you should focus on acquiring knowledge alongside the commander. This path of combat is not suitable for you." However, Leon, having heard Clara's words, felt a profound complexity within him. As Haku rightly noted, the journey of training is anything but simple, except perhaps for Leon, who had extraordinary abilities. The arduous nature of training would indeed be quite challenging for a girl. Yet, Leon recalled watching One Piece on Earth and noticed that Clara held the title of a proxy master in Fishman karate. This revelation led him to ponder when she had begun this journey, driven by what emotions, and the relentless efforts she had exerted to reach her current state. The struggles she faced were truly heart-wrenching. With this in mind, Leon stepped forward to advocate for Clara. "Haku, I believe Clara is more than capable of persevering. She is no ordinary girl. She is my apprentice." "Very well, since you insist, from this day forth, I shall diligently instruct you both in Fishman karate." "Oh, yes." Kella leapt up, her joy reminiscent of a child. Yet, it is evident that Kella should embody the essence of youth. Her small shoulders bear the weight of too many burdens, rendering her somewhat unchildlike. In his heart, Leon sighed, "Kella, if you do not possess strength, who else will stand strong for you?" Thus, from that moment onwards, 2 figures, one large and one small, began to accompany the fishman Haku, forming an unusual sight aboard the flagship. Leon had only trained under Haku for 2 days when the fleet returned to headquarters in Baldigo. During these 2 days, Leon struggled to master the nuances of Fishman karate, managing to control his strength to some extent, making daily life manageable. However, when it came to actual combat, he still faltered, often finding himself stumbling as if in a wrestling match. After all, it had only been 2 days. Haku had praised him for his remarkable talent and rapid progress, claiming he was learning Fishman karate as if he were one of them. Such talent must indeed be extraordinary. As everything stemmed from the system's provisions, he was merely honing his control over strength. With a solid foundation of physical fitness, once he mastered this control, learning the intricate techniques of Fishman karate would become significantly easier. It is akin to assigning a primary school student to undertake university-level courses, naturally. Such a task would be exceedingly daunting. However, once the student has graduated from high school, delving into university studies becomes a logical progression. As for the remarkable surge in Leon's strength, aside from Keela and Haku, no one else was privy to this information. After all, the nature of this occurrence is rather extraordinary, and should a curious individual seek to investigate further, it could spell trouble for Leon. To avert any potential complications in the future, Leon resolved that this secret should remain confined to the trio. As soon as Leon disembarked, he spotted Long standing on the shore. He was taken aback by Long's personal presence for the welcome. Meanwhile, on the other side in the sand, Long was swift in his dealings. After exchanging intelligence, he initiated a wave of F2A operations. Choosing a moonless, tempestuous night, he capitalized on a strong wind to swiftly approach sand shores, seizing the coastline before they had a chance to react. At this moment, a multitude of soldiers remained ensconced in slumber, utterly unprepared to mount any significant resistance, and thus they were all vanquished by the revolutionary forces, abandoning their arms in disarray. In a single night, Long led his troops to seize control of Shajin Nation, and after spending a day attending to various matters there, he returned. Compared to Liang's situation, his pace was astonishingly swift. Consequently, Long had actually returned to headquarters a few days earlier than anticipated. Upon hearing of Liang's exploits through the communication device, he was further elated to have recognized his potential. Indeed, Liang possessed remarkable capabilities. Eagerly, he anticipated Liang's return to host a grand banquet, intending to discuss their revolutionary camaraderie and firmly secure this talented individual. Unexpectedly, our chief of staff's inaugural deployment yielded such a resounding victory, capturing the territory of Xiingguo without any losses. Seeing Liang descend, Long hastened towards him and warmly clasped his shoulder. Come now, spare me the flattery. If you had taken action directly, you too could have captured Shajin Nation without a single casualty. It only required one person, Liang retorted, grinning through gritted teeth, fearing that without his enhanced physique, Long's embrace might have been lethal. However, I cannot engage just yet. At most, I can conjure favorable weather during battles, summoning winds, thunder, and rain to gain some advantage. Long chuckled, adding, by the way, you seem to have grown considerably stronger. You appear far more formidable than before. I dare say a dozen soldiers may not stand a chance against you now. Really? Is it that impressive? Other revolutionary soldiers nearby gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Liang felt a surge of despair, lamenting the breach of confidentiality. What was meant to be a secret among three had quickly spread to a multitude. Goodness. This man named Long is truly terrifying. I must return home. As Liang conversed with Long, a yellow-haired little imp emerged from the crowd, brandishing a steel pipe and exclaiming, "Curse Liang! How dare you deceive the illustrious Lord Sabo? I challenge you to a duel." Oh. It was unclear how Sabo had learned of the previous ruse, but upon realizing he had been duped, he rushed out the moment Liang returned, eager to avenge his humiliation. When did Sabo become so astute? Liang mused upon witnessing Sabo's furious demeanor, understanding that the ruse had been uncovered. This shouldn't be. Has someone disclosed the truth to Sabo? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Long suddenly released his grip on Liang's shoulder and nonchalantly sauntered away, feigning indifference. Hey, that's rather blatant, isn't it? So you were the culprit all along. Liang mentally berated, incredulous that his foolish apprentice did not even attempt to intervene. Observing the raucous Sabo demanding a duel, Liang could not help but feel a throbbing headache. This little troublemaker was indeed a nuisance. If only Liang could adapt to his newfound strength, he would undoubtedly have Sabo completely subdued. Alas, at present, he merely finds himself in an embarrassing predicament. Just then, a glimmer of hope sparked in Leon's eyes as he spotted his astute apprentice, Kella, descending from the ship. Leon hastily gestured to Kella, conveying his urgency through frantic expressions. Observing Leon's discomfort and the animated Sabo beside him, the clever Kella quickly grasped the situation. With a loud call of Sabo, she dashed towards him, causing Sabo to falter momentarily, his previous bravado dissipating. What's the matter? He stammered. Without hesitation, Kella seized Sabo's face, admonishing him. Do you have any idea how rude you are? You must apologize to the esteemed commander at once. Sabo, bewildered and struggling for words, protested. Why should I apologize? Kella, undeterred, tightened her grip on his face, insisting, don't even think of arguing. You will apologize. Her determination only intensified as she continued to tug at Sabo's visage. Realizing he had no choice, Sabo relented and offered a begrudging apology to Leon before hastily retreating. Young one, you still have much to learn. How could I not be prepared for your antics? Leon mused, reveling in his triumph as he watched Sabo flee into the distance. Dragon, witnessing this exchange, could only shake his head. It seemed that only Kella possessed the ability to rein in this little troublemaker. Now, you mentioned a banquet earlier? Leon inquired. Indeed. We intend to celebrate, Dragon affirmed. Constantly being on edge and engaging in high-intensity tasks and training is not ideal. Ah, then you are in for a treat. Where is the kitchen? Let me there, so I may showcase my culinary prowess. Leon's eyes sparkled with excitement. After consuming nothing but hardtack and bread during their time at sea, he longed for a delightful meal. Dragon recalled their first encounter, where Leon had demonstrated his remarkable cooking skills, proving himself worthy of the title of head chef. I will inform the kitchen. They will assist you, he replied, nostalgia washing over him as he reminisced about the flavors from their time in Maple Village. Just a friendly reminder, be careful not to swallow your own tongue. The following day, in the bustling kitchen, Leon surveyed the aftermath of the banquet, feeling the weight of his responsibilities. Is it always this difficult to clean up after a feast? He lamented, a headache forming as he surveyed the chaotic scene. After a long night spent in the kitchen, creating vast quantities of food, he had finally emerged, exhausted and ready for rest. As a result, this group of individuals claimed to be hosting a celebratory banquet for Leon. However, by the time the guest of honor made his appearance, the majority were inebriated, sprawled across the ground in a disoriented state. Ultimately, Leon could not escape the consequences of alcohol, as each person took turns toasting him until he succumbed to their relentless libations. The following morning, as Leon struggled to rise from the floor, he was met with the sight of utter chaos. Well, this was beyond my concern. Those experienced in hosting banquets should possess the skills to tidy up afterward. It seemed that this enhanced physical condition had mitigated the severity of the hangover's aftermath. As Leon rubbed his temples, he suddenly spotted what appeared to be a small boat approaching in the distance. What could this be? Do our revolutionary forces possess such a diminutive vessel? The dragon, having risen from the ground, elucidated, that must be Rai's Max. He is quite the solitary figure, often venturing into the world alone aboard a small boat. Wait, is he not the legendary gambler, Rai's Max, who has never tasted defeat and is said to win every wager? Leon feigned astonishment. To this, the dragon offered no response, merely gazing at Max as he approached in his small vessel. Before long, the boat reached the shore, and an exceptionally diminutive man leapt from it. Upon disembarking, Max surveyed the chaotic scene and exclaimed in fury, "What the hell? You hold a banquet without waiting for me? This is outrageous." He then began to sprint towards the dragon and Leon. "Can you possibly run any faster?" Leon silently scoffed, observing Max's tiny legs flailing about. However, Marcus, surprisingly perceptive, inquired of Leon, "Are you thinking something impolite?" He then added, "By the way, who is this person? I don't recall seeing him before. Is he new?" "Ah, indeed. He is the new chief of staff," the dragon replied casually. "Oh, I see. So it's the new chief of staff." Max's face displayed shock. At this moment, Leon interjected, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Leon, and I have been honored to be appointed as chief of staff. I am new here and not yet familiar with many matters, so I would greatly appreciate guidance from my esteemed seniors." "Well, I didn't expect you to return. I thought you would continue gambling out there," the dragon remarked. "Even if you had matters to attend to, you could have contacted us." These days, there are a few decent individuals in the gambling business," Max lamented. "I was merely dabbling at a casino, winning a few thousand Bailey, and then they started hunting me down. I ran for my life, pursued across several islands, and had no choice but to return here to lay low for a while." Leon, intrigued, questioned, "But that doesn't sound right. Winning just a few thousand doesn't warrant such a commotion. Did they not recognize you when you entered the casino?" "I wish they had," Max replied, visibly disgruntled. "It was precisely because they did not recognize me that I was barred from the high-end area. How infuriating. It was the largest casino in the vicinity, owned by the notorious gang leader who controls several surrounding islands, and they failed to recognize me, Rai's Max." Now, Leon began to piece together the narrative. It was evident that Max harbored a sense of indignation at being denied entry, the fabled gambler left outside, likely to stir trouble later in the main hall. With that thought, Leon turned to leave, intending to seek out Haku for further training, murmuring to himself, "I believe I have grasped the situation. Dragon, I'll leave this to you. I shall retreat to my cultivation for a while." Wait, where did the dragon go? In the blink of an eye, he vanished. "Young man, please do not rush off," Marcus called out to Leon, who was turning away. "Allow me to recount the events that transpired thereafter." Leon stifled a yawn, his demeanor lethargic, and replied, "If you must speak, do so quickly. I have matters to attend to." The impatience of youth. As soon as Marcus uttered this, noticing Leon's inclination to depart, he quickly amended his words, "Very well. Allow me to share with you the tale of my legendary exploits." In the ensuing moments, Leon finally comprehended why the dragon had so swiftly disappeared. Enduring the incessant ramblings of this fellow was indeed a torment. What could have been articulated in but a few succinct phrases was instead adorned with excessive embellishment, stretched across several sentences. For instance, let me tell you, when I saw the dealer begin to spin the roulette wheel, I immediately recognized him as a master of concealed prowess. His technique was remarkably deft. He employed no contraptions, relying solely on sheer force to halt the numbers at his desired position. However, who is Marcus, you may ask? I am a legendary gambler, undefeated in my pursuits. What kind of expert have I not encountered? Even in the face of deceit, I can unveil the trickery with my discerning gaze. Let us get to the point, shall we? Oh, in that critical moment, I calculated the eventual resting place of the ball with precision. He intended for it to land on the number 28, which had already appeared in the previous round. He sought to deceive the crowd by exploiting their belief that consecutive similar numbers rarely occur. Yet, I, Marcus, saw through this ruse and unhesitatingly wagered my chips on 28. When the wheel finally came to a stop, it indeed landed precisely where I had predicted, on 28. And then, in that instant of resolution, the room erupted with jubilant cheers. They had witnessed the birth of a miracle, a testament to a legendary prowess. The thunderous applause seemed to echo throughout the venue, heralding the forthcoming thrilling segment of Marcus's battle against the mob, his escape from the casino, and the perilous chase that ensued. You three, stay alert. The excitement is imminent. Marcus paid no heed to Keela's remarks, eager to continue narrating the captivating saga. At that moment, I tell you, there were at least dozens of dark-clad henchmen, each wielding firearms, encircling us gamblers. Marcus recounted animatedly. Some surrendered, kneeling to relinquish the winnings they had garnered by following my lead. Naturally, I was incensed. I alone could not contend with those numerous assailants. Just when I thought my legend was about to conclude, the floor of the casino suddenly collapsed beneath us, precisely at the spots where those henchmen stood, leaving me, Marcus, entirely unscathed. It must be said that Marcus's fortune is indeed formidable. How could a triumphant gambler, undefeated in countless battles, falter here? Even the heavens seemed to conspire in my favor. Marcus, with his diminutive stature, proclaimed with pride. However, as the floor began to collapse, the ceiling too started to descend, truly a dire situation, and I could not match the speed of others in my escape. Just then, Marcus received assistance from a burly man among the gamblers, who lifted me and began to sprint towards the exit. Those pursuing us were relentless, determined not to let me slip away, even attributing the casino's collapse to my presence. Yet, the man was remarkable. None could keep pace with him, and he effortlessly cleared our path of those who attempted to obstruct us. Soon, he led me onto a small boat, and we swiftly departed from that chaotic scene. However, our pursuers were undeterred, chasing us in a large vessel. Marcus, accompanied by another gambler, embarked on an escape across 5 islands. At this juncture, Marcus paused, speaking in a tone of disbelief. Yet, the world is indeed filled with oddities. This formidable gambler is blind. And a blind man who gambles, how often does that lead to deception? When Marcus recounted the collapsing floor and falling ceiling, Leon sensed something amiss. Upon hearing the sensitive keywords regarding the blind gambler, he abruptly halted his actions and rushed to Marcus. So, what became of that man? Marcus, noticing Leon's suddenly grave expression, sensed the situation was more complex than it appeared, and replied, We fled across 5 islands, parting ways on Apple Island. He mentioned that since we had escaped the clutches of those pursuing us, it was best to go our separate ways. I thought it imprudent to bring a stranger to our headquarters, so I did not insist on his company. Hearing this, Leon felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Marcus. What did he mean by imprudent? It was as if the opportunity were knocking at his grandmother's door. Haku, prepare for departure. Leon turned sharply to Haku. Issue orders for our intelligence operatives on Apple Island and its surroundings to gather information on that man. We must locate him. He then addressed Marcus. Marcus, relay everything you know to our intelligence personnel. We need to find that man. The three observed Leon's unprecedented seriousness, understanding the gravity of the matter, and swiftly set about their tasks. Fearing misinterpretation, Leon cautioned, by the way, when you find him, treat him with utmost respect. He will be a formidable asset to our revolutionary cause. Leon thought, I hope I have not mistaken him. I can overlook others, but I cannot let Fujitora slip away. Be concise, do you understand? Leon bellowed. We are not going to war. Why the need for so many boats? One vessel is sufficient. Let us switch to a smaller boat, and a few more people will suffice. Too many is of no use. As the saying goes, while the upper echelons merely chatter, the lower ranks toil tirelessly. The revolutionary soldiers had yet to recover from the revelry of the previous night when, at the break of dawn, Liang's orders thrust them back into a flurry of activity. At that moment, a soldier, while transporting a sack of flour, stumbled and inadvertently let the bag slip from his shoulder. In a desperate attempt to save the flour from hitting the ground, he lost his balance and tumbled down, rolling along the wooden planks and colliding with 2 other soldiers who were also busy moving supplies. Alas, how drinking can lead to such mishaps. Observing the apparent aftermath of last night's festivities among his comrades, Leon could not help but rub his temples and remarked, We need a more sober sailor. I certainly do not wish to find myself inexplicably in the jaws of the Sea King. Just then, Long arrived on the scene, surveyed the disarray of soldiers, and notedly Aang's exasperation. He spoke up. Indeed, this poses a significant issue. It seems that future gatherings should involve less drinking. Otherwise, when unexpected situations arise, we are unable to effectively mobilize our forces. Liang, resonating with Long's sentiments, responded, Indeed, this must change. Otherwise, if the enemy seizes this opportunity, we will find ourselves utterly defenseless. Long, wearing a puzzled expression, inquired, However, I have heard that the grand scale of this operation is intended for that gambler known to Max at the casino? Leon understood Long's thoughts, but chose not to directly address the question in his mind. Instead, he subtly redirected the conversation, asking, In your opinion, what do you believe sets us apart from the world government? This question nearly choked Dragon, leaving him bewildered. Where exactly did he fall short? There seemed to be little comparability. Observing Dragon's peculiar expression, Leon stepped onto the prepared small boat and remarked, The Revolutionary Army's relationship with the world government is akin to that of an ant to an elephant, a lightweight vessel to a battleship, or a grass hut to a palace. Given our current strength, confronting the world government is akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot or an ant shaking a tree. Leaning against the ship's railing, Leon continued, addressing Dragon, who had followed him aboard. In my view, the Revolutionary Army is merely lacking in 3 aspects compared to the world government. Oh, just 3 aspects? Dragon inquired, curiosity piqued. What are those 3 aspects? Leon chuckled and replied, It is quite simple. Manpower, finances, and production capacity. Before Dragon could respond, Leon elaborated. Manpower that aligns with our ideals and possesses formidable strength would greatly benefit our Revolutionary Army. In fact, their power and influence could rival that of a Navy admiral. Understanding dawned on Dragon, and a smile graced his face as he reflected. No wonder we previously clamored for scientists, aimed to restore production in underdeveloped areas, and sought to control the economies of various nations, including the search for that Fujitora. All of this revolves around those 3 aspects. Indeed, not only for our Revolutionary Army but for any force, nation, or, broadly speaking, any civilization, the foundational elements are manpower, finances, and production capacity. These 3 are interdependent and mutually restrictive. They form the bedrock of all endeavors. Leon silently added in his mind. This is wisdom imparted by Sid Meier. Well then, are you truly setting off with such a small number of people? Dragon could not help but ask as preparations neared completion. I am not going to war with anyone. I am simply looking for someone, Leon replied with a dismissive shrug. As Dragon hesitated before disembarking, he decided to impart some advice. All right, if you encounter any issues requiring additional personnel, use the transponder snail to contact the headquarters. If it's urgent, I can reach you from any corner of the world within a day. Just wait. I will ensure the safe return of our Revolutionary Army's general. If I have to call for reinforcements for such a trivial matter, I would be no better than a lapdog. Leon seemed oblivious to the flag he had just raised upon departure. Once the members were in position, Leon set sail. TCH. I never imagined that Blind Man was such a remarkable individual. Had I known, I would have brought him along to avoid all this hassle. By the time Leon had left the port, Max was still fumbling with his short legs, arriving tardily. Watching the small boat gradually drift away, Max grumbled, Moreover, I am the one most familiar with that blind man, yet I was not included. Do not blame yourself. If that person is truly as extraordinary as Leon describes, even if you had invited him, he likely would not have come. Upon hearing Max's grievances, Long offered some words of solace, stating, I do not believe that your return will yield any results. It is not a matter of familiarity, but rather one of mutual understanding. Max, feeling slightly affronted, retorted, Are you truly comforting me? It sounds more like you're belittling me. If you think I lack the capability, just say it. You clearly want to imply that Leon is superior to me, don't you? Hey, where did he go? How did he vanish in an instant? Come back. Long had already slipped away, leaving Max alone on the shore to vent his frustrations. Meanwhile, aboard the ship, Leon felt a sense of contentment, resolutely standing at the stern to witness the unfolding scene on the beach. He privately rejoiced at his swift actions. Otherwise, Max would certainly have followed him. And Leon had grown weary of his grandiose tales. Forget him. Let us proceed with today's training, Leon declared, turning to locate Haku and Keela. Feeling rather pleased with the turn of events. Upon his return, Leon set forth once again, accompanied by a mere 10 individuals. As customary, Kurla and Haku were among them. Additionally, a navigator responsible for piloting the vessel joined their ranks, while the remaining 7 formed a squad of combat personnel. However, despite being labeled as fighters, these individuals were tasked with the more menial and arduous duties, as the demand for labor in those areas far outweighed the need for combat. With Haku and Leon at the helm, their presence sufficed for any confrontations. The distance between Apple Island and Baldigo was not extensive. Otherwise, Max would not have opted to return from Apple Island to Baldigo. If Leon and his companions proceeded at full speed, they could reach Apple Island in less than a day's time. Yet, en route to their destination, the communication device on Leon's person suddenly rang. Buzz, buzz. Reporting to the esteemed command post, we have gathered intelligence. The individual described is no longer on Apple Island. He departed by boat this morning. Leon raised an eyebrow, inquiring, to where did that vessel head? According to our intelligence, it appears the ship is bound for the kingdom of Udicana. Having absorbed this information, Leon terminated the call, reflecting that it was remarkable to receive such news merely hours after the morning's orders were issued. Truly, those intelligence operatives deserved an MVP accolade. Turn the course. We shall proceed to the kingdom of Udicana, Leon promptly commanded. At that moment, Haku was resting in the ship's hold when he heard Leon's command to set sail for the kingdom of Udicana, and he hurriedly rushed out. Leon, the kingdom of Udicana is no ordinary place. Oh, then do enlighten me about what makes the kingdom of Udicana so remarkable. Upon witnessing Haku's expression of intrigue, Leon too felt a burgeoning curiosity about the kingdom of Udicana. Haku, undoubtedly an experienced merman, possesses a profound understanding of the circumstances across the globe. Accompanying Haku is certainly the wisest decision made by Leon. Otherwise, upon reaching the kingdom of Udicana, he would undoubtedly be utterly bewildered. Udicana, in the local dialect, signifies abundance, and the kingdom of Udicana symbolizes the land of prosperity. This name is not without merit. Indeed, as its title suggests, the kingdom of Udicana is truly a flourishing and bountiful realm. It can be confidently stated that Udicana is undoubtedly one of the most affluent countries in the world. This raises a question: what accounts for the remarkable abundance of this place? If it is indeed so prosperous, then why have the revolutionary forces not hastened to seize it? According to Haku, there isn't even a single intelligence officer from the Revolutionary Army present here. The reasons behind this are intricate and can be traced back to the geography of our planet. It is widely acknowledged that the Great Maritime Road is essentially a circular route encircling the globe, while the Red Earth continent forms another circular path that intersects the Great Maritime Road perpendicularly. Together, these two circles divide the planet into 4 equal segments, each representing a quarter of a sphere. It is noteworthy that the Great Maritime Road is not situated at the equator, nor is the Red Earth continent aligned with the planet's meridians. This is a common misconception. The two circular paths intersect in an X shape, elegantly segmenting the globe into 4 distinct sections. This partition delineates the vast oceans, with the northern expanse identified as the North Sea and the southern expanse as the South Sea, while the left signifies the west and the right denotes the east. Thus, the boundless waters are categorized into the 4 cardinal maritime regions of northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest. Should we adhere to the notion that the Great Route traverses the equator, with the Red Earth continent serving as the meridian, forming a cruciform structure, the delineated maritime domains would indeed be designated as the Northeast Sea, Northwest Sea, Southeast Sea, and Southwest Sea. The intersection of the X-shaped configuration formed by 2 circular rings marks the entry point into the Great Route from the 4 major oceans, known as the Upside-Down Mountain. The alternate intersection of the 2 rings, concealed behind the planet, is the Holy Land of Mariehua, the dwelling place of the celestial dragons. Why? One may ponder, must vessels traverse through the currents of the Upside-Down Mountain rather than directly navigating from the 4 cardinal seas into the Great Route? The answer lies in the presence of windless zones flanking the Great Route, akin to 2 diminutive circular rings that enclose it. While these windless bands are not entirely devoid of air currents, should they be so, the island nation of Amazon Lily, home to the Empress, would have succumbed to extinction centuries ago due to stagnant air. The feeble breezes therein render sailing unfeasible. However, the absence of wind is not the crux of the matter. This world offers alternative means for propelling vessels aside from wind power, such as steam, electricity, and even the whimsical cola power of Frankie. In dire circumstances, a ship outfitted with numerous oars could navigate the windless zones through sheer human effort, albeit at a slower pace and with considerable exertion. In essence, The absence of wind is not an insurmountable barrier. Numerous solutions exist. The principal challenge posed by the windless zones is the lurking presence of numerous sea kings, many of whose lairs are situated within these tranquil waters. Without proper preparation, venturing in by mere rowing would likely result in a perilous one-way journey. Moreover, the upside-down mountain permits only unidirectional navigation, compelling vessels to proceed in one direction without the option to reverse course. Thus, could the windless zones be likened to a wall, effectively sealing the great route within? Would those trapped inside be unable to escape? Certainly not, for the Holy Land of Mariehua serves as an exit from the great route. It was there that the illustrious King of Daring, Gold, Roger, discovered the fabled land of gold and subsequently, through diplomatic means, exited Mariehua, returning with his king for a remarkable journey. This indicates that it is indeed possible to leave the Grand Line from Mariehua, as one can obtain passage rights through diplomatic means. Consequently, clandestine crossings are also feasible. How did the barefoot philosopher manage to exit the route? This query can somewhat be elucidated by this notion. The manga mentions that his journey lasted a year, implying that the philosopher completed the first half of his adventure and ultimately concluded it upon reaching the Red Line once more. The rationale behind this is that the world government cannot exert control over the entirety of the Red Line. Those unable to secure legitimate passage permits could easily surreptitiously ascend or descend the Red Line from locations beyond the Holy Land of Mariehua. Another character, Commodore Cleek, presents the most significant suspicion regarding this matter. Cast out of the Grand Line by Mihawk, Cleek's entire journey spanned merely 7 days. In such a remote location, how could he possibly have departed from the Grand Line? It has been previously stated that the entrance at Reverse Mountain only permits entry, not exit. So how did Cleek return to the East Blue? I can provide only one explanation. Cleek must have traversed the Calm Belt to return swiftly to the East Blue. The Calm Belt is not insurmountable. The Navy has equipped their vessels with Sea Prism Stone to resolve this issue. The Sea Prism Stone emits waves akin to those of the ocean, thus rendering naval ships undetectable by sea kings. After all, they are still animals, and their intelligence cannot surpass that of humans. The pirate ship of Empress Hancock employs a fierce venomous serpent named Snake to pave the way, instilling fear even in the sea kings, who dare not approach. This is yet another method. Furthermore, if one possesses formidable strength, akin to Silver's Rayleigh, it is entirely feasible to swim across the Calm Belt without issue. Revolutionary forces, the Four Emperors, and other powerful factions each possess their own methods to navigate the Calm Belt. However, what merit does Cleek hold to traverse it? There surely lies some mystery within this. Having discussed so much, I have yet to address why Udicana has become such a prosperous and affluent place. For an economy to flourish, certain factors must invariably be present. Is it due to abundant resources? Udicana does not boast any significant wealth of resources. Is it due to picturesque scenery? While the Grand Line is replete with beautiful vistas and scenic wonders, Udicana hardly qualifies in this regard. Is it due to convenient transportation? Indeed, it is, and significantly so. As one may gather from the preceding lengthy discourse, the most accessible location in the world is the Holy Land of Mariehua, linking the 4 seas and the 2 segments of the Grand Line, making travel from this point to any destination exceedingly convenient. It is no wonder that naval bases are established nearby. Thus, I now assert that Udicana is the second most accessible location in the world, surpassed only by the Holy Land of Mariehua. The Kingdom of Udicana is situated in the Calm Belt between the East Blue and the first half of the Grand Line. Islands situated in the doldrums are not uncommon. For instance, the infamous undersea prison and the renowned Amazon Lily, home to the Empress. However, Udicana is significantly larger than Amazon Lily, spanning the entirety of the doldrums, which implies that it serves as a vital link between the East Sea and the Grand Line. In essence, it presents an extraordinary shortcut. This exceptional geographical positioning has catapulted the Kingdom of Udicana into the ranks of the most prosperous realms in the world. Upon hearing Haku's description, Leon was somewhat astonished to discover the existence of such a kingdom. Perhaps that infamous clique returned to the East Sea from here. What a remarkable nation this is. Leon, invigorated by Haku's words, resolved, I have made up my mind. Our next strategic objective shall be to seize control of the Kingdom of Udicana. Leon's bold proclamation nearly sent shivers down the spines of his companions. Haku promptly interjected, Our revolutionary army has indeed contemplated their intentions, but we have conducted our research. With our mere 5,000 men, it is utterly impossible to conquer them without the involvement of the dragon and the bear. Leon stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "You raise a valid point. After all, such a wealthy nation must possess considerable military strength to fend off the covetous pirates." He inquired, "To what extent does that military strength reach?" "Unfortunately, our intelligence personnel have not infiltrated Udicana, so we lack specific details," Haku responded, shaking his head. At this juncture, the captain of a nearby support team interjected, "While sea kings may risk stranding themselves near the coast, there are occasional instances of them erratically venturing into shallower waters. To counter these colossal beings, Udicana is equipped with formidable firepower." Haku smacked his forehead in realization. "Now that you mention it, I recall hearing about a notorious pirate with a bounty of 90 million, who was also a devil fruit user, attempting to plunder Udicana. Remarkably, Udicana did not seek assistance from the navy, and before the pirates even set foot on land, they were obliterated by the kingdom's overwhelming firepower." Leon, increasingly intrigued, exclaimed, "Your words only heighten my interest in Udicana. If we could conquer Udicana, we would simultaneously acquire a robust military force." Haku and the squad leader nearly collapsed in disbelief. How could the chief of staff possess such an outlandish perspective? It was as if he believed that upon their arrival, the locals would bow in submission. "By the way, what is your name?" Leon inquired of the squad leader. Reporting to the chief of staff, "My name is Johnny." Johnny replied, standing at attention. Leon nodded with satisfaction and addressed the group. "All right, Haku, Johnny, Keela, and everyone else, remember this. From now on, you shall refer to me as Captain Jack. Captain Jack Sparrow. Then Haku, you shall be the first mate, and Johnny, you will assume the role of the bosun. Keela, please adorn yourself with a hat and disguise as a boy. It would be rather peculiar for a young girl to be aboard our pirate ship. Let us call you Chris, and your identity shall be that of a hired hand. Are there any other questions?" "Very well, Captain Jack. There are no issues." Keela quickly embraced her role, displaying remarkable adaptability. "Excellent. I, Jack, possess a keen eye for talent, having acquired such a clever deckhand. Leon, know from now on. He shall be referred to as Captain Jack," also swiftly immersed himself in his character. Though the others were puzzled by Leon's actions, they had no choice but to comply with the unfolding circumstances. Haku inquired, "So, Jack, shall we design a pirate flag?" "Heh. Remember to address me as Captain Jack Sparrow," Jack retorted with dissatisfaction. "As for the flag, a skull adorned with 2 crossed cutlasses would suffice. I must also apply some makeup, as I appear too youthful. A touch of facial hair is in order." With that, Jack set off to prepare. Before long, the transformed Jack re-emerged, and one could not help but commend the Revolutionary Army's exceptional makeup skills, truly befitting their line of work. Haku had changed from his karate attire to a more pirate-like ensemble, while Keela donned a boyish outfit. Even Jack, who knew the truth, almost mistook Chris for a lad. Jack's transformation was the most striking. Not only had he applied a false beard, but he had also affixed disheveled long hair, donned a captain's hat, exchanged his leather jacket, and equipped himself with a pistol and a slender cutlass. This level of cosplay was nothing short of remarkable. Jack gazed at his reflection in the water for quite a while, thoroughly pleased. Perhaps this journey would lead to significant news in Udicana. Jack was determined to conceal his true identity and let them pursue the infamous Jack instead. After 3 days of sailing, Jack and his crew finally spotted other vessels in the distance, unmistakably either departing from or heading toward that very direction. It appeared they were nearing their destination. Captain Jack twirled the false beard affixed to his chin and feigned gravity as he asked, "Have you all remembered the instructions I provided? Do you require me to reiterate them?" Johnny hastily nodded vigorously. "We've committed them to memory, Captain Jack. There is no need for you to repeat yourself." Haku chimed in, nodding eagerly. "We must remember every word and detail quite clearly." Joking aside, these individuals truly seemed to be intimidated. Jack recounted his tale at least a dozen times along the way, each rendition delivered with clarity and embellished with vivid performances. After a few iterations, the crowd had already become intimately familiar with the narrative. To say he repeated himself a dozen times would be an understatement, no matter how captivating the story. One could easily grow weary of it. In essence, he imparted little of substance, merely embellishing Captain Jack's previously untold adventures. To the others, it appeared that the moment Jack resolved to disguise the truth, he concocted an exhilarating and gripping adventure narrative. In reality, however, Jack merely adapted the storyline from the first installment of Pirates of the Caribbean, modifying it to align with the world of One Piece before sharing it with them. This tale is indeed captivating, for the narrative is not a fabrication of Jack's. He merely serves as a conduit for the story, not its creator. Soon, Jack and his companions encountered an increasing number of vessels and caught a glimpse of land emerging faintly ahead. As their ship gradually approached Udicana, a vessel suddenly barred their path. To enter the kingdom of Udicana, please pay the entry fee. A figure emerged from the bow of the opposing ship, shouting at them. Oh, an entry fee, you say? Jack inquired of Haku and Johnny, who both wore expressions of uncertainty. We have never been here. We are not familiar with the customs. Very well, Jack called back. How much is the entry fee? 10,000 per person. No, wait, 20,000 per person, and you must surrender your vessel for us to safeguard. Jack squinted, thinking to himself, what audacity. They dare to raise the price on the spot and wish to seize my ship, unaware of the formidable Captain Jack. Just then, a large ship passed by, seemingly uninterested in intercepting them. Instead, its crew continued to taunt Jack. Will you pay? Or shall we treat you as suspicious individuals and apprehend you? Unfazed, Jack retorted, Huh? You think you can capture us? Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of Captain Jack. With that, he swiftly drew his pistol and fired. The man who had been shouting was caught completely off guard, with no time to prepare. He was struck in the neck and fell backward. TCH, Jack murmured disdainfully while reloading his weapon. This wretched gun's accuracy is appalling. I aimed for his head. Yet at this mere 60 to 70 meters, I hit his neck. Haku reacted quickly, leaping into the sea to swiftly swim beneath the opposing vessel. In truth, the ship facing Jack was not significantly larger, housing perhaps only 20 or 30 men, yet it was still a greater number than Jack's crew. The opposing leader, enraged at Jack's audacity, bellowed, kill them all and seize their ship. Jack, taken aback by the bravado, mused, you truly believe you possess the upper hand? This is nothing short of self-destruction. Immediately, numerous grappling hooks were cast from the opposing ship onto Jack's vessel, and the pirates began to slide across the ropes. Yet, Jack remained undaunted, firing once more and dispatching a pirate who attempted to traverse the grappling hook. After the last shot was fired, Jack finally abandoned the tiresome practice of reloading after every shot, a mode that felt utterly foolish. Compared to the firearms produced by the system, this was simply exasperating. He swiftly tucked the gun into his waist and drew forth a slender, curved blade, beginning to feign the role of a swordsman. With a decisive slash, Jack struck at an enemy who had just ascended the deck, while simultaneously admonishing Haku, who was poised to dismantle the ship in the water, do not destroy the vessel. It may prove useful. Upon hearing Jack's exhortation, Haku relinquished his intention and swiftly scaled the side of the ship, deftly climbing onto the deck of the opposing vessel. In contrast to these second-rate pirates, the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army were seasoned warriors, possessing a wealth of combat experience. One-on-one confrontations were a mere formality. Even the helmsman was no easy opponent. Drawing 2 pistols from his waist, he dispatched an enemy with 2 sharp gunshots. Meanwhile, Chris had quietly sought refuge in the ship's cabin, for he was still but a child, having only recently begun his studies in the art of fishman karate. In such a chaotic scene, it was wiser to hide. Although Jack lacked experience with a blade, his physical prowess was undeniable: quick reflexes, remarkable agility, and formidable strength. In just a few exchanges, he had overcome his adversary. As Leon dealt with the minion before him, he grew concerned that Haku might swiftly eliminate all foes above. And he called out to Haku, urging, spare a survivor. Do not slay the leader. No sooner had he uttered these words than Haku emerged, dragging the leader down the zip line. Rest assured, my friend, I understand this much. The agility of Haku is truly remarkable. Within moments of leaping into action, he has successfully captured the enemy leader. Witnessing their leader's swift apprehension, the remaining fighters, recognizing the exceptional prowess of their adversaries, quickly lose their resolve to continue the battle and surrender en masse. The tale of this fierce confrontation is lengthy. Yet from the moment Leon fired his first shot to the surrender of the last remaining combatant, a mere minute elapsed. The swiftness was astonishing, akin to a one-sided slaughter. Chris had just found a spot to crouch in the cabin when he heard the sounds of battle concluding outside, rendering his efforts in vain as he hurriedly exited the confines of the ship. The opposing leader felt utterly outmatched, having initially believed he had chosen an easy target, only to be defeated in a mere minute. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. Even when roughly tossed onto the deck by Haku, he lifted his head defiantly and addressed Jack, questioning how he dared to launch an attack against them, unafraid of the formidable fleet of Udicana. Jack scoffed, retorting that even the child he had employed as a lackey understood that they were not representatives of Udicana, but mere impostors, masquerading under false pretenses to intimidate and plunder passing vessels. Humph. What evidence do you possess? The leader stubbornly persisted, still attempting to resist. Release me at once. And obediently submit your compensation, lest you provoke the wrath of Udicana. Jack found himself at a loss for words, bemused by the leader's obstinacy. To pursue a life of piracy while forsaking one's intellect was bewildering. Perhaps it was a testament to the world of pirates, where intelligence was in short supply. I must say, while your intentions may be commendable, your execution is woefully unprofessional, Jack remarked, shaking his head. Firstly, there is no precedent for collecting tolls so arbitrarily. Secondly, your failure to intercept larger vessels, coupled with the absence of others to do so, clearly indicates your preference for targeting smaller ships. As the leader realized there was no point in maintaining his faade, he dropped the act. Today, you have crossed paths with the Red Rock Society. Should you dare enter Udicana, prepare to meet your demise at sea. How intriguing, Jack replied, his demeanor unfazed by the mention of the Red Rock Society. In fact, he felt a twinge of excitement. Leaning closer to the small leader of the Red Rock Society, pinned down by Johnny, Jack spoke in a congenial tone. I trust you will share some information of interest and cooperate with us. Otherwise, the leader swallowed hard, unable to suppress his anxiety at Jack's friendly demeanor. I doubt you wish to know what lies ahead, do you? Of course I do. The other revolutionary soldiers present were taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. Astonished by such tactics and the ease with which Jack conducted the interrogation, they had witnessed scenes of torture before. But none had approached the act with such nonchalance as Jack. Various forms of torture rarely compel anyone to yield. However, Jack merely employed words, gestures, and expressions to exert psychological pressure on the members of the Red Rock Society, awakening the fear within them, ultimately leading to their submission. This was, of course, compounded by the fact that he had just undergone a tremendous upheaval within a minute, leaving him unprepared and with a wavering resolve. Subsequently, he recounted everything he knew in meticulous detail to the gathering. While others listened with furrowed brows, Jack responded with hearty laughter. Finding the situation amusing and realizing that the more complex it became, the greater his maneuvering space. According to this minor leader of the Red Rock Society, the situation in the Udicana Kingdom is exceedingly intricate. On the surface, it appears harmonious, with travelers and merchants coexisting alongside pirates. Yet, beneath the surface, tumultuous currents are at play. The direct cause of this predicament stems from Roger's words prior to his execution, which heralded the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. It seems that whenever a dilemma arises, the blame is conveniently shifted onto Roger. Originally, Udicana, situated in the doldrums, was far from prosperous. Even the occasional emergence of sea kings along the shores instilled trepidation in the local inhabitants, who ventured out to fish with utmost caution. It was once referred to as the Land of No Wind, a name later changed to Udicana. With the advent of the Great Pirate Era, a multitude of pirates, adventurers, and various other individuals invaded the Grand Line from the four seas. Once they reached the Grand Line, the harsh and unpredictable climate, coupled with ferocious primordial creatures, caused these initially bold adventurers to lament their choices and regret their decisions. This led to the rapid elimination of those lacking strength. Yet, those who were swiftly ousted and decided to abandon their adventures faced a harsh reality. The upside-down mountain allowed entry but no exit, and the doldrums proved impassable, trapping them within the Grand Line. Thus, Udicana, overnight, transformed into the last hope for these disheartened souls. The failures scoured the land, and upon learning of a place called Udicana, they flocked to it. The former windless country was a destitute land, unaccustomed to such a tumultuous influx, and it was left utterly overwhelmed. Particularly shameless pirates, who lamented the harsh realities of the Grand Line, arrived here with intentions of taking advantage of the chaos to profit handsomely. While their actions were indeed contemptible, it is undeniable that they reaped substantial rewards from this endeavor. Consequently, the allure proved irresistible to all. Even those capable adventurers and pirates who initially sought to continue their quests found themselves captivated by the immense potential of Udicana. The prospect of wealth was tantalizing, especially considering that Udicana was akin to a hen laying golden eggs. An influx of ambitious individuals soon besieged Udicana, transforming it into a veritable haven for crime and disorder. Various ambitious factions and pirates clashed violently over control of this territory, vying to establish themselves as the underground emperors of Udicana. Countless lives were lost in the ensuing battles, and many innocents perished amidst the turmoil. As for the local guard, they had long retreated at the onset of the first wave of pirate invasions, daring only to defend the royal palace, too fearful to venture outside. Meanwhile, The Navy was preoccupied with curtailing the rampant piracy across the Grand Line, too entangled in their own chaos to attend to the plight of this beleaguered land. After a period of time, these ambitious souls finally realized the disarray of their situation. Profits were dwindling, and the once naive newcomers had been dissuaded by the perilous conditions that now enveloped Udicana. This is certainly not the situation that anyone wishes to witness. Therefore, after much deliberation, it was collectively decided that rather than competing, we should jointly manage this place, ensuring that all parties benefit. This proposal is indeed commendable, however. To obscure their activities from the world government and navy, who might seek retribution, it is imperative to forge an alliance with the royal family of Udicana, securing their endorsement of the legitimacy of such organizations. The royal family readily acquiesced to this request. They had no choice. To refuse would invite dire consequences. Perhaps even a swift execution, swiftly replaced by another individual as king. With so many royal members, if one were to decline, another, including one's own progeny, would likely comply, necessitating the pardon of the gang responsible for the death of their own father. Thus, by the time the world government and navy regained their composure, the situation had solidified, granting the gangs legitimacy in the region, all while they had committed no heinous acts, instead intensifying local development and presenting an image of collaborative prosperity with the nation. Faced with such a scenario, the world government found itself impotent, rendered to mere spectators. Of course, this was merely a fade, as the world government could not interfere with the affairs of its member states. However, the undercurrents remained inscrutable. Furthermore, although the former king was coerced into acquiescing to the demands of these ambitious individuals, he was not one to be trifled with. In a bid to counterbalance the tyrants, he clandestinely fostered the emergence of rival gangs. Observing the proliferation of these legitimate factions, others were inspired to imitate, establishing their own gangs in a quest to claim a share of the lucrative pie. Seizing the opportunity during this prosperous era, the king quietly amassed strength, eventually cultivating a formidable army over the years. During his years of detachment from worldly matters, aside from the gangs, other organizations also emerged, collectively vying for a piece of Udicana's wealth. Just as the king, fortified by his military might and feeling invincible, prepared to vanquish the once powerful aspirants, an inexplicable phenomenon occurred. A portion of his army began to slip from his control. The unbridled armies have collectively expressed their desire to cease being mere mercenaries, yearning instead to jointly govern the nation and partake in its wealth. Thus, while it may appear that there is but one sovereign, the Wood family Donald to this nation is, in fact, dominated by 8 significant factions, each with its own claim to power. In ascending order of influence, the first is an assassin organization, accepting contracts from anyone, operating discreetly, and the exact number of its members remains a mystery, thriving on the conflicts among the other factions to further its own interests. The second faction is an intelligence organization, which similarly conducts its affairs in secrecy, profiting from the sale of information. It is rumored that within any organization, there exists an intelligence operative they have planted, though the veracity of such claims is uncertain. Thirdly, there are transient pirates, who typically do not linger long in this region and are seldom the source of trouble. Some depart after a brief stay, while others choose to integrate into various factions, finding a semblance of stability. Their presence does not incite significant strife and serves merely as a supplement to the personnel of the larger powers. The next 3 factions are classified as medium-sized. The fourth is the royal family, which, constrained by external powers, has not fared particularly well. Nevertheless, they still wield considerable influence, and this faction remains singular in its existence. The fifth faction comprises the military, specifically those troops that initially separated from the king's command, ostensibly tasked with coastal security. They have, in truth, often been employed as enforcers for the mafia. Sixth, we find the merchants, who appear to lead a modest existence, trading primarily between the East Sea and the Grand Line. However, the extent of alliances and conspiracies behind each merchant remains shrouded in mystery. The final 2 factions are the major powers, which, despite their scale, are marked by internal discord. The seventh is the nobility, who, in such turbulent times, have flourished and now possess a collective strength that eclipses that of the royal family. Lastly, the 8th faction is the mafia, with hundreds of organizations of varying sizes established in Udicana, among which the Red Rock Society is a notable medium-sized gang. While the royal family may rank 4th, the entities that surpass them are assessed collectively, but when evaluating individual nobles or large gangs, the royal family may indeed surpass them in comparative strength. The 8 formidable forces are intricately entwined in a web of substantial vested interests, with each organization within these factions also harboring a labyrinth of complex relationships. In Udicana, a delicate equilibrium has formed. Whenever a powerful organization seeks to expand and consume a weaker one, it faces a united opposition from various factions. Should a ninth force or an external entity emerge, the existing 8 factions would come together to eradicate the competitor and the new threat. They alternate between mutual exploitation, collaboration, and hostile contention for interests. When Jack Sparrow, or rather Captain Jack, arrived in Udicana, he was confronted with this intricate scenario. Upon hearing the little chief's description, Jack felt a sense of relief. If the kingdom of Udicana were a solid entity, it would pose a greater challenge, with the 8 factions' intertwined interests restraining one another. An aggressive assault would undoubtedly provoke a unified defense from these factions. However, formidable fortresses are often breached from within. This complex situation provided an opportunity for strategic alliances. Jack stroked his beard, akin to the ancient strategists Su Qin and Zhang Yi, and quickly discerned a general direction. The headquarters of the Red Rock Society, despite being labeled as such, was merely a tavern named Blood Red Mountain Stone. Hey, Lawrence, why did you bring along 2 unfamiliar faces? Just as Lawrence, the little chief, was about to usher Jack and Haku through the tavern's back door, a guard intercepted them. I've made 2 brothers at sea today. We hit it off quite well. I intend to introduce them to Boss Joyce. Perhaps we'll all be brothers in the future, Lawrence stated, adhering to the lines Jack had previously instructed him to use. Why do you look a bit off today? Are you all right? The guard inquired, scrutinizing Lawrence's pallor. He had a bit to drink with us earlier, and suddenly decided to bring us here. Jack quickly interjected, wrapping an arm around Lawrence and grinning. I'm Jack. Once I meet Boss Joyce, we'll be brothers. May I ask how this brother is named? Despite Jack's cheerful facade, he felt an overwhelming urge to throttle Lawrence. A mere lackey was still a lackey, utterly unreliable. Despite having outlined various strategies beforehand, when the crucial moment arrived, he faltered and nearly exposed them. The guard appraised the oddly dressed Jack with a smirk. You seem quite interesting. I'm Marvin. All right, you may enter. After a few casual exchanges with Jack, Marvin could discern no issues and allowed the trio to pass. TCH. So the defenses are this lax? They didn't even bother to question our backgrounds or confiscate our weapons. My pistol and curved blade are just hanging there uselessly, Jack muttered under his breath as they stepped inside. Haku and Lawrence exchanged glances, bemused. Others had been granted entry effortlessly, yet Jack still seemed dissatisfied. Ironically, according to Jack's plan, the 2 displayed weapons were intended to be surrendered. Only after the weapons were confiscated did they lower their guard. At the moment of their relaxation, the Punisher was swiftly drawn from the spatial pouch, launching a sudden assault that left the average person utterly unprepared. Yet, the laxity of their defenses proved detrimental, especially for someone as astute as Jack. He internally scoffed at the thought of dealing with such imbeciles, feeling as though his own intellect was being diminished. Nevertheless, this hurdle was surmounted. When Lawrence brought Jack and the others, it was still afternoon, and the tavern was devoid of patrons. Lawrence led them directly through the back door into the backstage area, proceeding towards the basement. After descending a flight of stairs, they arrived at a grand hall. Upon entering, they found Joyce already seated in the central position, awaiting their arrival. Flanking the hall were numerous individuals, each adorned in menacing attire. Some wielded axes. Others sheathed curved blades at their waists, while a few brandished firearms, moving restlessly about. Both Haku and Jack were momentarily taken aback by the scene. After all, it was merely a matter of recruiting 2 newcomers, and such a display seemed excessive. Lawrence, too, felt a twinge of apprehension. His already fragile composure faltered in the presence of the gatekeeper, let alone when facing the boss directly. Trembling, he addressed Joyce. Boss, these 2. However, Joyce interrupted with a wave of his hand, cutting off Lawrence's intended introduction. No need for further introductions. Your foolish gatekeeper, Marvin, has already informed me of your arrival. Why yes, boss, Lawrence stammered. Observing Lawrence's anxious demeanor, Jack could no longer contain himself and interjected on his behalf. Let me be frank. Might we inquire about the possibility of joining the Red Rock Society? Joyce leisurely clasped his hands before him, a smile gracing his lips. Given your capabilities, if you truly wish to join our Red Rock Society, I would certainly welcome you. However, the smile vanished from Joyce's face as he turned to Lawrence. Lawrence, I believe I have warned you about the consequences of betrayal. Upon the completion of this statement, the subordinates flanking him swiftly drew their weapons, aiming them at the 3 individuals in the center. Jack, not omnipotent, was taken aback by Joyce's unexpected foresight and the strategic formation that had been established, evoking the sensation of 500 axe-wielding men standing at attention awaiting a command. In this moment of urgency, Lawrence, surprisingly composed and articulate, declared, "Boss, the matter of betrayal is utterly fictitious. I have never betrayed you." "Humph," Joyce coldly retorted. "Pray tell me, why did only you return?" "I cannot speak for the others," Joyce continued. "But I had secretly instructed Mori within your ranks that unless he were to perish, he would undoubtedly return with you. Should he fail to do so one day, it would indicate your treachery." At this juncture, Joyce rose abruptly, vociferously questioning, "Are you implying that you encountered two new companions and that Mori inexplicably met his demise?" Lawrence, taken aback by this interrogation, collapsed onto the ground, for indeed, Mori had perished during the skirmish with Jack and his allies, though the identity of his assailant remained unknown. Haku also displayed signs of exasperation. The plan had failed from the outset. Deceiving the guards may have been feasible, but Joyce had evidently placed a trusted confidant beside this minor leader. Contrarily, Jack erupted into laughter, extolling, "Truly, Joyce, your cunning is unparalleled. I underestimated you. Just moments ago." While mocking the intelligence of the guards, Jack had ridiculed the foolishness of the world, only to find himself swiftly rebuked and outmaneuvered. In such a complex situation, a leader of a mid-tier gang must possess a modicum of cunning. Jack pondered, "While others strike first, I find myself the target of ridicule." "Flattery, mere flattery," Joyce chuckled. "It is merely a collection of lessons learned from years of leading a gang." Leon, steeling himself, resolved that if softness would not suffice, he must resort to a firmer approach to salvage some semblance of dignity. Otherwise, he would appear utterly foolish. "I shall state it plainly. I do wish to join the Red Rock Society, but I aspire to occupy the position of leader." Jack fixed his gaze upon Joyce, inquiring whether he would be willing to relinquish his post. "Intriguing. If you seek my position, then prove your worth by strength," Joyce replied, his voice deepening. "Attack." With Joyce's command, the members who had long awaited their cue surged forward, brandishing their weapons and roaring with fervor. Captain Jack, undeterred, drew his sidearm the moment negotiations collapsed. It is often said that to capture a thief, one must first seize their leader. As long as Joyce could be dealt with, everything else would fall into place. The distance between them was not significant, and with Jack's current marksmanship, a miss was out of the question. However, to both Jack and Haku's astonishment, the bullet that was fired struck Joyce as if it had collided with an iron plate, producing a resounding clang. "Stop," Joyce exclaimed, having taken a shot from Jack. Yet he appeared unfazed. "All of you, step back. I wish to engage them personally." As he spoke, a layer of dark, hard exoskeleton emerged from Joyce's body, tearing through his clothing, with a pair of immense pincers forming on his shoulders. "Did you truly believe that firearms would be effective against me?" At that moment, Joyce resembled a humanoid beetle, completely encased in a glossy black shell. "Did that fool Lawrence fail to inform you that I am a user of the bug fruit in the form of a scarab?" Joyce declared with pride. "TCH, this worthless gun is indeed ineffective," Jack muttered, silently sheathing his weapon once more. "This firearm bears a sense of injustice, for throughout their journey, Jack has treated it with nothing but disdain." The shot fired struck directly against Joyce's formidable shell, rendering even the system's Punisher ineffective. As for Lawrence, he had certainly informed Leon of Joyce's devil fruit abilities. According to their initial plan, an unguarded gunshot might have taken Joyce by surprise, potentially allowing for a swift victory. However, it was evident from the moment they entered that Joyce was already on high alert. Any sign of movement from Jack would trigger an immediate transformation. "Let me use these mighty pincers to cleave you in twain," Joyce declared, bending low as he advanced with his imposing claws. Haku and Jack, fully aware of the peril should they be caught, hastily dodged to the sides. Unfortunately, Lawrence, standing alongside them, was far less fortunate, as the two evaded. No one extended a hand to assist him, leaving him vulnerable. "You are the first, Lawrence," Joyce sneered, hoisting him aloft with his pincers. "How grotesque you are, Lawrence. It is time to fulfill the promise I made." "Please, no." Lawrence thrashed helplessly in the pincers. "Joyce, I was coerced. Spare me." Yet Joyce paid no heed to Lawrence's pleas, brutally cleaving him in half. A torrent of blood gushed forth, splattering against the dark shell, while viscera and chunks of flesh rained down upon Joyce. He remained unfazed, reveling in this gruesome baptism. During this chaos, Jack sought out any potential gaps or weaknesses in Joyce's armor, ultimately discovering that the eyes remained the most vulnerable point. Yet Joyce was surely aware of this vulnerability. as he meticulously protected his eyes, often keeping a hand nearby to shield them from harm. Emma, this presents a dilemma. I wonder if Haku's strength can penetrate such layers of armor. This marked Jack's first encounter with an adversary clad in a turtle-like shell, leaving him feeling somewhat at a loss. Fortunately, while Joyce's shell afforded him immense power and defense, his speed was lacking, allowing the two to engage him in combat. Jack had attempted to strike Joyce's joints, heels, and nape with his curved blade, yet found little success. Even the relatively weaker joints proved impervious to mere steel. Haku, of course, surpassed Jack in skill, yet Joyce was not foolish. While he could afford to turn his back to Jack, he could not do the same for Haku. Consequently, Haku's strikes often met the toughest parts of Joyce's armor, yielding no results. Instead, he found his hands aching and injuries forming upon his knuckles. Indeed, these cosplay props are of little utility. It seems we must resort to more formidable weaponry. Jack understood that prolonging the situation would be severely detrimental to his side. He cast aside his curved dagger and retrieved a shotgun from his spatial pouch. At that moment, Jack felt a twinge of regret. Had he saved some money instead of spending it all, he could have procured a rocket launcher, which would be most effective against such slow-moving, heavily armored targets. However, that was merely a fleeting thought. For now, he could only make do with the shotgun and see if he could blast his way through. Lacking firepower, he would rely on skill. Haku, recognizing the potency of the shotgun, purposefully shouted and delivered a powerful punch to Joyce's head, forcing Joyce to cross his arms in defense. Jack, fully aware that Haku was creating an opportunity for him, wasted no time and lunged in to strike at Joyce's popliteal area, the joint behind the knee, in a coordinated effort to seize control. The distance of the shot was barely 10 centimeters, and Joyce's popliteal fossa was firmly struck by a bullet. Although the joint remained intact, Joyce staggered from the impact. His right leg buckled, nearly bringing him to his knees, and he silently cursed his misfortune. As anticipated, Haku, who had just landed a punch on Joyce's shell, endured the searing pain in his hand and seized this opportunity. Adopting a fighting stance, he roared, for Thousand Vortex Punch. Joyce was unable to react in time and instinctively closed his eyes. Despite the thin layer of shell that covered his eyelids and face, it was far too fragile to withstand Haku's full force. The blow shattered the shell on his face, causing his head to jerk back. For an ordinary person, such a strike would have rendered them unconscious. However, while Joyce's shell was broken, it mitigated much of the damage, allowing him to remain conscious. Yet, the cunning Jack offered no chance for a comeback. As Joyce half-knelt and leaned back, Jack was already poised with a shotgun, waiting. With a pull of the trigger by Leon, Joyce's last memory lingered on the dark muzzle of the gun. This final collaboration was executed with remarkable fluidity. Had either Haku or Jack faltered by even a fraction, such a dazzling outcome would have been unattainable. Once Joyce regained his composure, he realized that maintaining his faade was no longer tenable, prompting him to call his subordinates to surround the two. This would spell trouble. Thus, Joyce, with his life, imparted a valuable lesson: to feign less and live longer, to provoke fewer deaths, thus avoiding humiliation. Jack, unceremoniously, took the seat Joyce had previously occupied and proclaimed, "Is there anyone who disagrees?" The crowd fell silent. The events had transpired too swiftly for anyone to process. What did you say? In our Red Rock Society, we don't even have a casino. Jack sat in Joyce's former position, gradually assuming control over the affairs of the Red Rock Society. A subordinate below, drenched in cold sweat from witnessing Captain Jack's brutality, cautiously reported, "Our Red Rock Society primarily manages most of the taverns in Keepa City, while the casinos are divided between the Black Bear Society and the Ironwood Society." The casinos are in the hands of the Black Bear Society and the Ironwood Society. I wonder how Joyce managed things. He relinquished the most profitable ventures. Jack expressed his dissatisfaction. "All right, you may go. Inform the others that from now on, we shall refrain from intimidating or robbing those small vessels. Who knows when we might encounter trouble," Jack commanded sternly. "I understand, sir. Rest assured, Captain Jack. I will take care of it right away." "Sir? You should address him as Captain Jack. Do you understand?" "Captain Jack." Jack slammed the chair and stood up, glaring at him. The man could only nod and bow repeatedly, affirming his words. After the man left, Jack turned to Chris and asked, "Am I truly that frightening?" However, Chris did not respond. Instead, Haku answered first, "Certainly, you are terrifying. Anyone witnessing such a scene would undoubtedly feel a sense of dread." It turned out that when Jack initially occupied that position, someone, dissatisfied with him, sought to avenge their leader, Joyce, under the guise of retribution. Yet, Jack remained seated. And after dispatching 3 oblivious thugs with 3 shots, the dissenting voices vanished. Notably, while Jack could have utilized those cosplay props to eliminate them, he chose to wield a powerful shotgun to establish his authority, resulting in gruesome deaths for those struck. One individual, rushing forward, was hit at point-blank range. With his internal organs splattering from his back, Jack remained unfazed by the blood splattered on him. To others, he appeared even more bloodthirsty and brutal than the previous leader. Joyce. The essence of the Red Rock Society was that Joyce likened his armor to an indestructible boulder. And such a method of cleaving individuals in two would inevitably result in the armor being drenched in blood. Thus, it was with the Red Rock Society. Presently, Jack's long gun was far more formidable than a giant claw, resembling not a mere firearm, but rather a portable cannon. Well, there's little I can do about that, Jack said, raising his hands in exasperation. However, the pressing issue is that in 2 days, our target will arrive. What should we do? Merely mentioning this concern caused a frown to settle across the faces of the group. The so-called target was the classmate Xiao, who would arrive from Apple Island on a large ship, taking 2 days longer than the swift-sailing vessel Jack and his companions were using. Jack had initially contemplated that after resolving matters with the Red Rock Society, he would utilize its resources to intercept Xiao and draw him into the Red Rock Society's casino for further engagement. Little did he know that the Red Rock Society had no casino to speak of. Instead, its enterprises were primarily nightclubs and taverns. Haku inquired, within the span of 2 days, can we conquer the Black Bear Guild and the Ironwood Guild? If we succeed in subduing these 2 factions, shall we not possess a casino? Much like our takeover of the Red Rock Guild, we could approach this matter with a show of force. Jack shook his head and replied, no, this nation is already home to 3 formidable guilds. The emergence of a 4th will not be tolerated by the others. Even the distant guilds in the royal capital and the faraway Fong Guild in Yashan City would welcome the expansion of their influence. Yet they would conspire to thwart any new guild's formation. Even if we were to swiftly seize the other 2 guilds before they could react, we would still face their oppression and counterattacks. The kingdom of Udicana comprises 3 cities, the first being Keepa City, where Jack and his companions reside, situated on the side of the Grand Route. The second is Yashan City, home to the Fong Guild, located on the eastern seaside. In between lies the royal capital, Gran, a region where competition among the major factions is most intense and prosperous. This is due to the fact that any travel from the eastern sea to the Grand Route, or vice versa, necessitates passage through the royal capital. Unlike the other 2 cities, where one cannot ascertain whether travelers intend to traverse the calm zone or merely pass through. Consequently, whether it be toll collection or trade of regional specialties, all transactions occur within the royal capital, thus rendering Gran the most lucrative territory. In contrast, the smaller cities yield significantly lesser profits, resulting in Keepa City hosting merely 3 medium-sized guilds alongside a few smaller ones. Even so, the influence of guilds is not the sole power at play. There are also noble, merchant, and military factions. Should the Red Rock Guild forcibly attempt to assimilate the other 2, the immense interest at stake would render them a target for collective retaliation. What if we were to establish a new casino instead? This would be less confrontational than a direct clash with them. Johnny, unwilling to remain in the shadows, proposed that given our current strength, opening a casino within 2 days appeared feasible. Are you serious? Jack remained silent, prompting Chris to timidly interject. Let us set aside the fact that our singular casino would pale in comparison to the combined might of the 10 or more establishments of the other 2. Once we establish a casino, it would inevitably encroach upon the interests of the other 2 guilds, who might suspect our intent to delve into their domain. Currently, our 3 factions coexist without interference, as we operate in diverse sectors without encroaching upon each other. If we were to launch a casino, we would swiftly attract a united front of hostility from the other 2, making it seem less advantageous than the initial proposal. A hint of satisfaction crossed Jack's face, for he knew Chris was indeed my most astute apprentice. Though, what was this little handyman? Hadn't he been referred to as my little disciple? Ahem. Jack feigned a cough to draw the attention of others. If force is not the answer, nor is subtlety, then perhaps a balanced approach, neither too hard nor too soft, might suffice. Or rather, a blend of both strategies could prove effective. Jack adjusted the fake mustache at the corner of his mouth, causing the crowd to look utterly bewildered. What an absurd conversation, oscillating between seriousness and frivolity. It felt rather peculiar, almost subtly intricate. Observing their confusion, Jack chuckled. Oh, it's quite all right if you don't understand. Just follow the prompts, and everything will be fine. This time, you shall heed my guidance. Isn't it always your way? Came the retort from the crowd, internally grumbling about the peculiarities of their cunning captain. Indeed, having a scheming advisor, no, captain, was quite a headache for them. The situation was complex. Yet upon deeper reflection, the primary obstacles to assimilating the two rival gangs could be distilled into two main challenges. The first was the armed forces of these gangs, a matter that could only be approached with brute force. The second challenge involved the entangled web of other factions, which could be addressed with a more subtle approach. First, to win over a segment of them, and then use that segment to sway others, creating a cycle of manipulation. Thus, when Jack summoned two individuals who had previously forged a close alliance with the Red Rock Society, the president of the Tailing Chamber of Commerce and Count Elric, he posed a rather provocative question. Have you heard of Amway? After they departed, Chris cautiously inquired, will that really be effective? Jack replied with a knowing gravity, whether they are merchants, mobsters, aristocrats, or any other ilk, at their core, they are merely capitalists vying for dominance in this land of opportunity. Capitalists? The term was novel to the gathered crowd. Indeed, capitalists. For these individuals, it is no longer they who wield control over capital. Rather, it is the very capital that dictates their actions. While the crowd pondered the implications of this statement, Jack gradually unveiled a timeless adage. If there is a 20% profit, capital will stir. If there is a 50% profit, capital will take risks. If there is a 100% profit, capital will dare to flirt with danger. And if there is a 300% profit, capital will trample upon all earthly laws. Yes, Jack was poised to leverage substantial benefits to dismantle the pre-existing relationships of interest, positioning himself at the apex of a newly forged web of alliances. The pyramid will continue to grow, and ultimately, some individuals at the apex will stop at nothing to protect their vast interests, even if it means turning against anyone. Meanwhile, those at the base, as if under a spell, will persist in expanding their ranks until the very moment before the pyramid collapses, dreaming of the day they too will ascend to the upper echelons. Yet, when they finally awaken to the reality, it will be far too late. Jack can seize this opportunity to eliminate all obstacles and subsequently deal with those who have been ensnared. However, this cannot be accomplished overnight. The immediate priority is to monitor the coast and ports closely. Johnny, relay the message that locating that individual is our top priority, while we will handle the matters concerning the kingdom of Udicana gradually. Are we not in a rush to seize the casino? Haku inquired. Let it be. Such endeavors cannot be forced. Perhaps a serendipitous encounter at another gang's casino might yield results. Thus, Jack and his companions indulged in revelry for 2 whole days, euphemistically dubbed a balance of work and leisure. In truth, it was quite the opposite. What was portrayed as merriment was exhausting labor. Each time, they had to feign a slight inebriation, inadvertently revealing tales of Captain Jack's illustrious past, including the unraveling of the Aztec gold curse. What? You inquire about the Aztecs? I have no knowledge of it, save for Captain Jack and the late Barbassa. Initially, this narrative circulated within a limited circle, dismissed by others as mere boasting from Jack's crew. The notions of Aztec gold and curses of the undead were unheard of. However, after 2 days, propelled by the curious, nearly all of Packy City became aware of the new leader of the Red Rock Gang, Captain Jack. The power of gossip is indeed formidable. Such intriguing stories spread more readily than the dull truth. As for Jack's motives, they are quite simple: to obscure the identity of the revolutionary forces. At present, being the leader of a mid-sized gang has already attracted scrutiny. As his power grows, so too will the attention upon him, inevitably drawing the gaze of the world government. By initially fabricating a false identity, he can effectively disrupt intelligence operations, and as the tale circulates, falsehoods may transform into accepted truths. On another note, there are spoils to be claimed after dealing with the abilities of others. Following Jack's defeat of Joyce, the familiar blue pillar of light ascended once more. Jack reached out and grasped Joyce's devil fruit. He mused that instead of embodying any other persona, he should directly emulate Blackbeard, for that would be truly authentic. However, when Jack attempted to sell the fruit to a shop, he was astounded to find it valued at a mere 30,000, barely enough to purchase a rocket launcher. Ultimately, Jack cannot contest the system. Its valuation is absolute, leaving him powerless. Besides the rocket launcher, there were other items available, such as TMP submachine guns, upgrade packs, sniper rifles, as well as first aid sprays and ammunition supplies. Certainly, there is the possibility of upgrading the firearms. However, upon further reflection, one might consider bestowing this fruit upon another. thereby augmenting the ranks of those with abilities. This strategy could swiftly cultivate a formidable force, proving invaluable in forthcoming endeavors. Yet, the notion feels precarious. Would it not inadvertently disclose to the world one's capacity to eliminate others with abilities and seize their powers, lacking the prowess of the infamous Blackbeard? To attract such animosity would be tantamount to courting disaster. What of procuring firearms instead? Alas, the backpack is already at capacity. Within the confines of the spatial bag rest 2 handguns, a shotgun, an assortment of ammunition, and even the initial small knife, coupled with a hodgepodge of quotidian items. It is indeed bursting at the seams. There is no room for additional weaponry, and to expand the backpack would necessitate an expenditure of 24,000, leaving scant funds for purchasing ammunition. After much deliberation, the decision was ultimately made to prioritize the expansion of space, reserving the remaining funds for future needs. While acquiring a backpack may seem inconsequential at present, it is, in fact, a prudent long-term investment. After all, was it not the issue of a backpack that led to Joyce's untimely demise? Who could foresee that a seemingly frail and disheveled man could suddenly produce a formidable firearm? After this series of maneuvers, Jack found himself somewhat exhilarated. If this trend continued and the number of capable hunters increased, dominance over the New World would soon be within reach. Of course, Jack was merely indulging in fanciful daydreams. Setting aside the question of how easy it would be to recruit capable individuals, he had yet to unlock many projects within the shops, rendering his ambition somewhat hollow. While Jack was lost in his reveries, envisioning a future where he would brazenly confront kindergartens and kick down nursing homes, a long-awaited message arrived. A significant number of personnel had been stationed along the shore, tirelessly waiting, and finally, the blind swordsman appeared. Report to Captain Jack. The individual you mentioned disembarked and, without pausing, inquired of passers-by before heading straight to Glorious Night. A subordinate clad in black relayed. Jack was quite pleased with this development. It seemed the promotional efforts of the past few days had been successful, as many were now addressing him as Captain Jack rather than just the boss. You may withdraw for now and have the brothers prepare. Significant events may unfold soon. Jack instructed the man. Once the subordinate departed, Jack turned to Haku. You were about to say, let's go, Haku, weren't you? Haku replied with an air of resignation. Jack feigned surprise. You can read minds now? Impressive, Haku. Of course I can read minds. Whenever there's a situation requiring action, that phrase is always uttered. I've nearly developed calluses from hearing it so often, Haku lamented, shrugging his shoulders. I dare say that is your favorite saying, Captain Jack. Chuckling, Jack responded, well, how should I put it? To whom much is given, much is expected. Haku's teasing rendered even Jack, with his thick skin, a tad bashful. However, given that Haku was currently the strongest combatant by Jack's side, many matters required his intervention. Jack even pondered whether to award Haku the MVP title in the future. Nevertheless, Jack soon resumed his serious demeanor, instructing, the others will remain here for now, awaiting my signal and ready for immediate action. Now, let us proceed, Haku. He adjusted his cosplay props and turned to exit. Haku covered his face, exclaiming, you still managed to utter that line, amidst the suppressed laughter of those behind them. He followed Jack toward Glorious Night. Upon arriving at the entrance of Glorious Night, a subordinate had been waiting for some time. Spotting Jack approaching, he promptly reported, Captain Jack, the target has been inside for approximately 5 minutes. Jack nodded theatrically and praised the man. Well done. You may return and rest. With that, he pulled out a stack of banknotes and rewarded the subordinate. Having completed this charade, Jack strode inside. The display at the entrance was not merely a whimsical act of ostentation, but a deliberate effort to cultivate a certain image to the outside world. In recent days, Jack's name has resounded throughout the city of Pocky, yet most have merely heard of him. Only a few have glimpsed his visage. However, his true character, preferences, and aversions remain shrouded in mystery. Jack understands that the more attention he garners, the more he must embody the persona of a cynical and eccentric individual. While the average person may overlook these subtleties, those with a discerning eye undoubtedly take note. This strategy serves a dual purpose. It conceals his true identity and establishes a fixed perception, allowing Jack to unveil his authentic self unexpectedly, thus catching his adversaries off guard. As Jack exchanged chips at the front desk, playfully jesting with the attendant, the casino's supervisor approached briskly. To Jack's surprise, the renowned Captain Jack had graced their establishment. The supervisor, Hans, dressed in a formal tailcoat and appearing to be in his 40s, bowed politely to Jack. Internally, Jack reveled in the success of this publicity. It was clear that people were beginning to address him as Captain Jack. "Oh, Hans," Jack mused, twirling a chip between his fingers, "I must say. Your casino is quite impressive. It would indeed be a pity if it were to be dismantled." Hans, momentarily taken aback, was at a loss for the meaning behind Jack's sudden remark. Jack continued with an easy smile, "Do not be alarmed. I am merely here for some amusement. As for the VIP areas or exclusive zones, there is no need to persuade me otherwise. I prefer the lively atmosphere of bustling spaces." "Very well, then. We shall not waste further words." Hans retreated a couple of steps, wishing Jack an enjoyable time. "Haku, what is your impression of him?" Jack inquired softly once Hans had departed. Haku, however, responded with gravity, "He is formidable, far from an ordinary person. His subtle maneuvers tonight will undoubtedly lead to significant complications." "That is certainly the case," Jack replied, striding confidently inward while whispering just loud enough for Haku to hear. "He might very well be the true leader of the Ironwood." "Oh, what makes you believe he is the genuine mastermind?" Haku asked, puzzled. "Nothing in particular. Merely a feeling." Jack shook his head. During their earlier encounter, Jack had sensed that while Hans's movements and etiquette were impeccably executed, they lacked any genuine respect, merely a faade. This indicates that he perceives himself as equal to Jack, and therefore, there is no need for him to show undue deference to appear. In truth, Jack remains unaware that this is subtly influenced by his observation haki. A formidable observation haki, akin to Katakuri's ability to glimpse the future or Fujitora's capacity to sense the emotions of others with a mere smile, can be exemplified by Enel, who, through his devil fruit powers, can employ a technique to read minds. Jack's own observation haki is perpetually at work, albeit in a subtle manner. It undoubtedly enhances his observational skills. Well then, let us not dwell on such matters. Instead, let us seek some amusement. Jack raised his voice, continuing to portray the persona of a carefree individual. Before long, he spotted his target at a table surrounded by numerous people. Although his subordinates had reported that this individual was indeed the one he sought, Jack felt a twinge of concern, fearing that he might encounter someone merely resembling his quarry. He hoped it was not a situation akin to that of Sanji and Diabolo, which would be quite unfortunate. The familiar purple attire, the tall stature, and the well-known cane sword at his waist all betrayed his identity. Upon realizing this, Jack burst into hearty laughter, retrieving a bottle of rum from his pocket and taking a swig before staggering forward. The others around him were startled by his sudden outburst, watching his peculiar behavior and instinctively stepping aside. As Jack approached the gambling table, a disgruntled gambler, having just lost his wager, unleashed his frustration upon him, exclaiming vehemently, "Who is this vagrant, and why has Teehee taken a bath? How did the doorman allow him entry?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, a companion beside him turned pale and hurriedly covered his mouth from behind, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Are you seeking death, shouting such reckless nonsense?" At that moment, he too realized that his companion's reaction indicated that he had likely offended someone of significance, causing cold sweat to pour down his back. Yet, having uttered those words, there was no point in lamenting his folly. Jack took a swig of rum and looked at him with a smile, inquiring, "What was that you just said? What was that you just said?" Jack feigned a slightly intoxicated demeanor as he confronted the one who had spoken so disrespectfully. Although Jack found the ensuing chaos rather amusing, he was not merely indulging in revelry. He had a mission at hand and was somewhat flustered by this unforeseen turn of events. "Just as I was preparing to embark on something significant, you throw in a trivial interlude. What gives?" However, Jack was indeed Jack, and this minor crisis was no match for him. As the man trembled, at a loss for words, Jack feigned anger and declared, "Regardless of what you said, remember to address me as Captain Jack. Do you understand? If you miscall me again, I shall have no choice but to hang you from the mast." This self-questioning and answering performance seemingly provides that individual with a means of retreat. However, it serves as a device to shape Jack's character. The person, initially apprehensive, now wears a look of relief. So this is the legendary Captain Jack? As rumored, he is indeed a man who indulges in rum, drinking to excess. Yet, what preoccupies him most is the matter of his own title. He remains indifferent to everything else. But the words Captain Jack are perpetually on his lips. "My apologies, Captain Jack, it won't happen again." The individual promptly concedes, humbly acknowledging his mistake to Jack. "Yes, quite well, Jack remarks, taking another swig of rum, shifting his focus away from the individual and towards the gaming table. "Oh, roulette? This is my favorite." Jack murmurs to himself, then glances at Fujitora. Intrigued, Jack places his chips on the color Fujitora had previously wagered. Red, is it? It appears fortune is on Captain Jack's side today. Jack's series of peculiar actions finally capture Fujitora's attention. While others fear him, Fujitora finds him rather amusing. May I inquire? How can you be so confident, esteemed sir? Are you not concerned about the possibility of black or 00? The roulette features 37 numbers, each painted red or black. With wagers on red, black, odd, even, or specific numbers all permissible. Here, Fujitora has bet on red. Jack, gazing through his inebriated haze at the spinning wheel and the rolling steel ball, replies nonchalantly, Captain Jack is betting alongside you, so luck is undoubtedly on my side. The statement fails to address Fujitora's confusion, leaving him even more perplexed. At that moment, the wheel came to a halt, landing precisely on number 32, the red section. Oh, look at that. It truly is red 32, Jack exclaimed joyfully as he took another swig from his bottle. Yet, he feigned a moment of recollection and apologized to Fujitora. Oh, I forgot. My sincerest apologies. You cannot see this outcome. It matters not, Fujitora replied indifferently. Even if I cannot see. The cheers of those around me reveal the result. In fact, he seemed unfazed. So, did you not just disclose the answer to me? I knew it. Coming to the casino today was surely the right choice. I am bound to win. Jack intended to take another gulp of rum, but alas, the bottle was devoid of any contents. Disheartened, he tossed the empty bottle carelessly onto the ground. Decorum? Non-existent. Oh, finished drinking, have you? Fujitora remarked. At that moment, the dealer began to spin the wheel once more, and Fujitora swiftly placed his chips on red. Having consumed his drink, Jack was genuinely feeling a bit tipsy. This was no act. How could Captain Jack possibly finish his rum? I generally carry several bottles when I venture out. Emulating Fujitora, Jack also placed his chips on red. As he spoke, he retrieved a bottle from his pocket, actually from his spatial bag, and without further ado, handed it to Fujitora. If you help me win today, I shall treat you to rum. Do you find this arrangement acceptable? Fujitora accepted the bottle with a smile and inquired. Are you so certain that I can assist you in winning? Jack chuckled. I wouldn't dare claim that every bet will yield victory. As I prepare to uncork the bottle and continue my drinking endeavor, I am confident that, in the end, I will emerge victorious. Just then, the wheel ceased its motion, and the small steel ball came to rest firmly in the red zone. Fujitora, taken aback by Jack's assertion, reflected on his own exceptional sensory abilities, honed to perfection through the mastery of observation hockey. Whether rolling dice or spinning the roulette, he could predict or sense the outcome through the dual influence of his hockey and heightened senses, which often led him to triumph in gambling. Jack's thoughts were clear, yet he refrained from articulating them too openly, as their relationship was still that of strangers. To perceive someone else's capabilities from another's perspective was perhaps a bit presumptuous. When Fujitora inquired for the third time why Jack felt confident that betting alongside him would yield favorable odds, Jack responded with a hearty laugh. Isn't it obvious? In fact, not only Fujitora but also many onlookers were intrigued. Could there truly be a reliable method for winning at this casino? They leaned in to listen intently. Jack burst into laughter before methodically explaining to the crowd. It's quite simple. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew victory was assured. You are blind and particularly fond of gambling, which means you have likely been deceived on numerous occasions, like being told the outcome was black when it was actually red. Fujitora candidly acknowledged this reality, admitting that many had taken advantage of his blindness at the gambling table. Indeed, Jack continued, taking another swig of rum, let's discuss logic. If you lacked any skill or extraordinary fortune, your wealth would have long been devoured by others, and you wouldn't be here today. Therefore, whether through skill or sheer luck, betting alongside you is undoubtedly a wise decision. As he continued to place bets with Fujitora, Jack spoke with confidence. Come to think of it, I have gambled in various casinos around the world and rarely faced defeat. It seems my luck is indeed quite favorable. Tinghu smiled and, mimicking Jack, took a swig of rum, remarking, Indeed, Your Excellency, you are quite astute to have discerned this issue from the slightest clues. The other gamblers, upon hearing Jack's explanation, were enlightened and immediately joined Tinghu in placing their bets with fervor. Look at this, you had to make me say those words. Now, thanks to you, with this group of people involved, the casino is bound to erupt in chaos. Jack observed the frenzied crowd with discontent, muttering at this rate. Captain Jack might also find himself tossed out. Oh, my apologies, I tend to forget. Just as Jack spoke, a group of armed men in black swiftly dispersed the crowd. encircling the area. Yet, Tinghu, Jack, and Haku remained at the gambling table, feigning ignorance of the unfolding events. Hey, what did Captain Jack just say? Jack finished the remaining rum in the bottle in one gulp and stood up, stating, but this is unfolding rather swiftly. Not even a minute has passed. Indeed, it is rather unexpected for things to escalate so quickly, isn't it? Tinghu, seemingly unfazed by the armed individuals, was puzzled, although Jack's words had merit. He wondered why the casino would go to such lengths. Hey, Hans. Jack called out to the leader. What is the meaning of this? Captain Jack has not yet had his fill of fun, nor have I exchanged more than a few words with this new friend. Oh, right. I forgot to ask this friend's name. Just call me Yi Xiao, Tinghu replied, beginning to emulate Jack's nonchalance, pouring himself another drink. Oh, Mr. Yi Xiao and I are having such a delightful time. If you must eject us, at least allow us a few more wins before doing so. Jack appeared somewhat unsteady, the scent of alcohol wafting towards Hans as he spoke. Well, not just appearing, he is indeed a bit unsteady. Earlier at the banquet on White Soil Island, it was noted that Leon's capacity for alcohol was lacking. Now that Leon had assumed Jack's persona, one should not expect him to inherit Jack's tolerance. Conversely, Hans, witnessing the banter between the two, fumed. You question my meaning? What is your meaning, Jack? Remember to call me Captain Jack, Hans. Why did we receive word that your subordinates have surrounded the headquarters of the Ironwood Association? Are you attempting to incite conflict? Hans, disregarding titles, shouted. It turned out that when Jack suspected Hans to be the true mastermind, he had already alerted others to encircle the headquarters of the Ironwood Association, intending to resolve matters with Hans before seamlessly taking over the association. What do you mean by inciting conflict? Do not misinterpret my intentions, Jack replied, still appearing inebriated. I have come solely to claim the assets of the Ironwood Association, nothing more. As I stood at the entrance, I remarked that it would be a shame if this casino were to be dismantled. If you are willing to switch sides and lay down your arms, you could still retain your position. How delightful would that be? It seems that today, a peaceful resolution is unattainable. The veins on Hans's forehead throbbed, and he trembled as he commanded, eliminate them. Jack was acutely aware that employing Wang Sidu's rhetoric would not persuade Hans to capitulate. Such a notion was absurd. Hans's outburst was merely a matter of time, and Jack was well prepared for it. Observing the approaching thugs, Jack tightened his grip on the bottle and swung it at the head of the nearest assailant, watching as the glass shattered and the thug crumpled to the ground. The scene resembled a brawl among ruffians. Well, that must hurt, Jack quipped sarcastically, before drawing his curved dagger and engaging in a dance of combat with the thugs, performing acrobatics as he dodged their attacks. In contrast, Haku displayed remarkable prowess, dispatching the incoming thugs with a single punch each. Witnessing this, Hans brandished a wooden stick and joined the fray against Haku. In that instant, the wooden stick and fist clashed, neither party gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, a few thugs targeted the seemingly easier prey, unaware that the one they chose was the most formidable of all, Jack, the notorious captain. Haku, employing no special abilities, wielded his knife with finesse, effortlessly turning the tide. At that moment, Jack was skillfully evading attacks from several thugs, balancing on a table, deftly dodging their blows. Although his footing appeared precarious, he miraculously evaded every strike. Noticing that Haku had swiftly dealt with his adversaries, Jack leaped into the air, grasping the grand chandelier overhead. Swinging down to Haku's side, Uncle Yi Xiao, you seem quite formidable. Perhaps you could assist me in resolving this little predicament, he said, rolling to the side to evade a blow from behind. Haku couldn't help but chuckle. I didn't expect that I would merely come to the casino for a bit of fun, only to encounter such an entertaining affair. With that, several thugs were dispatched. Observing the prowess of the man named Yi Xiao, who swiftly subdued his subordinates, Hans could no longer conceal his strength, his muscles suddenly bulging, tearing through his shirt. The sudden surge of power left Haku at a disadvantage. Just moments before, he had been overpowering Hans, but now, under the relentless assault of the wooden stick, he had no choice but to adopt a defensive stance, wary of a direct confrontation. Hans continued to assault Haku while addressing Yi Xiao. You are not with Jack, are you? Help me take down Jack and his companion, and I will reward you handsomely. Haku raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, Oh, that proposal is quite appealing. Instantly, Jack, alarmed, called out from behind Haku, He's a villain. Don't listen to him. This statement caused Fujitora to lose his composure, bursting into hearty laughter. Upon hearing this, Hans was nearly outraged, exclaiming, What on earth? Are you still a child of 3? What do you mean by good and bad people? Only Hiku was accustomed to such banter, calmly seizing the opportunity to reverse some disadvantages. Once Fujitora finished laughing, he turned to Jack and asked, "Aren't you part of the mafia? Or perhaps a pirate? Aren't you also a bad person?" Jack quickly waved his hands in denial, stating, "That's not the same. Being a pirate does not conflict with being a good person. I am a pirate, yet I consider myself a good man." "Oh, that's a perspective I've never encountered before," Fujitora remarked with a smile, feeling the subtle awkwardness. However, the prospect of receiving money made it difficult to refuse. "Indeed," Hans shouted from the side. "I can offer you a fortune, provided you help me eliminate these two." Fujitora's comment was clearly a jest, and Jack understood that Fujitora merely found amusement in the situation, intending to frighten him a bit. Whether it was about helping Hans eliminate him or vice versa, neither was a possibility. It was merely a performance to enjoy. Everything Jack had done previously was to capture Fujitora's attention, yet this curiosity alone did not genuinely impress him. They were not even friends, merely acquaintances. To earn Fujitora's trust and persuade him to join the Revolutionary Army, Jack extended his right hand and tore off the fake beard hanging from his chin. "Though you cannot see me, I believe this way of speaking will be more effective." Leon removed all the false facial hair, took off his hat and wig, and reverted to his original tone. "Oh, while I cannot see, this must be your true self, correct? Captain Jack is merely a facade." Indeed, at this moment, Leon no longer spoke in a drunken manner, but with solemnity stated, "Let me reintroduce myself. I am Leon, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army." The Revolutionary Army was established to overthrow the tyranny of the celestial dragons and the world government. Among those present, only 4 were alive, and upon hearing this, both Hans and Fujitora were somewhat moved. Hans burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This is utterly ridiculous. You think you can overthrow the world government with your meager forces? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard." Leon and Haku were unfazed by Hans's derision, for such mockery was all too common. Virtually everyone reacted this way upon hearing of the Revolutionary Army's ambitions. Leon continued candidly, "Let me be straightforward. I have come to the kingdom of Udicana partly because of you. I hope you will join our Revolutionary Army and contribute to the effort to topple the world government." Fujitora feigned confusion, addressing Leon. "Why would you seek me out, and on what grounds should I join your obscure organization to partake in such ridiculed endeavors?" Leon sighed, fully aware that the path ahead was fraught with challenges. He was not the kind of protagonist blessed with a fool's halo. It was entirely reasonable for Fujitora to harbor doubts. Indeed, every soldier who joined the Revolutionary Army might possess similar uncertainties. Fortunately, Fujitora's good-natured temperament, coupled with a prior impression of intrigue about him, prevented the usual disdainful dismissal one might expect. Leon conceded this, articulating, "Indeed, as Hans just mentioned, in comparison to the vast world government, we are but the faint glow of decaying grass. How can we possibly rival the resplendent moon in the sky?" However, Leon emphasized with conviction, "We are still striving. Though we may currently be feeble, a single spark can ignite a prairie fire. I firmly believe our ranks will swell, and an increasing number of individuals will join us, ultimately leading to the overthrow of the world government." Hans scoffed, "How absurd. You think anyone would willingly gamble their life on such a futile revolution?" Unfazed by Hans's disruption, Leon exhibited a sorrowful expression, which soon morphed into irritation. He turned to Fujitora, whose imposing figure seemed to radiate a calm demeanor, and inquired, "Do you share his viewpoint? Do you believe we are merely striking against stone with eggs, engaging in futile efforts?" Fujitora paused in contemplation, refraining from directly answering Liang's query. Instead, he probed, "I sense a blend of sadness and anger in your emotions. What is the cause?" Liang lamented, "It is the sorrow for the unfortunate and the anger for the unyielding. When contemplating others' sacrifices, one often wonders whether they seek to gain something from me or harbor ulterior motives. This is profoundly disheartening. It's not merely an individual issue, but a pervasive dilemma across the world. People not only refuse to contribute, but even cast doubt on the efforts of others." As Liang uttered these words softly, they resonated like thunder in the ears of Hans and Fujitora. Even Haku, who had accompanied Liang and heard many of his eloquent musings, felt a stirring within. Indeed, individuals like Hans were ubiquitous, leading lives steeped in self-deception, showing no inclination to resist the oppression of the celestial dragons. Fujitora slowly raised his gaze, his unseen eyes fixed on the ceiling as he murmured, "Sorrow for the unfortunate? Anger for the unyielding?" After a moment, he lowered his head and asked Liang, "Do you truly believe we will ultimately confront the celestial dragons?" Upon hearing those words, the other two remained largely unresponsive, but Hans was quick to react, his expression shifting dramatically. With a shout, he forcefully pushed Haku aside and made his escape. He realized the gravity of the situation, having heard Fujitora's earlier remarks. He understood that retreat was the wisest course of action, for it was better to preserve the Green Mountains than to worry about the firewood. With defeat imminent, he opted for a strategic withdrawal. Haku, sensing the urgency, swiftly intervened, but at that moment, a voice rang out. Gravity blade! Clang! Just as Hans was fleeing. He suddenly felt an immense weight, crashing to the ground, the treasured wooden stick slipping from his grasp and hitting the ground with a sharp sound. It was none other than Fujitora, who had intervened. His silence was profound, but when he acted, he did so with astonishing effect. Haku could hardly believe that just moments ago, Hans had held his own against him, yet in an instant, Fujitora had subdued him with ease. Meanwhile, Fujitora did not even glance back, though whether he turned around or not was inconsequential, merely unsheathing a fraction of his blade to subdue Hans. Leon, witnessing this, smiled. Yet when confronted with Fujitora's inquiry, he shook his head and remarked, Imagine a sealed iron room, nearly indestructible. Within it lie many slumbering souls, soon to suffocate. Transitioning from deep sleep to death, they encounter neither despair nor agony. Yet as a few awaken and raise their voices, they disturb those who are lightly sleeping, inadvertently subjecting more unfortunate souls to the suffocating despair. Leon paused, his expression turning grave, as if cast in iron. However, with some individuals awake, one could not entirely dismiss the hope of breaking free from this iron prison. Fujitora erupted into laughter, but upon its conclusion, he expressed a tinge of regret. Had I known you sooner, I would not have succumbed to the world's decay, choosing instead to slumber. Yet here I am, roused once more. Leon regarded the scars etched upon Fujitora's eyes and replied, This world holds more than just corruption and despair. As the number of the awakened increases, so too does the strength of hope. At this juncture, Haku interjected, pointing at the incapacitated Hans. Now that we have reached a consensus, shall we address this individual? Thus arose the dilemma. Jack, having donned his disguise once more, approached Hans, who was unable to move. What more needs to be done? Can't you see the internal injuries he has sustained? Jack inquired. Look, I once stated that if one were to switch allegiances and surrender respectfully, they would not lose their position. Now, after hearing so many confidential matters, I am at a loss as to how to grant you mercy. Hans, struggling with great difficulty, managed to utter a few words. Grant me a swift end. Oh dear, Jack lamented. Feigning surprise, Jack remarked, shouldn't one typically plead for mercy first, or express a willingness to join us? We have jumped straight to the final step. Humph. We are all astute individuals. With that, Jack shed any pretense and drew his pistol, bringing an end to Hans. What a pity, you chose the wrong side. In his final moments, Hans understood the futility of his situation. After being privy to so many secrets, survival was no longer an option. Even if he had expressed a desire to join the revolutionary forces, it would have been out of desperation, and he would undoubtedly betray them in due course. Jack was well aware of Hans's intentions, and thus opted for a swift resolution. After dealing with Hans, Jack picked up a nearby wooden stick and examined it closely. This stick could withstand a blow from his own fist, and he even perceived it to be sturdier than Joyce's shell. It was undoubtedly of extraordinary quality. Haku also praised the remarkable stick, wondering if it was crafted from a rare tree's branch. Intrigued, Jack decided to keep it for the time being. He placed it into his spatial pouch and clapped his hands, stating, We must now proceed to claim the territory of the Ironwood Society. Huh. Where did that stick suddenly disappear to? Vinestripe inquired, puzzled. Jack waved his hand dismissively, lightly explaining, Oh, pay it no mind. Consider it a trivial aspect of my capabilities. The ensuing operations proceeded with remarkable ease. With the backbone of their opposition gone, the remnants of the Ironwood Society were akin to a scattered heap of sand. They offered only token resistance before surrendering unconditionally. The nominal leader of the Ironwood Society was unwaveringly loyal to Hans. Otherwise, Hans would not have entrusted him with the position, allowing him to manage the various affairs of the gang. Jack felt a twinge of regret at losing such a devoted talent. He could only draw his flintlock and, from nearly 100 meters away, send a bullet to ensure the loyalists continued to follow Hans in the afterlife. This was also Jack's inaugural display of his marksmanship before the watchful eyes of the crowd. In this era, to strike a target nearly 100 meters away with such rudimentary firearms was nothing short of miraculous. Even Fujitora regarded him with newfound respect. surprised to discover that Jack was not only eloquent and possessed profound thoughts, but also adept in the art of shooting. Thus, the Red Rock Society swiftly engulfed the Ironwood Society, leaving others in a state of bewilderment. In the depths of the Black Bear Society late at night. Within the president's chamber, a formidable and imposing figure, a burly man, gripped a subordinate by the collar, his voice laced with fury. "What on earth have you been doing? The Ironwood Society was consumed so rapidly, and yet you have no news to share." This man was none other than Benny, the president of the Black Bear Society. True to his name, he bore the physique of a bear and possessed the powers of the bear fruit, a Zoan-type devil fruit. The individual caught in his grasp displayed visible terror and hastily replied, "It was Captain Jack's swift actions that caught us off guard. By the time we realized the Ironwood Society was surrounded and were preparing to offer assistance, Hans fell, and those people surrendered en masse. We were taken by surprise." With a grunt, Benny cast his subordinate aside and commanded, "You may leave. Summon the merchants who collaborate with us to meet with the nobles." Once his subordinate departed, Benny sank heavily into his chair, acutely aware that his subordinate spoke the truth. Yet, he could not fathom how Jack managed such rapid maneuvers, both before and after the incident, without facing any external pressures. Even the merchants, who typically prioritized profit and advocated for amicable relations in Pocky City, had remained silent, especially those intimately connected with the Ironwood Society. How could they possibly remain inactive? As Benny sat at the table, furrowed with worry, another subordinate entered, bringing further unfortunate news. "Lord Benny, the merchants refused to come. Some even claim that if the Black Bear Society cannot offer better terms, they will consider allying with the Red Rock Society." "What?" Benny erupted in fury, slamming his palm upon the table. "These wretched profit-seekers only desire greater gain." However, calamity seldom comes alone, and before Benny could quell his anger, another individual rushed in with alarming news. "It's bad, Lord Benny," he exclaimed, panic evident on his face. "Those nobles just communicated via the telephone beetle, and what did they say?" Benny glared intensely at the frantic subordinate. The man swallowed nervously and whispered, "They threatened that if the Black Bear Society cannot provide more benefits by the next day, they will jointly issue a statement declaring the Black Bear Society a blight upon Pocky City, claiming we have contributed nothing and have even engaged in willful destruction." Upon hearing this, Benny's fury escalated, his teeth grinding audibly. Noticing his subordinate's hesitation, he demanded, "What else did they say? Speak freely." Startled by Benny's outburst, the subordinate trembled uncontrollably as he continued, "They also said that the Black Bear Society would be condemned as utterly worthless, while proclaiming that only the Red Rock Society is Pocky City's staunchest ally, the sole entity capable of ushering in prosperity and wealth, urging the Red Rock Society to act justly and eradicate the blight, thereby seizing control of the entire local industry." Benny remained silent for a long while, finally gritting his teeth and declaring, "Very well. Inform those rascals that we are willing to pay a greater price and surrender additional interests. However, we can no longer offer terms more favorable than those of the Red Rock Association." At that moment, a sigh echoed through the room, and from behind the door emerged a tall, slender man. "Is it you?" Benny exclaimed in astonishment. "What brings you here? And why is it impossible for us to present more advantageous terms than the Red Rock Association?" "I feared that if I did not come to discuss a strategy, we both might fall victim to this obscure Captain Jack," the lean man replied with resignation. "As for why we cannot offer more benefits," he produced a list and handed it to Benny, saying, "Take a look at what the Red Rock Association has provided to those merchant nobles, and you will understand." Benny snatched it from him, his eyes widening in horror as he trembled. How can this be? How could they possibly relinquish all their interests? If they dominate Pocky City, what do they truly gain? Indeed, Jack has relinquished all benefits in order to win over those merchant groups and noble factions. This means that aside from supporting his subordinates, he takes not a single penny for himself. This audacious maneuver was entirely unforeseen by everyone, forsaking even the slightest gain. One might as well nominate you as king instead of acting as a clandestine puppeteer. Yet it is precisely Jack who possesses the audacity to execute such a plan. For his ambitions transcend mere trifles. He seeks the bounteous rewards that an entire nation could bestow upon the revolutionary forces. In contrast to the sluggish Benny, the local army stationed in Pocky City, under the command of General Hatton, tends to receive intelligence more promptly. However, this does not imply that General Hatton is inherently superior to Benny in terms of capability or information acumen. Quite the contrary. The formidable Benny and his cohorts have long roamed the streets, while General Hatton and his soldiers are often preoccupied with coastal patrols. Ever wary of a deranged sea king charging into the shallows, as well as the lurking threats posed by unscrupulous pirates. Occasionally, they might encounter merchant vessels, travelers, or even pirates, seizing opportunities for profit. Yet, they cannot remain on constant patrol. Half the time is spent within their base, indulging in life's comforts. However, during their time at the base, problems are seldom encountered that necessitate a venture into the city. Thus, if we consider this scenario, it stands to reason that General Hatton's attentiveness to urban intelligence and the efficiency of his intelligence gathering are significantly inferior to that of Benny the Bear. Moreover, one must ponder the purpose of his concern. It is of little consequence. Be it the Red Rock Society striving to unify the underworld of Pake City or the Blue Rock or Yellow Rock Societies. Whoever holds dominion over the city's underground factions will have minimal impact on him. He does not rely on these gangs for sustenance, nor does he engage in collaborative endeavors with them. In fact, there exists a degree of hostility, as he primarily subsists on the military stipend provided by King Donald, who has long sought to eradicate the mafia. Yet, the situation is far from straightforward. It has been noted that just as the king amassed a significant force to eliminate these mafias, his generals betrayed him one after another, disregarding his commands. Now, they have audaciously turned the tables, asserting that if military salaries are dispersed, they expect cordial negotiations. Accepting remuneration obligates them to ensure the safety of the surrounding waters. Conversely, if the salaries are withheld, they reserve the right to take matters into their own hands. Oh, the king's position is indeed precarious. Were it not for a fiercely loyal guard and the recognition of his royal status by the world government, which allows him to navigate the currents of other factions, he might have been replaced long ago. Thus, there is something amiss in this situation. As the saying goes, extraordinary circumstances often herald sinister motives. Hence, if there is no trickery afoot, I, Jack, shall abandon my pursuits altogether. Jack sat confidently in the president's office of the Ironwood Society, engaging in a discussion with Chris, Haku, Fujitora, and others regarding their forthcoming plans. The assimilation of the Black Bear Society was undoubtedly on the agenda, having already seized the territories of two other factions. Ultimately, even if they refrained from launching an offensive against the Black Bear Society, it was likely that the latter would initiate hostilities. The current dilemma was that in order to deal with the Black Bear Society, they could not replicate the strategies employed in their previous two successes. The first encounter had employed a decapitation strategy, the simplest of tactics. Yet, even then, the battle against Joyce had been fraught with peril. During the second confrontation, they had not yet escalated to open conflict. It was Jack and Haku's bold incursion that caused Hans to let his guard down, with Fujitora assisting from the sidelines, ultimately allowing them to outmaneuver the slippery Hans. Without Fujitora's intervention, even defeating Hans might have allowed him to escape, leading to a more arduous confrontation upon his return to headquarters, which could have proven disastrous. Of course, with Fujitora's support now, should he exert his full strength, they could easily breach the royal capital of Gran. A few meteor strikes would obliterate everything in their path. However, such actions would inevitably attract considerable attention. Prematurely drawing the gaze of the Revolutionary Army could prove detrimental. While Jack had exerted immense pressure on the Black Bear Society through the nobility and merchants, these were merely supplementary measures. Ultimately, they would still have to confront General Hutton. Leaning back in his chair, Jack gazed at the ceiling, exuding a sense of exasperation. Not necessarily, Fujitora remarked, pondering aloud, even if there were intricate circumstances surrounding General Hutton's betrayal of King Donald. Our conflict with the Black Bear Society bears no relation to him. Indeed, Fujitora, or rather, Isha, Jack nearly misnamed him again, struggling with the unfamiliarity. Jack felt flustered by his frequent slip-ups, almost instinctively wanting to address him as Fujitora. However, Fujitora had earned that moniker after his transformation from civilian to admiral during the Navy's recruitment, with his true name being Isha. Let us settle on this, Isha-san. From now on, you shall be our admiral in the Revolutionary Army, akin to the admirals of the Navy. I've thought long and hard about a fitting nickname for you, and I believe Fujitora suits you quite well. What do you think? Huh? Fujitora appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend how the conversation had shifted from serious matters to nicknames so abruptly. After a moment of contemplation, he surprisingly found that the name resonated with him, as if it had been tailor-made for him. With a slight nod, he acquiesced. After all, a name is merely a moniker. If you wish to call me Fujitora, I have no objections. Jack then straightened himself, feigning seriousness. Good. Let us not digress any further. let us return to the matter at hand. The crowd found themselves at a loss regarding Jack's assertions, for it was evident that he had consistently diverted the conversation. Jack, seemingly oblivious to their expressions, continued, "If you possessed a sufficient understanding of the world government, akin to my own, you would inevitably arrive at a similar conclusion." "What conclusion?" the crowd inquired in unison. "The conclusion is that the intelligence apparatus of the world government is omnipresent. Whenever a dilemma arises or logic fails, it is all too convenient to place the blame squarely on the world government," he elucidated, observing the bewildered faces surrounding him. "These military forces have no logical reason to betray the king. What differentiates those who remain loyal from those who do not? They receive identical remuneration and perform the same duties. It is utterly meaningless. Unless one is inherently malevolent, refraining from wrongdoing surely brings discomfort." Leaning back in his chair, Jack mimicked holding a feather fan and slowly articulated, "Now, ponder this. If a world government were to intercede between the king and the military, would that not illuminate the entire scenario?" The astute Chris promptly replied, "Are you suggesting that the world government is manipulating these generals, enticing them with ample benefits to forsake the king?" "Precisely. This location is a critical juncture, a strategic asset. How could the world government genuinely adhere to its agreements and refrain from meddling in the affairs of its member states? It is evident they wish to maintain this complex status quo to profit from the ensuing chaos." At that moment, Jack longed for a feather fan, despite its incongruity with his persona. "Ah, I see," Fujitora remarked, grasping the crux of the matter. "If this nation were entirely unified under King Donald's control, the world government would have little to gain here. Yet in the current state of affairs, numerous organizations may well be nurtured by the world government itself. Indeed, if enough organizations were supported and manipulated, it would essentially mean controlling the entire nation." Chris, with his youthful voice, assisted Jack in articulating this point. Thus, the realization dawned upon the assembly concerning General Hatton. Everything made sense now. Regardless of our dealings with the Black Bear Society, Hatton would undoubtedly refrain from aiding us, for we do not align with the world government. He would surely obstruct our endeavors and might even directly assist the Black Bear Society. We must prepare for the worst. Jack sighed deeply, acknowledging the formidable challenge posed by the Black Bear Society. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Black Bear Society, Benny and a tall man were still deliberating strategies, while two subordinates had already been dispatched by Benny. Now, the room contained only the two of them. "Have you come merely to witness my misfortune?" Benny snarled, tearing the list to shreds. "If that is the case, your objective has been achieved, and you may now leave." The tall man was well aware of Benny's foul temper and, surprisingly, felt no anger. He spoke slowly. "I did not come here to witness a joke. I am here to rescue you, Benny. We were once brothers, and even though our positions have diverged, it does not diminish the profound bond of brotherhood between us. Seeing you in trouble, I rushed over without hesitation." "Huh? Rescue me? Brotherhood?" Benny scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. "Spare me your hypocritical facade. Am I so naive as to misunderstand your motives? I suspect you are merely acting on the directives of your master." As he spoke, Benny's expression deepened with meaning. "Or perhaps you are frightened. You fear that the newly arrived Captain Jack of the Red Rock Society will not yield to your threats and control, jeopardizing your interests and potentially usurping your position." The tall man appeared momentarily taken aback, as if struck by a truth he could not deny. Anger flared within him as he retorted, "Forget all that. I ask you plainly, do you wish to continue opposing the Red Rock Society? If your only desire is to surrender, I shall turn and leave this instant." At the mention of this, Benny furrowed his brow. While he held great confidence in his own combat prowess as well as that of his subordinates, the prospect of facing Captain Jack, who had consolidated the resources of two gangs, left him uncertain of victory. "Very well, let us discuss what to do next. Benny, I speak candidly. The only entity capable of saving you now is the world government." The tall man seized this opportunity to ardently persuade Benny to submit. "Humph." Benny scoffed coldly, addressing the tall man without pretense. "Do not presume I would think as you do, Hutton. You can forget about my Black Bear becoming someone else's lackey." As it turned out, the tall man who had suddenly appeared before Benny was none other than Hutton, one of the generals who had betrayed King Donald. Hutton felt a flicker of anger but maintained his composure for the sake of his mission, explaining to Benny, "Do not speak so harshly. Look at me. Whether serving Donald or the world government, I am merely aiding others. The difference lies in the greater rewards offered by the world government. Hutton, considering our past friendship, I do not hold your allegiance to the world government against you. However, do not equate me with you. My priorities as Black Bear Benny are not profit but freedom. Benny remained steadfast in his stance. Hutton sighed. It is precisely because of our previous bond that I have come to extend a hand to you. Were it anyone else, they would have gone straight to the Red Rock Society. To those influential figures, it matters little who controls Pacquiao City. Whether it be the Red Rock Society or the Black Bear Society, they would simply seek to dominate whichever gang remains. If you refuse, perhaps the Red Rock Society would be amenable. Indeed, as Hutton remarked, the world government merely instructed him to sway one side. However, upon receiving the command, Hutton, without a moment's hesitation, sought out Benny's faction. The reasoning was quite straightforward. Within mere days, Captain Jack's extraordinary prowess had indelibly impressed itself upon his mind. Before Captain Jack's arrival, no one could have envisioned that an inconspicuous individual, devoid of power and influence, could, in such a brief span, seize control of 2 guilds and even aspire to unify the city of Paki. Should he attempt to align himself with Captain Jack, Hutton's standing in Paki would inevitably be overshadowed by that of Jack. Moreover, given Jack's formidable capabilities, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that, in due course, Hutton might find himself serving under Jack's command. This, of course, was intolerable for Hutton. At most, he could only accept working alongside someone like Benny, where they might share the spoils equally, or perhaps even manage to dominate Benny in the end. Hutton stepped forward and patted Benny on the shoulder, saying, "In this world, there are times when one must bow one's head. Not just the Black Bear Society, even the 3 major gangs will eventually fall under the control of the world government. It is better to submit early than late. Who knows, in a few years, the leaders of those 3 gangs might even refer to you as their senior." Hutton, employing both emotional appeal and rational argument, repeatedly instilled in Benny the notion that allying with the world government was indeed the wise course of action. Noticing Benny's lingering hesitation, Hutton delivered a decisive blow. "The higher-ups have also spoken. Once we resolve the Red Rock Society, the entire Pacquiao City will be entrusted to your governance. At that time, my brother and I will handle the internal affairs while you oversee the external, and we shall return to a life of carefree luxury on this land, reigning as emperors." After Hutton's relentless barrage, Benny, already overwhelmed, began to waver. "Indeed, if I refuse to bow, others will still do so. Someone will inevitably submit. Therefore, if I do not lower my head sooner, would that not be a loss for me?" However, a flicker of stubbornness remained in Benny's heart. He finally inquired, "How do you intend to assist me? Surely you cannot dispatch your warships and soldiers to attack the Red Rock Society. After all, nominally, you are still a national army, and the gangs are legal entities." Hutton shook his head, a smile creeping onto his face as he sensed his imminent success and persuasion. "That is utterly impossible. An army attacking a legitimate organization within its borders would be tantamount to treason, regardless of the world government or other generals. They would seek to deal with me for the sake of their own reputations. Such actions would be akin to courting death." Yet Benny was not one to tolerate delays. Impatiently, he retorted, "I suspect you are not the type to arrive without a well-thought-out strategy. What viable plan do you propose? Speak quickly." The solution, while seemingly complex, was in fact quite simple. Benny feigned profundity, asking, "Have you ever heard the saying, 'Money can make the devil push a millstone'?" Upon hearing this, Benny experienced a moment of clarity. Could it be that indeed, within the kingdom of Udicana, was there not a devil among them? Hutton smiled, sensing that his journey had not been in vain. Benny's allegiance to the world government seemed assured. However, enlisting that devil would require a substantial sum. Benny hesitated, expressing his dilemma. "Even if the Black Bear Society were to exhaust all its resources, we could only afford to call upon them 2 or 3 times at most. And if the target is Jack himself, that would not suffice." Hutton burst into laughter, dismissing Benny's concerns. "You need not worry about the funds. As long as you are willing, there will be those who will support you financially." Benny paced back and forth in the office, while Hutton patiently awaited Benny's response. He firmly believed that as long as Benny was unwilling to surrender to Jack, he would inevitably take the bait. Sure enough, after a brief moment, Benny assumed a resigned demeanor and remarked, "Very well, I agree." Subsequently, Benny and Hutton reached a consensus on the matter. Thus, the world government funded the summoning of the so-called Spectre, and Benny successfully joined the ranks of the world government, serving in the same capacity as Hutton. Now, what exactly is this so-called Spectre? Surely you all recall the established notion of the 8-Power Alliance, which primarily consists of an assassin organization. This organization is known as the Gate of Hell. Its membership remains a mystery, yet each individual within is far from ordinary. In this chaotic realm, Where the virtuous and the nefarious intertwine, those who thrive and maintain neutrality undoubtedly possess exceptional skills. The so-called ghost is not a specter but a man, the leader of the gate of hell, the most formidable assassin within its ranks. It is said that whenever the ghost takes action, no one can escape their fate. Moreover, his movements are shrouded in secrecy, and his methods are uniquely peculiar. Even the most meticulous precautions are futile. There are accounts of individuals who have secluded themselves in impenetrable spaces, only to discover the following day that they had become mere corpses. At this point, one might be inclined to jest about the apparent foolishness of such individuals, pondering if they had suffocated in their own folly. Yet, this is not the case. The victim met a gruesome end by having their throats slit. When the ghost struck, the individual lay peacefully in slumber, losing their life amidst a pool of blood. Subsequent investigations into the sealed chamber revealed no signs of forced entry or disturbance. To access this chamber, one could only do so from within or by using the singular key. Naturally, some might speculate that the victim had absconded with the key. However, the key was not hidden away but rather displayed prominently in the reception hall, encased in glass, under the vigilant watch of several guardians who assured that the key had not left their sight for even a moment. This is indeed remarkable. After orchestrating several high-profile incidents, the ghost's notoriety has grown exponentially, and his fees have risen correspondingly. To this day, Benny would assert that to enlist the ghost's services against Captain Jack Sparrow himself would lead one to financial ruin. Despite being the most powerful and flawless assassin within the organization, the ghost has never accepted a contract to eliminate any prominent leaders of major factions. His endeavors have been limited to targeting those within large gangs awaiting promotion. This evokes a sense of regret in many, yet simultaneously a feeling of relief. If the specter were to indiscriminately take lives, this nation's equilibrium would have long been shattered, plunging it into chaos beyond comprehension. From another perspective, the direct assassination of the leaders of formidable gangs would be akin to draining a pond of its fish. It is only by maintaining this delicate balance that one can reap the benefits. However, such analyses from the outside world do not reflect the actual circumstances. The specter, originally named Kevin, is unlike those merchants, soldiers, and mafia members, these chaotic outsiders. He is a native of the land of Udicana. Not only Kevin, but all members of the Hell's Gate organization are, in fact, locals. It can be said that these indigenous people are the most unfortunate group within the kingdom of Udicana. They have endured a sudden descent into turmoil, besieged by warlords, gangs, and pirates, leaving them as mere prey awaiting slaughter. The king, ensconced within his palace, ineffectively clings to his guards, resulting in the mass slaughter or death by disease and famine of these natives during such dire times. True to the name of their organization, Hell's Gate, it is not an exaggeration to say that barely 1 in 10 of the original inhabitants remains. In fact, the situation has deteriorated to the point where nearly none survive. They emerge as if from the depths of hell, having endured a world resembling that infernal realm. But merely emerging is insufficient. Who will compensate them for their lost kin and friends? There are instances where an entire village has been annihilated, leaving but a single survivor. Their fury ignited, they observe the inaction of King Donald, the world government's negligence, and even the acknowledgement of the gang's legitimacy, perpetuating the status quo. Coupled with the world government's clandestine support of external forces, merchants, pirates, and recruited soldiers, these locals perceive that their land has been usurped by these outsiders, who have become the true masters of this territory, while they, the natives, have been relegated to a lesser status. Yet, what does their anger amount to? They are but mere mortals, struggling against the inferno. However, they can indeed act. They can once again open that familiar Hell's Gate, this time to send those loathsome opportunists back to where they belong. The wrath of the sovereign can lay waste to 100,000, spilling blood across 1,000 miles. Yet, the fury of a common man can also splatter blood within mere paces. Having clawed their way out of hell, their will and spirit transcend ordinary judgment. Thus, 3 years later, Hell's Gate was established. It is hard to fathom that merely 3 years prior, they were simple, hard-working farmers, innocent youths, amiable housewives, and exceptionally skilled chefs. Now, they have all transformed into agile, bloodthirsty assassins. In the course of these 3 years, perhaps only they themselves are privy to the experiences endured. Initially, they harbored no intention of charging fees or taking on any contracts, eliminating numerous gang leaders, unscrupulous merchants, and nobles. Consequently, they claimed many lives, while also suffering significant losses among their ranks, occasionally due to limited intelligence that led to unnecessary sacrifices. Eventually, the group convened and realized that this trajectory was unsustainable. Aside from the royal families, they represented the last remnants of their bloodline, determined not only to exact vengeance but also to preserve their lineage. Such needless sacrifices could not be tolerated. Furthermore, without a source of funding, both money and manpower dwindled with each confrontation, risking internal disintegration before any external threats could arise. Thus, they resolved to transform their assassination endeavors into a profitable enterprise, collecting bounties from their enemies while simultaneously reaping their lives. Fortunately, their prior assassination missions had not been in vain. They had garnered a reputation and demonstrated their prowess. By utilizing the funds acquired from their adversaries, they could cultivate the next generation. This long-term strategy promised to be more advantageous than reckless violence. The ambitions I could not fulfill would be carried on by my son, and later by my grandson, ensuring an unbroken lineage through the ages. Following the shift, the leader adopted the moniker Ghost, signifying a figure emerging from the depths of hell to exact retribution. Henceforth, he forsook the name Kevin, symbolizing a relinquishment of his human identity. This transformation led to the current state of affairs. The assassin organization, known as the Gates of Hell, though small in number, comprised elite members, well-versed in the art of assassination, thus establishing themselves as an undeniable force. In the heart of Ghost, there exists no target deemed invulnerable. The leaders of powerful factions, including Donald, are not immune to elimination, but rather deterred from doing so. Ghost's strength remains insufficient to confront them, and within the organization, no individual stands a chance against such formidable opponents. It is said that these individuals have awakened their domineering prowess, some even possessing extraordinary abilities, rendering their power immensely formidable. The expansive organization relies heavily on Ghost as its pillar. Without him, no one else can shoulder such burdens. The next generation remains inexperienced, undergoing education and training in a concealed location, which demands considerable financial resources. Consequently, Ghost refrains from accepting contracts targeting the leaders of influential factions, prioritizing stability above all. However, one cannot traverse the riverbank without getting their shoes wet. Today, Captain Jack intends to impose a reckoning upon this so-called Ghost, to teach him a lesson in humility. Within the clandestine headquarters of the Gates of Hell, Kevin sits at a table, overwhelmed with the organization's various affairs. Suddenly, the telephone on the desk buzzes to life. Kevin answers the call. "Leader, there is a client willing to finance a contract, specifically requesting your personal involvement." Upon hearing of this opportunity, Kevin momentarily sets aside his tasks and inquires, "Is the payment sufficient? And who is the target? Surely, it is not someone excessively dangerous?" Indeed, everything is prepared, and the information regarding the target has been received. It was procured from the Shadow and is undoubtedly reliable. After a moment of silence, Kevin responded, "Very well. Bring me the target's information shortly. I shall review it before making a decision." With that, he ended the call. Sitting in his chair, Kevin self-deprecatingly remarked, "I must admit, I have grown increasingly fearful of death. Now, even accepting a mission requires meticulous verification." Before long, a member approached Kevin, clutching a dossier. Having handed over the documents, the individual turned and exited without delay. Kevin commenced a thorough examination of Captain Jack's profile. Name: Jack Sparrow. Race: human. Age: uncertain, estimated to be around 30. Affiliation: President of the Red Rock Society of Pocky City. Background: 3 days prior, he landed in Udicana and, on the very first day, eliminated the former president of the Red Rock Society, Joyce, a user of the bug fruit. Subsequently, he dispatched several dissenters and ascended to the presidency of the Red Rock Society. This maneuver exploited Joyce's hubristic nature. Joyce invited danger into his midst and, while attempting to confront 2 adversaries, met his downfall. After this incident, 2 days elapsed, and yesterday he absorbed the Ironwood Society, thereby becoming the most formidable gang in Pocky City. This operation bore striking resemblance to Joyce's, as he identified the hidden leader of the Ironwood Society, Hans. Utilizing the strategy of first eliminating the leader and then assimilating the subordinates, he incurred minimal losses while acquiring another faction. However, it is astonishing that Jack once again demonstrated formidable intelligence-gathering capabilities. Within just 3 days in Pocky City, he was able to uncover Hans of the Ironwood Society. Our shadow organization had never previously sold intelligence regarding Hans to the Red Rock Society or Captain Jack, leaving the source of Jack's information shrouded in mystery. It is anticipated that new developments will soon arise, as he seeks to eradicate the last remaining gang capable of opposing him in Pocky City, the Black Bear Society. As for his prior experiences, they remain unclear, as if he materialized in Udicana out of nowhere, with no knowledge of his origins. Tales of Captain Jack's past adventures circulate in taverns, yet upon thorough investigation, they are found to be nearly untrustworthy. No one recognizes Barbassa. Nor is there any credible account of a curse associated with gold coins. Certainly, the possibility of truth in these experiences cannot be entirely dismissed. The world still harbors mysteries we have yet to comprehend, though the likelihood is exceedingly slim. Personality, boisterous and fond of rum. He appears utterly indifferent to matters beyond his beloved beverage and titles, disheveled and unkempt. He spends his days in a whimsical frenzy, defying conventional understanding of behavior. Particularly regarding titles, there has been a persistent insistence that others address him as Captain Jack, coupled with Jack's fabricated tales of adventure. We have ample reason to suspect that these behaviors may be mere facades. Proficiency, above average, tentative. He has previously demonstrated, under the watchful eyes of many, the ability to strike a target 100 meters away with remarkable precision. During his confrontation with Joyce, he wielded a formidable firearm, which ultimately led to Joyce's downfall. We speculate that this may be Jack's most formidable weapon. His swordsmanship is mediocre, although he consistently carries a curved blade at his waist. It proves to be of little utility. In his battle with Joyce, he displayed agility, attacking Joyce's joints with the curved sword, yet he was unable to inflict any harm. Notably, one of his subordinates, a merman named Haku, possesses strength that may even surpass that of Captain Jack, capable of engaging Joyce in direct combat. Furthermore, upon investigating the battlefield of the previous night's grandeur, traces suggest that Haku was primarily involved in the confrontation with Hans. Although the cause of death was a gunshot wound to the head, there were signs of being subdued prior to death, indicating that he was clearly overwhelmed by some force. Lying on the ground, when Jack ultimately shot him with a pistol, the fishman is well versed in the art of fishman karate, showcasing formidable strength. As for the reason behind his decision to serve under the seemingly inferior Captain Jack, it remains a mystery. Notably, in contrast to Jack's rather lackluster abilities, his cunning is indeed remarkable. Within a mere few days, he transformed from an obscure pirate to the foremost figure in Paku City, a testament to his prowess. The next page features photographs of Jack and Haku. Upon viewing this dossier, Kevin nearly believed he had received the wrong file. It is astonishing that this is the information provided by the Shadow, which is difficult to fathom. Kevin has perused numerous files from the Shadow, each meticulously compiled and comprehensive, detailing every action taken since birth, resulting in hefty documents of several dozen pages each time. However, Captain Jack's dossier stands as an exception, lamentably brief at just 3 pages, with one page devoted entirely to images of Jack and Haku. The final page reveals a map of the Red Rock Society's base, specifically the underground of the Bloodstone Tavern. Moreover, what astonishes Kevin even more is the emergence of such conjectural language within the Shadow's dossier. Terms like estimated, uncertain, provisional, speculative, enigmatic, doubtful, and unknown abound, which is utterly unprecedented. This is entirely different from what Kevin had previously understood about the Shadow. One might say that the origins of Captain Jack are shrouded in an enigmatic mystery. However, if the same document were to fall into the hands of Jack and his associates, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. The battle with Joyce was known only to a handful of witnesses at the time, yet now the details of that conflict are being meticulously unearthed by the Shadow. Furthermore, the account of the confrontation with Hans is known to only 3 individuals, and the scene was subsequently sealed off and restored. The fact that the Shadow could uncover so much information is nothing short of miraculous. They even conducted a thorough investigation into Jack's purportedly fabricated experiences, concluding that those tales were mere fabrications and deducing the nature of Jack's disguise. Should Jack come across such documentation, he would have no choice but to concede defeat. Indeed, the rumors regarding the extensive network of spies employed by the Shadow, infiltrating numerous organizations, are not mere exaggerations. Their ability to keep the gates of hell at bay and establish themselves as the second most formidable force among the 8 factions is a testament to the Shadow's unparalleled intelligence capabilities. Yet, concerning Hans, there has been a misjudgment. Jack had no prior knowledge of that encounter, as he was merely coincidentally present, having intended to confront Fujitora that very day. Moreover, it was Fujitora who initially subdued Hans. Kevin, upon receiving such a dossier, found himself in a quandary. On one hand, faced with the inscrutable Captain Jack, one could only speculate what hidden cards he might hold. On the other hand, Kevin remained perplexed by the assignment. as he harbored a strong desire to assassinate Captain Jack himself. Within this territory, three major factions have already established themselves, looming like three colossal mountains, exerting a heavy burden upon the land. Kevin certainly wished to avoid the emergence of a fourth faction, ideally eliminating even Black Bear Benny in the process. Thus, after much internal conflict, Kevin resolutely decided to deal with Captain Jack before his influence could expand further. He picked up the phone bug and declared, "Inform them that I accept this assignment. Let them bring the funds. By tomorrow morning, they shall hear news of Captain Jack's demise." This is also the rule of the gates of hell. Regardless of success or failure, an assassination must be attempted only once. Should one fail, the money is non-refundable, for failure often signifies the loss of a member's life. That's amiss, therefore, regarded as a form of compensation or a price for one's life. Having concluded the call, he retrieved a small knife from his drawer and swiftly descended into the underground. Kevin always took unconventional routes for his comings and goings, rendering even the shadows perplexed about the timing and methods of his actions. They could only surmise that Kevin possessed a remarkable talent for concealment and stealth. It is said that there are no erroneous nicknames, only mistaken names. Since Kevin has chosen to call himself a ghost, his fruit of power aligns with this identity. As a user of the ghost fruit, he can transform into a specter. Devoid of mass, his form ethereal enough to pass through any object, except for water and sea prism stone. However, this ability comes with a significant drawback, a fear of light. While ordinary illumination does not hinder him, exposure to intense light not only renders him powerless but inflicts searing damage upon him. Thus, Kevin operates under the cover of night, traversing through floors and walls to carry out his assassinations. After all, who would leave their lights blazing while asleep, casting no shadow? On that particular night, Kevin had been navigating the underground for hours until he finally drifted from the capital, Grand, to the city of Pocky. By this time, Pocky lay in utter silence. The usually bustling taverns and opulent casinos had fallen mute, with people retreating to their homes, extinguishing their lights to sleep. In the tense atmosphere preceding war, no one would foolishly wander the streets. An encounter with rival gangs could be fatal, even for one with multiple lives to spare. A confrontation was inevitable. It was merely a matter of when hostilities would erupt. However, such an environment posed certain challenges for Kevin. The Red Rock Society and the Black Bear Society had heightened their vigilance, intensifying patrols within their bases, with guards stationed at every entrance and passage. Though Kevin possessed a map, he needed reference points to comprehend it. To ascertain his current location, he had to occasionally peek above ground to assess the situation. Fortunately, he could gauge the presence of others above him by the vibrations on the floor. Otherwise, he might unwittingly expose himself, leading to an embarrassing predicament. After considerable effort, Kevin finally reached Jack's room. As he stealthily lifted the floorboard, he beheld Jack sprawled on the bed, sound asleep. Just as the intelligence reports had indicated, he appeared extraordinarily disheveled, with his clothes and shoes still on. Observing Jack's ungraceful posture, Kevin mused to himself. It was not that Jack desired to be so untidy, rather, he could not guarantee the absence of unforeseen events that might rouse him, leaving him little time to tidy up before it was too late. This is also to facilitate immediate action. Kevin, being an experienced hand, deftly drew a small knife and glided toward Jack, delivering a swift stab to his neck. It can be said that from the moment Kevin stealthily entered Jack's room until the moment he struck, he remained in a state of ethereal existence, not even stirring a whisper of air. However, our Captain Jack, a young man awakened to the perception of hockey, despite lacking extensive training, was still able to keenly sense the imminent danger lurking so close. In an instant, Jack was jolted awake, before he could even open his eyes. He rolled aside with his eyes still shut. The sound that reached his ears sent a chill down his spine. Kevin, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly withdrew the short knife embedded in the bed and lunged at Jack once more. The initial miss took Kevin by surprise, an occurrence he had never experienced before. Having narrowly escaped the first attack, Jack now focused intently on Kevin's movements. As Kevin aimed another strike, Jack executed a nimble maneuver, barely evading the blade that grazed his back, tearing through his clothing. Hastily, Jack leaped off the bed, reaching behind him and silently thanking his luck that it had merely torn his attire without inflicting injury. Who knew if the assassin's knife was poisoned? A mere scratch could prove fatal. At that moment, Kevin, relentless and emboldened by his advantageous position, took a step forward for another thrust. Faced with this unavoidable attack, Jack remained calm, raising his hand to deflect it. To Kevin's astonishment, the knife did not land on Jack's arm. Rather, It was parried by a small knife that had mysteriously appeared in Jack's grasp. It turned out that as Jack raised his hand, he had opened a spatial pouch and retrieved a long-stored tactical knife. While he may not excel in wielding a curved blade, he had mastered the art of handling this tactical knife, inherited from Leon, to perfection. Despite Jack's repeated deflections of Kevin's assaults, he remained in peril. As previously mentioned, most individuals turn off the lights before sleeping, and Jack was no exception. The basement lacked windows, allowing no moonlight to seep in, leaving the room shrouded in darkness. The only source of illumination came from the faint light spilling through the door crack from the corridor. Thus, Jack couldn't discern the assassin's appearance, nor could he even determine Kevin's precise location. He could only detect the faintest whispers of wind and nearly imperceptible glimmers of cold steel as Kevin attacked. Jack understood that his ability to withstand such assaults was due to his unwavering focus and the activation of his haki. Yet, even with Jack's enhanced physical prowess, he knew that this state of alertness could not be sustained indefinitely. In less than a minute, Jack was doomed. To confront his adversary, he needed light. Thus, he crawled and staggered, desperately defending himself while retreating towards the door. Kevin, well aware that allowing Jack to open the door would render his current advantage null, intensified his assault, knowing he might have to flee swiftly before reinforcements arrived. Jack felt utterly humiliated, as if he were being ground into the floor by an assassin. Resolute, Jack vowed that once he escaped this predicament, he would never again sleep in the basement. At least outside, the moonlight would provide some semblance of safety. Moreover, had Haku and Fujitora not been dispatched by Jack to stir up trouble, they could have come to his aid by now. As Jack approached the front door, Kevin lunged forward, swinging his dagger forcefully at Jack. Should Jack attempt to force the door open, he would either be gravely injured or worse. As Kevin sought to compel him to retreat, however, Jack awaited this very moment. He rolled sideways to evade the strike, then swiftly reached behind him to activate the switch on the wall. Consequently, the lights above illuminated the room. Upon witnessing the ceiling light flicker to life, Kevin couldn't help but curse his misfortune. He had not anticipated that Captain Jack would possess such cunning, remaining calm under pressure in this unforeseen crisis. All along, Jack's movements, occasionally glancing at the door, were mere deceptions to lead Kevin to believe he aimed to open it. In reality, Jack had long since set his sights on the switch. The light, suspended from the ceiling, was encased in a cylindrical lampshade, casting a gentle glow in the dim basement, avoiding any harsh glare. At this moment, Jack was finally able to discern the appearance of the newcomer, or so he thought, yet clarity eluded him. The figure before him was shrouded in a dark robe, a black scarf obscuring their face, and wielding a gleaming short blade. Perhaps due to a slight hunch, the individual appeared somewhat diminutive. However, the eyes that remained uncovered emanated a chilling malevolence, fixating intently upon Jack. Gripping his small knife, Jack felt a twinge of trepidation. His narrow escape from peril was attributed solely to the recent awakening of his observation haki. After all this commotion, Jack found himself significantly exhausted, particularly when utilizing his haki, which drained his strength at an alarming rate. Now that the lights were on, he barely managed to catch his breath. Observing this, Kevin discerned that Jack was merely a shadow of his former self. He still held a substantial advantage and believed that with a single offensive surge, he could easily overpower Jack. However, Kevin was no fool. Successfully executing numerous high-difficulty assassination missions required more than just fruit abilities and physical prowess. Intellect was equally paramount. In truth, Kevin was incensed by the incomplete information he had received, scolding the absurdities within it. What nonsense was this about not excelling in close-quarters combat and being inept with a curved blade? Indeed, in the heat of the moment, Jack had not utilized a curved blade at all, wielding only a small knife. Even in the darkness moments ago, he had been unable to best Jack. To recklessly approach now would be to expose his own weaknesses while targeting Jack's strengths. Thus, Kevin's expression hardened as he suddenly gestured upward, hurling his dagger towards the light fixture on the ceiling. The logic was simple. If the light was illuminated, extinguishing it was paramount. And since the switch was within Jack's reach, he would simply destroy the light source. Jack, aware of Kevin's intentions, remained vigilant, his focus unwavering. As Kevin made his move, Jack quickly suppressed his breath and summoned the Punisher in his other hand. Almost simultaneously with Kevin's throw, Jack pulled the trigger. Bang! Clink! The two sounds erupted almost in unison, intertwining so seamlessly that it was impossible to discern which came first. Kevin's dagger was deflected by Jack's shot, spinning and embedding itself into the wall. Despite the considerable detail in the narration, All of this transpired within an exceedingly brief moment. From the instant Jack flipped the switch to the moment he shot Kevin's dagger away, the tide of the confrontation had dramatically shifted. Faced with Jack's gun aimed at him, Kevin couldn't help but silently commend Jack's marksmanship. It was indeed as renowned as rumored. Capable of hitting his dagger with such precision. With Jack now holding the upper hand, he coolly inquired, "Speak, who are you? And who sent you to assassinate the great Captain Jack?" Kevin fell into silence, realizing that completing his mission was now an arduous task. Yet, if he were to retreat today, such a favorable opportunity to eliminate Jack might never present itself again. After a moment of introspection, he self-mockingly pondered, had years of a comfortable life stripped him of his courage to fight? Though he had lost the advantage, leveraging his fruit abilities might still enable him to subdue Jack. In the end, Kevin steeled himself and resolved to continue the mission. Jack, noticing Kevin's silence, remained unfazed, confident in his imminent victory. He simply pointed the Punisher at Kevin, waiting patiently. Unexpectedly, Kevin let out a cold snort and charged toward Jack. Taken aback, Jack thought, "How audacious of him to rush at me with my gun aimed at him." In a moment of confusion, Jack aimed for Kevin's thigh and fired. However, as the bullet was discharged, Kevin's form appeared to waver, taking on an ethereal, translucent quality. The bullet passed through the insubstantial Kevin, striking the floor instead. Jack watched in astonishment, realizing that his weapon could inflict no tangible harm upon the assassin. Could this be a manifestation of some fruit-based ability? In that instant of distraction, Kevin had closed the distance between them. Jack's perspective allowed him to see clearly that a small, fruit knife-sized blade was concealed within Kevin's sleeve. Jack was astonished to discover that Kevin had not only brought a short knife but also other deadly instruments, coupled with the inexplicable bullet that had passed through Kevin's thigh. Jack couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "What the hell?" Yet, this was not the time for lamentation, with the sleeve blade poised to pierce his heart. Jack hastily parried with his own knife. Jack felt a pang of regret. Why had he chosen tonight to allow Haku to leave with Fujitora? Had they been present, they could have rushed to his aid amidst the chaos. As for the hapless guards, Jack had never relied on them. He typically kept them away from this area to safeguard certain secrets. Even if they did arrive now, they would be of little use against such a formidable ability. After a prolonged struggle, Jack found himself increasingly frustrated. Each time he seized upon an opening in the assassin's defense, Kevin would become insubstantial. His strikes felt as though they were slicing through air, encountering no resistance as they passed through the assassin's form. Conversely, Kevin's attacks coalesced into solidity with each strike. Amidst this entanglement, Jack found himself accumulating numerous wounds. Nevertheless, Jack was not without gains. The pain he endured was not in vain. He discerned a crucial weakness in the assassin's ability. Kevin fluctuated between the ephemeral and the solid, a perplexing interplay of reality and illusion. However, Jack observed that the assassin consistently avoided standing beneath the central beam of light, evading its direct illumination, coupled with the earlier reactions of the assassin to the light source. A thought struck Jack. Could it be that he feared light? Or perhaps he feared bright light? Once the thought took root in Jack's mind, it became inescapable. If he truly feared the bright light, then he was unfortunate, for here, Jack had an abundance of it. To confirm this suspicion, during the assassin's next assault, Jack feigned exhaustion, failing to completely evade the attack, resulting in a deep gash on his arm. In a moment of affected pain, he let his knife slip from his grasp, allowing it to clatter to the ground. He then retreated a couple of steps behind the light source. As anticipated, this rare opportunity did not prompt the assassin to press the attack directly. Instead, he maneuvered around the direct beam beneath the lampshade. Witnessing this, Jack smiled. The outcome was now assured. When it came to bright light, Jack possessed it in ample measure. In Resident Evil 4, there are 3 potent throwable weapons: grenades, incendiary bombs, and flashbangs. As Jack successfully allied with the Viper, bolstering the revolutionary forces, the shop also expanded its inventory to include these 3 formidable throwable weapons. In the original game, the selling prices for grenades, incendiary bombs, and flashbangs were 2,000, 1,000, and 500 respectively. If calculated at half the selling price, they should have been 4,000, 2,000, and 1,000. However, that was not the case. In this vast world, the system reigned supreme. Regardless of the type of throwable weapon, each was priced uniformly at 4,000. Jack initially felt a pang of frustration at this price, knowing he could not haggle. Whatever the price was stated, that was the price. Could he possibly resort to violence to alter it? Nevertheless, Jack was fortunate to have retained some pesetas. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to sell his firearms for cash. Without hesitation, he silently resolved to purchase a flashbang. At that moment, Kevin surged forward, lunging toward Jack's chest with a dagger. Yet, in his attempt to ascertain whether Kevin truly feared the light, Jack had deliberately dropped his knife, leaving himself defenseless, dragging his weary and battered form. He found no means of escape. Jack could only extend his right arm horizontally, while his left hand clutched the newly acquired flashbang. Inevitably, Kevin's blade easily pierced Jack's arm. Yet Jack traded the sacrifice of one hand for a fleeting moment of time. Enduring the agony of his pierced right arm, Jack pressed against the dagger, preventing it from advancing toward his chest. With his left hand, he deftly pulled the pin from the flashbang and tossed it to the ground, shutting his eyes and turning his head away. Seeing Jack disregard his own safety, sacrificing an arm to deploy this blue cylindrical object, Kevin recognized it was no ordinary item. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew the dagger embedded in Jack's arm. Before Kevin could execute his next move, the flashbang detonated, though Kevin had received a warning. He was unprepared for the explosion's abruptness and intensity. Unlike an ordinary person, who might simply cover their eyes as Jack had done to mitigate the effects, Kevin found himself unprotected against the overwhelming blast. However, Kevin was different. For him, every part of his being was a vulnerability, utterly defenseless. In that instant, he felt as though he were being torn apart, waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, emanating from the very depths of his soul, as if it were being ripped asunder. As the blinding flash of the grenade enveloped the surroundings, Jack turned his gaze once more. The assassin lay unconscious on the ground. Just as Jack exhaled in relief, recalling the initial strike from the assassin, he realized that he had been in a heightened state of concentration throughout the ordeal. The brief span of a little over a minute felt to Jack as though it had lasted a year, with the exhaustion of his physical stamina and the overexertion of his willpower leaving him utterly drained. Just as Jack grasped the dagger, intending to swiftly conclude the life of the fallen assassin and avoid any lingering complications, the door, which had remained shut, was violently kicked open. Jack turned to see. Much to his frustration, if only these two had returned a tad earlier, even by a minute, so many troubles could have been avoided. Indeed, it was the rather boisterous entrance of Haku and Fujitora that disrupted the scene. Notably, Fujitora, while soaring through the skies with Haku, sensed that Jack was engaged in a struggle within the room, prompting them to descend hastily. As they burst through the door, they beheld Jack, his body marred with numerous wounds and one arm dragging limply, blood steadily dripping down. Simultaneously, they noticed the assassin sprawled on the floor. Haku was about to summon medical personnel, but Jack quickly raised his left hand, placing his index finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. His exaggerated motion, however, strained his injuries, contorting his lips into a rather comical expression. The two were left bewildered, uncertain as to why he would discourage them from calling for assistance. At this moment, the swift entrance of the two individuals caught the attention of the guards, causing the unsuspecting Muggle crayfish to grow wary, suspecting that something was amiss with Jack. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps of Meng, Jack quickly whispered, "Hurry and send them away. Do not allow them to enter." The two possessed remarkable hearing. Despite Jack's voice being barely audible, it posed no challenge for them. Although Jack's behavior seemed somewhat perplexing, they complied with his wishes and dispatched the guards. Later, upon returning to the room, they were astonished to find Jack remarkably composed. Despite the numerous bloodstains adorning his attire, his injuries had healed, and his previously limp right arm now moved freely. Ignoring the puzzled expressions on their faces, Jack fixated on the empty canister in his hand. Sorrowfully reflecting, a flashbang costs 4,000, a first aid spray 5,000. This individual is still of use, yet cannot be killed. Today has been a tremendous loss. Jack then recalled the assassin still lying on the ground and promptly instructed the two, "I have an idea. Quickly put the sea stone handcuffs on him to prevent him from escaping upon awakening." "What idea?" they inquired. "To subdue the assassin organization." 2 hours passed. "Ah, finally awake. A flashbang knocked you out for over 2 hours. How afraid of light can you be?" Jack remarked, reclining in his chair with his legs crossed, observing Kevin as he regained consciousness. Kevin silently thanked his fortune for not activating his ghostly form, as that could have cost him dearly. However, upon noticing the sea stone handcuffs encircling his wrists, he felt a wave of despondency wash over him. But what difference does it make in this situation? Seeing that Kevin remained unresponsive, Jack chose not to linger on this trivial matter. He stood up, feigning authority, and looked down at Kevin, declaring, "Speak. Do you wish to live or die?" At this moment, Jack was finally able to discern the face of the assassin, who was not handsome and even somewhat unattractive. He appeared to be a middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s, with numerous scars etched across his face, all inflicted by sharp blades. This already unappealing visage now bore an even more fearsome aspect. Beside him, Fujitora and Haku seemed almost eager to find a crack in the ground to hide within. Their expressions, movements, and tone, combined with their attire, rendered the scene utterly absurd. When witnessing others engage in this ritual, one might perceive them as menacing. Yet when it came to Jack, the situation took on a comical air. Truth be told, Jack's sudden inclination to confront the assassin struck both men as thoroughly implausible. After all, those who choose the path of an assassin are seasoned warriors, resolute in their convictions. Methods of coercion or intimidation would be far too simplistic. These individuals approach their missions with a mindset that embraces death, showing little regard for threats. As expected, the only response Jack received was a derisive snort, as the assassin turned away, dismissing him entirely. However, Jack was undeterred, continuing his farcical performance. "You're not a mute, are you? From the moment I laid eyes on you until now, you haven't uttered a single word. If you wish to kill me, spare me the pleasantries. Extracting any information from me is futile." Perhaps unable to tolerate Jack's incessant prattle, Kevin interjected, "Well, I'm not here to extract any information." Jack toyed with the flintlock pistol in his hand, speaking leisurely to Kevin. "I simply wish for your passenger organization to join my ranks and serve me. It's as straightforward as that." Kevin, taken aback by this unexpected proposition, could only stare in disbelief. Such a method of recruitment was unheard of. The parties were still strangers, and given their current adversarial relationship, making such a declaration would surely earn one the label of madness. Even in a casual encounter on the street. "Huh." Kevin laughed bitterly. "You would do well to kill me now. Should I escape one day, I assure you, I will find a way to eliminate you." At this point, Fujitora could no longer remain silent. No, it was not merely a matter of witnessing. He could not bear to listen any longer. He felt compelled to teach the assassin a lesson. How could a captured individual act so brazenly while his captors remained civil? It seemed the roles had been reversed. Seeing Fujitora rise abruptly, Jack hurried to intervene. "Please, do not be angered, my friend. It is understandable for a misguided individual to exhibit a bit of temperament, especially since he has yet to learn advanced ideologies and remains rather ignorant. Once he undergoes education and transformation, all will improve. We must show some leniency towards our new comrades." In the days since Fujitora's arrival, he had indeed devoted considerable time to reading and studying various texts. As for the sources of this knowledge, most of it was derived from the efforts of Leon. After Jack had discovered Haku meticulously compiling some of Leon's quotes, Leon had begun to ponder. During his leisure, he would organize his thoughts and gradually transcribe them. Unfortunately, Leon's recollections were limited and incomplete. Otherwise, he might have transcribed an entire volume of Marxist philosophy or the complete works of Lu Xun. As the propaganda spread, the internal structure of the world government and the Navy would inevitably crumble without any effort on their part. Once Jack finally managed to placate Fujitora, he resumed his conversation with Kevin. "Look, your assassins are purely motivated by money. Go out and ask everyone. I, Jack, lack nothing except for money. Name your price. Ugh, take your filthy money elsewhere. Indeed, even though we may need funds, we are principled individuals. We will not accept your pitiful charity." Jack's words inadvertently struck a sensitive chord within Kevin, prompting him to unleash a torrent of curses. Upon hearing this, Jack felt a surge of delight. Kevin's outburst revealed that their organization was not solely driven by financial gain. If Kevin were willing to submit merely for money, Jack would have no interest in such a proposition. Money? It is something we desperately lack. If we had funds, our revolutionary army would have flourished long ago. We certainly wouldn't have so much to spare for you. The newcomer bore an expression of deep-seated resentment towards Jack, indicating that there was indeed potential for negotiation. Just as Kevin uttered this remark, the irate Fujitora could no longer remain seated, slightly unsheathing his blade and murmuring, "Gravity blade." Upon hearing this, Kevin felt as though a weight of 1,000 pounds pressed down upon him, forcing him to the ground. Jack hurriedly sought to soothe the furious Fujitora, exclaiming, "Oh, this is a trivial matter, hardly worth such a commotion." "No way," Fujitora retorted angrily. "If we don't teach him a lesson now, he will take advantage of us." Haku stepped forward to mediate, urging Jack and Fujitora to each take a step back, which ultimately quelled the conflict. The trio consists of one person playing the role of the bad cop, another as the good cop, and a mediator in between, demonstrating Jack's unwavering determination towards Kevin. Jack observed Kevin, who lay prostrate on the ground, and cleared his throat, saying, "Look, isn't it better for everyone to maintain a harmonious atmosphere? Let us engage in a proper discussion. Even if we ultimately fail to reach an agreement, we can part ways amicably. Why must we escalate the tension?" In response, Kevin merely emitted a derisive snort, a sound so habitual that one might as well dub him the squeaker. Jack silently criticized this in his mind and pressed on with his inquiries. "Consider this. My money is merely filthy lucre. So the funds you receive as assassins to carry out killings are not also tainted? What distinction exists between the two?" At last, Jack's words struck a chord. Kevin, still on the ground, fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, Jack's wealth is undesirable, but whose money in this nation is not? One cannot deny that since he began accepting jobs and receiving payment for assignments, his standard of living has significantly improved. He no longer frets over daily meals and has even ascended to a level he once envied among the officials. Yet, the manner in which he earns his livelihood mirrors that of those he despises, exploiting this land and leveraging the chaos to extract profit. What of the younger generation? Although they swiftly master the art of killing, when our generation has perished, who will remember the original intent behind the establishment of the gates of hell? Those youngsters will likely transform the organization into a genuine assassin syndicate. Jack, observing Kevin entangled in his thoughts, chose not to rush him, sitting quietly on the ground, awaiting his response. After a moment's pause, Kevin sighed, though still pinned down by the vine tiger. He laboriously lifted his head and posed a question to Jack. "May I inquire, since you claim to be financially secure, what is your purpose in absorbing these gangs? What do you intend to do once you consolidate the underworld of Pequai City?" Jack, seated cross-legged before Kevin, wore a smile and met his gaze with unwavering determination as he replied, "Naturally, it is to salvage this nation, to wrest it from the clutches of the world government, the mafia and Donald, to eradicate all the disarrayed factions. In doing so, a plethora of small fortunes will emerge. You claim to be untroubled by finances, do you not?" "Indeed," Jack conceded, "but what if the goal is to eradicate the darkness of the entire world? No amount would suffice." Kevin, still sprawled on the ground, chuckled softly. "To eliminate the celestial dragons? So, you are one of those laughable revolutionaries, a mere few thousand attempting to overthrow the world government. If we could locate your headquarters, a single naval fleet could obliterate you. Who can you save? You cannot even rescue this nation." This statement was directed at Jack, but it also resonated with Kevin himself. Observing Jack's earnest expression at that moment, Kevin was reminded of his own self a decade ago, contemplating the salvation of the nation and its people. Yet, the experiences of the past 10 years have imparted to Kevin a harsh reality. With merely this handful of individuals, the aspiration to challenge such formidable forces is utterly futile. Upon hearing these words, Jack raised an eyebrow, revealing a glimmer of awareness. It appeared he was somewhat well-informed, even having knowledge of the Revolutionary Army's existence, suggesting his sources of information were quite reliable. Meanwhile, Haku and Fujitora exchanged a knowing glance, their expressions tightening as a genuine intent to kill began to manifest. From this point onward, the discussion veered away from the previously agreed-upon script among the three. It was unexpected that even here, there were those who recognized the nascent Revolutionary Army. Should negotiations ultimately collapse, it would be impossible for Kevin to continue existing. Jack, still seated cross-legged on the ground, inquired, "How much power do you believe is necessary to confront the evildoers of the world? How many individuals must be involved?" This statement does not address Kevin, nor does it pertain to Fujitora and Haku seated nearby. Rather, it is a question posed to oneself. Since joining the Revolutionary Army, despite maintaining a cheerful demeanor, one often grapples with inner turmoil. Confronted by the formidable world government and the mightiest military force, the Navy, much like Dragon, who occupies a similar position, genuine smiles have become a rarity. Yet, both Leon and Dragon have never relinquished hope. They firmly believe in the existence of truth, goodness, and beauty in the world, and they trust that victory will eventually be theirs. Seated on the floor of this cramped room, Jack recalled the famous words of Leo Tolstoy from War and Peace, and found himself articulating them involuntarily. Let kind-hearted individuals join hands and walk together. Let them raise the banner of truth, goodness, and beauty, striving collectively for happiness in this world. The most impactful thoughts are often remarkably simple. My entire philosophy is essentially that if the immoral can gather to form a force, then the virtuous should likewise unite. Once Kevin had retreated underground and departed, Haku could not restrain himself from asking, "Aren't you worried he might turn against you afterward? How can you let him go so confidently?" Jack rolled his eyes and replied, What should I do? Keep him here to sleep? Haku was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. All right, you worry too much, Fujitora interjected, patting Haku on the shoulder. Both Jack and I can see that Kevin is sincere. There's no need for your unfounded concerns. However, your words are far easier said than done. Fujitora slightly opened his eyes. Beneath the scars, his pupils were absent. His voice bore a certain heaviness as he leaned on his cane, causing cracks to form in the floor beneath him. His reaction underscored the profound impact Jack's earlier words had on him. Meanwhile, Haku recalled he had tasks to attend to and took out a notebook to record the discussion that had just transpired. Jack shrugged and spread his hands, remarking, "Who can argue with that? If people could unite, this world would have achieved peace long ago. But isn't that what we are striving for? To unite the virtuous and confront the immoral." Sensing the gravity of the topic, Jack decided to shift the conversation, asking, "Did you encounter any mishaps on your return? Was Kella safely delivered back?" "Rest assured, we faced no complications. We flew straight back," Haku replied while jotting down notes. Moreover, Kella was quite understanding, realizing she couldn't be of assistance in that place. "Oh, and about Sabo, he has taken quite a liking to that wooden stick. Considering his age, he has grown significantly. And he will be fine as he matures. Our shipwright has confirmed that the stick was indeed cut from the Atom Tree." On that day, Haku and Fujitora set off early in the morning. Utilizing his abilities, Fujitora flew back to headquarters with 3 individuals and, after a brief pause, returned once more. Of course, such a trivial task could have been accomplished by Fujitora alone. However, he was unfamiliar with the route. And since Kila was still quite young and also did not know the way, Haku accompanied him. This also provided Haku the opportunity to introduce Fujitora to the others, lest they mistakenly perceive him as an enemy. By the way, the sea stone handcuffs we used earlier were also brought by us. We thought that with so many ability users around, they might come in handy, and indeed they proved useful. As you are aware, our time appears to be limited. Jack stated solemnly, earlier Kevin informed us that the Shadow is conducting a thorough investigation into our activities. Furthermore, quite a number of individuals are aware of the Revolutionary Army's existence. Our fabricated identities cannot withstand a detailed examination. I believe it will not be long before we are exposed." Haku closed his notebook and curiously inquired, "But why is this so-called Shadow so formidable? Managing to uncover so much in just a few days? Their intelligence network seemingly spans the globe." Jack, taking a breath, nonchalantly remarked, "What did I say before? Whenever there is an unsolvable problem, just place the blame on the world government." Haku muttered to himself, "So, does that mean the Shadow is actually backed by the world government? What does it mean to be backed by the world government?" "It is clearly an intelligence agency of the world government," Jack replied, smirking. "With such formidable espionage capabilities and a global intelligence network, embedding members deeply within each organization, their methods surpass ours by leaps and bounds. Only the world's foremost intelligence organization, Cypherpol, possesses such immense power. They have subdivisions like CP0 and CP9, yet it remains unclear which division the Shadow belongs to." Upon hearing that it was affiliated with the world government's intelligence agency, Fujitora asked in astonishment, "Then why would the world government's intelligence agency involve itself? What purpose does it serve to assist these various factions in gathering intelligence?" "It's quite simple, really. It's to maintain a balance among the factions and, incidentally, to profit as well," Jack explained. "If it were me, I would operate in the same manner. Whenever one faction gains strength, they sell detrimental information about it to other factions, allowing those factions to devise ways to curb the growth of the powerful one. If a major power intends to target a minor one and seeks to acquire intelligence on it, they would essentially be revealing their own actions to the Shadow. The Shadow could then respond accordingly, utilizing spies embedded within various factions to create obstacles." Fujitora sighed, "Well, I didn't expect to confront the world government directly upon my arrival." "What do you mean by a direct confrontation?" "Only we can confront them. They cannot retaliate against us." Jack chuckled, remarking that if their identities were exposed and the world were to learn that the Shadow was indeed the CP, it would lead to a situation that would be exceedingly difficult to manage. After all, the world government cannot directly intervene in the affairs of member states. They can only endure the blows and employ minor tactics. Haku nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while it is common knowledge that spies from CP are embedded across the globe, this has become an open secret. However, such brazen and audacious actions must remain concealed. Indeed, Jack concurred. Yet our time is running short. Previously, the world government did not regard us as a threat, partly due to our discreet conduct and covert movements. On the other hand, our actions were so minimal that, as Kevin previously mentioned, they seemed inconsequential to many. Jack stroked his beard thoughtfully, adding, however, should they uncover our true intentions regarding the kingdom of Udicana, it would undoubtedly attract immense scrutiny. If we can surmount this obstacle, we shall no longer be dismissed as mere trifles. Then we must hasten our efforts, Haku inquired. Somewhat resigned. In light of the urgency, Jack found himself at a loss for solutions, ultimately stating, what purpose does it serve to dwell on uncertainties? Our immediate priority is to eliminate those two clowns, Black Bear Haddon, and before the Shadow discovers our true identities. We must swiftly dispose of him and obliterate any incriminating evidence. Only then can we prevent the world government from uncovering our true nature, or at least delay their discovery. Very well, Haku replied, rising to open the door and ushering Fujitora outside. Let us prepare for battle. Left alone in the room, Jack muttered to himself. When faced with indecision, one must act boldly. Sending Carla back was intended to avoid overthinking. While I yearn for a more measured approach, time is of the essence. And if we continue with petty maneuvers without establishing a formidable reputation, how can we command respect? Having said this, he straightened his disheveled attire and stepped out through the door. Although he acknowledged the need for boldness in the face of uncertainty, he understood that the manner of such boldness required careful consideration. In recent days, both the Black Bear Society and the Red Rock Society have intensified their vigilance and reconnaissance efforts. As soon as there was movement, the Black Bear Society was quick to respond defensively, so we are positioning ourselves just outside their territory, displaying such actions before others? Haku inquired, perplexed. Jack retorted, do you believe this approach will lead to victory? After a moment's hesitation, Haku slowly articulated, while I cannot claim absolute certainty, engaging in direct combat, even with the possibility of the enemy setting traps and ambushes, grants us a numerical advantage. Even if we suffer significant casualties, our chances of winning remain substantial. Precisely, Jack replied with a smile. Now, if you were the Black Bear, witnessing the enemy's straightforward reliance on numerical superiority, disregarding casualties, what would you do if they attempted a full frontal assault? Haku contemplated for a while before answering. A direct confrontation would be ill-advised. It would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Instead, one must lure the enemy into a deeper engagement, drawing them into urban warfare where our numerical advantage cannot be effectively utilized. Along the way, they would employ traps and mechanisms to disrupt us, potentially isolating our forces. Then, their troops could split into smaller units, lying in wait to strike at our exposed vulnerabilities. Indeed, Jack nodded in agreement. Thus, we will present a facade of a strong offensive, yet we will not actually penetrate their defenses. Instead, we will use this display to compel the Black Bear to divide their forces, allowing us to swiftly locate and eliminate these scattered units. The more Haku listened, the brighter his eyes gleamed, until he finally posed the crucial question. This plan seems feasible. Yet the primary challenge remains. How can we ascertain the locations of those dispersed units? Given that it is nighttime, it may prove to be rather difficult. As the question was posed, Jack remained silent, merely gesturing with his chin towards the side. Haku followed his gaze and beheld the imposing figure of the Vine Tiger. Noticing the movements of the two, the Vine Tiger feigned surprise, turning its head to inquire, why do you both gaze upon me? I am not one to lead troops into battle. Jack, lowering his head, leaned close to Haku and whispered, you are unaware of the formidable prowess of the Vine Tiger's observation haki. It can even sense meteors from beyond the stars and draw them down with its gravitational pull. Every maneuver of the enemy's forces undoubtedly falls within its awareness. Thus, you must exercise caution henceforth, lest all your secrets be laid bare to it. Jack's hushed tones and furtive gestures rendered both individuals somewhat speechless. Haku silently mused, if you assert its might, then your actions must surely be within the Vine Tiger's perception. The Vine Tiger, playing along, lamented, I heard everything you just mentioned. Although I can perceive meteors from outer space, it requires considerable effort. I am not perpetually so formidable. Furthermore, I am not one to pry into other secrets. Even if I inadvertently come to know them, I shall keep them hidden or simply forget. Unbeknownst to him, Jack awaited this moment, bursting into laughter. See, I told you I was right. Now you understand its power. Henceforth, I must conceal my secrets more deeply. Ah, such playfulness. It turned out Jack's feigned demeanor was merely a means to validate his claims. Just then, a member clad in black approached, reporting, Sir, the assembly is complete with a total of 1,632 members, ready to depart, at any moment. Jack nodded, contemplating the impressive organization of the gang. It resembled a medium-sized faction, augmented by logistical personnel, amounting to over 1,000. A large gang could easily number in the thousands, with its combatants comparable to those of the former Stone Kingdom. The armed strength of a substantial gang could rival that of a small nation. Elucidating the chaos within the Udicana Kingdom. As both individuals turned their attention to him, Jack commanded, "All right. The entire force shall advance." Simultaneously, within the Black Bear Society, alarming news emerged. The Red Rock Society's enforcers are gathering. They are about to strike. What? Many of the Black Bear reacted with astonishment, slamming his hand down. In his mind, he envisioned that after today, Jack would perish at the hands of the Ghost, leading to turmoil within the Red Rock Society by the morrow. Had the Ghost not yet acted? Or had it failed? Benny queried, "Is Jack present?" "Yes, Jack is currently directing operations," his subordinate reported. Although Benny sensed impending doom, he resolved to face the challenge head-on and issued a stern order, quickly notify all divisions to prepare for battle. Once the member departed, Benny immediately grasped the communication device, intending to contact Hutton. However, Hutton was quicker, reaching out first. "This is bad, Benny," were the first words from Hutton. "I know it's dire." "Jack is leading the Red Rock Society, preparing to attack," Benny acknowledged. "Think of a way quickly, or I will be in trouble." "And you will have a hard time explaining yourself," Benny bellowed. Sighing at Benny's outburst, Hutton replied, "This is not the main issue. The real problem lies in our underestimation of Jack." "Underestimating Jack?" "My informants reported some unrest at the Red Rock Society's base over 2 hours ago. Yet Jack emerged unscathed among the gang just 2 hours later. Do you comprehend the implications of this? It signifies that even the Ghost could not harm him. He managed to remain entirely unharmed." Upon hearing this revelation, Benny exclaimed in disbelief, "That is impossible. How could even the Ghost fail to inflict any damage on him?" "My friend, whether you believe it or not, and regardless of the mysterious methods Jack employed, this is the reality. We have indeed underestimated him. Even if we were to summon the Ghost, it would not be able to touch him," Hutton explained, exasperated. "However, the pressing concern is not this matter, but how we shall respond." "What do you suggest we do?" Benny inquired anxiously. "Rest assured, my brother, we have been comrades for over a decade, and I will not abandon you," Hutton assured him. "While I cannot intervene directly, the world government can. I have already sought assistance from my superiors, and when the battle commences, the spies embedded within the Red Rock Society will turn against them, delivering a decisive blow." "And?" Benny pressed, eager for more information. "They have dispatched an expert in the 6 styles to your location, who should be arriving shortly." No sooner had Hutton spoken than a gang member burst through the door, crashing inside. Benny rushed to the entrance and noticed several individuals lying outside. Then, a man dressed in a suit entered slowly, removing his hat as he introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Peter, a member of CP3. Your subordinates attempted to prevent my entry, so I incapacitated them all." "Hey, I must say, this contradicts the analysis you two just provided," Fujitora remarked, chuckling at the spectacle before him. "Are you certain this is all there is? No ambush lurking in the shadows?" Jack, equally bewildered, questioned the situation. This was not following the script at all. Even without traps or ambushes, they should not have been so brazen as to confront him in the square. "Indeed, I have sensed carefully. There are no ambushes or mechanisms present. It appears they genuinely wish for a direct confrontation in the square," Fujitora affirmed. Jack's mind was swirling with questions. Could it be that their opponents had lost their wits? This was unexpected. He had intended to make a bold move, yet they were even more reckless. When circumstances deviate from the norm, there is often something amiss. Was there a conspiracy unfolding beyond his perception? Despite the myriad of doubts swirling in their minds, they had come too far to retreat and postpone the confrontation for another day. Furthermore, it was merely a matter of facing them head-on, with such a significant advantage. A single decisive strike could resolve the issue. As Jack grappled with his thoughts, a remark from Fujitora illuminated his perspective. "Haven't you always claimed that when faced with perplexing problems, one should cast blame upon the world government?" Indeed. It seemed plausible that mischief was afoot in regions unbeknownst to Europe and America, and cowering in fear would yield no solution. No longer preoccupied with the potential missteps, Jack commanded, "Relay the order. We shall form our ranks and confront them." His confidence was not unfounded. The strategy of maintaining a steady course amidst chaos hinges upon possessing formidable strength. Lacking such prowess would amount to a passive acceptance of doom. It is akin to possessing extraordinary abilities, remaining unfazed while sipping tea as earthquakes or tornadoes approach. Conversely, an ordinary person would flee at the first warning of an impending tornado. Jack's assurance stemmed from none other than Fujitora by his side. Although Fujitora had concealed his true capabilities under Jack's directive, never having truly unleashed his power. The revelation of his might, comparable to that of an admiral, would compel other factions to unite against a common threat, potentially leading some to ally with the world government for support. In all honesty, with such a limited number of adversaries, a single meteorite could obliterate them. Thus, such a formidable weapon must be wielded with caution. However, revealing a glimpse of his power was acceptable, sufficient to address any unforeseen circumstances. Consequently, the Red Rock Society positioned themselves strategically, with both sides now facing off across a square, awaiting the commander's signal to launch a valiant charge. As customary, prior to the commencement of hostilities, the leaders of both armies would exchange words. Regardless of the eloquence of their speeches, the formula remained unchanged, denouncing the opposition while rallying their own troops. Initially, Jack had little interest in such theatrics, intending to plunge directly into battle. However, given that their formations were already established, it would be a squandered opportunity not to step forward for a few remarks to play the part. Thus, Jack, accompanied by Haku and Fujitora, advanced to the forefront. Yes, they moved forward. Not a single noble steed in sight, yet they approached on foot. Even Jack felt a tinge of embarrassment. Should such an occasion arise again, one must certainly prepare equine companions or some other grandiose mode of entrance, lest one's prestige diminish. Of course, Benny and Peter, too, made their entrance on foot, rendering the situation rather equal, evoking a sense of mutual mediocrity. Before Jack could steady himself, Benny, adhering to their prior strategy, bellowed, "You, Captain Jack, are utterly unreasonable. First, you assassinated Joyce to seize the Red Rock Society, then unexpectedly absorbed the Ironwood Society, committing countless misdeeds with your despicable tactics. Your infamy stretches from the southern port of Pocky City to the northern lighthouse of Yat Iron City. None are unaware of your vile reputation. However, we of the Black Bear Society are not to be trifled with. Today, I, Benny of the Black Bear, alongside my esteemed brothers, shall eradicate this menace for the kingdom of Udicana and uphold justice for Pocky City. No one can defeat the valiant members of the Black Bear Society. We are invincible." "Oh!" roar. The crowd rallied behind Benny, their voices rising in fervor. "Proclaim who I am. Benny, Benny, Benny." Upon hearing these words, Jack simply curled his lips in disdain. What a trivial display, devoid of any impact. It was exceedingly conventional, merely a feeble attempt to berate the opposition and bolster his subordinates. To be frank, the delivery was unimpressive, and it was truly a testament to the foolishness of the Black Bear Society that they were so easily inspired by such banalities. Jack mused that his comrades in the Red Rock Society ought to exhibit greater intelligence. Just then, as he turned to survey the scene, he found himself covering his face in disbelief. Indeed, this world is rife with fools, their numbers overwhelming. In that fleeting glance, Jack noticed several individuals wearing troubled expressions, and some had even begun to murmur amongst themselves. Although Jack could not discern their words, he instinctively knew they were not uttering anything commendable. Alas, this could not continue. They had yet to engage in battle and were already half defeated. With morale faltering, both factions resembled a disorganized rabble, lacking the discipline of the Revolutionary Army or the world government soldiers. All that could be measured were their numbers and spirits. Unbeknownst to Jack, upon Peter's arrival, he had advised Benny against employing intricate strategies, advocating instead for a direct confrontation. In the face of both armies, a bold and forthright declaration would serve to belittle Jack and elevate his own stature. Thus, before the battle commenced, a portion of the morale could be undermined. Moreover, this would facilitate the spies positioned in the rear to incite a mutiny, capitalizing on the chaos to sway a small faction, launching a surprise attack from behind during the conflict, catching the central forces off guard. However, for this to unfold, it required time to let the rumors fester, to amplify the doubts and discontent within the ranks, and to orchestrate deceptive maneuvers among the members of the Red Rock Society. This is also the reason why Benny, after delivering his speech, refrained from launching an immediate assault and instead chose to remain in place, adorned with a smile that radiated confidence. It truly is a curious sight to behold such a robust and commanding man laughing like a blooming chrysanthemum. However, had Benny, following his oration, revealed his dagger and charged forth, Jack would have found himself in a precarious position. Yet, you inexplicably afforded Jack the opportunity to speak. Do you not realize that when it comes to verbal sparring, if I, Jack, concede the second place, then no one can claim the first? Jack scoffed internally. You, a gangster, dare to discuss the dichotomy of good and evil? Since you wish to court disaster, I shall oblige you and engage in a discourse on true morality, allowing you, a mere insignificant wretch, to witness the full extent of my power. Jack slowly stepped out from the throng, feigning profundity, and began. The tides of fate shift. Artifacts become more accessible, and it is the virtuous who reclaim what is rightfully theirs. This is the immutable law of nature. Of course, history has shown that posturing and pretentiousness have always been ill-advised. Upon uttering these words, Jack noticed Benny's bewildered expression and instantly realized he had erred. He quickly glanced around, and indeed, apart from Fujitora, who hails from Wano, the others bore looks of utter confusion. The lack of education is truly alarming. Jack mentally chastised himself, reflecting, how could I forget that while there are many wise individuals in this world, fools dominate the populace? It seems others may only possess fleeting charm, but I can't even claim that. When Jack first encountered Dragon, their banter was possible because Dragon had received an advanced education. Now, this assembly of gangsters is akin to a pod of muggles. It is a wonder if they could comprehend that statement at all. Only Fujitora and Haku, who had been exposed to revolutionary thoughts, seemed to grasp Jack's previous words. Well, there is no helping it. I shall reserve my pretentiousness for those more cultured in the future, as there will certainly be opportunities ahead. Sooner or later, I shall confront the Navy. Jack sighed in resignation, thinking, since they cannot comprehend, I will translate it into simpler terms. Though this may lower my prestige considerably, it should suffice for this group of fools. This territory is not static. Each shift in circumstance is claimed by those of virtue, a timeless truth of natural law. Jack found himself explaining once more in front of these simpletons. As Captain Jack, I am indeed one of those virtuous individuals, and thus, I shall reclaim the territories of Joyce and Hans, and now, I shall also take from you, Benny, what you have acquired, unifying the prosperity of Pakui City. Everyone present was aware that since a decade ago, the Wolf Fong gang of Iron City, the Mercury group of the royal capital, and the villainous party, 3 underground syndicates, had descended upon this land, plunging the nation into endless strife. Both local residents and incoming merchants, travelers, and workers have all suffered the agonies wrought by the conflicts of these great powers. Just like in recent days, during the skirmishes between our two gangs, as night falls, people have retreated into their homes, fearful of being caught in the crossfire of our battles. Little do they know that over the course of these 10 years, countless individuals have succumbed to the conflicts between gangs and other factions, leaving people to live in a state of perpetual anxiety, fearing that misfortune may one day befall them. These words may not resonate deeply with many, yet those who were once humble commoners, craftsmen, merchants, and castaway pirates, ultimately driven to despair and compelled to join gangs, feel the weight of this truth profoundly. Indeed, prior to their affiliation with these gangs, they lived in constant dread, fearing that calamity would one day befall them. And what of their lives post-joining? These individuals have endured immense suffering. Some, out of sheer desperation, have aligned themselves with various factions. I am convinced that within your Black Bear Society and among my companions, there are numerous souls who were once ordinary, even virtuous. However, what transpires after their induction? They begin to adopt the Gang-S ways, mastering the art of oppressing the populace, extorting vessels, and embracing all the vices they once endured. Have they been corrupted? Have they fallen from grace? Jack exclaimed vehemently. No, they comprehend that if they do not partake in these nefarious acts, others will inevitably take their place. And should they refrain, they shall become the very victims of extortion and coercion. This heartfelt declaration stirred considerable emotion among the listeners. A member of the Hong-In Society forcefully pushed away a nearby spy and remarked, Marvin, you need not speak further. Captain Jack, possessing such profound insights, must surely be a man of virtue. I shall remain steadfastly loyal to him for life. This Marvin is indeed the very same individual who stood guard at the back door of the Blood Red Mountain Tavern when Jack first arrived. Surprised by this push, Marvin found himself astonished. Just moments ago, they had agreed to unite against Captain Jack. Yet now, after just a few words from Jack, their resolve seemed to waver. The others, who had initially been swayed by Marvin's persuasive tongue, began to falter as well. Unbeknownst to Jack, who remained unaware of these shifting allegiances, he continued, As for me, Captain Jack, since my arrival on this island, I have accomplished 2 commendable deeds in a matter of days. The first was the eradication of Joyce, and the second was the takeover of the Ironwood Society. As you all have witnessed, since I assumed control over these two factions, I have been diligently restraining our members, steering them away from their nefarious activities and guiding them towards the prudent management of their enterprises. I firmly believe that if we can extricate ourselves from our former ways, we can once again become virtuous individuals. Now, within the vast expanse of Paik City, the only remaining reactionary force is your Black Bear Society. However, as I have stated, I am willing to extend an opportunity to anyone. Benny, you must not diverge from the will of the people, nor act against the residents of Paik City as a whole. As the saying goes, those who align with the heavens shall prosper, while those who oppose shall perish. Behind me stands the collective will of the city's populace. Do not underestimate your own capabilities and fly into the flames like a moth. At this moment, not only did Jack's supporters begin to shift, but many of Benny's own followers also started to waver. From the houses surrounding the square, faint murmurs emerged. How could one possibly sleep soundly while two formidable factions prepared for a deadly confrontation right at their doorsteps? Everyone was either hiding beneath their beds or concealing themselves in barrels, fervently praying for the night to pass. Naturally, they had heard Jack's proclamations, and those who had initially been indifferent, merely wishing to survive the night, now found themselves harboring a new hope that Jack would emerge victorious. Though they dared not openly voice their support, they silently prayed for his success. Finally, Jack earnestly addressed Black Bear Benny. Benny, do not remain obstinately deluded. You cannot hope to conquer all of Paik City. If you were to lay down your arms and submit with courtesy, you would not lose your position among your ranks. Aligning with the will of the people and avoiding unnecessary conflict to the delight of all. Should you choose not to surrender, the good people behind you will not show you mercy. Good people? They have all turned to this line of work. Where are the good people to be found? Benny realized that if he did not interject quickly, he would be left with no choice but to capitulate. Hearing this, Jack retorted, "If you choose not to be a good person, I shall not hinder you. However, that does not imply that others share your sentiment. I advise you not to impede their aspirations." At that moment, Johnny, a soldier from the Revolutionary Army, stepped forward with a sudden inspiration, kneeling behind Jack and weeping earnestly. "Captain Jack, I wish to be a good person." Oh my, who would have thought that Johnny, the young captain who had followed him all the way from Baldigo, was not only a skilled fighter but also possessed such cleverness. Beneath the rugged exterior lies a heart of remarkable delicacy. Although the acting may still possess a hint of exaggeration, it suffices to deceive these individuals. Truly, a commendation must be bestowed upon him upon his return. To be merely a squad leader seems an underestimation of his capabilities. At this moment, Jack finds himself elated by this unexpected turn of events. Reveling in the joy of having such a commendable teammate, it is not merely that these individuals are easily fooled, rather, it is Bucky who embodies the essence of a master deceiver, capable of ensnaring even the most perilous and high-bounty criminals with ease. Almost as if he possesses an aura of invincibility. In comparison, Jack realizes he is still rather inexperienced. Under Johnny's lead, several other revolutionary soldiers followed suit. Kneeling on the ground and expressing their heartfelt sentiments in choked voices, "Captain Jack, we aspire to be good men." This act of kneeling sparked a wave of emotion among the others, with members of the Red Rock Society collapsing to the ground, pleading fervently. A cacophony of despair ensued as many joined in this display of supplication. Caught in the midst of this fervor, Marvin and the other spies felt a sense of helplessness. They realized that not kneeling would surely invite the wrath of the crowd. Seizing the moment, Jack turned to address the kneeling individuals. "I hereby declare that regardless of your past actions, as long as you do not repeat them, you shall be considered good men. However, you are to apologize to those you have previously extorted and harmed by tomorrow." Overwhelmed with emotion, those who received Jack's forgiveness wept uncontrollably, and amidst their sobs, "Faint chance of long live the good men. Long live Jack," could be heard. As the harsh reprimand fell, Benny found himself at a loss. Having not only failed to achieve the desired outcome, but also inadvertently solidifying the unity within the Red Rock Society, doubts began to surface among many behind the scenes. And had Benny not shot a fierce glare at them, intimidating them with his notorious reputation, it is likely that he would have faced Jack's wrath on his knees. Benny was acutely aware that this situation could only lead to disaster, yet his muscle-bound mind struggled to conjure a viable solution, leaving him in a state of anxious agitation. Fortunately, Peter, a seasoned veteran from CP3, stood beside him. Beneath Peter's cold exterior lay a hint of exasperation, for he found himself entangled in this troublesome affair with an imbecile. Peter discreetly whispered a few words to Benny, who, upon hearing them, regained his composure. He raised his voice, urging everyone to listen. Do not be swayed by Jack's manipulations. There is no turning back. You must continue to embrace your roles as villains. If you wish to be good, be it the Mercury Group or the Wolf Fong Gang, those formidable organizations will not allow you to escape unscathed. Benny's impassioned speech jolted the crowd into awareness. Indeed, those three powerful gangs loomed like insurmountable mountains. Even kings and nobles found themselves helpless against them. If they dared to transform their gang into a benevolent force, those entities would not sit idly by. The air was soon filled with cries of despair. Jack, seething with anger, glared at Benny's smug face, cursing him for his foolishness and his audacity to challenge him. Very well, if you wish to court death. So be it, he thought, vowing to dismantle Benny's Black Bear Society without losing a single soldier. He composed himself and slowly remarked, You, Benny, once proclaimed that my notoriety stretched from Pocky City to Iron City, known by all. Are you now confessing that you are the villain while I am the virtuous one? Benny, caught off guard by this accusation, stammered for a moment before finally retorting in anger, And what of it? Today marks your demise, Jack. Ah. The face of the underworld, twisting truth, capricious, and untrustworthy. Jack sighed deeply and spoke with measured calm. I have a statement. Please lend me your ears. You cannot be the good ones out of fear of the wicked and their retribution. But have you ever considered that their promises may be empty and their words mere illusions? Ultimately, you may find yourselves ensnared in endless suffering. Yet, the promises of the righteous are steadfast and attainable. What fear should we have of the formidable gangs? What should we fear from powerful pirates? They are human, just as we are. Must we inevitably succumb to them? With that, Jack reiterated the sentiments he had just shared with Kevin, urging them to unite as benevolent souls. Let us raise the banner of truth, goodness, and beauty, striving together for happiness in this world. The most impactful ideas often emerge from the simplest of truths. All my thoughts converge upon a singular notion. If those lacking in ethics can unite to form a formidable force, then it stands to reason that the righteous should do likewise. Upon the conclusion of this statement, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, leaving even Peter and Benny at a loss for words. Benny could only point at Jack with trembling fingers, muttering helplessly, Why you? Jack thundered, Silence. You shameless scoundrel. A lifetime of malevolence, and now you dare to infiltrate our virtuous gathering to sow discord. All good individuals, heed my command. Let us unite in action. With a sweeping gesture, Jack issued the order, Down with the Black Bear Benny, regardless of life or death. At the sound of his command, a gang member wielding a machete lunged towards Benny's back. Caught off guard, Benny realized too late to defend himself. Peter, standing nearby, let out a resigned sigh, muttering iron block, before delivering a powerful punch that sent the assailant sprawling into the crowd, where he collided with several others before crashing to the ground. Benny, now shaken yet emboldened, laughed heartily. Did you see that? Such is the fate of a traitor. However, his mirth was short-lived as a tomato suddenly splattered against his head, its juices drenching his face. The crowd turned to see a young child, no more than a teenager, poised at the entrance of a nearby house, having just hurled the fruit. Undeterred by the attention, the child proclaimed, I am a good person, and I aim to take down Benny. At that moment, a couple burst through the door behind the child. Just as the onlookers presumed they intended to drag the child back inside, the couple brandished kitchen knives, shielding the child and joining the chorus of Down with Black Bear Benny. Before the armed gang members could react, an increasing number of individuals emerged from the house. A diverse assembly of men, women, and children. Some wielded knives, while others clutched wooden sticks. Despite standing right at the doorway, they fervently shouted similar slogans against Benny. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Black Bear Club could no longer restrain themselves. If children and women showed no fear, what was there for them to dread? Someone immediately shouted, I am a good person now, and charged at Benny with a spear. Benny responded by kicking the assailant away, only to be met by another who shouted, I want to be a good person, while swinging a curved blade at him. As more people joined in, for every one that Benny struck down, two more took their place, and he and Peter found themselves utterly engulfed by the surging masses. From a distance, Jack watched the encircled duo, a smug smile spreading across his face, though he lamented the absence of a fan to wave. Fujitora, witnessing the spectacle, remarked, Who would have thought that mere words could lead to such a resounding victory? In comparison, I have fallen short. You flatter me, Jack replied with a grin. Benny has committed countless misdeeds. I have merely stated some truths. The true force opposing him lies in the goodness within the hearts of the people. As long as a flicker of conscience remains, Benny is destined for defeat. Fujitora laughed heartily, retorting, By your logic, The world government and celestial dragons should have perished long ago. Why do they still exist? Not everyone comprehends such reasoning, and not all can disseminate it effectively. If everyone truly understood your principles, then why would the celestial dragons still stand? Haku chimed in agreement. Indeed, if all the world grasped these truths and united spontaneously, what need would there be for our revolutionary army? Alas, hearing their words, Jack felt the elation of victory begin to wane. After all, the world government controlled global media, and the newspapers that reached every corner of the world were all under their dominion. By manipulating public opinion, they effectively governed the world. How I wish for an opportunity to utilize media to share our thoughts with the world, Jack mused, harboring a beautiful aspiration in his heart. Yet, unbeknownst to him, achieving this desire would entail a perilous journey fraught with near-fatal challenges before he would ever attain such a coveted opportunity. But that was a tale for another time. As Jack pondered these thoughts, the man in a black suit, who had remained by Benny's side, suddenly leaped from the crowd, employing a rapid moonwalk technique. He swiftly advanced towards Jack. It became evident that Peter, realizing the situation had spiraled out of control, understood that the tide of the day had turned against them. Before Peter lay two paths. One was to flee, while the other involved joining forces with the remaining members of CP3 behind Jack to launch an assault. The first option was undoubtedly the safer choice. With Peter's agility, retreating gracefully like a moonwalker posed little challenge. The only concern was the potential repercussions of failing to complete his mission upon returning. The second option, however, was fraught with peril, yet if he succeeded in eliminating Jack, it would be a tremendous victory. Even if the assault ultimately failed, he could betray his comrades and escape, which would effectively revert to the first option. As for the fate of others, that was beyond his concern. After a moment of contemplation, Peter resolved to charge directly at Jack. Unbeknownst to him, if Jack were intent on capturing him, Peter would stand no chance, as he would be subdued in an instant. Jack, witnessing Peter's bold advance, could not help but admire his audacity. It took considerable nerve to charge forth alone. Without hesitation, Jack drew his pistol from his waist and fired at Peter in midair. To Jack's astonishment, Peter did not evade. Instead, he absorbed the impact of the bullet against his chest, producing a resounding clang, akin to a strike against iron. To Jack's surprise, Peter exhibited remarkable prowess, skillfully combining his moonwalk with an almost impenetrable defense. It seemed that even among the ranks of CP, he was no ordinary adversary. Realizing that his cosplay prop had proven ineffective against Peter, Jack casually holstered his weapon back at his side. At this moment, the tirelessly devoted MVP, renowned for his numerous brawls and fierce confrontations, the formidable fishman Haku stepped forward to shield Jack. However, Jack, with a swift motion, obstructed him and remarked, "Since he has boldly charged in, the lurking elements behind will surely be emboldened as well. You two should confront those individuals, particularly Fujitora. Ensure that every one of them is extracted. I shall handle the senior members of the CP. Moreover, as the leader, it would be unwise to conceal my formidable prowess, lest I be underestimated by others." As if on cue, no sooner had Jack uttered these words than several spies, previously hidden among the crowd, surged to the forefront, brandishing weapons and lunging directly at Jack. Haku and Fujitora hastily engaged, embroiled in a fierce struggle with the assailants. Observing the betrayal within their ranks, the remaining members of the team instinctively moved to assist, only to be sternly halted by Haku. "Stay back, they are rigged with explosives. We shall handle these individuals." Indeed, this group exhibited a reckless disregard for life, even resorting to binding explosives to themselves. It seemed they had long resolved to embrace martyrdom should they fail. Upon hearing this, Jack quickly retreated a few steps, exclaiming, "You two may not fear the bombs, but I certainly do." Just as Jack halted, he felt a gust of wind overhead, prompting him to crouch instinctively. In that instant, a crescent-shaped blue light swept over Jack's head, embedding itself into the ground behind him and leaving a distinct gash in the tiles. Jack, shaken, realized that Peter had maneuvered to a position not far ahead and, taking advantage of Jack's momentary distraction, unleashed a swift kick. Of course, Jack's reflexes were equally sharp. As he crouched, he drew the Punisher and, from his lowered stance, fired a shot at Peter. Do you think this shot will be effective against a master of the Six Styles? There are 100 ways to evade it." Peter mused, observing the gun's barrel aimed at him, the menacing red light of the sight glaring ominously. He opted to employ paper drawing midair, just as Jack squeezed the trigger. In that moment, Peter realized his error. The bullet struck him squarely in the arm. "TCH, paper drawing? How is it that I could only slightly shift my body?" I was aiming for the heart. Jack lamented as he rose, nursing a headache. Yet it was Peter who felt the true anguish, astonished that even with paper drawing, he could not evade the shot. It had been far too swift. The execution of paper drawing relies on the perception of the airflow generated by an impending attack, allowing one to evade based on the changes in that current. This technique often enables one to narrowly escape danger and can be regarded as a rudimentary form of the observation hockey, a diluted version of its full potential. The weakness lies not in the perception of danger, but rather in the awareness of airflow. In other words, the paper drawing can only react after the bullet has been fired. Conversely, with the observation of hockey, one can sense danger even before the trigger is pulled or the aim is taken. Of course, when facing ordinary opponents, especially those wielding flintlock or smoothbore guns, the paper drawing method is more than sufficient to counter such attacks. However, Peter never anticipated that the oddly shaped handgun in Jack's possession would propel bullets at a speed second only to that of sound, rendering them almost instantaneous. Peter managed to evade a direct hit to his chest, yet his arm was still grazed by a bullet. Impressive, you actually managed to injure me, Peter hissed. His face contorted with rage as he fell before Jack. The last individual who harmed me was devoured by fish. As he spoke, he exerted himself to force the bullet from his arm, revealing that it had merely lodged beneath the surface of the muscle, rather than penetrating deeply. Observing this, Jack raised an eyebrow, acknowledging Peter's adeptness in martial arts. It appeared that upon realizing the paper drawing was ineffective, Peter had ceased its use and swiftly transitioned to a more solid form, mitigating the damage from the shot. Jack's frustration mounted. Had it not been for the penetrating effect of the Punisher, this bullet would have merely resulted in a superficial wound, not even grazing the muscle. Such opportunities were rare. As Peter had grown wary of the Punisher, any slight movement would trigger a reaction, making it immensely challenging to land another shot unless Jack could sense his actions through hockey. Since you have shot me, it is now my turn to return the favor, Peter declared, having expelled the bullet from his arm, indicating that his left limb was unharmed. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Peter vanished from Jack's view. There was no doubt he had employed the technique of chafe. Jack inwardly cursed, focusing all his energy to perceive Peter's movements. To the right, just as Jack sensed the imminent threat, Peter had already darted to his right side, preparing to strike. In a split second, Jack hastily switched the Punisher for a dagger, raising it to block. Peter's strike was meticulously planned. Raising his right hand with his index finger extended, he aimed to jab Jack's right arm from the side. Clang! The force of Peter's strike nearly caused Jack to lose grip on his dagger. Remarkably, Peter's finger, which had collided against the side of the dagger, remained unscathed. This surprised Peter, who stepped back in astonishment, exclaiming, "You managed to keep up with my movements? Captain Jack truly possesses remarkable skill. I must admit, many things about you have taken me by surprise." Jack twirled the dagger in his hand and smirked, surprised. There are even greater surprises to come, ones that could very well cost you your life. As Jack twirled his small knife, he suddenly made a sweeping motion in Peter's direction. Of course, our Jack was no master swordsman. He could not unleash a flying slash or a wave of energy simply by swinging the knife. However, as he executed the motion, the blade remained a knife in his hand, only to transform into a Punisher by the time it reached its intended target. Jack adeptly utilized the knife's swing to transition seamlessly into drawing his firearm, and without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Confronted once more with the muzzle of the gun and the disconcerting red laser dot hovering beneath it, Peter did not waste any time. His gaze sharpened, and his body tensed as he employed a block of iron. It was not that Peter wished to endure the assault with sheer force. Rather, he realized that the moment he detected being targeted, evasion was futile against the speed of the bullet. His previous attempt to shield himself with paper had resulted in a bullet wound, sufficiently enlightening him to this grim reality. Thus, could he evade the oncoming threat by employing a rapid movement technique? The answer lay in the timing. If he initiated the evasive maneuver before being aimed at, he might indeed escape unscathed. However, should he wait until he was already in the crosshairs, and then attempt to dodge at the moment the trigger was pulled, it would spell certain doom. Some individuals who are not well acquainted with the six styles may ponder why it is deemed a dead end. Even if evasion proves impossible, one could resort to employing iron blocks as a shield, as previously done. However, were it truly that straightforward, the six styles would be extraordinarily formidable, warranting a name change to solitary six styles, capable of surpassing all techniques in existence. After I complete my mastery of hockey, I shall revisit the training of the six styles. A significant drawback of the six styles has always been its inability to simultaneously wield multiple abilities. This notion is quite comprehensible. It resembles the choice between the lightness of paper and the solidity of iron. Should one relax their body to deftly evade attacks, or tense every muscle to augment the firmness of flesh? These two approaches are evidently contradictory. However, some may argue that certain movements are not in conflict and can indeed be executed simultaneously, such as shave and finger gun. Not only are they devoid of contradiction, but they also complement each other splendidly. Regarding this matter, I would assert that shave is, in fact, the least compatible of all. It represents the most fragile link within the six forms and could even be deemed a critical weakness. No one can adeptly employ shave alongside other movements. Note that I refer to other movements, not merely other six forms. Even the prodigious genius, Rob Lucci, who has honed the six forms to their utmost pinnacle, cannot achieve this. Each time he employs shave, he dashes to the enemy's side, only commencing his assault once he has come to a halt. The same holds true for every member of CP9. Are they all foolish? They cannot even conceive of striking during the execution of shave, let alone employ other six forms. Given the velocity, the potential power of such a strike is undeniable. It is not a matter of desire. It is simply unattainable. During the execution of shave, one is utterly incapable of performing any other actions. This observation highlights merely the first deficiency of shave, for there exist two additional shortcomings. One drawback is that the startup process is time-consuming. The time invested is minimal. Yet in a contest of skill, it could be tantamount to courting disaster. The principle of the technique known as shear lies in executing over 10 rapid footfalls upon the ground within a fleeting moment, harnessing the resultant force for explosive movement. However, herein lies the conundrum. This so-called moment is not truly instantaneous. It requires a measure of time. The question then arises, how much time is requisite to initiate this shear? Approximately 0.36 seconds. Indeed, to the average person, 0.36 seconds may appear remarkably swift. Yet, the Punisher wielded by Jack operates at a velocity far superior to this fleeting interval. With a bullet traveling at around 300 meters per second, the distance between the two individuals means it could reach its target in less than 0.1 seconds, and when accounting for the time taken to pull the trigger, it undoubtedly remains within the 0.36 seconds threshold. This is sufficient to strike Peter before he can make his escape. Moreover, there is a significant drawback. Once initiated, the technique cannot be halted. It must continue until Peter has leapt and come to a standstill. This is easily comprehensible. The execution of 10 consecutive steps begins with the first footfall, after which he has already left the ground, with the remaining 9 steps occurring in a state of low altitude, accumulating kinetic energy. Even if he wishes to cease the remaining 9 steps, a mere 0.36 seconds later, he would inadvertently propel himself forward with that final step, revealing a fatal flaw that could lead to his demise. Therefore, considering this major defect and the two inherent shortcomings, if Peter were to rely solely on the shear to evade, not only would he fail to escape, but he would also fall victim to a grievous gunshot from the Punisher, irrespective of whether it strikes his lungs, kidneys, or any other vital area. The consequences would be severe. Faced with Jack's maneuver, having estimated the bullet's velocity, Peter is left with no choice but to endure the impact with an iron block. It is evident that Peter, seasoned by countless battles and rich in experience, stands in stark contrast to an inexperienced youth whose misguided decisions could lead to irrevocable consequences. The simultaneous sounds of a thud and a clang reverberated through the air. TCH, it seems the iron head technique has been mastered quite thoroughly. Jack muttered discontentedly as he observed the injury on Peter's forehead. Jack had aimed precisely at Peter's forehead. Had Peter not decisively employed a metal block, he would undoubtedly have suffered a fatal blow. Unfortunately for Jack, Peter remained entirely focused, and the bullet merely grazed his forehead, deflecting harmlessly away. After the first shot, Jack immediately sought to fire a second. However, Jack had yet to hone his skills to the point of disregarding recoil. The force of the shot momentarily halted him, allowing Peter to swiftly evade his original position. Jack was poised to take aim once more, but Peter was not about to repeat such a blunder. Before Jack could align his sights, Peter vanished from his field of vision in a flash. At this moment, Jack was fully exerting his observation hotkey, clearly perceiving Peter's trajectory. He understood that if he could land a shot while Peter was utilizing the shave technique, it would spell the end of the encounter. However, the challenge lay in the fact that even though Jack could discern Peter's movements, his body could not keep pace, rendering him unable to aim precisely in tandem with his perception. Expecting Peter to charge directly into the barrel of his gun was an impossibility. Since Jack had missed a shot, he resigned himself to the situation. Swiftly switching his weapon from gun to blade and slashing towards Peter's anticipated landing spot on his right side. Indeed, even if I cannot strike your rapidly moving form, I can ascertain where you will land. As previously explained, shave involves a rapid series of at least 10 footfalls upon the ground, harnessing the resultant force to achieve swift movement. This high-speed maneuver is essentially a leap. From the moment it commences, one is airborne and cannot regain control until landing. Thus, your landing point was evident to me long before you took off. Although Jack's strike was blocked by Peter's arm upon landing, it effectively transformed Jack's offensive action into a defensive maneuver against Peter's advance. Can you see where I will land? Either your visual acuity is extraordinary, or you have awakened your observation hockey. Which is it, I wonder? Peter asked casually, raising his arm without irritation. Feel free to ponder that yourself. Jack replied with a smirk, his voice dripping with sarcasm. However, I advise you to remain cautious of my blade. What? Peter thought to himself, realizing with dismay that the object he had been blocking was not a blade, but rather an oddly shaped firearm. This time, Jack aimed directly at the most vulnerable part of the human body, thinking to himself, I refuse to believe that this iron block has rendered your eyelids impervious to blades and bullets. Peter's reaction was commendable. Upon spotting the ominous black barrel of the gun at his left eye, he immediately responded. He slightly raised his left arm, while simultaneously preparing to strike Jack with his clenched right fist, wielding the iron block. The mere fraction of time he took to react and counter was a testament to his status as an elite in CP3. Due to Peter's slight elevation of his arm, Jack's shot did not penetrate Peter's eye. Instead, it struck the eye socket, causing a small piece of flesh to be blasted away, revealing the stark whiteness of bone beneath. On the other hand, despite being hit, Peter did not relent in his assault. He unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Jack. Faced with Peter's pin-up fury, Jack dared not withstand the blow directly, knowing that to do so would be tantamount to courting death. With no other option, he swiftly leapt back. Jack was fortunate that the 6 techniques he possessed only included rapid movement and not an acceleration of attack speed, for otherwise, evasion would have been exceedingly difficult. Feeling the pain in his eye socket, Peter calmly inquired, to be able to interchange weapons at will is indeed quite difficult to defend against. I wonder what ability you possess. Want to know what Captain Jack's ability is? Come back and ask me after you've managed to defeat me, Jack retorted, maintaining his usual cocky demeanor. After that, the two exchanged blows for several more rounds, with neither side making significant progress. Their combat resembled a deadly dance between a venomous snake and a brawny bull. Jack embodied the snake, while Peter represented the bull. The snake possessed lethal fangs, akin to Jack's formidable attack power. If the venom could be injected into the bull, no matter how strong it was, it would inevitably succumb. However, Peter, as the bull, was characterized by immense strength and resilience. Faced with such an opponent, the snake could only seek out weaknesses to exploit. Yet, after numerous attempts, the snake found itself striking only against the bull's thick hide, achieving little to no results. Conversely, if the bull managed to land a hit on the snake, it would be severely wounded. Fortunately, the bull was not as agile as the snake, especially with the latter possessing the ability of observation hockey, making it as elusive as a slippery eel, which the bull struggled to catch. However, after several rounds, the tide began to turn. The snake's venom was finite, and in terms of stamina, the bull had the upper hand. Jack was growing increasingly uncomfortable. This man before him felt akin to a turtle shell, having fired 9 shots without a single one yielding a fruitful outcome, all resulting in mere superficial injuries. Moreover, his hockey was beginning to falter, and he even felt a slight ache at his temples. It seems your condition is also on the brink of collapse. Peter bore numerous scars, and his impeccably tailored suit had become somewhat tattered. Yet, it could not conceal the joy swelling within him. It is worth noting that you have fired 9 shots consecutively without ever loading a bullet. I surmise you are nearing your limit. Even if your gun can store bullets, there likely aren't many left. Peter's estimation was remarkably accurate. There remained but a single bullet in the magazine, the last venom of the viper. Should he fail this time, the serpent would have no poison left to wield. Let me take one final gamble, Jack thought. After all, there are still Vine Tiger and Haku. I shall not meet my demise, though it may be somewhat embarrassing. With no lingering concerns, Jack resolved to make a desperate attempt. He raised his right hand and fired the last bullet towards Peter, who stood several meters away. At the end of his rope, Jack fired a shot of notably poor caliber. Peter inwardly shook his head. He had already evaded that direction before Jack pulled the trigger. Naturally, Jack's shot found only air, marking the sole misfire among the 10 shots. Regrettably, I shall now send you on your way, Peter thought, having deftly avoided Jack's final bullet. He immediately launched himself forward, employing a swift charge. However, he failed to notice the slight upward curve of Jack's lips. This is precisely the moment I have been waiting for. Jack mused as he prepared to confront Peter, redirecting his body towards the direction in which Peter would land. As Jack pivoted, Peter descended right before him. Peter gazed at Jack with a flicker of unease in his heart, yet he momentarily suppressed it. Now you are merely a toothless serpent, posturing vainly. He extended an index finger and, with a low command, declared, finger gun, as he thrust his hand towards Jack's chest. Typically, Jack would employ a knife to block or find a way to evade such an assault. However, this time Jack opted to act as bait, merely twisting his body slightly to avoid a fatal hit. With a sound like a soft thud, Peter's finger pierced through Jack's chest. What a show of bravado. This is where it ends. Seeing that Jack had failed to dodge his attack, Peter assumed Jack was out of options, exhausted and desperate. Yet, as Peter plunged his finger into Jack's chest, Jack, despite the pain, raised his shotgun. In truth, Jack had long understood that striking Peter's eyes with the Punisher and seizing an opportunity for a lethal blow was a theoretical endeavor. In reality, hitting the well-guarded weak points Peter protected was exceedingly difficult. Even expending all available ammunition might not suffice. Moreover, let us not forget that by that time, he would have already exhausted his stamina from relentlessly exerting his formidable power, rendering him incapable of combat. Presently, the only weapon Jack possesses that can potentially breach Peter's defenses and inflict significant damage is his ever-reliable shotgun, which has never disappointed him since their union. However, the drawback of the shotgun lies in its ineffectiveness at long range, falling short of the Punisher's capabilities. In close quarters, its length and the cumbersome nature of its use make it susceptible to evasion or swift counterattacks. Thus, it cannot be wielded openly. Jack's decision to act as bait is a desperate measure. What? Peter thought, gazing at the firearm that dwarfed the Punisher, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. At this moment, attempting to withdraw his finger and escape was no longer an option. Jack's sacrifice of his own body had afforded him this fleeting opportunity. Faced with the ominous, gaping muzzle that seemed to hunger for flesh in the surging crimson light, Peter could only hastily withdraw his finger to employ a defensive stance with an iron block. This time, it would truly be the end. Jack pondered as he aimed the barrel at Peter's chest and slowly squeezed the trigger. Could it be that you cannot even lift your weapon? Peter scoffed inwardly, confident that his chest, the most fortified part of his body, would withstand the assault. Just with you? Bang. However, the thunderous gunfire shattered Peter's delusions. He felt as though his chest had been struck by a 1,000-pound hammer, his innards threatening to burst forth. The impact felt akin to being directly hit by a cannon, and he could not suppress a spurt of blood from his mouth, his legs buckling as they carved 2 trenches into the ground. Had Jack been privy to Peter's prior thoughts, he would have scoffed derisively. Your strongest point is your chest? How fortuitous. For that is precisely where my weapon delivers its utmost power. Indeed, the shotgun, often referred to as a scattergun, discharges its rounds in a fan-like spread, allowing for maximum impact upon a broad target, which in this case was Peter's expansive chest. Peter could never have anticipated that in the struggle against the serpent. As the bull, he would be blindsided by the snake's transformation into a creature with formidable horns that could strike him with devastating force. Moreover, these horns proved to be larger and more robust than his own, delivering a lethal blow. Jack understood well the principle of seizing the moment to strike when the opponent is vulnerable. Before Peter could regain control of his body, Jack stepped forward, the ominous click echoing as he re-aimed his firearm at Peter's chest. Bang! Another shot rang out. Peter, still reeling from the previous blow, faced yet another staggering assault. Previously, numerous projectiles had embedded themselves within Peter's skin. This time, the barrage had penetrated deep into his muscles. While Peter's iron defenses could withstand the bullets, they could not negate the overwhelming force behind them. As the adage goes, many a little makes a mickle. A single bullet may be inconsequential, yet when dozens or even hundreds converge, they become capable of inflicting significant internal injuries upon Peter. Compared to the last encounter, this second assault could severely damage his vital organs. Consequently, Peter spat out a copious amount of blood, his body involuntarily beginning to hunch under the impact. This second onslaught made Peter acutely aware that he must endure the pain and spasms, forcing himself to regain control and evade further attacks. For there could be a third and fourth strike to contend with. He felt no confidence in facing a third hit with his iron defenses, let alone a fourth, which could potentially reduce him to mere flesh and bone. Meanwhile, Jack was not faring much better on his end. Although the shot had narrowly missed a vital area, it still left a gaping wound in his chest, a matter not to be taken lightly. Following this, 2 successive blasts from a shotgun ensued, each delivering tremendous power and recoil. After enduring the 2 shots, Peter could no longer withstand the onslaught, and Jack, too, grimaced in pain as the recoil aggravated his injury. Thus, the third shot became a contest of wills, determining whether Jack could rein in his body to fire that crucial shot first, or if Peter could stabilize himself to evade the lethal muzzle. Perhaps it was Peter's years of rigorous training and operational experience that saved him, or perhaps the severe wound in Jack's chest had rendered him too compromised. Regardless, before Jack could recalibrate his aim, Peter successfully regained control of his body and, disregarding direction, leapt to the side to escape the perilous vicinity. However, before Peter could fully regain his footing, he spotted a slender red laser beam racing toward him. Not far off, the observant vine tiger gave a slight nod, halting his preparations to assist. It turned out that Jack understood he might not be faster than Peter, yet he could employ his observation hockey to meticulously analyze every muscle movement of Peter, predicting where he would land. Severely injured, Peter would undoubtedly struggle to reposition himself for a second evasion. Therefore, Jack quietly declared, "Thus, I emerged victorious," as he became an unknown member of the competition. Boom. The final gunshot seemed particularly thunderous, piercing through the cacophony of the night and capturing the attention of all present. Accompanying this deafening sound was a grotesque tableau of blood and flesh. The upper half of the man in the black suit was violently ejected, with visceral remnants spilling forth in a macabre display. Jack, observing the scattered remains of his adversary, set aside his shotgun and sighed softly. "It appears that I, too, am in need of a respite." When Jack next regained consciousness, he had lost all sense of time. "Oh, you're awake?" came a voice, punctuated by a slurping sound. Jack, intrigued by the curious noise, turned to the side. The speaker was Fujitora, comfortably seated on a nearby chair, relishing a bowl of soba noodles while conversing. Watching Fujitora grapple with his meal, even Jack, confined to his bed, felt an intense pang of hunger, grumbling, "Is there truly no bowl of soba prepared for the injured?" The doctor advised, Fujitora continued to slurp, "that your penetrating wound is quite severe, nearly piercing the major artery adjacent to the heart. After that, you were shot 3 more times, and the tremendous recoil exacerbated your condition." Stop. I comprehend that I am gravely injured," Jack interjected with frustration. "But my only concern at present is whether there is food available. If I do not eat soon, I fear I may perish from hunger." Slurp. "Youth today is far too impetuous, unwilling to heed the wisdom of their elders," Fujitora remarked, unperturbed by Jack's evident displeasure, continuing to enjoy his noodles. Weak and immobile, Jack could do nothing but lie there, eyes wide, as Fujitora finished his bowl of soba. If he were capable of movement, a fierce confrontation would surely ensue. As Jack seethed inwardly, plotting how he might exact revenge on Fujitora, a figure clad in a chef's attire approached with a small cart. "At last, you have awakened," the newcomer exclaimed with delight upon seeing Jack's consciousness restored. "I shall notify the doctor at once. These matters shall be managed by Lord Fujitora." With that, he set down the cart and hurried off. Fujitora lifted the curtain to reveal a pot of porridge and some utensils. Upon witnessing the steam rising and catching the alluring aroma, Jack eagerly propped himself up against the headboard, exclaiming, "Quickly, this is what I live for." Fujitora poured a bowl of porridge and handed it to Jack, saying, "The doctor has advised that your injuries are severe, particularly to your esophagus. Soba is not suitable for you at this time. You should consume some warm porridge instead." As Jack sipped the hot porridge, he inquired, "By the way, how long have I been unconscious?" "Not long, just a little over 2 days." Tung, who reclined in his chair, cradling his staff, and replied in a calm manner, "Has it already been over 2 days? It seems this is the morning of the 3rd day." As Jack pondered this, he savored the delightful repast that followed their tribulations. "No wonder I was ravenous, feeling as if my stomach was pressed against my back. If only I had the means to purchase a first aid spray. How much simpler that would be. It appears I must always keep some life-saving medication on hand in the future." At this thought, Jack momentarily hesitated in his actions. "Wait. Something seems amiss." Jack mused. The chef-like figure earlier couldn't he have possibly known I would awaken. Moreover, the utterances of "you have finally awakened and I will notify the doctor" suggest that my awakening was unforeseen by both the crowd and the physician. Thus, Ting, who must have already eaten, it is improbable that he would have consumed a bowl of buckwheat noodles and then followed it with a bowl of porridge. Jack delved deeper into his thoughts, and now I can ascertain with complete certainty that this pot of porridge was prepared specifically for me, who had been in a state of unconsciousness. Furthermore, upon reflection, as Jack involuntarily continued to contemplate, it seemed that when I first awoke, although I felt a twinge of hunger, it was not overwhelming, certainly not the kind of hunger one experiences after 2 days and nights without sustenance. Coupled with Tung Hu's presence by my side, these connections began to unsettle Jack. Goodness, I cannot dwell on this any longer. What is this strange sensation arising from such thoughts? Hastily dismissing the notion, he feigned enjoyment of the warm porridge. For the first time, Jack realized that perhaps it would be wiser to refrain from overthinking and simply embrace a semblance of ignorance, content to play the fool. Shortly thereafter, a doctor entered, and after a thorough examination, concluded that Jack was not in serious danger, although his body was weak and required 2 days of recuperation. Ah, right? Once the doctor departed, Jack turned to Tung Hu and inquired, "You have been here, but what of Haku?" Haku has been preoccupied with managing the myriad affairs of the gang these past few days, having taken control of 3 medium-sized factions, and has since absorbed other smaller gangs within the city of Paki. There is much to attend to now. It is surprising that a mere martial artist can adeptly handle such diverse issues, Tung Hu remarked, sipping his hot tea leisurely. "Oh, is that so?" Jack replied, somewhat taken aback. All along, Haku had merely been a fisherman master of karate in Jack's mind. Beyond that, he had seemed rather unremarkable. However, it appears that after enduring a lengthy alliance with the Revolutionary Army, he has indeed risen to a position of leadership, demonstrating both administrative acumen and problem-solving capabilities. Very well. Let Haku manage those affairs for now. I shall relish a few days of tranquility, resting in bed to recover from my ailments. Jack finished his hot porridge and placed the bowl on a small table beside him. With his hands clasped behind his head, he leaned against the headboard and cheerfully remarked. Upon witnessing Jack's demeanor, Fujitora chuckled lightly, saying, "Indeed, I shall accompany you for a few rare days of leisure. However, in a few days, such tranquility may become an unattainable luxury." "Wait, are those individuals already planning to take action?" Jack inquired, his posture shifting as he sat upright. "If you are referring to the Mercury Group and the villain party in the capital of Granary, they indeed appear to be mobilizing. Well, one could have anticipated it. But their response has been rather swift, leaving us with no time to prepare," Jack expressed, his previous contentment now replaced by a look of concern. "Naturally so," Fujitora replied, unbothered by Jack's distress, his smile unwavering. "After all, you stirred quite a sensational headline. Now the entire nation is aware that if the unscrupulous can unite to form a force, then the virtuous should endeavor to do the same. Can you expect them not to hasten their actions?" "What?" Jack was taken aback. "In just over 2 days, the entire country has heard my words? Not just the nation. People across the globe have already caught wind of your statement. It spread worldwide the very next day," Fujitora explained, producing a newspaper from behind him and handing it to Jack. As Jack took the paper and glanced at the front page, he was greeted by his own photograph, accompanied by a bold headline. "If the unscrupulous can unite to form a force, then the virtuous should endeavor to do the same." Goodness, am I already famous? Jack stared blankly at the newspaper, incredulous. Reverting to 2 days prior, while Jack lay in bed, Haku had bravely volunteered to handle the mess. He coordinated personnel, organized affairs, assessed assets, and worked to dismantle small gangs of barely over 100 members, as well as groups that were even smaller, managing changes in operations, and more. With Jack incapacitated, the entire burden fell upon Haku, for there was no one else available to manage these matters. Fujitora, though formidable in combat, lacked the necessary experience. I nearly worked myself to death. Since yesterday morning when I returned Keela to headquarters, I haven't had a moment's rest." Haku lamented, anticipating another day devoid of respite. Beside him, Fujitora could only awkwardly scratch his head, acknowledging the unfortunate reality that no one else could assist at present. "I truly apologize. Although I officially became a general of the Revolutionary Army yesterday by order of the Dragon, I find myself utterly at a loss in such matters. However," Haku sighed, expressing his overwhelming sense of inadequacy in managing the affairs of the day. He pondered how that peculiar creature, Jack, had once navigated these challenges. As it was always Jack who handled such matters, Fujitora reflected that in the past, with Jack at the helm, these tasks seemed effortless, allowing ample time for him to train with Haku or indulge in a drink or two. Now, in Jack's absence, the weight of governance felt akin to a mountain, suffocating in its enormity. Oh, a news bird? At that moment, within Fujitora's perceptive range, a news bird appeared. Haku also looked up, and at the limit of his vision, where the sea met the sky, he discerned a small black dot that was nearly imperceptible. After a brief wait of 2 minutes, the dot gradually expanded, confirming Haku's suspicion that it was indeed a news bird bearing a newspaper. Catching a glimpse of this rare sight, Haku could not help but regard the seemingly sightless giant with newfound respect, exclaiming, "Mr. Fujitora, you are truly remarkable." Fujitora merely smiled modestly, replying, "Each has their strengths and weaknesses. This is merely a trivial advantage of mine." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the news bird approached the shore. Haku quickly waved his hand to attract the bird's attention. However, it is known that news birds typically do not venture into windless zones. Haku wondered if perhaps it was merely skirting the edge of this calm expanse. Yet, regardless of Haku's musings, the news bird flew directly before him and halted. Due to his penchant for gambling, Fujitora always kept some coins at hand. He retrieved a few from his pocket, offering them to the newsbird in exchange for a newspaper. To his surprise, the newsbird shook its head, extended its wings, and emitted a peculiar call, indicating a price increase. This only heightened the curiosity of the two. As such occurrences are exceedingly rare, typically, such reactions are reserved for significant breaking news. After witnessing the newsbird take flight, they picked up the newspaper, which was several times more expensive than usual, and began to read. Naturally, Fujitora could not read it and had to rely on Haku to narrate. Once they completed the first article on the front page, they were struck by the gravity of the situation, realizing that their plans would likely deviate from the original course. "Fujitora, there is little you can contribute here. It is best that I handle this alone. Please go to Jack's bedside, just in case." At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, "Baldigo, Lord Dragon, come quickly and take a look at today's newspaper." At this moment, Dragon was instructing Sabo in his training, while Kara accompanied him. A soldier from the Revolutionary Army approached, holding a newspaper, and exclaimed excitedly, "Captain Jack is truly remarkable. We should recruit him into the Revolutionary Army." Dragon took the newspaper from the enthusiastic soldier, and Sabo, intrigued by the commotion, paused his training and joined Kara to peer at the front page news alongside Dragon. A virtuous person ought to do the same. Dragon remained silent, but Sabo pondered deeply over this statement, repeatedly muttering the last line. Meanwhile, Kara gazed at the photograph of Captain Jack and then at Sabo's foolish expression. A sudden idea sprang to her mind. With stars in her eyes, Kara feigned admiration and said, "You admire him, don't you, Sabo?" "I admire him too. I would love to see what he looks like and hear his voice." Sabo, upon hearing Kara's words, came to his senses and replied, "Indeed, it would be wonderful to meet Captain Jack. I want to express my gratitude to him." However, Dragon observed Kara stifling her laughter behind them and then glanced at his foolish apprentice, shaking his head. "But, Sabo, you have met him several times. Jack is merely a guise of Chief of Staff Liang, eh?" "Eh?" Sabo exclaimed dramatically, his tongue curling out and his eyes bulging as if they were about to burst from their sockets. Sabo was not alone in this exaggerated reaction. The soldier who had delivered the newspaper displayed a similar expression. Kara, witnessing the two's antics, rolled on the ground, clutching her stomach, laughing heartily. At Marine headquarters in Marineford. "Hey, Sengoku, would you like some senbei?" The speaker was none other than the renowned Marine hero, Iron Fist Carp, who was leisurely enjoying senbei in Sengoku's office. While Carp exuded a relaxed demeanor, Sengoku was overwhelmed with work, seated at his desk, grappling with his endless tasks. "Ah, crunch." Noticing Sengoku's silence, Carp popped another piece of senbei into his mouth and mumbled, "If you don't want any, I'll finish it all." Sengoku tossed a discarded document into the nearby trash bin, which emitted a sound as it began to devour the paper. "I suppose you didn't come here just to share senbei with me today, did you?" Sengoku finally inquired about Carp's purpose. Carp swallowed the snack, and the playful expression faded from his face, replaced by a serious demeanor. "I've seen today's newspaper. Sengoku, you haven't overlooked it, have you?" "Are you referring to Captain Jack?" "Yes, I've never heard such exhilarating news before, Sengoku. There are no grandiloquent phrases, no obscure vocabulary, each word is utterly ordinary. And even the connected sentences exude a certain simplicity. Yet, it is precisely this unembellished discourse that leaves me restless. despite consuming numerous rice crackers and sipping several cups of tea. However, as soon as the word "but" escapes my lips, Carp's gaze sharpens, and an undeniable aura of authority inadvertently emanates from him. Carp, I comprehend all this. This passage indeed possesses a peculiar enchantment. Sengoku sighed, fully aware that Carp, given his disposition, was inclined to express something significant. Yet, due to our differing stances, we must make certain modifications and implement appropriate alterations in our report. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Surely you would not wish to witness this world descend into turmoil and chaos. Dressrosa. How amusing. It is laughable to assert that upright individuals should act in such a manner. A mere congregation of ants remains just that, ants. Doflamingo lounged in the royal palace, his legs crossed, as he chortled exaggeratedly at the newspaper in his hands. Indeed, even if 1,000 ants were to unite, they would stand no chance against a single lion. Diamante joined in the laughter. Being one of the highest-ranking officials of the Don Quixote family and a user of the Flutter fruit, there is no need for a lion to intervene. Diamante, like a wild dog, could easily vanquish 1,000 ants. As soon as Diamante finished his declaration, others began to chuckle as well, and soon the entire palace was enveloped in a joyful atmosphere. Unbeknownst to them, they had unwittingly aligned themselves with the morally dubious, and amidst the laughter, a subtle tremor seemed to resonate within each voice. Meanwhile, on the other side, a one-legged toy soldier clutched a newspaper, lost in thought, murmuring, "Should upright individuals truly behave this way?" Across the globe, many found themselves pondering this question, triggered by a phrase that transcended both time and space. The last occurrence of such a phenomenon was just before Roger's demise. A butterfly fluttering occasionally in the tropical rainforests of the Amazon could, 2 weeks later, incite a tornado in Texas. But what of the present? With a vigorous flap of his wings, what transformations might Jack's actions bring forth? Such uncertainties remain shrouded in mystery. Upon reading the entire piece, Jack realized that not only the spoken words but also the actions had been subject to certain modifications and distortions, subtly skewed in favor of the world government. Deviating from their original intent, Jack could not help but exclaim, "The world government is utterly shameless." These reporters, in their relentless pursuit of sensational news, bear no accountability for the deviations in their reports. Do not let me catch you, otherwise you shall regret it. At that moment, Jack's thoughts brimmed with a vehement desire to devour the journalists who had clandestinely documented his actions. Compared to the distorted events, the more troubling aspect is the fame that has inadvertently befallen Jack. It is often said that one fears notoriety as a pig fears becoming fat. For Jack, this unexpected fame, which was never part of his original plans, has proven to be particularly cumbersome. He had initially intended to consolidate the forces in Peking and swiftly dismantle the shadowy intelligence organization formed by CP3 to avoid any traceable identification, and subsequently engage in conflict with those adversaries. However, with his newfound renown, the world has become aware of Jack's heroic deeds, transforming the narrative from that of a gang to a benevolent force, offering a chance for redemption to all. Yet, no matter how the story is altered or distorted, the members of the large gangs, upon witnessing such news and such a Jack, cannot possibly let him go unchallenged. They must act swiftly to eliminate this adversary who stands in opposition to them, thereby asserting their dominance within the nation. If left unchecked, discontented subordinates, other smaller gangs, and the resentful King Donald would seize the opportunity to instigate their own actions, creating a situation that could spiral out of control. To be candid, Jack finds himself rather anxious upon observing the current circumstances. It is astonishing that 2 gangs have united to assault the Hong in association. The last time these 2 factions collaborated was a decade ago, when they coerced the old king, Donald, into legislating the recognition of gangs as legitimate entities. Nevertheless, amidst the grim news, there is a sliver of good fortune. The Wolf Fong gang, located far in Yatter City, has not joined the fray. Perhaps it is due to the considerable distance or some other reason, but Jack is greatly relieved by this. With no time to linger, Jack can no longer entertain thoughts of leisurely days. He swiftly leaps from his bed and begins to organize his next steps. Afterward, he inquires with Fujiwa about any survivors from the last battle. Fujiwa shakes his head, stating that those who sensed their imminent defeat resorted to various means of suicide, leaving no spies behind, save for the captured Black Bear Benny, who is currently confined in a secret dungeon, shackled with sea-stone handcuffs. Oh, and while you were unconscious, a man claiming to be General Hutton sought you out, but you were unresponsive at the time, and we felt it unwise to make decisions without your consent. Oh, did he propose anything? Jack inquires. Not specifically, but one can surmise that he likely intended to persuade us to join the global government's web of interests, Fujiwara replies, shaking his head. Indeed, he knows that once I awaken, he will undoubtedly return. Jack nods in agreement, suggesting they should first visit the dungeon to see Black Bear Benny. As Jack descends from the bed, he reflects on his enhanced physical condition. His recovery has been notably swift. Back on Earth, it would have taken him at least 10 to 15 days to recover sufficiently to rise. Yet here he finds himself nearly restored within just 2 or 3 days. Guided by the two Fujiwara, Jack soon arrives at the door of Black Bear Benny's cell. Uncertain of Jack's thoughts, he also summoned Johnny, who had distinguished himself in the square that day. One cannot help but remark on the dungeon's remarkably concealed location, virtually impossible to locate. Moreover, without sufficient strength to displace the boulder, or possessing an ability as peculiar as Kevin's, one could discover the entrance yet remain unable to enter. It is likely that Fujitora forcibly excavated this passage with his powers. Jack had initially presumed Benny to be a tough nut to crack, yet without resorting to any means. Benny surrendered completely, divulging everything, including his relationship with Hutton and their connections to the world government. This left Jack rather speechless. He had not even exerted himself. And yet Benny had capitulated, rendering the encounter utterly pointless. However, the scant intelligence regarding Benny held little significance for Jack and his companions. Essentially, Jack had already surmised most of it. Benny merely confirmed what he had suspected. After all, Benny had only recently engaged with the world government and could be considered an extraneous member, thus he was unlikely to possess any substantial information, let alone classified secrets. Sighing, Jack, after repeated inquiries, realized that this individual was unlikely to provide any further useful leads. With a disappointed shake of his head, he drew his flintlock pistol and aimed it at Benny's head. Bound by sea-stone handcuffs, Benny, utterly powerless, desperately pleaded, "I am willing to be a good person now. I am an ability user, skilled in combat, and I am prepared to bang. I'm sorry, but the opportunity was already afforded to you." Jack calmly pulled the trigger before Benny could finish his incoherent ramblings. Furthermore, Jack scoffed, "You will die, and then we shall have an ability user." Fujitora and Johnny understood Jack's earlier statement. This was a quintessential coward, a traitor, utterly unworthy of trust. However, the latter remark held a certain intrigue. Ignoring the two men's confusion, Jack strode directly to Benny's lifeless body and began to rummage through his clothing. Johnny, perplexed, remarked, "We thoroughly searched him before we entered the dungeon. He had nothing." No sooner had he spoken than his eyes widened in astonishment. Although Fujitora could not widen his eyes, he sensed the object in Jack's hand and emitted a sound of surprise. This was a devil fruit, and I can assure you, it is none other than the one that Black Bear Benny claimed to possess. Jack held aloft the oddly shaped fruit, grinning. At this moment, Fujitora could no longer maintain his composure, chuckling nervously, "Your ability is indeed fearsome. Should the world learn of your capacity to seize another's devil fruit, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir." Jack remained silent, merely handing the devil fruit in his possession to the dumbfounded Johnny, standing nearby. "Now, you are the bearer of the devil fruit's powers," Jack stated, addressing Johnny, who still wore a foolish expression. However, Johnny gazed intently at the fruit before him, a hint of unease creeping in. "There is no room for hesitation. Since you have achieved great merit, it is only fitting that you are rewarded. The clear distinction between reward and punishment is one of the fundamental conditions for an organization's enduring success," Jack asserted, unceremoniously shoving the fruit into Johnny's mouth. Johnny swallowed the fruit whole, immediately succumbing to dry heaves. It was inevitable. One could hardly manage to avoid retching after swallowing something as revolting as feces. After a moment of retching, Johnny found himself unable to expel anything. When he regained his senses and looked down at Jack, he curiously remarked, "Hey, why do I feel like you've shrunk?" "It's not that I've shrunk, you fool," Jack replied, observing the towering figure of Johnny, now resembling a large black bear. "You've grown taller, Johnny. You must learn to control your abilities. Do not transform indiscriminately. If others witness you in your beastly form, our secret will be compromised." Yet, when faced with formidable adversaries, Johnny would undoubtedly resort to his animal form. If he could not transform, the utility of the fruit would be greatly diminished. With a bear-like mouth, Johnny expressed his confusion. "You're such a simpleton. Why not turn our opponents into corpses? Then, no one would discover this secret." Fortunately, only a select few were aware of Jack's ability to seize the powers of the devil fruit. Otherwise, just days after that incident, another sensational event would transpire, and Jack would soon become notorious for creating headlines. Such sensationalism is best left to the Straw Hat crew led by Luffy, Jack remarked, expressing that he lacked any protagonist's halo and could not withstand that kind of scrutiny. However, little did Jack know that the significant news he would eventually generate would far surpass that of the original protagonist, Luffy, and his companions. Now that Jack had awakened, he could hardly heed the doctor's advice to rest for another 2 days. Instead, he immediately accepted Haku's responsibilities, allowing Haku, who had only managed to sleep 3 hours over the past 3 days, to take a well-deserved break. In fact, many recent troubles had already been largely resolved by Haku, and the few remaining minor issues were swiftly dealt with by Jack in no time. Yet, while these minor tasks were manageable, the major ones proved to be quite challenging. Not long after Jack settled into his office, General Haddon, having received wind of the situation, strode through the door. "You may recognize me. I am Haddon, the overseer of security affairs in Pocky City. I hope my uninvited presence is not an inconvenience," he stated. Dressed in pristine white, adorned with tassels on his cuffs and shoulders, and embellished with decorations on his chest that likely represented his noble status, Haddon appeared even more imposing against his tall frame. Given that General Haddon was responsible for the security of Pocky City, his arrival today carried significant implications. Jack, upon observing Haddon's attire, instinctively grew wary. Surely, Mr. Jack would not wish to witness the rampant evil and crime thriving within this nation, would he? "Oh, and what of it?" Haddon continued, unabashedly taking a seat and addressing Jack. Jack, maintaining a facade of indifference, feigned curiosity. "This situation, was it not established by your king, Donald himself? Was it not he who signed and enacted the legislation allowing gangs to exist legally within this realm? As a general of the kingdom, should you not uphold the king's decrees?" Haddon chuckled, responding, "Even the king, if he commits such grave errors, is culpable. We cannot blindly pledge loyalty to a ruler who is incompetent and misguided. Errors that need rectification must be addressed." "Oh, are you implying?" Jack feigned ignorance, deliberately prompting Haddon for clarification. "While it may seem we are still under Donald's leadership, we have already recognized the reality and distanced ourselves from him." Intending to overthrow Donald and abolish that legislation, Haddon proclaimed with righteous fervor. It turns out that even before Haddon, news of Peter's demise and Jack's unexpected upheaval of the Pocky City gang had prompted a significant shift in the existing landscape. The disparity between the forces controlled by the world government and those of the gangs remained evident. For the avaricious world government, the absence of control over certain factions presented an opportunity to intervene and bolster its own influence. As one approaches the dominion of nearly half the territory, thoughts inevitably turn to the ambition of seizing control over the entire nation. Engaging the forces at hand in a direct confrontation with the two formidable gangs presents little hope for victory, instead risking a substantial loss of influence. The world government cannot overtly deploy significant manpower to address this dilemma, as it would inevitably be construed as a breach of their commitment to non-interference in the internal affairs of member states, rendering their promises a mere jest. Conversely, dispatching a mere handful of troops, akin to Peter's strategy, would be a futile endeavor, possibly resulting in a fierce conflict between the gangs while the spoils are ultimately claimed by Donald. It is essential to recognize that the very notion of utilizing military force to dismantle these gangs was, in fact, the initial intent behind Donald's military expansion. Had it not been for the world government's intervention, Donald would have long since directed his forces against them. Should the world government genuinely engage in combat with the gangs, it would effectively fulfill Donald's long-held aspirations. The prior maneuvers to control the military were an exercise in futility, akin to a pointless gesture. However, the emergence of a disruptor has sparked the interest of the avaricious officials within the world government. The demise of Black Bear Benny is indeed fortuitous, and Captain Jack's actions have been commendable. Remarkably, even Hutton's previous miscalculations, leading to significant financial losses, and the mishaps involving Agent Peter, have gone unpunished. The reason being, in the current scenario, a compliant little dog pales in comparison to a ferocious tiger. For the world government, Black Bear Benny is merely a docile pup. It is implausible to leverage such a creature to disrupt the balance of power. At most, their influence in the Udicana kingdom may be amplified. Benny lacks the capability and the audacity to cleanse the other minor gangs or consolidate all forces and industries within Pocky City. Such actions would directly challenge the authority of the three major gangs, and he would not dare to act against them. Yet, Jack's endeavors have unveiled a potential avenue for the world government. By harnessing the strength of the Red Rock Society and Captain Jack, Clandestine control over this nation could soon be within reach. Thus, General Hutton, adorned in formal attire, approached Jack's office to engage in persuasion. There was no need for coercion, no monetary or logistical support required, nor was it necessary for representatives of the world government to appear. Instead, they could capitalize on Jack's ideals to enlist his service. It is conceivable that, by the end, Jack may remain oblivious to the fact that he is, in essence, serving the interests of the world government. Initially taken aback by Hutton's morning visit, given their recent adversarial relationship, Jack found the timing rather peculiar, especially so soon after their confrontation with Benny. Upon hearing Hutton's intentions to oversee the situation and ensure clarity in Udicana, he was astounded by the audacity of portraying the betrayal of King Donald as a noble act, a distortion of truth so profound it was almost laughable. Jack's most pressing concern was whether this group was being utterly foolish. Jack had encountered individuals of unimpeachable purity, yet none should exhibit such folly. Even without a thorough understanding of the particulars, the fact that Black Bear Benny had fallen into Jack's hands should have been a matter of casual inquiry. It is perplexing that you all assumed Benny to be an unyielding stalwart, impervious to divulging any information. Such reasoning is evidently fraught with illogic. Even if he were indeed steadfast, a modicum of polite skepticism should have been exercised. As Jack engaged in seemingly unperturbed conversation with Hutton, his mind was awash with questions. After an extensive dialogue, Jack bid farewell to Hutton with a cordial smile. He then summoned Fujitora and directly inquired, "Upon reflection, I find the situation utterly perplexing. However, after dismissing a series of suspicions, it appears that this improbable outcome is indeed the truth. They are entirely unaware that Black Bear Benny has already been captured. Are they not?" To Jack's surprise, Fujitora chuckled and remarked, "Ah, as expected of the chief strategist. You have grasped the crux of the matter." With a sudden realization, Jack understood why a clandestine and secure dungeon had been hastily established to ensure that the news of Benny's capture remained concealed from the outside world. Jack, in a moment of retrospective brilliance, connected the dots regarding the earlier circumstances within the dungeon. Indeed, at that time, he had exerted considerable effort to expedite the creation of the dungeon. Fujitora's eyes, which had been closed, now opened slightly, revealing a glimmer of white. Intrigued, Jack raised an eyebrow and asked, "How did you manage that? Pray, enlighten me." Fujitora explained, "In truth, it is rather straightforward, though not easily conceived by the average person. After you fell, we ceased our performance, swiftly eliminating the espionage members. Just as I was about to confront Benny, a sudden inspiration struck me. The world government was oblivious to our awareness of their existence, so it was prudent to maintain our intelligence advantage. Thus, I shouted to disperse those surrounding Benny, then hurled 2 individuals strapped with explosives towards him, creating a cloud of thick smoke. Naturally, those human bombs were not lethal, but I subsequently dispatched several more, rendering him dazed and gravely injured. In that moment, under the cover of smoke and night, I utilized my abilities to elevate him into the air, leaving only the remnants of the unfortunate individuals behind. Indeed, for you, smoke and darkness pose no hindrance." Jack nodded in agreement. When the fog dissipated, all that remained was a mass of dismembered flesh, rendering it impossible to discern identities, leading many to believe that Benny had met a similar fate amidst the chaos of explosions. However, the recuperative capabilities of Zoan fruit users are formidable. By the time you visited him in the dungeon, he was well on his way to recovery. However, this largely depends on the extent of the world government's understanding of Benny's capabilities. Should they come to realize that Benny is impervious to such fatal explosions, then all my efforts would be in vain. Thus, it is merely a gamble I am undertaking. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, it seems they remain oblivious to Benny's true strength, leading them to mistakenly believe he perished in that explosion. Ultimately, I emerged victorious in this wager." Fujitora gradually elucidated the situation to Jack, who nodded in silent agreement, praising Fujitora for his cleverness, bravery, and meticulous audacity, culminating in a fortunate gamble that preserved our informational advantage and allowed the world government to unwittingly err. On another front, upon returning, Hutton promptly contacted his superiors via a transponder snail. "Hutton, was the operation successful?" A male voice inquired on the line. "Indeed, Lord Hartman. It proceeded smoothly, and we have now forged an alliance." Although Jack appears somewhat astute, he remains entirely unaware of the truth, genuinely believing I am acting in the interest of the state. Hutton confessed, barely concealing his elation, nearly bursting into laughter. "Excellent. Have they made any additional requests?" Lord Hartman maintained a tranquil tone. Yes, Lord Hartman. They seek more advanced firearms and sufficient ammunition to replace their outdated arsenal, enabling them to confront the two major gangs effectively. Additionally, they require a food supply. Without a solid reserve, they cannot sustain themselves for long should conflict arise. Very well, we had anticipated these issues. It seems Jack possesses a sense of timing. Adhering to reason without making excessive demands, Hartman replied, his demeanor steady and unhurried. For the next few days, exert yourself to transport those supplies by ship. And remember, speed is of the essence, as both major gangs in the capital, Granley, have already begun their maneuvers. Understood, Lord Hartman. I shall expedite the delivery of the supplies. Hutton responded, momentarily displaying a hint of hesitation. The expression was undoubtedly captured by the telephone bug and mimicked with remarkable accuracy. Upon noticing the hesitant expression on the bug's face, Hartman inquired, "Do you have anything else to say?" Hatton hesitated for a moment before voicing his concerns. "I just want to know what we will do if, after receiving our supplies, Jack and his group grow stronger and we can no longer control them." "Fear not, Hatton. After years of battling those two factions, it is our belief that under their combined assault, Jack stands no chance whatsoever. We merely hope he can hold out for a few more days, granting us the opportunity to strike at the heart of the matter." Noticing that Hatton seemed poised to speak further, Hardman impatiently urged, "All right, get on with your tasks and expedite the process. Once we seize this nation, you will be hailed as a hero, revered as a noble of great esteem." With that, the telephone bug emitted a sharp click, and its eyes drooped. However, after storing the bug away, Hatton broke into an eerie smile. "Ah, how naïve, my dear Hardman," he mused, his demeanor now starkly different, taking on a somewhat sinister aspect. "Surely, I am well aware of Benny's strength. If a mere handful of explosives could reduce him to fragments, he would hardly merit the title of my sworn brother. Poor Hardman, he likely believes that everything is within his grasp at this moment. With Jack's cunning, it would not surprise me if today's conversation was merely a show for my benefit." Hardman remains blissfully unaware that he has stepped into Jack's snare. A noble? A hero? Ah, what folly. My true ambition is to ascend to the throne, dear Hardman. Jack, you may play your games with Hardman, the Mercury Group, and the Villain League. As for me, I shall bide my time, waiting until the two of you are embroiled in conflict before I make my move. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the Shadow, Hardman ended the call and dialed another number, instructing the person on the other end, prepare the supplies promptly and have Hatton deliver them. After issuing his orders, Hardman's personal secretary cautiously remarked, "My lord, please exercise utmost caution. Our recent investigation suggests that Hatton is not a straightforward individual. He may be plotting something. You are aware of it. Do you think I am not?" Hardman replied, a confident smile gracing his resolute features. "Then why entrust him with this task? What if I understand his intentions? Although I have urged him to expedite the delivery, he will undoubtedly devise various excuses to delay the process, parceling the supplies little by little, prolonging the timeline until conflict erupts elsewhere, all the while safely ensconced along the supply line, waiting for the opportune moment. This is his only means of evading battle. Then why grant him this opportunity?" The secretary queried, perplexed. "Hatton, oh Hatton, do not act foolishly," Hardman cautioned. "If he were a tad more honest, he could still be considered a noble. If he chooses not to be, I shall acquiesce to his wishes and allow him to serve as a mere purveyor of supplies. At that juncture, I could simply sell his whereabouts to the two gangs that have long besieged Packy City. They would undoubtedly take action to eliminate Hutton for us." Here, Hardiman paused momentarily before continuing. "However, the flaw in this plan lies in the fact that these two factions have been unable to conquer Packy City for quite some time. Although I told Hutton that Jack would be no match for them, I was merely deceiving him. Even now, we have yet to uncover Jack's true identity, which is not easily dealt with, wouldn't you agree?" The secretary beside him bowed in admiration, exclaiming, "Your Excellency, your strategy is truly remarkable. This land shall undoubtedly fall under your dominion." "No, it shall be under the governance of the world government." The secretary promptly bowed again, affirming, "Yes, under the leadership of the world government." In the opulent villa of the royal capital, Gran, the leaders of the Mercury Group and the Villain Party were seated at opposite ends of a table, surrounded by a throng of people standing closely behind them. "Have you made up your mind, Yuri?" boomed a towering giant, easily 3 to 4 meters tall, his physique brimming with explosive muscle, his voice resonating like thunder, causing the candlelight to flicker. One could only wonder how sturdy the chair beneath him must be to support such a behemoth. "Do not be so hasty, dear Maxim," replied a voice contrasting with the giant's. It belonged to a diminutive figure, scarcely reaching 1 meter 60. Though lacking the giant's imposing stature, his words carried a hint of frost. Our Mercury group is different. We must remain vigilant against that cunning financial wolf. Hence, we need to retain some individuals to guard our assets. Assets? If we lose them, we can simply reclaim them. If we cannot even capture Jack, then what need is there to concern ourselves with assets? Maxim, the leader of the villain party, remarked. Yet, Yuri from the Mercury group sought to respond, only to be abruptly interrupted by Maxim. Spare me the trivialities. I shall speak plainly and get to the point. I have secretly trained an army of 3,000. In addition to the original 2,000, totaling 5,000. I await the opportune moment. I trust you are in a similar situation. Do not tell me that after a decade of amassing wealth, you have not contemplated expansion. Upon hearing this, Yuri could not help but chuckle. It appears that great minds think alike. Coincidentally, I have also secretly trained an army of 3,000, awaiting an opportunity to fully absorb. Excellent. Thus, deploying 2,000 men, totaling 4,000, should suffice to deal with Jack, while making it appear as if I have nearly emptied my ranks. The remaining 6,000 would be more than adequate to contend with the northern wolf pups or the army, the giant declared. However, there is a flaw in your plan. The spies of the shadow are omnipresent. Your secret 3,000 men will no longer be a secret, will they? Yuri jested. Ha ha ha. My 3,000 men have never set foot on this land, so how could there be spies? Maxim chuckled in response. I wonder, Maxim, if we might be long-lost brothers. As our thoughts always align so closely. I, too, trained with those 3,000 men overseas. Oh? Is that so? Ha ha ha. At the headquarters of the Wolf Fong gang in Iron City. The elder remarked, it appears they are truly serious this time, mobilizing a substantial force, almost as if preparing to unleash their entire might. How many times must I say it? Address him as Big Brother Vasily. The man, referred to as Big Brother, shouted, seemingly intent on seizing the entire nation during this opportunity. Yes, Big Brother Vasily, perhaps accustomed to reprimands. The individual paid little heed to Vasily's outburst. However, given their manpower, it would be a stretch to claim they could conquer an entire nation, especially compared to the armies controlled by the world government. Humph, my foolish brother, Vasily retorted disdainfully. You underestimate them far too much. My years spent stationed within this iron city were not solely due to its rich iron deposits. Rather, I lacked the opportunity to strike out. Compared to those two monstrous factions, my sole achievement has been to maintain a foothold in Iron City. Now that we have expanded to 3,000 men, if you still think they remain at 2,000, you are a fool. So, they are secretly hiding some men then. Humph. While I do not know their exact numbers, and even the intelligence from the shadows contains no relevant information, it is certain they possess a considerable force, Vasily stated calmly, however. Daring to act in such a manner equates to declaring war on everyone simultaneously. Just how much strength do these two truly conceal, regardless of their hidden might? This is our only opportunity, Big Brother. Indeed, once they finish dealing with others, they will turn their attention to us. We must act swiftly. Vasily stroked his chin thoughtfully, by the way. Why do I always forget to refer to you as Big Brother Vasily? In the royal palace, a young man, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, Father, it seems this is a dire situation. They intend to use Jack as a pretext to seize control of the entire kingdom. Do not panic, my son. Let them fight, no matter how fierce the battle. It will not reach us. The elderly King Donald, now 60, remained composed. I understood long ago, when those generals betrayed me, that this land would once again be drenched in blood. The advantageous position of the Udicana kingdom is not a blessing for our realm, but rather a curse. At that moment, they could only watch. Sergei, what else could you do? Could you possibly defeat them outside? The old king reprimanded. You should count yourself fortunate for your royal lineage. Ultimately, regardless of who wields actual power over this nation, we remain indispensable. Our royal lineage endures, still basking in the luxuries of life, spared from the treacherous fates that befall others. Listening to the words of the aging King Donald, the young prince lowered his gaze, instinctively clenching his fists. These weapons are undeniably advanced, far superior to those employed by our revolutionary forces, Haka remarked, inspecting the newly delivered arsenal with an air of astonishment. Jack, having discovered a pistol, replaced his previous single-shot flintlock with a new firearm capable of holding 5 rounds. After donning the upgraded equipment, Jack stated, it must be cutting edge. Perhaps this is the very advanced gear currently utilized by the Navy. The world government possesses the most formidable scientific prowess globally, so it's no wonder they can produce such items. Who knows what even more formidable weaponry might follow? Yet, despite technological advancements, the design of firearms in this world remains unchanged. In Jack's memory, even a decade hence, the appearance of these guns remains largely consistent. With only the internal mechanisms undergoing significant transformation, one wonders about the aesthetic sensibilities of these individuals. Do they truly believe that the current design suffices, requiring no improvement? Since the time of Roger and continuing for over 20 years after his demise, the external appearance of firearms has remained static. Well, although this outdated design is far from ergonomic and proves uncomfortable to use, it does possess a certain allure, particularly suitable for cosplay. Jack mused while toying with his new acquisition. However, the speed of delivery is somewhat sluggish. It is likely that by the time we engage the front lines, we will not have received an adequate supply of weapons. After tallying this batch of arms, Haku sighed with concern. How many individuals can these equip? Jack calmly inquired, tucking the pistol back into his waistband. Just enough for over 1,000, Haku replied, and we have only 5 cannons delivered, which is utterly insufficient. Surely, 2 ships would suffice for this amount. Yet that Hutton cannot possibly possess only 2 vessels, Jack questioned. What of his other ships? Haku shook his head in resignation. He claims his main forces must remain vigilant against threats from sea kings and pirates, thus he cannot deploy them all, only 2 ships for our transport. I also proposed using our vessels to assist in the transport, Haku continued, but he declined, citing the storage location as a military secret. It is evident that this so-called storage site is likely a naval branch base. Jack sighed. 2 days have passed, and this is all we have received. It seems he has little desire to assist us in delivering supplies, perhaps scheming something of his own. Oh, by the way, has that matter been resolved? Jack abruptly shifted the subject, inquiring about another issue. Are you referring to the matter Kevin is handling? Haku paused momentarily, finally realizing what Jack was inquiring about. The various issues had been resolved, but the whereabouts of the Shadow's stronghold remained elusive. The grand edifice and the capital merely served as a FAAD for intelligence sales. However, Kevin had been diligently tracking the movements of those individuals over the past few days, claiming that the true headquarters of the Shadow would soon be uncovered. Just then, Jack's communication device buzzed to life. Commander, bad news. The 2 major factions are preparing to emerge with a combined force of 4,000, fully equipped and ready for action. It seems the 2 leaders have reached some form of consensus. Within 2 days, they could be at our gates. Faced with this grim revelation, Jack furrowed his brow and instructed, continue monitoring. Relay any valuable intelligence as soon as it is discovered. With that, he ended the call. We are outnumbered with only 2,000 troops, while they possess 4,000, most of whom have battled alongside their respective gangs for years, an elite force not to be underestimated. They are entirely different from us inexperienced recruits who have yet to face the flames of war. Their hearts bear no trace of conscience. This battle will indeed be formidable. Haku lamented with a shake of his head. By the way, along with this batch of weapons, 2 documents were sent over. Haku suddenly recalled, retrieving 2 neatly organized files from behind him. Jack took the documents, scrutinizing the first page with seriousness, but merely flipped through the subsequent pages haphazardly. He paused to examine the photographs of Yuri from the Mercury Group and Maxim from the Villains Guild before tossing the file aside. Haku, quick to seize the documents, queried, aren't you going to take a closer look? Perhaps we can discover a way to counter them. Discover a way? That is impossible. Upon reading the phrase 2,000 members at the end of the first page, I understood. This document is merely a ruse from the Shadow, Jack replied, placing his hands behind his head in resignation. The only useful element is the photographs. Ensure that these images are circulated widely so that everyone remembers these 2. Oh, why do you say that? Haku, having noticed the 2 members' notation, questioned, isn't that acceptable? We also have 2,000 members, don't we? Even among large factions, there exists a hierarchy. Not all are on equal footing, Jack explained. Take for instance the Fong gang in Iron City. They are clearly of a lower tier. Otherwise, they wouldn't remain in Iron City while the more capable factions flock to the capital for the largest share of the spoils. Currently, we have just unified the forces in Pakway City, and we are even inferior to the Fong gang. Thus, the strength of these 2 factions undoubtedly far exceeds ours. Jack elaborated. Those individuals will not remain idle. They are surely amassing power somewhere. Even if the Shadow has not thoroughly scouted that strength, they should have some inkling. Yet this document fails to mention anything at all. So, are we now the weakest faction within the entire nation? Haku was left speechless. Upon hearing this, Jack nodded silently. Indeed, everyone is now preparing for us to make the first move. This will allow us to glimpse the strength of both factions. Therefore, the only course of action is to erect a formidable wall to safeguard Pocky City and buy ourselves some time. The longer we delay, the more impatient they will become. And the easier it will be for both sides to reveal their vulnerabilities. Wait a moment, interjected the ever-silent Tank Tiger, finally breaking his silence. Didn't you just say that I should refrain from taking action to avoid drawing too much attention? You expect to construct a wall in merely 2 days, relying solely on my capabilities? If we are to create such a commotion, it would be far more effective for me to let a few meteors fall instead. No, Tank Tiger, you've misunderstood my intent. I do not wish for you to act openly before everyone, Jack replied with a playful smirk. Besides, erecting a wall overnight is utterly impossible. That, of course, requires divine intervention. What? If Tank Tiger had been able to see, he would have surely pried open Jack's head to discern the thoughts within. Just watch me. Wait until nightfall to act, Jack insisted, stroking his woven false beard. Yuri, are you ready or not? I can hardly contain my impatience, called out the diminutive Yuri to the towering Maxim. Patience, Maxim. We have waited for many years. What is a day or 2 more? Yuri hurriedly reassured the agitated giant beside him. This was indeed a crucial moment. One must proceed with utmost caution and avoid recklessness. Maxim understood Yuri's reasoning, but after such a long wait, impatience naturally began to fester within him. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in. Report. The Red Rock Society is currently preparing to construct a wall to fend off our assault. Upon uttering those words, the entire assembly fell into a stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After a brief pause, the crowd erupted into laughter once more. What a jest! Are you truly jesting with us? You claim they are repairing the city wall. That is utterly ludicrous. While one might have heard of sharpening one's weapons at the last moment, one has never heard of constructing walls on the eve of battle. If the wall could indeed be repaired in a single day, why bother with weaponry? Building walls would be far more advantageous. Oh, how I laugh until my sides ache. With over 2,000 souls attempting to erect a wall, how many years would that take? Yet, amidst the laughter, the individual who had been mocked turned crimson and defended himself, stating that he was unaware of the means by which Jack had rallied not only the members of the Red Rock Society, but the entire city to assist in the construction. At this proclamation, the laughter intensified, each person nearly doubling over in mirth, on the verge of collapsing to the ground in fits of laughter. However, Maxim, towering at 3 to 4 meters, rose and gazed down at the messenger from the gang, inquiring, "Is there anything unusual beyond this?" Yuri concurred, adding, "Jack's ability to unify Pakway City surely indicates he is no ordinary individual. This may indeed be a ruse, disguising ulterior motives beneath the guise of wall construction." Hearing the concern from the 2 overseers, the laughter ceased, and contemplation took root among the others, pondering whether there was indeed a hidden agenda at play. In response to Yuri and Maxim's words, the subordinate produced a communication device and dialed the number of his companion stationed outside Pakway City. After repeated confirmations from the other side, it was verified that they were indeed engaged solely in the construction of the wall. If there were any covert operations, their capabilities did not reveal them. If even the scouts dispatched by the 2 could not discern anything amiss, it was unlikely that others would be any more successful. However, this revelation did not dispel the suspicions of Maxim and Yuri. Rather, it deepened their confusion. Could it truly be nothing more than a straightforward endeavor to repair the wall? Why did I find this so hard to believe? The 2 pondered the reasoning behind it all. After much deliberation, Yuri inquired into the communication device. Are the common folk truly aiding them in constructing the wall? The device responded with solemnity. Indeed, whether farmers, fishermen, or others, they don various garments but are united in their labor. The number is staggering. It seems the entire city has mobilized. Each person is exerting their utmost effort, with many even beginning to dismantle their own homes to gather enough stone. Jack is indeed extraordinary, capable of inciting the populace to assist in the construction of the wall, Maxim remarked in admiration. Yet, after considerable contemplation, Yuri shook his head in disagreement. This still does not add up. Even if the entire city were to join in, it would not be feasible to complete the wall in just a few days. Enough of this, Yuri. Maxim resolved not to dwell on the matter any longer, regardless of Jack's intentions. After all, tomorrow they would confront one another directly, and he could scarcely believe that any minor machinations could offset a disparity of 2,000 men. Alas, there was no choice but to proceed in this manner. The following day, Maxim and Yuri awoke to the alarming report of scouts. A grave situation had unfolded. In a single night, Pocky City had indeed constructed a formidable wall. What? As the two men hastened with their troops for several hours, they arrived outside Pocky City, only to find Jack calmly seated atop the battlements, gazing down at his 4,000 soldiers. It turned out that despite their extensive calculations and deliberations, they had completely underestimated Jack's intentions. Rather than engaging in minor subterfuge, he had boldly undertaken a monumental endeavor, the construction of a towering wall in a mere day. Unbeknownst to many, Jack held a trump card in the form of the Vine Tiger. What a remarkable advantage! It was truly a game changer. Had they known, they would have realized this was undoubtedly the work of the Vine Tiger. Meanwhile, the citizens within the city were equally awestruck by the grandeur of the wall. Just the day before, they had merely laid a foundation, and now, astonishingly, the wall was complete. The truth was that Jack had once again harnessed his greatest asset, the power of oratory. A wave of motivational rhetoric had swept through the populace, instilling in them a fervent resolve to partake in the defense of their homeland. What ensued was a process of uniting hearts and spirits. It is often said that unity fortifies strength, and indeed, they had achieved that unity. Early in the morning, Jack dispatched individuals to spread rumors, claiming that the collective goodwill and indomitable spirit of resistance against evil had converged, even moving the divine. Allegedly, the gods had sent two golden-armored celestial beings in the dead of night, who miraculously erected the wall within hours. Of course, such fantastical explanations were hardly convincing. They seemed crafted solely to deceive the impressionable youth. Yet, as the saying goes, 3 men can create a tiger in a world devoid of truth. Repeated rumors can masquerade as reality. Furthermore, there were indeed witnesses who claimed to have seen stones levitating and assembling themselves during the night. In retrospect, when pieced together, it appeared as if invisible deities were laboring to transport the materials. These individuals swiftly convinced themselves of this narrative. Not only did they persuade themselves, but once they accepted it as truth, they endeavored to convince others as well. Thus, the news spread from one person to another, and soon the entire city was aware that a benevolent deity had sensed their sincerity and constructed a magnificent city wall for them. The people, deeply moved, contemplated erecting a temple in honor of this unknown divine being, to be situated beside the wall. Had it not been for the imminent arrival of the invading army, they might have already begun the construction. Given the circumstances, even if Jack were to emerge and reveal that there was no deity, that it was merely a certain Uncle Ishiao behind the endeavor, no one would believe him. So why disclose the truth? It is far better for the masses to believe that virtuous individuals are under divine protection. Consequently, Jack ascended the city wall and called out to the approaching factions below, questioning what reason they had to defeat Captain Jack, who was believed to be favored by the gods. Naturally, Jack's proclamation held no sway over Yuri and Maxim. They were too seasoned and wise to naively assume that Jack had divine assistance. After all, they had witnessed countless battles and peculiarities. While they had never encountered a wall constructed overnight, they could surmise that it was the result of one or several individuals with extraordinary abilities. However, should this indeed be the work of such individuals, the extent of their powers was alarming. Overexertion of such abilities would inevitably lead to exhaustion, and to accomplish such a monumental task should not be underestimated. They exchanged a glance, recognizing the doubts mirrored in each other's eyes. At that moment, if they were to recklessly assault the city in the face of an unknown threat, it would surely lead to dire consequences. A flicker of retreat began to emerge in their gazes. The two individuals shared a glance that suggested indifference. Yet they remained utterly oblivious to the 4,000 souls behind them, whose hearts were still gripped by an icy dread. Initially, upon hearing the proclamation of divine protection and witnessing the magnificent walls that had risen overnight, they felt a sense of unease. Ultimately, neither of the leaders exhibited any valiant demeanor. Rather, their mutual gaze revealed a plethora of anxious emotions. The confidence of those around them had waned considerably, their faces appearing far more haggard than the previous day. In this war, one cannot simply rely on initial vigor. As the saying goes, the first surge leads to a decline and ultimately exhaustion. Should two individuals disregard caution and insist on a forced assault upon the fortress, Jack would find himself with no alternative but to resolutely command his troops to hold their ground. Given the superiority in both the quality and quantity of his forces compared to the defenders, breaching the walls would not pose a significant challenge. The only concern would be the toll on his men. However, given the current circumstances, a successful attack seemed implausible. To advance now would be to invite certain demise. As morale had plummeted, upon glancing back, the two leaders recognized the despondency among their ranks and understood the futility of continuing the fight. Yet, retreating in such a disgraceful manner was not an option. Merely surveying the newly constructed walls and departing would render them no better than a mere tourist group. As they prepared to exchange polite words, hoping to soften the blow of a withdrawal, Jack abruptly shattered their expectations by bellowing, "Fire!" Astonished, the two leaders wondered how he could be so unreasonable as to commence artillery fire without warning. They had anticipated his usual penchant for grandiloquent speeches before battle. Yet this time he eschewed the conventional approach. Jack relished in the art of rhetoric, particularly when in a position of disadvantage, seeking to unsettle his adversaries or showcase his bravado. Now, however, there was no disadvantage to exploit. He had already made his point and bypassed the need for further bravado. He opted instead for a direct assault. Nevertheless, the two were not oblivious. Upon sighting the fortifications, they had prudently halted at a safe distance to avoid provoking an attack. Whether through cannon or firearm, they were far enough to evade any immediate threat. Little did they realize that Jack's command to fire was not intended for the artillerymen alone. Otherwise, there would have been no need for such a loud proclamation. This is a message directed at the enemy, as well as the citizens praying behind the city walls. It serves to disrupt the enemy's morale while simultaneously providing a boost of confidence to his supporters within the city. As anticipated, although the two leaders remained impassive, the resolve of their followers began to waver. Maxim bellowed, "Stay calm. Their artillery is utterly ineffective." Before he could finish, a barrage of cannonballs rained down upon their ranks. "What on earth?" Yuri exclaimed, losing his composure as he urgently shouted, "Retreat. Quickly retreat." They were wielding the latest models of artillery. Unbeknownst to them, despite the numerous cannons positioned on the walls, Jack possessed only 5 of these advanced pieces. The rest were outdated and of inferior quality. In terms of both range and power, they fell significantly short. The 5 cannons were delivered previously by Haddon. Loading such large artillery was quite cumbersome. By the time the 2 men and their subordinates retreated out of range, they had failed to load a second shot, having only managed to fire 5 in total. The other cannons couldn't reach far at all, relying solely on Fujitora's abilities to aid in landing them within the enemy ranks. Observing the range and power of these 5 cannons, Jack remained silent, yet internally he praised their might. These naval cannons were indeed far superior to the dilapidated ones. However, what truly unsettled Jack was the giant named Maxim. Aside from the initial surprise of the first few rounds, several of the remaining shells were obliterated mid-air by his fists and feet. When he attacked, his hands and legs were enveloped in a glossy layer of armament hockey, rendering 2 cannonballs utterly ineffective against him. Jack couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, armament hockey was overwhelmingly powerful. The townsfolk, unable to see the specifics, only heard the sound of Captain Jack firing, which they believed had easily repelled the enemy forces, truly impressive to fend off foes outnumbering them. After retreating out of range, the 2 men exchanged a fierce glare at Jack before departing with their subordinates. After some time, Jack noticed the 2 factions halting near the horizon and beginning to set up camp, indicating their preparation for a prolonged conflict. Seeing the enemy momentarily repelled, Haku exclaimed, "To have done so without losing a single soldier, you have once again proven your prowess, Jack." Jack modestly replied, "Oh, this was merely the first strike that caught them off guard, compounded by their unsteady morale. Next time, such an opportunity may not present itself." However, Jack felt a twinge of concern as he observed the 2 factions methodically establishing their encampments. "Do not be overly pessimistic," Fujitora reassured him after those cannon shots. "The morale now is significantly higher than yesterday." Jack glanced around, noticing that the faces of the soldiers were no longer filled with worry, and Fujitora, attuned to the emotions of others, sensed the uplift. "Indeed, we need not ask for too much. Raising morale is already commendable," Jack acknowledged. Yet he felt the urgency to hasten their preparations, for their victory hinged upon Haddon's next supply shipment. That night, Maxim and Yuri sat in a tent discussing the day's events. "I can't believe those individuals were secretly supporting Jack. He likely possesses quite a number of advanced weapons by now," Maxim expressed with indignation. "Perhaps that wall we faced today was crafted by their hands," Yuri added, equally discontent. "And they call themselves divine? Those individuals are merely legalized vampires compared to us." However, amidst the grievances, Maxim inquired, "So, what shall we do now? If we were to launch a fierce assault, it is not beyond our capabilities to seize victory, even though several skilled adversaries have been dispatched to thwart us. For us, It would merely entail greater losses. After a moment of contemplation, Yuri expressed, however, I believe we should proceed in this manner. Observing the 4,000 troops preparing to encamp and reorganize, Jack understood the implications. Although they had caught the enemy off guard with their unexpectedly high fortifications and artillery, both sides were formidable, and it was conceivable that in a few days, siege ladders and battering rams would be deployed against them. At that point, the enemy would be well prepared, complicating matters considerably. Thus, Jack inquired of Haku, when can we expect the arrival of our second batch of supplies? This delivery is taking an eternity. I feel as if I have waited long enough for flowers to wither. Haku, disregarding Jack's peculiar tone, replied, it won't be long. It is anticipated to arrive by tomorrow morning. Ah, that simplifies matters, Jack nodded. Everything is in readiness. We merely await the favorable winds. However, if I may speak candidly, interjected Tinghu, his brow furrowed with concern. If the shipment is similar to the first, its impact will be negligible. To hold our ground effectively, we would require at least 50 cannons. Even if I could enhance their range, there remains a fundamental disparity in their power. Yet these 5 cannons delivered in batches are of little use. Moreover, our rapid fortification efforts, while not overtly demonstrating our might, are sufficient to raise suspicion and vigilance amongst others, are they not? Jack recognized Tinghu's apprehensions. The issue appeared grave, yet in the public sphere, it sufficed for people to believe it was the work of divine forces. Rest assured, Jack proclaimed confidently, our other adversaries, however, will not be so easily deceived. They will undoubtedly pursue further investigations, potentially uncovering our true identities. As Jack spoke these foreboding words, he maintained an air of confidence. And both men knew he would devise a strategy to address the situation, patiently awaiting his next words. Jack continued, should our true identities be revealed, not only would our alliance with the world government shatter, but we would also face a collective onslaught from others. Yet, if we managed to keep our identities concealed, would that not resolve all our troubles? Even if we face the CP under the world government, they are not all-powerful, their personnel and resources are not limitless. Therefore, to obscure the significant upheaval we have caused, we merely need to orchestrate an even greater scandal, one that would capture Wallace's attention. Although the two were unfamiliar with Wallace's identity, they grasped Jack's intent. Nonetheless, they remained skeptical of his reasoning. Tinghu, puzzled, questioned, but if we create an even larger scandal, would that not attract more scrutiny? Moreover, how do we intend to concoct such a grand event? Jack smiled and replied, come closer, and I shall elucidate my plan. Outside the city of Paki, within the tent where Yuri and Maxim were deliberating, Maxim expressed a hint of hesitation after hearing Yuri's proposal, stating, your approach is indeed feasible. However, it does not quite align with my style. I fear that I may lose control and disrupt the intended strategy. Yet, there seem to be no viable alternatives at the moment, did there? Yuri, feeling equally exasperated, sighed, though this may be somewhat difficult to accept. For the sake of our ambitions, you must endure for now and strive to manage your emotions. If it becomes unbearable, you may distance yourself from the battlefield and leave it to me. Well, if that's the case, I suppose I could. Just then, Maxim's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, who goes there? Step forward. Upon hearing Maxim's roar, Yuri felt a chill run down his spine. Not only had Maxim honed his armament hockey to great strength, but his observation hockey also surpassed Yuri's. He had completely failed to sense anyone lurking nearby. After his shout, Maxim dashed toward a corner of the tent, yet found no one there. Damn it. It must be some peculiar ability user who managed to infiltrate silently and slip away just as quietly, Maxim seethed, directing his frustration at the empty corner. Yuri approached, having been entirely unaware of the stranger's presence, merely following Maxim's lead. Naturally, there was nothing in the corner. Yet Yuri's keen eye caught sight of a crumpled piece of paper on the ground. Was that piece of paper here before? A piece of paper? Maxim echoed. His curiosity piqued as he followed Yuri's gaze. How peculiar that such a thing would be found here. As he picked it up, he remarked, it appears to have writing on it. Maxim unfolded the paper and began to read the contents, his expression growing increasingly grave. Observing Maxim's demeanor, Yuri inquired, what does it say? Maxim handed the note to Yuri, saying, you can see for yourself. Yuri read the note swiftly, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Could it be that the individual we just sensed came merely to deliver this message? What could their motive be for presenting us with this note? Maxim replied, such details are of little consequence. What matters now is that I have conceived a plan that surpasses your earlier suggestion. I see what you're thinking, Yuri nodded. I must admit, This alternative plan is indeed more enticing, more appealing. Yet, it may very well be a deliberate attempt to mislead us. Do you suspect it to be a trap? Maxim queried. Nonetheless, we could experiment with this strategy. If it turns out to be a trap, we could simply resort to your previous plan. Should we succeed, then why would we need to resort to any underhanded tactics? Yuri, rubbing his temples, remarked. Although I acknowledge the validity of your argument and cannot refute it, I cannot shake this ominous premonition that the individual who delivered the note harbors ill intentions. Maxim, dismissing his concerns, patted Yuri on the shoulder and replied, You are being overly cautious. Even if he does have ulterior motives, the outcome will ultimately align with the two scenarios I previously mentioned. There is nothing to fear. However, Yuri pondered aloud. What if our actions inadvertently provoke the military or the Wolf Fong gang of Yatire City into premature engagement? Maxim erupted with laughter, then it would play into our hands, allowing us to seamlessly proceed with the latter part of your plan while bypassing the initial phase altogether. After much deliberation, Yuri found himself unable to contest Maxim's logic. Regardless of whether it was a trap, the stakes were manageable and potentially advantageous for both of them. Thus, he acquiesced to the proposal. The following day, Jack arose early and descended the city wall. To his surprise, Haku had risen even earlier, already scanning the distant horizon through a telescope. As Ting Tiger joined Jack atop the wall, he gazed towards the enemy encampment and remarked, As expected, Mr. Haku, the supply ships from Hutton have yet to arrive. Jack, upon hearing the news of the missing supplies, burst into laughter. What a delightful piece of news to start the day. An onlooker unfamiliar with the context might have thought Jack had lost his senses or was overwhelmed by despair, rendering him incoherent. Yet, Jack was far from fragile. This was indeed fortuitous, and significantly so. The backstory to this fortunate turn of events traced back to the discussions Jack had held with Ting Tiger and Haku the previous day. Jack had been closely monitoring the movements of the supply ships and learned that Hutton's delivery of arms and ammunition was scheduled for the following morning. He then devised a simple plan. Our goal is to remain inconspicuous in the news. Ideally, we should play the role of bystanders, perhaps not even appearing at all. Jack said mysteriously to his companions who had drawn closer. Curiosity piqued, they inquired, How do we achieve this objective? Rather than answer directly, Jack countered. Imagine if we possessed 50 of those cannons. We could secure Pocky City with ease. Now consider this. What if we had 100? 100? Ting Tiger shook his head. If we had 100 cannons, it would be exceedingly simple. Before they could approach, we would obliterate all their siege equipment and eliminate a significant portion of their forces. Even if those two intervened, they would struggle under such concentrated firepower, ultimately exhausting themselves, perhaps even unable to contend with you. Though Jack bristled at Ting Tiger's last comment, he could not deny its accuracy. Indeed, the prospect of besting those two was a daunting one. Certainly, the primary concern lies in our inability to confront Fujitora. Jack nodded in agreement, stating that if we truly possessed 100 cannons, those two individuals would have no choice but to retreat temporarily. A direct assault would be futile, a fact they would undoubtedly recognize. However, the crux of the matter is that we do not have 100 cannons at our disposal. Even if supplies were to arrive tomorrow, we would only have about 10. Haku remarked, perplexed. There's no need for us to actually possess them. It suffices for them to believe we do, Jack countered. How could they know that we currently only have 5 of those cannons? Upon hearing Jack's words, the two recalled the earlier events when Jack had commanded the cannon fire and instructed Fujitora to utilize his devil fruit abilities to enhance the range of the cannonballs. This was not merely intended to intimidate the enemy, but to create an illusion of an arsenal of advanced cannons. They were unaware that with determination, anything was possible. Should Fujitora wish, one cannon could easily reach the royal capital of Grand. Now I understand, but how does this relate to the grand news we intend to orchestrate? The two grasped the concept, yet they remained curious about the promised grand news. You mentioned that if we had 100 cannons, they would stand no chance. But what if we currently possess 50? What if those 50 are with Haddon? Jack said with a wicked grin. Haku's eyes widened in astonishment. He nearly gasped, but remembered the 3 of them were gathered together and could only whisper, Are you suggesting we prompt them to seize Haddon's fleet? Fujitora commended. Using those non-existent 50 cannons as bait to incite a conflict between the two factions will not only weaken their forces but also divert the attention of various powers, allowing us to remain inconspicuous. What a brilliant strategy! Jack observed silently, exuding an air of inscrutable mastery. Yet, internally he mused that if only he had a feather fan, the ruse would be perfect. Upon returning, he resolved to seek an opportunity to acquire a feather fan, imagining the delight of casually fanning himself now and then. With that, the subsequent tasks would be straightforward. The gentleman used a transponder snail to inform Kevin, instructing him to undertake this mission. Indeed, with Kevin's uncanny ability to appear and disappear at will, he was the ideal candidate for this task. Kevin lived up to expectations and infiltrated during the night while the two were discussing matters. Although he nearly faced discovery, he ultimately relied on his exceptional evasion skills to escape successfully, accomplishing the mission flawlessly. Maxim picked up a crumpled piece of paper and exclaimed, "Wow. The content written here is incredibly enticing." It outlined the general location of Haddon's fleet, included the route of action, and noted the expected arrival time at Pac City. Moreover, the most crucial and alluring part was the inventory list of supplies aboard the ship. 50 cannons, 2,000 rifles, 1,000 handguns, 2,000 steel blades. An abundance of provisions, and a considerable amount of ammunition. It is no wonder that Yuri gazed upon this inventory with such allure and temptation. To refrain from seizing it would seem a grave disrespect to this trove of resources. Consequently, after a brief deliberation, the two resolved to engage in this transaction. Should they successfully procure these items, conquering the city of Pac would be a mere formality. They promptly decided to assemble their crew and set sail under the cover of night to ambush the fleet. It was imperative to act under the shroud of darkness, for the goods were set to arrive at dawn. Hutton was personally escorting this shipment. However, his purported diligence was merely a guise to evade the directives from the world government. Should the world government deem the moment ripe and issue orders for a direct assault on the two major factions, Hutton could employ this as a pretext to delay, allowing other generals to first offer up some heads. Despite Hutton's meticulous calculations, he never anticipated that Jack and Hardman were harboring the same intention, orchestrating a scheme to incite both factions to raid ships, thereby depleting their respective strengths. However, unlike Hardman, Jack harbored far more sinister motives. He planned to embroil Hutton's backers in the quagmire of conflict. With only two parties currently entrenched in this mire, was it not rather solitary? Hutton found himself caught in a precarious position, suffering an unfortunate fate as he was unexpectedly besieged by a substantial fleet during the dead of night. Although he boasted formidable ships and artillery, managing to sink several large vessels, the sheer number of enemy ships proved overwhelming. To make matters worse, there was no nearby sanctuary to call for assistance. The closest refuge lay at the military base in Pac City, and even at full speed, it would take 2 hours for help to arrive. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to signal for reinforcements. Fortunately, Hutton's vessels were superior to those of the rival gangs, and his extensive experience contending with sea kings and pirates endowed him with commendable naval combat skills, enabling him to hold his ground until aid arrived. Ultimately, he managed to carve out an escape route and, under the cover of reinforcements, piloted the last remaining flagship to safety. Hutton chose not to engage further, for even with the support to launch a counterattack, a Pyrrhic victory would only decimate his resources, thwarting his ambitions of dominance. The pursuers also refrained from following. Having secured the spoils, there was no need to lay siege to the entire Pac City military, which would inevitably incur significant losses, given their proficiency lay in land combat rather than naval warfare. In this battle, both Haddon and the two major factions suffered significant losses. However, in comparison to Haddon, the losses incurred by the two factions were somewhat lesser, and they successfully accomplished their prior objective of intercepting 2 transport ships. Yet, when the two individuals began to tally their spoils, they were nearly overwhelmed with disbelief. Where were the promised 50 cannons? Jack orchestrated a masterful diversion, leading Haddon, who had been a mere bystander, into a state of ruin, nearly costing him his life, while simultaneously shattering the silence of the world government and drawing it into the quagmire of war, inciting a fierce rivalry between the two. Amidst the chaotic melee of various factions, the importance of alliances and strategies became paramount. Each individual harbored their own agenda, ultimately seeking to emerge as the solitary victor. In this intricate web, Jack found himself in the most precarious position, vulnerable to being consumed by any of the stronger players. To survive in such a narrow space, he needed to incite the more powerful entities to engage in conflict first. As is well known, when the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman profits. When the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lies in wait. Upon hearing that the supply ship had yet to arrive, Jack remarked that no one wishes to be anything but the fisherman, yet everyone vies to be the oriole. However, many aspire to this role yet find themselves thwarted. Haku chuckled, commenting that it was precisely Jack who had managed to become the Oriole. If opportunities do not present themselves, one must create them. If the clam and the snipe do not contend, one should instigate the conflict. Ting Hu nodded in agreement, suggesting that once this plan is set in motion, those involved would likely no longer remain passive. Rationally, it may be wise to endure, yet few possess the fortitude to do so. Jack, feeling a sense of satisfaction from the success of his strategy, nonetheless remained cautious, reminding them that whether the fisherman and the Oriole can ultimately fulfill their roles remains uncertain. It is entirely possible that in the end, the predatory mantis could turn and ensnare the Oriole. Ultimately, one's ability to navigate the aftermath hinges upon their own strength. Jack was correct. By the end of the conflict, even if one wishes to tidy up the aftermath, they must possess the capability to do so, lest they become ensnared in the chaos themselves. The inexperienced soldiers must intensify their training. As Jack absorbed the weight of this significant news, he once again obscured his own brilliance while the two factions and Haddon emerged as the protagonists of the narrative, albeit at a grave cost. The two parties had clashed relentlessly, resulting in substantial losses of ships and personnel, all for the sake of a mere 5 cannons, a small cache of ammunition, and fewer than 1,000 firearms. Truth be told, had Haddon known that the two factions were fighting over such trifles, he would have relinquished them without a second thought, never intending to engage in a death struggle for such meager spoils. Thus, Haddon did not consider this angle, believing instead that the conflict was directed against him, aimed at his very life. Consequently, he naturally reported the matter to his superiors, lamenting his plight and genuinely expressing his sorrow. It was not a fade. His emotions were sincere, as nearly all his trusted men had been decimated, leaving only about half of the troops stationed at the military base. He had every reason to weep like a heartbroken soul. The embellished report presented the two factions as ruthless and unreasonable scoundrels, coupled with their performance in naval battles, which indeed paled in comparison to Haddon's maritime prowess. It fostered an illusion of insignificance regarding the two factions. Consequently, the crux of Haddon's report to his superiors emphasized the term mad dogs. These were akin to two rabid dogs, indiscriminately attacking anyone who showed weakness or remained silent. Therefore, I propose we act swiftly to seize the initiative, rather than risk being caught off guard at an unpredictable moment. Haddon concluded his serious report. I understand the situation now. I had not anticipated such madness from those two. Since they have already come knocking at our door, we cannot remain silent. We must seek an opportunity to strike back. Even the astute Hardman found himself somewhat troubled. According to his original plan, he intended for Jack to absorb their pressure, both to exhaust their strength and to ascertain any hidden cards they might possess. Additionally, he aimed to wait for the right moment to deliver a decisive blow. Ideally, he wished to locate their concealed troops and launch a surprise attack on the reserves, knowing that although those reserves were led by the two factions' loyalists, they would not reach the same caliber as their leaders. As the saying goes, a lion leading a group of sheep can defeat a group of lions led by a sheep. While this may be somewhat exaggerated for Hardman, the odds were relatively even against the two factions, but he could confidently handle the reserves. However, this splendid plan was shattered when the two factions took the initiative, assassinating a general, which was entirely unforeseen. Although he did not personally care for Haddon's fate, others certainly did. The other generals were wary, fearing the fate of a cunning rabbit might be that of a cooked hound. If a general were attacked and the world government remained silent, it would undoubtedly lead to disunity and skepticism regarding the government's prior commitments. Thus, faced with the provocation of the two factions, Hardman found himself unable to endure any longer. Rationality told him it was a trap, yet due to Jack's overt strategy, he was compelled to leap into it. While conspiracies leave traces and vulnerabilities, overt strategies flow with the situation and strike without warning. Once an overt strategy is formed, it becomes challenging to unravel. Meanwhile, Yuri and Maxim were seated within their headquarters. From this spoils, it is clear we have indeed fallen into a trap, and upon reflection, who else but Jack could have delivered that note? Maxim lamented. Indeed, when all the pieces are connected, yesterday he allowed us to form impressions of those advanced weapons, only to then present this bait, instilling in us the thought that if Jack were to acquire these, it would spell trouble, especially since we require this batch for our siege, compelling us to bite. Yuri has become somewhat of an armchair strategist, piecing together the events in hindsight and finally grasping the situation. The most despicable aspect is that the scoundrel even used a false bait. Such trickery has ensnared both of us. After a fierce struggle, we have gained so little, and the losses far outweigh this meager reward. If I ever catch that rascal, I shall ensure he wishes for death. Maxim's frustration mounted. His teeth clenched as he slammed his palm down. "Oh dear, my old friend. Today you have already broken 3 tables, and now this is the 4th. If you continue in this manner, we shall soon be left without tables." Yuri, gazing at the shattered remnants of yet another table, felt powerless to change the situation. All he could do was console the furious Maxim, while simultaneously comforting himself. At least the situation remained under our control, progressing according to our plan, and it wasn't entirely fruitless. This time, it merely allowed Jack to claim a small victory. Thanks to him, we have at least reached the latter part of my scheme. Once we deal with the army and the Fong gang, we shall settle accounts with him in due course. Let him revel in his fleeting triumphs for a few days, no matter how many minor victories he claims. We only need one decisive victory in the end. Perhaps Yuri's words of solace had an effect, or perhaps Maxim was simply eager for the next move. Either way, he calmed considerably. Indeed, Maxim understood that numerous small victories pale in comparison to a singular grand triumph. Would Jack not grasp this? Jack has already celebrated 2 minor victories. When will he encounter his major success? Jack deduced the success of his strategy from the absence of cargo ships arriving at the port. The 2 major gangs had launched a surprise attack on the transport fleet. Naturally, other factions also possessed their means of acquiring intelligence and soon became aware of this development, even as the 2 gangs intercepted the transport fleet offshore under the guise of pirates. The truth was apparent to all. They were merely engaging in mischief while evading blame later. Moreover, the ship's design alone betrayed their true nature. Although the gangs are deemed legitimate organizations under the basic laws of Udicana, legality does not grant them the liberty to assault the military directly. They must masquerade as pirates. As long as no direct evidence is captured, no one can accuse them of wrongdoing. Ships of similar designs abound, should one insist on pursuing justice through legal channels. By the time the trial occurs, the conflict would already be over, and the roles of judge and accused would be indistinguishable. Thus, to summarize, both the Mercury Group and the Villains Party remain morally legitimate organizations. Even if Hardman seeks retaliation, he must find a justifiable reason. Furthermore, Hardman and his associates cannot emulate the 2 gangs by transforming into pirates. They typically remain on land, with scarce opportunities to venture out to sea, especially while engaged in a rivalry with Jack. Of course, if they desire to initiate a forceful strike, it is not impossible. After all, Yuri and Maxim's intentions are already known to all. Raising the banner of righteousness, one surge forward is all it takes. Yet, this righteousness also belongs to King Donald. After this wave of loyalty, the elderly monarch remains idle in bed, having accomplished nothing, yet emerges as the greatest victor. He can win while reclining and partake in the spoils while seated. Furthermore, considering the fierce land battles on both sides, the outcome remains uncertain. In Hardman's perspective, this transaction is evidently quite unprofitable. Hardman's true ambition is to gain genuine control over this nation. One cannot help but ponder the means by which genuine control over this realm can be attained. This dilemma is not solely that of Hardman, but rather a quandary faced by all factions involved. The foremost and most effective approach to achieving absolute dominion over this nation is to ascend the throne oneself. However, this ambition presents formidable challenges. It necessitates the elimination of the current King Donador and, indeed, the entire royal lineage. Otherwise, one cannot hope to claim the crown. Such actions must be executed with utmost discretion. Should it come to light that you were responsible for the king's demise, your legitimacy would swiftly crumble, rendering you vulnerable to retribution under the guise of avenging the monarch. This elucidates why, despite a decade of fierce conflict among the various factions, none have succeeded in dethroning King Donador, not for lack of capability, but rather due to the constraints imposed upon them. Some may argue that Don Quixote da Flamingo has accomplished this feat by orchestrating the downfall of the King of Dressrosa, subsequently positioning himself as the savior. While his strategy may appear sound, it does not withstand scrutiny. Astute observers can readily discern that da Flamingo manipulated events through the powers of his string fruit. Were it not for his status, which has led the world government to turn a blind eye to his transgressions, would such a significant upheaval among member nations have been so effortlessly orchestrated? Furthermore, had there been a formidable warlord nearby, he could have easily usurped the situation. If one cannot act against the King of Dressrosa, how then could one dare confront a usurper? Yet, one might attribute this to the relative naivety of the populace there. In contrast, the prior upheaval in the Kingdom of Shur was a spontaneous uprising by the citizenry, driven by ample evidence of King Charles's transgressions, leaving no room for dispute. The remaining matters were deftly managed by the revolutionary forces. One could assert that this path is exceedingly treacherous, given the difficulties inherent in the first approach. One might consider a secondary option. The second course of action, although not guaranteeing complete control, involves positioning oneself as the de facto ruler. This strategy is relatively more feasible, succinctly encapsulated in the adage of wielding the emperor's authority to command the vassals. This is, indeed, the ultimate objective that numerous factions ardently aspire to achieve. It is clear to all involved that despite the ongoing disputes, the king remains Donald. Regardless of the contention, everyone operates from the shadows. Donald, being a seasoned individual, has discerned this reality. Although he does not actively engage in the conflict, he remains at its epicenter. Much like a tempest raging outside, Donald sits securely in the eye of the storm, awaiting the emergence of the victor. The sentiments he previously conveyed to his son encapsulate this very notion. Although this may seem relatively easier to achieve from any faction's perspective, this path is fraught with peril. It signifies the necessity to overcome others amidst that tempest and successfully reach Donald. In scenarios where the disparity in strength is minimal, a single faction striving to distinguish itself will inevitably face assaults from all directions, unless it can dominate the entire arena. A larger faction does not necessarily equate to a higher probability of victory. This is precisely the rationale behind the formidable alliance between the Mercury Group and the Villainous Party. If the Second Avenue proves inaccessible, what then? After all, even the coalition of Yuri and Maxim cannot confidently claim they will emerge victorious in the end. Thus, the third and final recourse, also the most pessimistic outlook, is to divide the spoils. If one cannot seize the entire cake, then multiple factions must share it. This approach was adopted a decade ago, and the model of partitioning the cake has persisted until Jack's emergence. Everyone desires a larger share, wishing to claim the biggest piece. So, what is to be done? Simply put, fight. This is precisely the reason why the Mercury faction and the malicious party have seized this opportunity to vie for dominance. If the two ultimately emerge victorious, then the brothers ought to refrain from hostility, as turning against each other would yield no benefits for either side. Instead, a fair division of the spoils would be more prudent, with each taking their rightful share of the cake. Thus, the essence of the struggle lies in the redistribution of resources. Both major factions perceive their current share as insufficient and seek to reclaim what they believe is rightfully theirs. Conversely, others harbor similar ambitions, aspiring to seize portions from one another. Should fortune favor a particular force, enabling it to vanquish all opposition and claim the entirety of the cake, congratulations are in order, for they would have achieved the ultimate objective, securing the whole cake, which stands as the overarching goal of all factions. Therefore, this conflict is fundamentally a war of reallocation, and it is not guaranteed that only one victor will emerge. It ultimately depends on who can grasp the largest piece of the cake. The same holds true for Hardman, whose objectives align with this overarching aim. So, how might one acquire a more substantial portion of the cake, or even attain the final ultimate goal? As previously analyzed, Hardman must avoid overt confrontations and adhere to the established rules of engagement. However, these rules are not solely for Hardman's observance. They must be respected by all. This time, Hardman has set his sights on the rules themselves. I shall leave this matter entirely in your capable hands, Jack said to Haku. Taguro and I will return shortly. I trust they will not launch an offensive during this period. Jack's statement was predicated on the movements of Yuri and Maxim. Within Taguro's perception, the two appeared as prominent beacons within the camp, easily distinguishable from the other mere foot soldiers. Yet, at this moment, Taguro could no longer sense those beacons, indicating that they had departed the tent to engage in some endeavor. Being a seasoned inquisitive soul, Jack was determined to investigate further. Knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary is the key to invincibility in battle. Thus, he entrusted all matters to Haku and, accompanied by Taguro, set out to gather intelligence. Utilizing Taguro's aerial capabilities, they could discreetly ascertain the situation from a distance without incurring unnecessary risk. After providing his instructions, Jack instructed Taguro to carry him toward the royal capital, Gland. As for why Jack chose to fly to Gland rather than elsewhere, it was simply because the capital is the epicenter of the vortex, regardless of the schemes at play. If the two were not at the front lines, they would undoubtedly return to the capital. Achoo! I should have dressed more warmly. The wind nearly swept me away during our flight. Jack lamented as he and Taguro hovered above the royal city. Never mind that. Let us see if those two are below us. There are 4 such entities down there, but I cannot distinguish who is who, Taguro replied after a careful scan, uncertainty evident in his tone. Well, they will inevitably make their move. We need only remain patient for a while, Jack assured. Jack, feeling a tinge of ennui, gazed down at the bustling streets below and began to engage in light-hearted conversation with Fujitora. Why is it that these people enjoy carrying out their activities under the cover of night, as if they believe others are unprepared? He mused. The capital was indeed vast, far surpassing the city of Pacquiao, and appeared to be much more prosperous, boasting a multitude of docks. Look at that palace, quite splendid, and it seems rather new. It must have been constructed recently, likely funded by newfound wealth in the past few years. Ah, and beneath the palace, there's even a fortified wall. The former king circled something on the map, and thus a city within a city emerged. Is Donald perhaps devoid of any sense of security? Jack continued. However, this wall is practically useless. If someone truly wished to confront Donald, the absence of troops and formidable guardians renders this barrier ineffective. We could easily fly over it. Yet, there are some guards stationed above. Their effectiveness, however, remains to be seen. Jack rambled on, while Fujitora remained at a loss for words, unsure how to interject. Just then, Fujitora remarked, "Look, large ships are approaching from both directions, clearly indicating two distinct forces." Jack raised his binoculars, and to his astonishment, he observed that the vessels on either side numbered well over 100, landing on the banks of the capital without intersecting paths. Otherwise, we would witness an immediate naval battle. Thus, the question arose, with such a display of force, even without engaging in naval combat, a land battle seemed inevitable. These two factions were clearly not here for leisure. They were most certainly up to something. As Jack anticipated, the two forces disembarked and marched resolutely towards the palace. Their synchronized movements suggested a shared objective, to strike at the royal family. Jack estimated that each side boasted no fewer than 3,000 troops. If they crossed paths before the palace, it would surely result in a cataclysmic clash. Fujitora, let us draw nearer for a better look, Jack proposed, lowering his binoculars. Fujitora led Jack to a vantage point directly above the palace, ensuring they could observe any disturbances that might arise. They found themselves beneath a thick canopy of clouds, providing ample concealment. After a period of marching, the two forces converged not far from the palace. Attack! A commanding voice resonated from among the throng, prompting one faction to charge forward. Jack focused intently, recognizing the voice as none other than Maxim, a familiar figure. The opposing side, evidently anticipating the challenges of this endeavor, was equally prepared for combat, rushing to engage in fierce melee. A tall, imposing figure stood among them, orchestrating the battle with meticulous precision. This man was none other than Hardman, the representative of the world government, the mastermind behind the general's insurrection, and the founder of the Shadows. Hardman's purpose for this grand display was singular, to seize King Donald, who resided within the palace. This pertains to the current set of game rules. These rules, established a decade ago under duress from the mafia by the former King Donald, inherently favor the criminal syndicate, thus placing Hardman in a position of constant limitation. However, if the adversary can exploit the rules, so too can I. Now, with nearly 10 years having elapsed since the last amendment of the legislation, if I can extricate the king and employ the same tactics previously used by the mafia to compel him to revise the rules in favor of Hardman, it will be the others who suffer the consequences. Moreover, should I choose to act more aggressively, I could directly amend or abolish the laws that have legitimized the mafia, thereby categorizing them as an illegal organization. This would enable me to seek assistance from the Navy and the world government, akin to requesting aid in eradicating pirates. This is also a matter of loyalty to the king. However, the moral authority now rests entirely in the hands of Hardman, no longer solely for the benefit of King Donald. Hardman possesses the ability to compel Donald to inscribe numerous provisions favorable to him within the bill, thereby achieving his goal of national control by eradicating those criminal factions. The two prominent gangs are not naive. They are well aware that the 10-year deadline is approaching. With just a matter of days remaining, it is inevitable that attention will soon shift towards Donald. Thus, Yuri orchestrates a facade of weakness, portraying an image of prolonged siege against Pacquiao City. Subsequently, he activates their pawns embedded within the military to lure Hardman and his controlled forces away from the sea. Ultimately, they plan to dispatch their main forces to eliminate them in one fell swoop. Is it permissible for Hardman to position spies above us while we cannot place our own pieces within? The two had already sown the seeds of their plan at the moment of the military's betrayal. The initial phase of this scheme was inadvertently expedited by Jack's assistance. Yet the outcome remains unchanged. At the very least, Hardman has mobilized his troops. Upon learning from their spies of Hardman's actions, the two promptly notify their concealed forces to mobilize, leaving their encampment to return to the royal capital of Gran to personally oversee the command. Jack initially failed to grasp this layer of complexity, primarily because he was not as intimately aware of the specific dates as the involved parties. Now, as Jack observes the unfolding situation below, a moment of contemplation reveals the crux of the matter. These two are vying for the right to amend the rules. This raises a pertinent question. Should Jack now engage in this contest? The answer is to refrain from participation. This matter is of utmost importance to the two dominant factions. Yet for Jack, it is akin to a hot potato. Should others discover that the king lies within his grasp, he would instantly become a target, besieged by many. While treasures may be alluring, one must possess the means to safeguard them. Alas, one cannot help but feel sorrow for the old King Donald, who has been reduced to a mere tool, a coveted object of contention, comparable to the fate of Emperor Xian of Han in the hands of Cao Cao. Yet, this also presents an opportunity. Should we return now and annihilate those outside the city with our forces? Upon noticing Jack's disinterest in the contest for Donald, Fujihori swiftly proposes an enticing suggestion. Indeed, the opposing side currently lacks leadership, akin to a tiger stripped of its teeth. Moreover, the camp is populated. Yet their vigilance is woefully inadequate. They would hardly suspect that a mere 2,000 would dare to venture forth and launch a night raid against 4,000. With cunning strategy and the added advantage of Jack and his companions leading the charge, they could wreak havoc under the cover of darkness. Amidst the ensuing chaos, it would be difficult to ascertain the precise number of assailants. This endeavor holds great promise and substantial odds of success. However, Jack resolutely declines this proposal. The outcome of this confrontation would inevitably favor Hardman, he asserts. In such a scenario, we would find ourselves temporarily aligned with Yuri and his faction, uniting against Hardman, who wields Donald. Although I acknowledge that Hardman hails from a prestigious military background as a bona fide officer of the world government, having undergone extensive theoretical and practical training, the troops at his disposal are decidedly unskilled in ground warfare. They are, in essence, akin to a gang holding the advantage on their turf. No matter how exceptional his command abilities, it seems unlikely that he could secure victory in this confrontation. In response to Jack's unwavering assertion, Fujitora expressed a differing opinion. Jack shook his head, stating, "Your doubts are indeed those shared by many. When others harbor such thoughts, Hardman has already conceived his next move. It is not merely a question of winning this battle, but rather whether he can achieve his strategic objectives." Now, take a moment to sense the positions of those four formidable individuals. Fujitora fell silent and activated his observation haki, focusing intently on discerning the locations of the four strongmen. Two were together, unmistakably Yuri and Maxim, while one was on the battlefield, presumably Hardman. The last individual remained elusive. Upon opening his eyes and gazing towards the rear, Fujitora, though unable to see anything, made a surprising observation. He is at the rear of Hardman's forces, seemingly poised to slip away unnoticed. Now, reflect on this. When you observe that Hardman's troop strength is comparable to that of Maxim and his companions, the outcome begins to reveal itself. While the situation on the battlefield remains uncertain, it is certain that Hardman will ultimately fulfill his set objectives, Jack stated gravely. Regardless of the circumstances, Yuri and Maxim had meticulously planned and secretly trained a unit, confidently using Donald as bait, which indicates their assurance in ensnaring the formidable Hardman. Furthermore, it is likely that someone has been strategically placed within Hardman's ranks. Otherwise, the timing would not align so perfectly. Yet, Hardman, as the proverbial fish, has seen through their ruse, even being aware of the individuals they have embedded among his ranks. This is evident from the near parity in troop numbers. It is clear that Hardman departed first, allowing Yuri's side to receive information before moving out. Those who left later are, of course, aware of the number of personnel the earlier party has taken with them. Logically speaking, barring any unforeseen variables, the troop strength observed on this battlefield should have favored Yuri and Maxim significantly, ensuring a robust capture of Hardman's contingent. Fujitora then comprehended the situation with clarity, exclaiming, "So, the near equality in numbers between both sides is indeed anomalous and beyond the expectations of Yuri and his companion." Jack nodded in agreement. Precisely. It is likely that upon witnessing Hardman's troop count, the two of them are feeling somewhat apprehensive. What remains uncertain is the means by which Hardman has concealed a portion of his forces, leading Yuri and Maxim to miscalculate their estimates. Had this been the case for ordinary individuals, they would have suffered significant losses, falling prey to Yuri's plans. However, Hardman possesses the foresight to anticipate Yuri's ambush and formulate an appropriate counter-strategy. However, Even so, Hardman fundamentally had no intention of winning this battle. The mobilization of additional troops was merely a strategy to prevent a swift collapse at the front line. Feigning a parity with the two adversaries while he had already prepared for retreat, awaiting news of success from his comrades on the other side. Unwavering in the face of substantial sacrifices at the front, he was resolute in achieving his strategic objectives. Hardman's wisdom and iron-fisted tactics were indeed fearsome. Jack extolled Hardman thoroughly, analyzing his astute methods in detail before shaking his head and lamenting, Hardman is undoubtedly a talent, but alas, he stands with the world government. Upon hearing this sigh, Fujitora remarked with resignation, "Why does it feel like you think of persuading every talented individual you encounter, just like with Kevin and me before? Even Haku mentioned someone named Charlie previously, but that endeavor failed." "That is essential," Jack replied, raising his hands in exasperation. "Our revolutionary army is currently too weak, while our opponents are overwhelmingly powerful. In the face of this insurmountable disparity, any incremental gain in talent is precious. Only through gradual accumulation can we achieve a qualitative transformation. However, I have no intention of persuading Hardman this time," Jack continued. "Though Hardman's tactics appear commendable, they come at the cost of many lives. His ruthless pursuit of objectives contradicts our revolutionary ideals. I am merely troubled by the prospect of opposing such a formidable individual." As Jack pondered this, he shook his head again. Yet Hardman has his reasons. The King of Danid is an indispensable prize for him. Once attained, he can manipulate the rules to suit his needs. This operation is justifiable for him. But should he fail, his rationale would crumble. As the two conversed, an individual had quietly detached from the troops and made his way to the rear of the palace, preparing to scale the walls for entry. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in front of the palace, Hardman was buying time. The two factions locked in fierce combat. Hardman, Maxim, and Yuri all participated in the fray. Hardman and Maxim clashed in direct confrontation, while Yuri, unchallenged, wreaked havoc across the battlefield. The eventual failure of Hardman's front line was merely a matter of time. The true masters of this territory, the guards atop the city walls, could only cower like ordinary citizens in the face of the chaotic melee below. "Oh, it seems the remaining challenge is a race against time," Jack remarked, observing the disarray on the battlefield. "Now it depends on whether Yuri can collapse Hardman's front line first, or if Hardman can hold out until his comrade completes the mission. Thus, we cannot merely spectate from here. We must take action as well." "Wouldn't you agree, Fujitora?" Jack said with a mischievous grin. "Let us infiltrate alongside them. I secretly hope for Hardman's success. At least on the surface, we maintain a cooperative relationship." Fujitora, uncertain of Jack's intentions, could only follow him down. Following the path taken by the individual before him, Jack entered the scene. Observing the body sprawled on the ground, he smirked and remarked, "What happened to the stealthy approach? Do you truly believe that if those who saw me are dead, it means I was never seen at all?" As he spoke, Jack inspected the corpse and the signs of struggle surrounding it. It appears this is yet another master of the six styles, though certainly more formidable than the last. This, however, proved advantageous for Jack. To discern the route taken by the individual, he merely needed to follow the fallen bodies. Wherever a body lay, that marked the path of advancement. Thus, Jack continued down the route, delving deeper where the number of bodies increased, indicating a more stringent guard. Nevertheless, this did not pose a significant hindrance to the individual. The guards were dispatched with relative ease. Eventually, Jack and his companion arrived at an ornately adorned door, from which voices of conversation emanated. "Is the 10-year term nearing its end? I nearly forgot about this matter," an elder voice, unmistakably Donald's, declared. A younger voice then interjected, "We kindly request His Majesty to accompany us. Should any complications arise, we are prepared to offer protection." Despite the courteous tone of the latter, it was evident to all that compliance was the expectation. Failure to acquiesce would be met with a lack of decorum. With no desire to contend with Donald, Jack chose to disregard the discourse within. He whispered to Fujitora, "Let us seek out the others. Try to find if there are still individuals nearby." Meanwhile, on another front, Yuri, amidst the chaos of slaughter, received alarming news. "What? Our operatives within the palace have gone silent," Yuri exclaimed, momentarily abandoning his massacre. "You cunning old fox." "Truly impressive," Maxim remarked, understanding that the ability to infiltrate the palace undetected indicated a person of considerable skill. They were equally matched. Hardman, maintaining a stoic expression, realized that since Yuri had detected the anomaly within, they could only hope that Francis would swiftly escort Donald away. Yuri, dismissing the situation at hand, instructed Maxim, I shall investigate inside. You remain here and ensure they do not escape. Capturing even one is better than none. With that, he vaulted over the surrounding wall. Jack, too, had located his target, a strikingly handsome young man. Who are you? The young man exclaimed, preparing to cry out in fear upon seeing the unfamiliar face. Jack swiftly covered his mouth and whispered, "Let us cooperate, shall we? It would benefit us both. You youngsters have boundless energy," he continued. "What hour is it? And you're still awake?" The young man rolled his eyes and pushed Jack's hand away, retorting, "I would gladly sleep if it were possible. But with the cacophony of slaughter outside, who could possibly rest?" Jack felt slightly awkward after the conversation and feigned interest in the scenery. Indeed, it is all the fault of those people outside, who cannot seem to sleep properly and have come out to brawl. Enough of this nonsense. Just tell me what you want from me. The young man scoffed at Jack's words and directly inquired, "Well, if I am not mistaken, you must be Prince Sergei, correct?" Jack, dropping the pretense, replied earnestly to the young man. "And if so, what of it? To people like you, the royal family is merely a tool. However, I must inform you that I am still just a prince, not a king, so I fear I may not be of much assistance to you." The youth recognized Jack's distinctive features. Having seen him once, it was impossible to forget. "It appears you know who I am as well. I will not prolong this. I have but one question. Do you still have dreams?" Upon realizing Sergei recognized him, Jack delved straight into the topic. "Dreams?" Sergei replied disdainfully. "I am not in control of my own fate, so what is there to dream about?" "Ah, splendid. It seems you still harbor dreams." Jack interpreted Sergei's words in the opposite manner and nodded affirmatively. "Yet, I clearly stated. All right, Fujitora, let us leave him and fly away." Jack interrupted Sergei's feeble justification, seizing Sergei and preparing to flee. Without hesitation, Fujitora flung open the window and, utilizing his powers, lifted all three of them into the air. Just then, Jack looked down and noticed Yuri hurrying into the palace, likely sensing Hadman's subtle maneuvers and rushing to intervene. It seemed to be Sergei's first experience in the sky. As he observed the familiar landscape shrinking below, his complexion paled. "Are you all right? Can you not endure this?" Jack mockingly remarked, "We still have dreams to fulfill." Without waiting for Sergei to respond, he instructed Fujitora, "Let us ascend above the battlefield, so he can see more clearly." With that, Jack pressed Sergei's head to direct his gaze towards the battlefield below, urging him to witness the devastation. "Well then, what do you think? Do you still have dreams?" Jack scrutinized Sergei's pale face, asking, after witnessing the scene, "Do you still dare to dream?" The chaos continued unabated, with combatants on both sides consumed by rage, impacting the surrounding structures. Given the confined space and the multitude of people present, collateral damage was inevitable. Not only the buildings, but Jack also noticed that beneath the collapsed structures lay civilians who had been unable to escape in time. Jack then pointed out to him the wall. "Look, your loyal guards are trembling alongside you. Much like your father, Donald, they can do nothing but silently witness this calamity, awaiting the tempest to pass, resuming their prior lives as if nothing had transpired." Sergei gazed vacantly for a moment before shaking his head in resignation, saying, "Indeed, we are akin to ostriches. Yet what alternatives do we possess if we choose not to emulate them? Perhaps my father is correct. I should be grateful for my birthright within the royal family. For at least I need not fret over a lifetime of wealth and splendor. Just like now, if you wish to make use of me, I need not concern myself with my safety." "Very well, young man, you exhibit a keen understanding of the situation and a commendable sense of propriety." Jack nodded inwardly, recognizing that the seed had been sown, and now it rested upon this old gardener to nurture it to fruition. The following day, at noon, Jack stretched lazily before gradually rising from his bed. After a casual wash of his face, he made his way to the conference room. Following the clash of the previous day, it was imperative for the various factions to reassess and adapt their strategies. The meeting involved only a select few individuals: Jack, Haku, Fujitora, Johnny, and Kevin, who was summoned from the capital, Gran, along with the captured Prince Sergei. As for Sergei, he was forcibly dragged into this meeting by Jack. The burdens of age, enduring sleepless nights has become a true torment. Upon Jack's arrival at the conference room, the others had already gathered, awaiting his presence. "If you consider yourself to be of advanced age, then I must be on the verge of burial," Fujitora quipped. "Well, let us not dwell on trivialities. Let us swiftly commence today's agenda," Jack declared as he took his seat. "First, let us discuss the intelligence acquired yesterday," Jack began. "First and foremost, regarding the strength of those individuals, Hardman and Maxim do not possess devil fruits. However, they have honed their physical prowess to an extraordinary level, making even Haku seem inferior in comparison. I believe during their encounter, both were fully committed, engaged in a fierce struggle reliant solely on their martial skills and haki. If they had any hidden cards, they would have revealed them at that moment, given that their opponents were a significant threat, poised to exploit any weakness and eliminate them. Another individual, named Yuri, evidently possesses a devil fruit ability, as he can transform his body into a silvery liquid, akin to T-1000. What is T-1000? Sergei inquired, seemingly uninterested in the meeting's content, yet his question betrayed a genuine curiosity regarding the proceedings, though no one vocalized it. The expressions on their faces suggested they shared his sentiment, having grown accustomed to Jack's occasional peculiar terminology and filtering it out automatically. Let us not concern ourselves with such details, Jack thought, unwilling to elaborate on the concept of T-1000, as it would require recounting the entire Terminator saga. Considering the name they have adopted, the Mercury Group, we can reasonably deduce that Yuri's fruit must be the Mercury fruit. Currently, the most formidable technique we have observed from him is the Mercury Rain, which can unleash a multitude of mercury bullets, each comparable to firearms. Furthermore, by examining some properties of mercury, we can infer that these bullets are likely toxic. As Jack spoke, he sketched the events from yesterday on a board using simple lines. However, the style of his drawings resembled that of a soul artist. He then illustrated another figure, representing the individual who infiltrated and abducted King Donald. Depicted merely as a matchstick-like entity, this individual was affiliated with Hardman's side, and the signs of combat indicated proficiency in the 6 styles, likely a CP member. Jack continued, drawing a long line between the two figures, revealing that the individual's ability appeared to control the soil. The earth from the garden suddenly rose, forming a wall of dirt that shielded against Yuri's mercurial assault. We can note that this was not the creation of soil from nothingness, but rather the manipulation of existing earth. The earthen wall was adorned with the floor of the garden, clearly not newly cultivated. Jack continued to narrate the events of yesterday's battle. This capability proved troublesome. After using the earthen wall to fend off Yuri's assault, the individual sustained control over the soil, continuously raising multiple earthen walls to conceal the retreat of the soldiers. This strategic maneuver prevented significant casualties during their withdrawal. Had Maxim been allowed to pursue further, the outcome would have likely resulted in total annihilation. Ultimately, under the cover of the earthen walls, over 1,000 lives were preserved. It is evident that, given the inadequacy of land combat experience and the inferior quality of troops compared to those of the gangs, while Hardman's command was indeed formidable, it was not without the advantage of superior weaponry. The current situation reflects considerable losses on both sides, yet even so, any opposing faction still far surpasses our own capabilities. Jack then elaborated on the current status of various factions, analyzing the disparities in strength, and it took nearly an hour to complete this military and political lecture. Feeling parched from his discourse, Jack took a sip of water and stated, now that everyone is aware of the situation, any suggestions are welcome for discussion. If deemed appropriate, we shall adopt them. If not, we must still recognize the positive aspects of any proposed idea that might inspire us. Tenghu, eschewing pretense, immediately responded, our ongoing issue remains our insufficient combat strength. We are decidedly inferior to any faction. At this juncture, do you not intend to allow me to take action? I have been idle for far too long without demonstrating my true capabilities. Jack sighed and replied, it is not a matter of desire, but of feasibility. I too have contemplated seizing an opportunity, much like the meteor strike before the palace yesterday, which would resolve matters in one fell swoop. Undeniably, this notion is tempting. Yet for the enduring interests of the Udicana kingdom, I ultimately abandoned it. After another sip of water, he continued, I have no inclination to pursue those 3 paths. I aspire to forge a 4th path. 3 paths? The assembly appeared perplexed, having never heard of such a concept. Thus, Jack elaborated from the beginning, outlining the 3 mandatory routes that the major factions must traverse to gain control over the Udicana kingdom. As they listened, nodding in understanding, only Sergei grew increasingly distressed and somber with every revelation. Jack eventually noticed Sergei's distress and remarked, your father, Donald, served as a puppet king for a decade. Fully comprehending these matters, he may have refrained from sharing this with you out of concern for your ability to bear it. With a reassuring pat on Sergei's shoulder, he added, I recognize that you still harbor dreams, unlike your despondent father, so fret not. I am determined to pursue the 4th path. Sergei, feeling defeated, responded, You've stated that those three paths are essential for all major factions. Where then is this fourth path you speak of? Do you understand why I have summoned you to this meeting? Jack inquired, then promptly responded, it is because you still possess the courage to strive for intervention. Do you recall what I previously mentioned? A righteous person ought to act accordingly. Sergei replied, however, my father claimed that was merely a deceitful assertion for the sake of Pacu City. To this, I retorted, your father's beliefs reflect his decline. If one cannot embrace such a simple truth, he can no longer be deemed a person of integrity. Only you, Sergei, harbor the glimmer of hope. You shall ascend as the true king of Udicana. Now, I ask you, are you willing to protect your people, regardless of their ignorance or enlightenment, or any other reason, loving them, caring for them, respecting them, and accepting them? Will you dedicate everything to them until the end of your days? Jack posed the question solemnly. Although Jack's words felt somewhat peculiar, in that grave atmosphere, Sergei finally emerged from the shadows, confronting the genuine sentiments within him, and nodded gravely. I am willing. Jack nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the silent Kevin beside him, asking, are you also willing to accept this individual as your king, loving him, respecting him, caring for him, and remaining unwaveringly loyal to him until the end of your life, regardless of his wisdom or incompetence or any other reason? Kevin, taken aback by Jack's sudden inquiry, felt the atmosphere was somewhat odd. Nevertheless, as a native of this land, he solemnly nodded. I am also willing. Excellent. I hereby declare, Jack exclaimed jubilantly, that the two of you are officially united, becoming sovereign and subject. Wasn't the atmosphere peculiar? Jack had adapted the marriage vows for this occasion. Although the crowd had never heard such words, they sensed the atmosphere was slightly amiss. Now, our immediate goal is to elevate Sergei to the throne while ensuring his reign. Jack, feeling the strangeness of the situation himself, swiftly shifted the topic, stating, these matters will be entrusted to us. Sergei, you have other responsibilities. With that, Jack produced a hefty stack of documents from seemingly nowhere and thrust them into Sergei's hands. These items are the result of Jack's painstaking efforts and profound contemplation, encapsulating thoughts from both ancient and modern times across the globe. To recall the content he had previously encountered, Jack exerted considerable effort. Sergei, with a bewildered expression, accepted the materials and inquired, is this my task? Indeed, Jack affirmed. Once you have studied these, you will be a qualified ruler. Jack patted Sergei on the shoulder and added, now, hurry back to your studies. Your people await your leadership. After Sergei departed, Haku remarked, so the purpose of this meeting was merely to ensnare Sergei, was it? All those prior maneuvers were merely to lower his psychological defenses. Haku, I interjected. How can you diminish this noble cause by calling it a trap? Are we not the revolutionaries? Jack reproached with a serious demeanor, then whispered, though I share your sentiment. Let us not speak too candidly about it. I now question whether I have joined the right organization, Fujitora mused, having overheard Jack's murmurs, shaking his head in disbelief. Kevin, standing nearby, added succinctly, same. All right, enough jesting, Jack continued. We must not only contend with these individuals, but also cultivate a resplendent image of the new king, Sergei. Furthermore, we ought to eliminate certain obstacles to his ascension, such as the former king, Donald. It would be ideal if he voluntarily relinquished his position. Ultimately, we must also draw Sergei into our revolutionary ranks. Do any of you have suggestions? Fujitora pondered for a moment before uttering, you have quite a few demands. Kevin concurred. I second that. Haku nodded in agreement. Your requests are rather excessive, especially since we excel only in combat and possess little else. Indeed, Chief of Staff, Johnny, who had remained silent until now, remarked, while we may each surpass you in battle, we falter in other matters. Emma, must you always speak such unvarnished truths? Jack responded, feigning exasperation. Very well, I shall propose a rough idea and see if anyone has additional input. We will take it step by step. First, integrating Sergei into our revolutionary army should pose little challenge. Once he completes that stack of documents, I will provide periodic guidance, and it will surely be successful. Jack explained. As for how to deal with other factions, that will depend on how Hardman chooses to act after acquiring Donald. While we appear to be allies, we cannot predict whether he might cast us aside. Should that occur, we may need to forge an alliance with the Mercury Group. For the alteration of the fundamental laws by Donald is something no one desires to witness. Such modifications should be left for Sergei to address later. It is premature to draw any conclusions. We must first ascertain Hardman's intentions. Thus, after much discussion, we have arrived at little more than conjecture. Haku remarked that it was still unclear what Hardman intended. Jack shrugged and said, "Am I not here, attending a meeting while awaiting his news? I had initially thought Hardman would have provided some clarity by now. After all, the acquisition was secured late last night. Surely there should be some developments by noon today. Yet, here we are, still without any word from his side, which is rather unexpected." Coincidentally, just as Jack was expressing his frustration, the sound of a phone buzzing interrupted him. "Oh, has he finally remembered us?" With that, Jack retrieved the phone. However, just as he hung up, another call came through 2 consecutive calls. When Jack set down the phone again, the expressions of those present were somewhat peculiar. "Well, I find myself at a loss regarding our current predicament," Haku said, raising both hands in exasperation. It turned out that the 2 calls had come from different individuals. One was Hardman, while the other was Yuri, who had somehow obtained the same contact information. Both had a singular aim to win Jack over. The reason being that Hardman had just announced plans for a live broadcast to the entire nation, aimed at amending the fundamental law. Such a provocative move would leave the gangsters with no room to deny their involvement, as it would be broadcast nationwide. Thus, Hardman extended an invitation to Jack to participate in security efforts, preparing to confront the inevitable influx of gangsters. Faced with this situation, the group realized they had no choice but to unite, regardless of which faction they belonged to. Neither would want to witness such a live broadcast. Consequently, Yuri naturally sent an invitation to Jack to join him in reclaiming Donald. After receiving the 2 calls, Jack could only laugh in disbelief and asked the group, "Well, it seems the situation has simplified considerably. Which side do we align with?" Regardless of where they stood, they were fundamentally aligned with their own interests. Jack and the others were acutely aware that both sides viewed him as a potential ally, a force with limited threat. However, this seemingly innocuous and easily swayed force was, in fact, the most challenging to coalesce with, as it was the most disparate. While on the surface, it appeared they were engaged in similar pursuits, Jack's underlying path diverged significantly, reflecting a fundamental ideological difference. The crux of the matter now rested on which side would facilitate their actions more effectively and yield greater benefits, nothing more than that. Although many issues had been distilled into a singular question, the essence remained. Which side would help them achieve their goals and allow for greater convenience in their endeavors? At least, on the surface, these issues had been simplified to a choice between A and B. This piqued everyone's interest, and a lively discussion ensued, with some advocating for alignment with Hardman, as it was evident that, from any perspective, Hardman held a significant advantage. With Donald in hand, they awaited the live broadcast in 2 days' time. The location chosen by Hardman was not situated on the elongated stretch of land itself, but rather on a diminutive island not far from it. Although it was not on the mainland, this tiny isle still belonged to the realm of Udicana, thus remaining within its jurisdiction. This reasoning holds merit. However, the predicament lies in the fact that the island is exceedingly small, almost the epitome of a minuscule island. Its entire area is less than that of a vessel, even smaller than the modest boat that Jack once used to land in Udicana, which was only capable of accommodating 10 individuals. Consequently, apart from the installation of a visual telephone worm and the presence of a table and a chair, there was scarcely room for anything else. At that time, Hardman would be able to intercept numerous gang vessels in the maritime domain he excels in. And even if his forces were fewer in number, he could rely on the sturdiness of his ship, its formidable artillery, and his extensive experience in naval warfare to vanquish the encroaching gangs. In this battle, it can be said that Hardman enjoys a considerable advantage due to the geographical factors at play. Consequently, after thorough analysis, it is evident that Hardman's faction is in a dominant position. However, some have voiced differing opinions. While it is an indisputable fact that Hardman currently holds the upper hand, should we choose to align ourselves with him, we would find ourselves at a disadvantage after his inevitable victory. This scenario seems rather impractical. Instead, it may be more prudent to join Yuri and his gang, as this could help to slightly level the playing field. Such a maneuver would lead to a more evenly matched confrontation, resulting in a muddier situation that would ultimately provide greater opportunities for all involved. The clamor from this faction is indeed significant. However, the issue lies in the fact that with merely 2,000 individuals, once they step onto the grand battlefield, it is quite conceivable that Hardman could easily obliterate them first. Destroying a fleet of 4,000 or 5,000 is no simple feat. Yet extinguishing the existence of these 2,000 would be a trivial endeavor. The 2,000 individuals, in terms of personal combat capability and overall coordination, were significantly inferior when compared to the seasoned veterans. It was highly probable that Hardiman would target them as a weak link for a concentrated attack, which could indeed render them the first to be eliminated. For a time, the two opposing viewpoints clashed without yielding a decisive conclusion. A stalemate ensued until Haku's remark broke the deadlock. Why not do this? Let us refrain from agreeing on either side, allowing them to engage in a fierce battle. And we shall emerge later to clean up the aftermath. Everything will be manageable then. Immediately, someone countered, no, if we both abstain from agreement, we would undoubtedly be the first targets. Regardless of who it is, no one wishes to encounter such an uncertain factor before the final showdown. Jack then added, however, this does present a constructive idea. The primary issue now is how to ensure our safety on the battlefield without resorting to nuclear weapons, such as the Dinghu. By this reckoning, we are bound to be the first eliminated. Although they did not fully comprehend the nature of nuclear weapons, the mention of Dinghu seemed to ignite a spark of inspiration. With a sudden realization, they exclaimed, we are indeed trapped by our own perspectives. What if both sides were to join forces? We could negotiate with Hardiman to align ourselves with his faction, while simultaneously reaching an agreement with Yuri to act as insiders, striking Hardiman at a crucial moment. What do you think of this approach? That makes sense, Jack replied, his eyes brightening. If we proceed in this manner, Hardiman will not attack us, nor will Yuri. We can advance to the final circle with minimal losses, and if Hardiman begins to gain the upper hand, we can deliver a backstab, pulling him down. I too found this strategy feasible. Nodding in agreement, the group recognized that since Tinghu's proposal garnered unanimous support, it was time to act swiftly. Following their collective thoughts, Jack relayed responses to Hardiman and Yuri via the communication device. With the overall direction established, the next step was to refine the details. The group engaged in animated discussions, deliberating until dusk, ultimately finalizing the plan. It encompassed meticulous strategies for anticipated scenarios and simulations of various battlefield contingencies. Once they confirmed that their plan was foolproof and comprehensive, they adjourned the meeting. After the meeting, Jack hurried to the dining hall, indulging in a hearty feast. He had not eaten since waking up that morning, and now he was finally able to satiate his hunger. At that moment, Haku and Fujitora arrived together, taking their seats directly in front of Jack. Aware of their presence, Jack kept his gaze lowered, engrossed in his work, and inquired, what brings you here? Haku spoke candidly, surely you had an idea in mind halfway through the meeting. Why then do we need to arrive at a conclusion together? You caught me, Jack replied vaguely. However, had Kurla been here, she would have discerned it within mere minutes. Nonetheless, I ultimately decided to adopt your proposal. Oh, so you initially harbored a different concept? Fujitora remarked, as he served himself a bowl of soba noodles, eating as he spoke. Indeed, but I ultimately wished to invigorate everyone's participation. If it were solely my voice echoing in this room, it would lack meaning. That would not constitute a meeting, but merely a session for issuing commands. Haku chose not to dwell on this matter and nervously asked, do you genuinely believe our plan is viable? Is there no room for error? Jack, continuing his labor, replied, there has never been a foolproof plan. It is always true that plans cannot keep pace with changes. This merely provides a general direction. Each individual has their own strategy. Do you think Hardiman and Yuri lack their own countermeasures? Of course not. Thus, it ultimately requires competition and confrontation to ascertain the possibility of success. Fujitora seemed to seize upon a flaw in Jack's earlier statement, saying, wait, after all this discussion, is it that the influence of plans is negligible? Which is why you are so at ease in entrusting us with the deliberation? After all, it all comes down to adapting to changes in the end. In a battleground rife with multifaceted conflict, circumstances can shift rapidly. Enough of that. Just admit it. Very well. How brazen to acknowledge it. Meanwhile, in the bedroom where Donald was residing, a knock echoed at the door. Come in, he called. The door swung open to reveal none other than the creator of the shadow, Commander Hardman of CP3. What brings you to see me? Donald said leisurely, savoring the delicious food brought to him by the servants. Surprisingly, after all these years, you remain so distant, Hardman remarked, closing the door behind him and taking a seat across from Donald. Seeing Hardman settled, Donald set down his knife and fork, asking, what is the purpose of summoning me this time? Nothing much, merely a modification of the legislation, Hardman replied without formality, lifting Donald's wine glass and draining its contents. Modification of legislation? You will complete this on a small island, and I shall remain with my men until the very moment resolution is achieved. This time, the broadcast will be transmitted nationwide through the medium of visual telephony, allowing everyone to witness that the underworld has become illegitimate. Once everything is finalized, they will have no choice but to face the truth. Donald watched helplessly as the wine prepared for him was consumed in one gulp by the person before him. And he inquired, "So, you must have confidence in your ability to manage all this? Are you not afraid of a potential failure? Those few individuals have entrenched themselves in this land for many years and are not easily dealt with. Even the recently emerged Captain Jack is no insignificant figure. I admit that in land combat, I am no match for them. But when it comes to naval warfare, be it real combat experience or our armaments, we are on a significantly superior level. The reason for selecting a remote island to conduct this ritual is to ensure we can eliminate them at sea in one fell swoop." Hardman set down his wine glass and stated, "I will confront the enemy up front while you revise the legislation from behind. In due time, this nation will once again return to the hands of our royal family. We," Donald chuckled, "I wonder if you still remember this." As Hardman spoke, he produced a small object from his pocket. The object resembled a slender cylinder, seemingly crafted from metal. To the untrained eye, it appeared merely as a small iron rod. Donald's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the object, rendered momentarily speechless. Could it be? Indeed, Donald, Hardman replied, toying with the small object. If you harbor any doubts, you may retrieve the item you have always carried with you and see whether what I hold is genuine. Trembling, Donald extracted a spherical object from his pocket, though it bore a hollow section in the middle, resembling a perforated ordinary sphere. Hardman smiled and handed him the rod. Donald took the rod and slowly inserted it into the sphere. The rod fit seamlessly within. With a click, the sound signified that the two objects were indeed one. "Now you should be convinced," Hardman said with a smile. "Ah, how unpredictable fate can be, that you now serve under the world government." Donald sighed as he set down the sphere. "After leaving this continent in my youth, I first joined the Navy, later transferring to CP3. Over the years, my position has risen ever higher, and my strength has only grown. I even once thought that perhaps it would be better if I never returned. Until, at this point, Hardman became animated, until I heard that my hometown had descended into ceaseless turmoil, besieged by a group of marauders. It was then that I recalled those painful memories. Indeed, Donald lamented, my father was also powerless in that situation." "Father?" Hardman interrupted, his voice filled with indignation. "Father should have passed his position to me, rather than to my incompetent elder brother." Donald's expression shifted dramatically, after all. Who could bear being labeled as an incompetent elder brother by his own sibling? Yet, Hardman seemed utterly oblivious to Donald's changing demeanor, even if he had noticed. "It is unlikely he would have cared. Had our father not bequeathed the throne to you, but to me instead, we would not be entangled in such numerous troubles now." Hardman continued, "Why should I have to navigate such convoluted paths merely to reclaim the throne?" Indeed, Hardman's ultimate ambition was to seize the title of king. This aspiration, known solely to him and his brother Donald, remained a closely guarded secret. Initially, when he first ventured to sea and joined the Navy, he did so under a false name, Hardman. Subsequently, he merely made slight modifications. Ever since Islandwood ascended to the position of CP3 commander, he had been attempting to alter his past, utilizing his official capacity to gradually fabricate and refine the persona of Hardman. Thus, within the records of the world government, there exists no mention of an individual named Islandwood. Only the narrative of Hardman's life from birth to military service and ultimately to his current role as CP3 commander. Consequently, even the world government remains unaware that Hardman is merely exploiting its resources to reclaim the kingdom that rightfully belongs to him. Once he restores order and utilizes his position to manage the aftermath, revealing the buried documents, Hardman will effortlessly transform back into Islandwood, resign from his post, and ascend to the throne. In this instance, Hardman has indeed chosen an unconventional path, carving out a fifth route after Jack. Of course, no one else could traverse this path besides him. After so many years, you remain infatuated with the throne. Donald sighed, stating that if this matter could be resolved smoothly, relinquishing the throne would be no burden for him. Indeed, the elder brother possesses greater wisdom than the father. Hardman replied with a smile, suggesting that the next task is for the elder brother to draft a reasonable bill. If it weren't for that damned legislation hindering me, I could have resolved these troubles 6 or 7 years ago. After Hardman departed, Donald sat in his chair, muttering to himself, "Erlen, it is your insatiable desire for the throne that renders you reckless and indifferent to all else. Father foresaw your terrifying ambition and thus exiled you, bequeathing the throne to me. Had you not intervened, I would have already vanquished those gangs with the army I had established." He pondered, in the end, Should I eliminate those gangsters and face the gallows? What of it? Though I may have transgressed the law, I could still pass the throne to my offspring. I fear you lack the capacity for sacrifice for the nation, hence you could never envision my resolve. Donald picked up his knife and fork once more, contemplating as he speared his food. I shall ultimately yield the throne, but Erlen, you are not the new king. When calamity struck a decade ago, whether it was Donald or Hardman, anyone would have had to submit to the machinations of the mafia. Thus, when Hardman labeled Donald as ineffectual, it was merely a cathartic expression of his frustrations. As Donald the King observed, although Hardman harbored a profound obsession with the throne, he lacked the willingness to make sacrifices for it, even when leveraging the power of the world government to command a formidable armed force. He resorted only to plots and schemes. While these actions may have seemed to portray Hardman as astute and valiant, they were devoid of the fervor and spirit of selflessness. In contrast, Donald was audacious and willing to fight, unburdened by strength yet prepared to bear any consequence. Perhaps had Donald caught the gangs off guard with a bold military confrontation, he might have stood a significant chance. After all, who could have anticipated that a king, long accustomed to silent endurance and subservience, would defy the supreme laws of the kingdom, willing to sacrifice himself in a desperate struggle against them? A true man must possess both flexibility and courage, ready to engage in battle and willing to make sacrifices when necessary. It can only be said that their fathers did not misjudge their sons. Despite Hardman's formidable talents, it is Donald who is most suited to the throne. However, Hardman, alongside the world government that supports him, has disrupted this equilibrium. His ambition drives him to seize control over all aspects, leading him to usurp the military from Donald, thereby acquiring a force he could manipulate. He has also established a shadow organization, skillfully balancing the situation and profiting through the trafficking of various intelligence. All of this gradually enhances Hardman's power, to the extent that he now possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to seize the entire nation. Hardman's approach to seeking out Donald is utterly misguided. If one were to speak of brotherly loyalty, he might falter himself. For the two brothers have long since become estranged after years apart. Moreover, the rift from the past remains unhealed, and new conflicts have once again arisen. To suggest that these two brothers could reconcile would require nothing short of a miracle. Thus, Hardman's intention in seeking familial ties is to persuade Donald to refrain from futile resistance, to dutifully endorse the new legislation, and subsequently relinquish the throne to him. This is the essence of Hardman's plan. After 7 or 8 years of meticulous strategizing, he hoped for a satisfactory conclusion, aiming to execute the final act without discord. Following Donald's acquiescence, Hardman departed contentedly, having little time for reminiscing about brotherly affection, as numerous arrangements and deployments awaited his attention. However, unbeknownst to Hardman, Donald's outward agreement to his requests masked a profound disdain. Even after 2 decades apart, in Donald's eyes, Ironwood remains a ruthless and inept figure, devoid of both courage and strategy. Despite Hardman's current stature and the elaborate trap he has laid, poised to achieve ultimate victory, Donald's assessment of him remains unchanged, still seen as lacking in both valor and cunning. Why the claim of cowardice? The reasons have been elucidated previously. Donald is indifferent to whether the military ultimately belongs to the world government or to himself, as long as there are forces to eradicate the criminal elements. His priorities lie firmly with the nation and its citizens. Therefore, had Hardman secured the military alongside advanced weaponry from the world government, bolstered by CP3's support, their combat effectiveness would have surpassed that of Donald's forces. Yet, Hardman lacks the courage. Even if the burden of responsibility fell upon Donald, he would not face the gallows. Hardman perceives a direct assault as imprudent. This hesitation is compounded by the gangsters' heightened vigilance once the military is no longer under Donald's control. Without the element of surprise, they could swiftly organize defenses and counterattacks. Nevertheless, this cannot serve as an excuse for Hardman's cowardice or avoidance of conflict. In Donald's perspective, each day of delay translates to additional suffering for his nation and its people. The advantage at that time was substantial, and the gangs were not yet alert enough to intensify their recruitment efforts. Consequently, following these events, Donald's disappointment in his brother's courage solidified the label of coward in his mind. But how does one define his lack of strategy? Hardman, having engaged in numerous battles over the years, has become a seasoned commander, demonstrating exceptional prowess in both small-scale skirmishes and grand strategic maneuvers. His capabilities extend across land and naval warfare, where he excels remarkably. During the last confrontation with the two rival factions, any perceived lapse on his part was merely a consequence of the advantageous terrain held by his adversaries. compounded by the necessity for soldiers to execute the commands of their leaders effectively, in comparison to the manpower of the rival factions. His forces were significantly inferior in land combat. However, his tactical and strategic acumen remains unparalleled. As for his aptitude for cunning and subterfuge, it is equally commendable. Whether leveraging the resources of the world government to entice and manipulate military forces, or orchestrating shadows to stabilize the situation, Haidman has adeptly utilized his intellect over the years to amass considerable power and diminish his enemies. In the recent period since Jack's arrival on the island, Haidman has seemingly thrived, skillfully securing the allegiance of King Donald and devising a deadly trap that threatens all involved. Despite the evident peril ahead, the factions are compelled to engage in naval warfare, striving to exploit their geographical and armament advantages. Once the conflict commences, this veritable meat grinder will be set into motion, indiscriminately dismantling all parties involved, including the ostensibly cooperative Captain Jack and various other factions, until only one remains. Haidman is determined to maximize the efficacy of this machine. Having devoted considerable effort to strategizing and examining battle maps in recent days, with a flawlessly crafted plan in place, Haidman cannot fathom the prospect of defeat. Even if Captain Jack were to betray him, he is confident in his ability to crush this troublesome adversary. It is precisely because Haidman believes his success is inevitable, eagerly anticipating his coronation, that Donald dismisses him as lacking in wisdom. Donald has encountered the most astute individuals, none of whom would ever claim absolute certainty or an infallible strategy. Furthermore, Haidman remains oblivious to the true nature of his situation, mistakenly perceiving Donald as a harmless little rodent. Meanwhile, Jack is orchestrating a grand relocation, though there is no need to transport equipment, as he can simply procure everything he requires from Haidman. The weaponry and gear available there far exceed the meager items he possesses. Ideally, he would prefer to bring only his crew and ship, leaving everything else behind. Consequently, when Haidman encounters Jack and his entourage, he nearly suffers a stroke. This group arrives empty-handed, relying entirely on him to supply their arsenal. Had it not been for their inability to traverse the waters without a vessel, he might have been compelled to provide them with a ship as well. This is precisely what Jack lamented. How splendid it would be if all his subordinates were proficient swimmers, allowing them to commandeer a few vessels. The meeting place was upon the sea, near a small island. Meanwhile, Hardman's fleet was stationed in the nearby waters, having remained anchored since the time they intercepted Donald, never having shifted their position. Jack had come to meet Hardman, naturally making his way to the very ship where Hardman resided. The two engaged in a cordial and amicable discussion upon the deck. Captain Jack's arrival was met with great enthusiasm. Such a union would indeed strengthen their efforts against the nefarious gangs. I had long heard of Captain Jack's esteemed reputation, and it was true that one's renown often pales in comparison to personal encounters. Hardman wore a smile, approaching Jack and his companions with warmth. "Oh, it is my duty to uphold justice," he replied. "Those vile gangsters ought to have been eradicated long ago. This is but a small contribution to the cause of righteousness. You, my lord, are the true paragon among men." Jack, equally unfazed, reciprocated the compliments. Thus, after a round of mutual flattery, they delved into the strategic discussions for the forthcoming operations. In 2 days, King Donald would sign the legislation, and I had devoted considerable thought to ensuring his safety and the successful amendment of the act. Hardman gestured for Jack to take a seat at a table. On either side were 2 reclining chairs, and above them arched a large sunshade, with 2 bottles of juice placed upon the table. Jack mused to himself, "This fellow truly knows how to indulge. I shall have to arrange something similar for myself." As Jack settled beside Hardman, he expressed his concerns. "However, from what I understand, these gangs have united, and I fear they may act desperately, launching a coordinated assault upon us." Hardman reassured him, "There is no need for concern, Captain Jack. Their naval combat skills are woefully inadequate, perhaps even inferior to those of pirates. Even with their numbers, they will struggle to leverage any advantage." With that, Hardman lifted a glass of juice from the table and took a sip. Jack, following suit, thought it unnecessary to ponder further, 1 glass for each of them. He raised his glass and remarked, "Your maritime prowess is exceptional. Facing the impending onslaught with such composure is commendable. I am curious about your specific arrangements." Hardman set down his cup and leaned forward slightly, saying, "In truth, it is quite simple. We merely exploit the local topography." The arrangement devised by Hardman, as he articulated, merely capitalizes on the local topography. However, this very terrain conceals perils, should those factions be insufficiently acquainted with this maritime expanse. They would inevitably be akin to moths drawn to a flame. Regardless of their numbers, they would only be offering themselves as sacrifices. It has been previously mentioned that the waters surrounding the kingdom of Udicana are predominantly shallow. Any significant marine creature attempting to traverse this area would find itself stranded. Given the shallowness, the seabed is riddled with numerous hidden reefs, particularly formidable in nature. Any vessel that inadvertently collides with these reefs would suffer significant damage, not only complicating any attempts at rescue but also rendering them stationary targets. It is unclear when Hardman conceived this stratagem, but he has meticulously monitored the distribution of these underwater hazards. One must concede that this design is remarkably astute, relying on the element of surprise. No one anticipated that Hardman would select this locale for the decisive engagement. In recent days, there has been no opportunity for the gangs to familiarize themselves with the local conditions. Even if they were to dispatch eccentric individuals employing unconventional methods to scout the area now, it would be a formidable challenge to ascertain the complete landscape. Thus, by occupying advantageous terrain while remaining oblivious to the lurking dangers beneath the surface, they have essentially lost half the battle before it has even commenced. Countless ships and personnel would be squandered in this exploratory endeavor, incurring a steep price for their education. Meanwhile, Hardman, relying on the long-range capabilities of his artillery, can maintain a static formation, firing upon the vessels that run aground, sinking them with ease. Once the gang ships have paid a heavy toll in their attempts to unveil the surrounding reefs, Hardman would then command a strategic withdrawal, repositioning further back, thus rendering their efforts futile and repetitive, an incessant cycle of frustration and vulnerability. Brilliant, indeed. Upon hearing Hardman's strategy, Jack could not help but applaud, genuinely commending Hardman's ingenious plan. Once the scheme is set in motion, those unversed in naval combat would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Achieving a disproportionate advantage with minimal losses is truly commendable. In truth, had Jack not intervened, Hardman would likely have seized this opportunity to eliminate the armed factions and subsequently consolidate control over the entire kingdom. A prospect almost assured given the current capabilities of those factions. The likelihood of overcoming the treacherous reef-laden waters is virtually non-existent. They would be left to languish in despair, helplessly witnessing their ships succumb to the depths. However, with Jack's presence, the scenario transforms entirely. Jack possesses the means to disrupt this trajectory, leveraging his alliance to procure invaluable cartographic intelligence for the gangs, enabling them to navigate effectively and evade disaster. After extolling Hardman's sagacity, Jack proposed, "Yet, we remain oblivious to the conditions of these waters. If we engage in battle and inadvertently find ourselves ensnared by the very reefs, would that not become a source of mirth for our adversaries?" Moreover, it inadvertently revealed the location of the reefs to the enemy. Upon hearing this, Hardman waved his hand grandly and laughed heartily. "Rest assured, I have certainly taken that into account. Shortly you shall consult my navigator. He possesses the nautical charts of this region, which meticulously detail the locations of the reefs. Be sure to note them down, and there will be no mishaps." Jack chuckled along, remarking, "In that case, Your Excellency, your strategy is indeed foolproof." "Oh, by the way," Jack continued, his demeanor shifting to one of cautious contemplation, "although it seems infallible, I cannot help but ponder a potential minor issue. What if someone from those factions has already explored this area in advance? Or if they manage to obtain the charts of this region within the next 2 days? Wouldn't that negate our advantage?" "Ha ha, worry not. I have considered that possibility as well," Hardman replied. "To achieve great ambitions, one must acknowledge the inherent risks. Should that prove true, we will have no choice but to engage them in a fierce confrontation, though the sacrifices will undoubtedly be far greater. Yet, to sacrifice for justice and freedom is indeed worthwhile." "Indeed," Jack concurred. "Who among us is not prepared for sacrifice? At times, it is essential to make certain concessions." The two continued their discourse on the deck for quite a while, indulging in various commercial flattery and contemplating Hardman's vision of unifying Udicana and vanquishing the underworld. To an outsider unaware of the intricacies, it would appear as though these two were kindred spirits, lamenting the time lost in their acquaintance. It was not until the sun began to set that Jack took his leave, having lost count of how many times they refilled their glasses of juice. Had it not been for Jack's excessive consumption, he could have easily continued their conversation until dawn. Once Jack departed, Hardman's composed demeanor waned, and he felt a twinge of apprehension. Goodness, that Jack is indeed the most eloquent individual I have encountered. Were it not for my discretion, he might have uncovered all my secrets. This fellow possesses great talent. if he remains prudent and harbors no ulterior motives during the imminent naval battle. I might consider appointing him as a diplomat for my Udicana kingdom, which would serve us well at international assemblies. Meanwhile, upon returning to his own ship, Jack spat in disdain. What nonsense. After conversing with him for ages, I gleaned not a shred of useful information. He truly believes himself to be a paragon of virtue, and even attempted to mislead me. Were it not for my prior knowledge of his affiliations with the world government, I might have fallen into his trap. Haku approached with a teasing tone. Oh, come now. Is there anyone in this world who can deceive you? You should be the one doing the deceiving. I watched you two converse for quite some time. What? Have you taken a liking to him? Only just now do you return? We've been waiting so long that, as you would say, the flowers have wilted. Fujitora chimed in with a jest. I too cannot fathom how a simple meeting could keep you sighing from midday until dinner time. Is there anything you cannot accomplish? I observed that the attendants on either side appeared to have grown weary, having replaced your beverages multiple times. I initially anticipated something riveting, only to find the conversation filled with an abundance of insipid remarks, with flattery dominating the discourse to an overwhelming extent. Alas, after spending some time in your company, it seems I have begun to indulge in sarcasm as well. You two are quite something, indeed. Jack feigned astonishment, recounting how I was on edge, treading carefully as if traversing a tightrope high above the ground. Yet upon my return, you both dared to jest about me. Oh, what peril did you encounter? I perceived none at all. Fujitora inquired, noting that throughout our interaction, your emotions have remained remarkably steady, devoid of any signs of life's fluctuations. Upon reflecting on his own observations, Fujitora found himself momentarily taken aback, pondering aloud. Indeed, upon closer examination, you have never displayed any emotional shifts. Not even on the deck of that vessel. It seems to have always been thus. Unlike others who gauge emotions through facial expressions, Fujitora relies on intuitive perception to sense the inner feelings of others. While he cannot delve into thoughts as Enel does, he can certainly discern emotional fluctuations. However, since the first encounter with Jack, he has yet to perceive any changes within Jack's heart. Jack was acutely aware that he was increasingly resembling a machine. Although he occasionally made deliberate attempts to create humor or feign superiority, these actions failed to stir any genuine emotions within him. They merely served to project a more human faade, an effort to avoid appearing as an outlier. Admitting to such a reality was not an option. Once he acknowledged it, all his previous antics and pretensions would be rendered futile. Thus, Jack continued to play his role. You certainly cannot penetrate the depths of my soul, as it is precisely to guard against individuals like you, who, after mastering the art of observation haki, can peer into the hearts of others. Oh, please. Do not misinterpret my abilities. I do not possess the habit of invading others' thoughts. I merely sense emotions, nothing so grandiose, he asserted. Just because you cannot achieve it does not imply that others cannot. I am well aware that there exists an individual on a certain sky island who possesses such capabilities. Therefore, I have utilized my powers to conceal it, Jack explained with a sense of certainty. I see, Fujitora responded. Your abilities are indeed elusive. It was not surprising that Fujitora and Haku accepted this notion so readily. The vast ocean was replete with bizarre abilities, making such occurrences far from extraordinary. There were even stranger phenomena than this. Regardless of belief, one cannot relentlessly pry into matters. If someone is attempting to deceive you, it suggests they do not wish to divulge their truths, and it is best to avoid self-inflicted embarrassment. Enough of that, Jack interjected, swiftly redirecting the conversation. I have obtained the nautical charts for this region. Shortly, you should organize a team to ascertain the authenticity of these charts, under the pretense of familiarizing ourselves with the terrain. With that, he tossed the replicated chart to Haku. Accepting it with a nod, Haku departed to gather personnel. Turning to Fujitora, Jack inquired, by the way, have all the weapons and equipment arrived? I trust there has been no tampering? Indeed. While you and Hardiman were engaged in discussion, we secured the weapons and equipment, Fujitora replied. Though they had said little, his ability to perceive their emotions indicated palpable discontent. It was evident that this batch of equipment was genuine, or else they would not have exhibited such sentiments. That makes sense, Jack nodded. If they had altered these items, they would not have been reluctant to part with them. Rather, they would likely be secretly reveling in their trickery. Therefore, your ability to glimpse into the hearts of others is indeed quite unsettling. Fujitora raised his hands in mock surrender. Is it my fault then? At this point, the individuals accompanying Jack had spent enough time with him that they began to adopt his more dubious tendencies, and the atmosphere had notably shifted. Meanwhile, Hardiman had returned to the ship. Francis approached him, inquiring, "You simply handed him the blueprints? If he presents that nautical chart to the gang members, we would suffer significant losses." Francis was indeed the figure capable of manipulating the soil, as witnessed by Jack on that fateful night. It was he who stormed into the palace, rescuing King Donatello and providing cover for Hardman and his soldiers to retreat. Athaha. Hardman did not directly respond to the inquiry, but burst into laughter. "Francis, after all this time you've spent with me, do you truly believe I would entrust my life and fortune to someone I do not know?" Francis remained silent, fully aware that Hardman would ultimately answer his own question. Sure enough, Hardman smiled and elucidated. That chart was a forgery. What? Francis was genuinely astonished, overwhelmed with confusion. If this were a fabrication, they would have easily discerned the truth, regardless of their ulterior motives. For the time being, we are still allies. Francis pondered, moreover. They certainly would not boldly accept the nautical chart without conducting their own verification. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed, "I scarcely know what to say." Meanwhile, Haku, aboard a nimble paddle sailboat, began to meticulously explore the distribution of the hidden reefs as indicated on the chart, right under Hardman's nose. He commenced an examination of the authenticity of this nautical chart. Report. A soldier entered Hardman's office, inadvertently interrupting their conversation, and announced, "The merman under Jack's command has begun to explore the nearby waters following the nautical chart." When we inquired, he claimed he was familiarizing himself with the battlefield terrain. Once the soldier departed, Francis remarked, "I told you, they would not easily trust that nautical chart. They would certainly investigate it." However, Hardman remained unfazed, confidently asserting, "Investigation aside, they will ultimately come to believe that my chart is genuine. Jack cannot possibly be so foolish." Francis lamented, "Whether true or false, they cannot discern the difference." "Indeed. That is precisely the point," Hardman chuckled. "As I said, they truly cannot tell that my nautical chart is a forgery. They will continue to believe it to be authentic." On the other hand, Haku completed his task and swiftly navigated the area aboard his agile sailboat. Indeed, the chart was accurate, each reef was clearly marked, and the safe routes were unproblematic. Upon his return, Haku's first action was to inform Jack of the results of his exploration. "Emma, this nautical chart is astonishingly genuine," Jack exclaimed incredulously. "Are you certain you have surveyed everything thoroughly, without any omissions or inaccuracies?" "Absolutely, I have examined the entire area. There are indeed no issues," Haku replied. "What is there to be surprised about? Is it not a perfectly normal occurrence?" "That is indeed perplexing," Jack muttered to himself. Fujitora interjected, "What is so strange about this? Are you suggesting we could receive a false nautical chart? If it were indeed a forgery, we would have easily uncovered that by now." When faced with such an easily debunked lie, do you think he is the fool, or are you? "That is a valid point," Jack nodded. "If a lie is too easily recognized as such and can be effortlessly dismantled, then that lie holds little value. So what then?" Jack spoke with conviction, asserting that this must be a counterfeit nautical chart, one that eludes our discerning eyes yet undoubtedly harbors deceit. Haku was nearly overwhelmed with exasperation after a lengthy discourse. He had anticipated Jack would declare it to be an authentic chart, only to find him claiming ignorance regarding its falsity. "Then enlighten me. Where does this chart reveal its deceit?" Haku inquired. "I meticulously scrutinized every location to ensure there were no discrepancies before returning. That is precisely why I remarked on the high level of craftsmanship in its forgery. It is simply imperceptible to us," Jack replied with a sense of resignation. Haku, however, felt a deep frustration. Why was Jack so unwilling to accept the authenticity of the chart? Was this what they referred to as paranoia? Seeing their dispute, Fujitora interjected with curiosity. "What leads you to conclude that Hardiman would provide us with a false nautical chart? Isn't it obvious?" Jack retorted. "How can one rest peacefully beside a potential adversary? We are not aligned with him. Can he truly be trusted as an honest man? Does he not fear that we might divulge this information or perhaps launch a surprise attack behind his back?" "That is indeed a valid point," Fujitora nodded. "Expecting Hardiman to be a man of integrity is utterly unrealistic. If he were, then there would be no one in this world who is not honest. Everyone would be a paragon of virtue, and there would be no pirates, no oppression, no conflict. Society would seamlessly transition into communism. Yet, this is an impossibility. Such is the understanding of all." Haku added, "But it does not necessarily imply that the chart is flawed. Perhaps there are other factors at play, waiting to ensnare us." No, Jack shook his head vigorously, akin to a clapper in a tambourine, adamantly stating, "The only two areas that could cause me trouble are resources and the nautical chart. Beyond that, Nothing else exists. I have just conducted a thorough examination of the supplies. Having a background in firearms and culinary arts, I possess a modicum of expertise in both weaponry and mishaps. My inspection revealed no irregularities in either food or arms. Jack furrowed his brow, thus, when you returned and assured me that the chart posed no issues, I was taken aback. The two individuals began to murmur, speculating whether there might be some bizarre and peculiar devil fruit abilities at play, lurking within the food, capable of poisoning them should they make any sudden movements. This notion, albeit unsettling, was certainly plausible. Jack found himself at a loss, unable to pinpoint the issue, and could only lament that there must be some unnoticed detail allowing Hardman to exploit their oversight. So, our Captain Jack has fallen into his trap? Haku remarked. At such a time, you still choose to jest, Jack retorted, rolling his eyes. The reality is that we have indeed been ensnared. The pressing question now is how we can extricate ourselves from this predicament. There must be some aspect where we have been deceived. Yet we are currently unable to identify it. Shall we share this nautical chart with them? Haku pondered for a moment, ultimately inquiring. Yes, Jack replied curtly. Hand over a spade. Until we ascertain where we have been led astray, we should exercise caution. Very well, what should we do now? Fujitora interjected, noting the shift from their previously established plan. Indeed, Hiku concurred. We initially intended to incite conflict between the two parties, but if Hardman successfully implements his rocky ambush, we would be left as mere spectators to his one-sided slaughter of those gangsters. Haku, prepare the ship. I shall personally conduct a reconnaissance, Jack deliberated, feeling that remaining stagnant was not a viable option. Fujitora, you should accompany me. The reefs lie submerged, and your keen eyesight may prove invaluable. Naturally, Jack's decision to reassess the surrounding terrain was once again conveyed to Hardman. After all, Jack had never intended to conceal his whereabouts. If he were to act covertly, it would only complicate matters further. It was better to proceed openly and transparently. Oh, they are scouting again, Francis remarked. Surely, they must have discerned the flaws in your counterfeit nautical chart. Huh, how could that be? Hardman chuckled. Even if they were to examine it thoroughly 100 times over, they would uncover nothing amiss. Ultimately, they can only believe that it is an authentic chart. Francis, perplexed, queried, how is that possible? How have you managed to create a chart so convincingly real? If, after 2 inspections, they remain distrustful and decide to pilfer our chart, wouldn't that expose us? Expose us? Nonsense, Hardman asserted confidently. Even if they attempted to steal it, the chart would remain identical. As anticipated, Jack set out with 2 companions this time, embodying the adage that 3 heads are better than 1. The fishman Haku was tasked with underwater operations. Fujitora utilized his observation haki to assess the authenticity of the reefs, while Jack engaged his intellect to analyze every possible scenario. Each individual performed their role with impeccable coordination. However, their efforts yielded no fruitful results. Upon returning to the cabin, Jack paced restlessly, exclaiming, "This defies logic. Could the issue lie with the food itself? Perhaps I have overlooked something I failed to consider. Should we not seize the opportunity of the night to pilfer their nautical charts? A mere comparison would elucidate everything," Fujitora inquired. No. I now believe that even if we were to steal them, the charts we acquire would be identical. The key lies in the fact that they are concealed with remarkable cunning, evading our scrutiny. Jack dismissed the notion. Now, allow me to meticulously piece this together. Jack settled into a chair, resting his hands upon the table, his fingers interlaced before his face, adopting a classic pose reminiscent of Commander Brooke. Initially, when we arrived, we were escorted by their vessels. We did not sail directly in, but rather followed the lead ship that guided us in. Jack began to unravel the details from the beginning. Indeed, upon reflection, we must have taken the correct course, successfully avoiding the submerged hazards. Hacker echoed in agreement. However, Fujitora interjected, I recall that our route bore no divergence from the charts. In hindsight, we navigated precisely along the path indicated. Precisely. The crux of the matter is that our course mirrors the chart exactly, Jack remarked. This implies that they too are utilizing this very chart, or perhaps one strikingly similar. Haku spoke up. If the nautical charts are identical or only slightly different, what deception could there be? Jack maintained his posture and replied solemnly. This is precisely why I mentioned earlier that even if we were to steal, we could only acquire this one nautical chart. He continued. What if we approach this from a different angle? Perhaps the issue does not lie with the charts themselves. Well, here we go again, Haku interjected. If not the charts, Then it must be with the weapons and provisions that were delivered. No, that's not my point, Jack clarified. I mean to say that the problem remains here. They simply have not tampered with the charts but have made alterations elsewhere. Suddenly, Jack seemed to recall something. Aha! Reflecting on my discussion with Hardman. If the enemy possesses a detailed nautical chart of this area, then his plans would be rendered futile. He pondered. While he claimed to be prepared for a tough battle and substantial sacrifices, I now realized that his demeanor seemed insincere, his expressions were not natural. As if he were unconcerned about such events, or perhaps he was entirely confident. Haku remarked, if you could perceive that insincerity, your perceptiveness is indeed remarkable. Let's not digress. In the presence of an old thespian like me, he remains rather inexperienced, Jack retorted. He examined the nautical chart meticulously once more. This chart only allows for Donald to access a small island facing Udicana, surrounded by shallow waters. Yet it is replete with hidden reefs nearby. Conversely, turning away from Udicana leads to deep waters not far off, where marine predators may roam, effectively serving as a natural barrier. Surely, no one would consider approaching from that direction unless by some extraordinary means, such as naval intervention. Thus, Hardman had only prepared defenses for this half of the area, anticipating that they had no feasible way to traverse the deep sea of the windless zone. Moreover, considering that Hardman's strategic directives had already been communicated and the soldiers trained accordingly, it was apparent that he was indeed serious about his intentions. This strategy could not be arbitrarily altered in the final days, as such sudden changes would only serve to deceive others while ensnaring his own troops, a strategy sure to backfire. Could it be? At that moment, a figure surfaced in Jack's mind. Transitioning to Hardman's office, Francis now appeared genuinely perplexed. You say they can only steal an identical nautical chart? Naturally, for the chart we utilized bears no distinction from theirs, Hardman responded. In effect, the chart I provided them is the very one we are currently employing, leaving them no room to uncover discrepancies. Oh my, Francis exclaimed, are you jesting? It's clearly the same, so why mention counterfeit charts? If you assert that it is not counterfeit, you would not be entirely mistaken, at least as it stands now. It is indeed genuine, Hardman replied with a smug smile. However, should I desire it to be counterfeit, it shall invariably transform into one. The following day, everyone seemed to bask in a state of carefree contentment, reveling in their ease. This composed demeanor, in Hardman's eyes, resembled that of a leisurely traveler. When Hardman inquired about such carefree tranquility, Jack responded nonchalantly, since the general has devised such a brilliant strategy, what pressure could we possibly feel? Those gangsters are hardly a concern. However, this state of ease was overshadowed by one individual, Fujitora. In stark contrast to the others, Fujitora perpetually remained on high alert, vigilantly observing Hardman's expansive territory, ever watchful for anyone taking the plunge. Come now, relax a bit, have a glass of juice, Jack urged. You promised I wouldn't have to intervene, yet here I am, having done everything but that. Fujitora jested as he accepted the juice Jack offered. Well, those capable must shoulder more responsibilities, Jack shamelessly retorted. Not having you intervene is merely because your intervention is so earth-shattering and grand that it rivals that of an admiral. We ought to maintain a semblance of discretion. Naturally, in other matters, we may need to impose upon you a bit more. Then all those action plans we discussed in the meeting are rendered useless? Fujitora queried. One could say the changes are swift, however, they are not entirely without merit. Our trump card remains intact, and some aspects are still actionable. We merely need to optimize the process in light of the current situation, Jack replied, shaking his head. Tonight is the final opportunity. If our assumptions hold true, Hardman will undoubtedly dispatch individuals to alter the underwater terrain shortly. If we are correct, this will signify a successful optimization. So, if we are mistaken, my efforts today would be in vain, correct? Fujitora expressed his discontent. How can that be deemed in vain? It merely eliminates one erroneous option. I am not omniscient, after all. I cannot predict their movements with absolute certainty. Moreover, I am nearly certain they intend to modify the terrain. Oh, why so? Did you not notice? Just a moment ago, Hardman arranged the ships in a semicircular formation, just as you mentioned earlier. It's still night, and there is ample time before the live broadcast, indicating that Hardman has no intention of altering the formation again. After all, the newly adjusted terrain cannot be immediately familiarized by the sailors. It is prudent to establish their formation first. Fujitora nodded in agreement. That makes sense. They are clearly preparing for battle tomorrow, merely awaiting the order to commence excavation. According to our intel from the trump card, coupled with our discreet inquiries, Hardman had previously conducted a drill with his troops to mislead the enemy, as if he were afraid they might not grasp his strategy. This implies that the soldiers have firmly ingrained this tactic in their minds. There is no turning back. Truly, I have never felt such a headache. Henceforth, let you all deal with such matters. I feel like an old man now, content to simply cast meteors in peace. Fujitora picked up the juice and took a sip through the straw. He and Jack sat quietly in the cabin, waiting patiently, consuming cup after cup of tea. As the hours stretched into the early morning, their impatience grew. Finally, Fujitora solemnly remarked, "Someone has entered the water and is descending to the depths." "Excellent. The fish is on the hook," Jack exclaimed with delight. "Haku, dive in. Don't let him escape." "Rest assured, beneath the water, few can rival me," Haku confidently stated. "He won't get away," Fujitora chimed in. "Moreover, I am here as well. He won't be able to move." With only one diving suit available, Hardiman could only watch as Francis slowly sank into the depths. Unbeknownst to them, this seemingly simple task had turned into a farewell. Initially, Francis felt a twinge of unease, pondering whether this iron shell would serve him well. However, as he descended further, he found the experience quite pleasant. Nevertheless, challenges persisted, movement was cumbersome, and visibility was somewhat restricted. The heavy shell clung closely to him, making the underwater environment feel rather frigid. Fortunately, he wouldn't have to endure it for long. They had agreed that after 2 hours, regardless of whether the task was completed, he would be brought back up. If he hadn't finished, he could simply switch to a new oxygen tank and dive again. However, according to their plan, an hour would be more than sufficient, given that this area was shallow. With the deepest point being merely 200 meters, Francis reached the ocean floor in no time. As he activated his spotlight, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is the ocean floor. It is unexpectedly beautiful." He had never imagined that after consuming the devil fruit, he would have the opportunity to dive. In fact, even prior to consuming the fruit, he had never envisioned himself exploring the depths of the sea. "Well then, let us prepare. Once I complete this task, I shall enjoy a well-deserved rest." Francis attempted to manipulate the seabed and found no issues. He planned to retrieve the suit from Hardiman later, envisioning daily underwater adventures, living out the dreams of other ability users. As Francis reveled in thoughts of leisure after completing his task, an immense pressure suddenly enveloped him. This is not good. At this moment, Francis, being a seasoned expert, swiftly realized that the unusual pressure he felt was the result of an attack launched against him. The one who initiated the preemptive strike was Fujitora, standing within the confines of the ship's cabin. It must be said that Fujitora's mastery of his fruit is extraordinarily advanced, coupled with an excessively vast range of observation haki. From several hundred meters away, he was able to exert pressure on Francis with ease. However, Fujitora was cautious not to apply too much force, for damaging his attire would be quite unfortunate. In the depths of the water, Haku moved with the grace of a fish, no, more accurately, like a fishman, exhibiting significantly greater prowess than when on land. In contrast, Francis, hindered by the water pressure and the cumbersome iron shell he wore, had his strength diminished considerably. With Fujitora's assistance, the balance of power had shifted dramatically, leaving Francis in a dire predicament from which even divine intervention would struggle to rescue him. Faced with Jack's meticulously plotted ambush, Francis found himself devoid of options. Miracles did not favor him. Whether or not deities existed at this time was uncertain, but if they did, they certainly would not come to his aid. Thus, Haku, confronted with the clumsy Francis, expended little effort to swiftly remove his helmet. Francis, helplessly witnessing the removal of his helmet amidst the surging waters, could only despairingly close his eyes. Before long, Jack awaited Haku's return, accompanied by the unconscious Francis, who still bore the weight of his iron chains. Time was of the essence. Upon seeing the scene, Jack expressed his delight, urging, "Quickly, summon Prince Sergei." Then, without hesitation, Jack produced a small knife and plunged it towards the neck of the prostrate Francis, declaring, "I shall borrow your fruit for a moment, unknown power wielder." Alas, Francis was truly a pitiable figure. Jack and his companions did not even know his name, and his formidable abilities remained unexhibited as he met his untimely fate. After extracting the devil fruit, Jack feigned solemnity, stating, "Each devil fruit is a power wielder. Without trade, there can be no slaughter." The two had long since become immune to Jack's sporadic utterances that left them bewildered. Continuing with their plan, they extracted Francis from the iron canister and discreetly concealed his body. Shortly thereafter, Johnny arrived with Sergei in tow. Sergei beheld Jack grasping a devil fruit. while an oddly shaped iron shell lay on the ground. No time for questions. Eat it quickly. With that, Jack seized Sergei and thrust the fruit into his mouth. Since discovering that Hardman might engage in such schemes, Jack had been intent on seizing the opportunity for substantial gain. To forego such a windfall would be an egregious oversight. Thus, he devised a plan. Whoever obtained the fruit would be responsible for its modification, by following Hardman's logic and creating a unique domain known only to Jack. The other two factions would be left to grapple with their predicament. After much deliberation, Jack ultimately chose Sergei. Firstly, a ruler must possess a modicum of strength. Lacking martial prowess, he could perhaps endeavor to develop his fruit abilities, which is not an unworthy path. Secondly, Jack found himself devoid of anyone suitable for this particular fruit among his companions, as those he trusted and knew well had already acquired their own powers. In Jack's view, it would be utterly foolish for Haku, a fishman, to consume a devil fruit. It would be akin to gaining a sesame seed while discarding a watermelon. As for why Sergei was aboard Jack's ship, this ties into Jack's ulterior motives, a matter well concealed, known only to a select few of his most trusted confidants, while others remained oblivious to the fact that a prince was accompanying them. Oh, Sergei took a bite and immediately began to gag, though nothing came up. "This is worse than excrement," he exclaimed. "Hey, don't vomit. It won't come out," Jack remarked with a smirk. "And you all keep saying this tastes worse than poop. Have any of you actually tasted poop?" With that, he disregarded the reactions of the others and urged Sergei to don the heavy iron suit. "It may be uncomfortable, but if you can endure this, our operation will surely lead to the salvation of the world." Although the others were perplexed by how this would save the world, Sergei obediently donned the cumbersome diving suit. "Haku, I leave the rest to you," Jack declared as he led Sergei to the ship's edge. "Rest assured, I have everything memorized. There will be no mistakes," Haku replied confidently as he seized Sergei and leaped into the depths below. "Wait, what is happening?" In stark contrast to Haku's calm demeanor, Sergei wore a bewildered expression, still trying to grasp the situation when Haku dragged him underwater. As they descended, Haku began to explain. "You need to quickly adapt to your abilities. Our time is limited." "Wait, what? Mr. Haku can speak underwater?" Sergei exclaimed in astonishment from within his suit. Haku clarified. "Both fishmen and merfolk possess this ability, utilizing different vocal organs. But that is not the main point. The crux is that you bear a significant responsibility. Thus, Haku outlined Jack's general plan and what Sergei needed to accomplish. Fortunately, Sergei was a bright child. Upon reaching the ocean floor, he quickly grasped the rudiments of soil manipulation. However, his control remained rudimentary, with advanced techniques still requiring development. Nevertheless, this sufficed, as Sergei's task was to manage the ascents and descents, lowering certain areas while elevating others, thereby controlling reefs and safe passageways. Compared to the ambitious projects envisioned by Hardman, Jack's undertaking was considerably simpler and would take far less time. Moreover, with Haku serving as a means of transportation, there was no need for Sergei to clumsily traverse the depths. Haku effortlessly embraced the currents, propelling them forward. In reflection, Sergei's tasks were not particularly arduous. The burden primarily fell upon Haku, who effectively undertook the majority of the labor. By the time Haku resurfaced, he appeared utterly fatigued, gasping. "Working underwater is far more exhausting than fighting. I shall take my leave to rest." "Very well, there is little left to accomplish. Once we finish this task, let us all rest well in preparation for tomorrow's grand battle." Subsequently, Jack instructed Johnny to escort Sergei back to safety, urging him to remain hidden. He then retrieved Francis's lifeless body, redressing it in a diving suit, but ultimately severed its head, helmet included, to carry away. After all, they could not allow Hardman to discern that this was a man-made act. He then marred the diving suit with scratches and dents, as if Francis had been indiscriminately cast back into the sea. On the other side, Hardman could only anxiously await. "Sir, the time is nearly upon us." "Very well. Bring him up swiftly." With Hardman's command, the others hurried to operate the winch. The sounds of clattering echoed as the weighty object was swiftly drawn up from the depths. What do you suppose Hardman will feel upon seeing that corpse? Surely they won't alter their tactics or change locations. Fujitora could not suppress his concerns. Changing locations is out of the question. The live broadcast has already been announced, and relocating would undoubtedly cause delays, an insurmountable obstacle. As for altering tactics, there remains little opportunity for that. Hardman can only hope that the individual accomplished some tasks during his descent, yielding some effect. Of course, these were not the primary concerns. The crux lay in the fact that after sending Sergei down, The tasks they had undertaken had effectively severed all avenues of retreat for their adversaries, leaving them no choice but to endure several rounds of bombardment before resorting to close-quarters combat. As Jack spoke, a sly grin spread across his face. Although I cannot see you down there, nor perceive your thoughts, your laughter reeks of cunning. It is almost theatrical. Thank you for the compliment. Whether in malevolent glee or performance, I, Jack, am among the best. What is there to boast about? In light of Francis's gruesome demise, even Hardman, who typically maintained composure, could not conceal his fury. The success of their endeavor hinged entirely upon Francis's contributions. Hardman meticulously examined the diving suit worn by Francis and the wound at the neck severance, while the injury appeared to be inflicted by a beast's fangs. A flicker of doubt crossed Hardman's mind. There should not be any sea beast nests in the vicinity, and typically, such marine creatures avoid these shallow waters. Could it be mere coincidence that Francis encountered an unfortunate incident during his brief time below? Haldeman, after all, is a man of iron resolve. Rather than dwelling on the manner of Francis's demise, he is far more preoccupied with the impending confrontation that awaits at dawn among the families. Once he set aside his emotions, Haldeman commanded, "Go, dispatch someone to scout the area ahead. We must ascertain whether there have been any changes to the submerged reefs." Undoubtedly. This is a judicious decision. Now is not the time for indecision. Hardman must recover from the blow and address the pressing matters at hand, which is a hallmark of true leadership. Hardman contemplated, regardless of how Francis met his demise. The immediate priority is to ascertain the extent of the alterations Francis made to the seabed before his death. Fleeing is not an option. The only course of action is to swiftly reevaluate a section of the ocean to enable timely responses. While Hardman's reasoning was sound, Jack had already anticipated this scenario. Since Hardman's trump card had been eliminated, it was inevitable that he would be alarmed. Jack was confident that Hardman, with his intelligence, would not simply sit idly by awaiting his fate. Just as Hardman finished speaking, a soldier rushed in, exclaiming, "Master Hardman, urgent news. The gangs are already making their way towards us." Jack, that cunning rogue, had not engaged in any noble deeds but had instead devoted his time to sowing discord. Earlier in the day, he had communicated his suspicions to Yuri and the others, albeit with some modifications to the content, and fabricated a few spies who supposedly overheard Hardman's renovation plans and the timeline for their execution. After elaborating on his insights, Jack suggested a nighttime raid before Hardman's renovations commenced. To ensure the success of this nocturnal assault, Jack assured them he would do his utmost to stall Hardman, employing whatever means necessary to facilitate Yuri and his companion's incursion. Jack was unwavering in this commitment. With Francis eliminated, Hardman's plans would inevitably be postponed indefinitely, and he would not deceive them, fulfilling his promise. Naturally, Yuri and the others were taken aback. Yuri was no fool, nor was Maxim. Although Maxim often projected an image of brawn over brains, his achievements thus far could not be attributed solely to his physical prowess. The two frequently shared similar thoughts and ideas, often conferring on any challenges Yuri faced. This demonstrated that Maxim's intellect rivaled that of Yuri. "I sensed something amiss from the outset. Hardman appears poised to exploit our common knowledge for a decisive strike," Maxim discerned. Yuri, still apprehensive, added, "I had my suspicions too. I even contemplated whether Jack's map might be flawed and took it upon myself to search extensively. Yet, upon locating the map, I found it identical to the one Jack provided. It seems Hardman is aware that the maps of that maritime region are not exclusive to him. Perhaps some merchant or pirate possesses a copy. Even if Jack had not transmitted the map, we could have sought it from another source. The true issue lies with that individual endowed with powers. Thus, the map in our possession might ultimately lead to our undoing. Who would disagree? Our common wisdom suggests that those with extraordinary abilities should refrain from swimming in the ocean. Yet, here we have someone capable of repelling seawater, which is precisely Hardman's true ace in the hole. Jack's statements were already a blend of truth and fabrication, further complicated by the spies they had embedded within Hardman's ranks. In light of this incomplete information, the two of them analyzed the underlying logic while organizing their various concerns. After much contemplation, it became evident that Jack's intelligence was indeed crucial. Faced with Jack's proposal, they found themselves devoid of alternative options. Time was of the essence, and they had no choice but to proceed with the night raid he suggested. When one mentions a night raid, it is typically assumed that the assailants hold the upper hand. Once they infiltrate, chaos ensues, with fires igniting and shouts echoing, making it exceedingly difficult for the ambushed party to gauge the enemy's strength, often leading to a gross exaggeration of their numbers. This disarray hampers effective defense organization, allowing night raids to frequently yield disproportionate victories. However, this ideal scenario necessitates both keen foresight and a terrestrial setting to truly succeed. On the ocean, while such tactics are not entirely implausible, Hadman remains vigilant and perpetually on guard against potential assaults. Nevertheless, considering the present circumstances, a night raid appears to be a last resort. Had it not been for their dire situation and the impending obsolescence of their nautical charts by morning, they would not have entertained such a strategy. The reason being that this maritime region is riddled with treacherous reefs. Without a chart, the price of navigation could be exorbitantly high. Thus, as night falls, the presence of a nautical chart effectively diminishes to that of a mere illusion. Regardless of whether one possesses a map or a nautical chart, understanding one's location is indispensable for navigating correctly. As everyone knows, in an era lacking advanced technology, one must rely on reference points to ascertain their position. However, at sea or in a desert, such reference points are exceedingly rare, with the surroundings often presenting an endless, monotonous vista. Particularly at night, visibility is severely restricted, making it nearly impossible to ascertain one's location or identify nearby reefs. Consequently, the nautical chart in hand becomes almost useless. In Hadman's mind, while he was aware of the threat of a night raid, he never anticipated that anyone would dare to launch an assault under the cover of darkness. Jack, the orchestrator of this audacious plan, merely seized the moment to exploit the situation. Upon receiving news of the enemy's approach, Hadman quickly connected it to Francis's demise, realizing that whatever methods were employed, they were undoubtedly aimed at thwarting any alterations he might make to the maritime domain. Not long after Francis's demise, visitors began to arrive, undoubtedly having orchestrated their plans well in advance. However, what perplexed Hardman was how his meticulously crafted scheme had been unveiled, allowing others to lay a trap for him. Rationally speaking, he had only confided in Francis prior to taking action, and no one else was privy to this information. Furthermore, the diving suit in Hardman's possession was an exceedingly rare acquisition, never having appeared elsewhere. Although the coating method employed in the Shambadi Islands was a means of submerging, it was not applicable in other regions. The Shambadi Islands boasted the world's largest mangrove, the Archimera mangrove, whose roots secreted a unique natural resin, which was utilized for the coating. Yet, this resin-based bubble film would rupture beyond a certain range, rendering it ineffective for subaqueous infiltration elsewhere. Even though Francis's abilities had been revealed, they were no longer a secret. The diving suit had been known solely to Hardman. No one would have suspected that Hardman could send an empowered individual to the ocean depths. However, now was not the moment for such concerns. Hardman dismissed these thoughts from his mind and barked, "Do not panic. Relay the orders. Proceed as planned. All units, prepare to confront the enemy." After issuing the command, Hardman could only sigh inwardly. There was no time to survey the terrain, and he could only hope that Francis had made some contribution before his demise. Yet, those audacious individuals dared to launch an assault under the cover of night. They would surely face dire consequences. Even if their losses were substantial, the ultimate victor would remain islandward. With this thought, Hardman's grim countenance softened considerably. Unbeknownst to him, Francis had not only failed to contribute before his death, but had also inadvertently provided Jack with significant assistance thereafter. Otherwise, Hardman's expression would have been far more vivid. Meanwhile, Jack and his companions, having awaited the arrival of their allies with bated breath, were relieved to finally see them come. If they had delayed any longer, Hardman would have regained his bearings, complicating matters. "They have finally arrived," Jack exclaimed with joy. "We must prepare. I will give the command to execute the next phase of our operation." Observing the situation unfold positively, Haku expressed his excitement. "I never imagined that within a month of arriving in this bountiful land, we would be on the verge of transforming it into a source of wealth for our revolutionary army. It feels like a dream. Do not rejoice too soon. Success is often elusive. The last stretch is the most critical. Our fate remains uncertain, and we must exert ourselves further." On the other side, Yuri and his group had launched their decisive battle a night in advance, undoubtedly well prepared. Faced with the submerged reefs cloaked in darkness, what strategy could Yuri possibly employ? With reference points already scarce, navigating in the night became even more challenging. Yuri's approach was to create a point of reference when none existed. Confronted with the minefield ahead, he issued orders without the slightest hesitation. The front line of vessels, advance at full speed. Those in the rear, reduce your pace for the time being. At this moment, Hardman had also completed preparations for battle, and he promptly commanded, "Fire." Accompanied by their orders, the shells collided with the vessels, unleashing a thunderous roar that shattered the tranquility of the night. The cries of those struck by the projectiles, along with their screams and shouts, seemed trivial amidst the cacophony of cannon fire. After a barrage, one unfortunate ship suffered multiple direct hits, sustaining severe damage and erupting into a blazing inferno. It was evident that it could no longer navigate and would soon succumb to the depths. The other vessels also endured varying degrees of harm. Observing the crew aboard that ship, some perished directly beneath the shells, others writhed in the flames, while many leapt into the sea like dumplings tossed into boiling water. This sight stirred emotions in several onlookers. However, Yuri remained unfazed by the scene, resolutely directing his team forward. Pay them no mind. Let them drift in the sea for now. We must continue. Yuri's words, though seemingly callous, were dictated by necessity. To attend to the rescue would mean leaving Hardman's relentless bombardment unchallenged. Shortly thereafter, 3 vessels ahead ran aground on rocks, suffering considerable damage. Ships 2, 5, and 11. Jack, gazing at the grounded vessels, retrieved a nautical chart and mused to himself. These 3 locations are marked by reefs. Where do they correspond on the chart? While studying the map, he did not neglect to issue further commands. Advance. Steer clear of the damaged ships. At this moment, Hardman's second barrage struck once more. This time, perhaps due to the familiarity gained from the initial volley, a greater number of shells accurately descended upon the vessels, resulting in the immediate loss of 2 more ships. However, Yuri and his crew suffered no significant losses. Their only advantage lay in their sheer numbers of both men and ships. Such losses were of little concern to Yuri, as they were entirely bearable. After this wave of volleys, the speed of the vessels in the front row noticeably diminished. However, 2 ships still ran aground on the reefs and were forced to halt. Yuri resumed his scrutiny of the nautical chart, and after confirming the positions of 2 reefs once more, he finally identified a reference point for utilizing the chart. With the 5 ships that had struck the reefs as a reference, it became evident that only these 5 reefs were arranged in this manner on the chart. Contemplating this, Yuri nodded to himself with quiet satisfaction. Have the ships in the front withdraw. Their mission has been accomplished. It is now our turn, Yuri commanded. All units, according to the nautical chart, use the 5 grounded vessels as a reference and proceed at full speed towards the reefs located at points A, C, G, J, and M, following the predetermined route. This is Yuri's method of exploration. In the absence of reference points, he creates his own. When uncertain of his location, he sacrifices lives to ascertain it, thereby allowing the nautical charts to come into play. The vessels positioned at the forefront, orchestrated by Yuri, are solely designated for reconnaissance. They are devoid of artillery or weaponry, manned only by crew capable of navigating the ships. The objective is to swiftly clear the path ahead. It is precisely by leveraging their numerical and naval superiority that Yuri employs this audacious strategy of probing the unknown. Witnessing Yuri's relentless determination to forge ahead, even at the cost of lives, left Jack and his companions in awe. Such recklessness seems utterly perilous, as it amounts to using lives to pave a perilous course. Haka remarked in shock, stating that he could never issue such orders. Yet, there is no alternative. The longer one endures, the stronger they become. Their actions are a reluctant necessity. Abandoning this course would result in even greater losses, Jack conceded, now understanding the formidable opponents they face. Such artillery is widely deployed among the world government and the Navy. Engaging with our outdated armaments is akin to being bombarded from afar. I now realize the significance of research and weaponry. Outdated weapons render us nearly powerless, Fujitora expressed, reflecting on the situation. Jack reassured him. Indeed, while weaponry is one aspect, true strength lies in individuals capable of turning the tide of war. A powerhouse like yourself could outweigh 1,000 cannons. You flatter me, Fujitora replied, though it was evident from his expression that he was quite pleased. Jack's assertion rings true. In the world of One Piece, the strong invariably dominate. It is often not the numbers or weaponry that determine victory in battle, but rather the clash of formidable warriors. Given the current technological level, the weapons produced pose little threat to top-tier experts. Even should the world government develop superweapons in the future, they would merely suffice against the supernovas, against mightier foes. They would be utterly ineffective. The most elite warriors unleash cataclysmic force, evoking celestial phenomena with their every move. Compared to conventional armaments, they are akin to black weapons of this world. This is why the admirals of the Navy rarely engage. The ramifications are far too significant. Furthermore, technological advancement in this world progresses at a notably sluggish pace. After all, With the existence of devil fruits and hockey, elements that defy logic, the course of war is profoundly influenced by such extraordinary phenomena. Who would invest effort into technological research when, instead, they could acquire a couple of devil fruits with the same resources? In any case, the inception of science was fundamentally rooted in its service to warfare. Thus, for many years, the advancement of technology remained relatively stagnant. It was only after the profound declaration made by Roger before his demise, which heralded the onset of the Great Pirate Era, that the world was engulfed in chaos. Both land and sea were rife with conflict, providing technology with newfound opportunities for development. Remarkably, the technological progress achieved within a mere 2 decades surpassed that of the previous 8 centuries. While Roger bears some responsibility for this upheaval, the ingenuity of the brilliant scientist Vegapunk cannot be overlooked. His groundbreaking innovations are truly formidable. During the conversations among Jack and his companions, their hands remained industriously engaged, for they outwardly aligned with the forces of Hadman. The 2,000 subordinates methodically bombarded the vessels of Yuri and his crew, with the cannons and ammunition supplied solely by Hadman. Amidst the cacophony of cannon fire, it is conceivable that some of the sunk ships owe their fate to Jack's involvement. Jack, concealed in the rear, leisurely loaded and fired the cannons in a steady rhythm, finding immense satisfaction in the ease of his task. In stark contrast, Yuri's beleaguered side struggled to navigate the treacherous rocks, suffering the loss of over a dozen ships and a death toll exceeding 1,000, with many more wounded and rendered incapable of combat, some left to drift in the sea clinging to mere fragments of wood. At this moment, Haku gazed upon the grim scene before him, feeling a sense of disbelief. Turning his head, lost in thought, he posed a question to Jack. Do you think such wars will ever come to an end? In our quest to overthrow the world government, will we not incite many more conflicts like this? Indeed. Jack nodded in agreement. War is not the sole solution, however. It remains the most immediate avenue. Often, we are left with no choice but to resort to such extreme measures. Considering this, our revolutionary army does not appear so noble after all. Ultimately, we shall instigate warfare, becoming the architects of countless lost lives. No, Fujitora interjected at this moment. I believe that if we do not initiate war, the situation will not improve for you either. To eradicate a malignant force, bloodshed and sacrifice are imperative, akin to the necessity of surgical intervention to cure a disease. Jack was taken aback by Fujitora's perspective on this matter. Yet Haku remained troubled and continued to inquire. Once we have overthrown the world government, will there still be wars in the future? Upon hearing this question, Jack involuntarily fell into silence. After a considerable pause, he shook his head and sighed. Wherever there are people, there will be war. This phrase, famously uttered by the illustrious Einstein, was now spoken by Jack in response to his inquiry, reflecting his own uncertainty. Would the revolutionary army truly succeed in uniting the realm and establishing a peaceful and prosperous era, crafting a world of stability and harmony? Would this world not once again be swept by new waves of turmoil, or would conflict persist in other forms? Jack harbored doubts about all of this. Yet, he pondered, at least our war is justified, isn't it? Haku, upon hearing Jack's words, wrestled internally for quite some time before posing another question. Jack understood that it was better to lay everything bare rather than allow unnecessary suspicions to fester in people's hearts. No, war has never changed. This statement greatly astonished Haku, causing even Fujitora to widen his eyes, revealing his stark white eyeballs. I understand that upon hearing these words, your previously held beliefs will undoubtedly be shaken. Observing the expressions of both individuals, Jack continued, stating that ultimately, war is merely a means. At its core, it is a conflict arising from interests. Presently, forces such as Hardman, the Mafia, and the Revolutionary Army possess a profound desire for this land, all seeking to profit from it. This is the essence of conflicting interests, and the ongoing war is a direct consequence of this discord. As for the Revolutionary Army and the Celestial Dragons, they too are embroiled in a struggle driven by conflicting interests. They aim to oppress us to gain benefits, yet we refuse to be subjugated. Their gain signifies our loss, thus igniting conflict, revolution, and ultimately, war. Jack's exposition may not have been fully grasped by the two, but he had articulated his thoughts clearly, leaving them to slowly comprehend the implications. Such matters are often understood through intuition rather than verbal explanation. The thunderous roars of cannon fire echoed relentlessly, each blast claiming numerous lives. It was evident that the enemy was paying a heavy toll in blood even to close the distance. At this moment, Hardman should still hold the advantage. However, he felt no elation. Instead, His face was ashen, and his brows were tightly furrowed. The reason for his distress lay in his observations of Yuri and others' routes. Hardman realized that they were identical to the treacherous reefs marked on the nautical charts. This indicated that Francis, upon descending into the sea, had contributed nothing and had perished even before the battle commenced. What does this indicate? Firstly, it suggests that the adversary can still advance relying on the maritime charts. As long as they can progress within range, the advantages held by Hardman will cease to exist. On the other hand, Yuri's faction has consolidated the forces and manpower of 3 major gangs, resulting in significant losses. Once they reach a distance where both sides can mutually engage, Yuri's firepower will be on par with that of Hardman. This implies that whether Hardman can triumph now remains an enigma. Should Jack harbor malicious intentions and betray him at this juncture, Hardman's defeat would become a foregone conclusion. Nevertheless, the sole comfort for Hardman lies in the fact that Jack continues to bombard Yuri's vessels alongside him, still adhering to Hardman's commands. If Jack truly aligns with him, victory in this battle remains feasible. However, Hardman is oblivious to the reality that Jack had betrayed him from the outset, cunningly exploiting Hardman to incite conflict between the two factions, compelling both sides to engage in combat on this unfavorable battlefield. Moreover, this indicates that Hardman's every move is under the scrutiny of a certain individual or faction. Otherwise, how could Francis have met his untimely demise upon entering the water? Contributing nothing to the cause? Hardman is acutely aware that the existence of spies is inescapable. The best one can do is to prevent them from infiltrating the upper echelons. Even Jack has placed a spy within Hardman's ranks, though this is not to his credit, and shall remain unaddressed for now. Hardman has conducted discreet observations of his inner circle and confidants, leading him to believe that the likelihood of spies lingering nearby is minimal. It is precisely due to Hardman's inherent suspicion and his unwavering vigilance towards those in high positions that he has discerned General Hutton's duplicitous nature and his ulterior motives. However, the recent death of Francis has left Hardman perplexed, pondering who could be so deeply concealed. Furthermore, those monitoring Hardman must not only possess profound stealth, but also significant capability, whether in commanding sea creatures or engaging directly in underwater combat, showcasing a certain level of proficiency in maritime warfare. In the realm of naval conflict, Hardman is undoubtedly an expert, even if one is not a specialist. It is a universally acknowledged truth that if one party possesses underwater combat capabilities while the other does not, it constitutes a substantial advantage. Now, this concealed adversary possesses such formidable capabilities. However, at this moment, Hardman lacks both the time and inclination to ponder these matters in depth. He must temporarily set them aside and first address the immediate predicament at hand. As time progressed, Yuri and his companions sacrificed numerous lives before finally clearing this treacherous path, bringing them within striking distance of their target. Although they remained under considerable fire, the increasing number of vessels entering their range gradually diminished Hardman's tactical advantage, resulting in varying degrees of damage to his fleet. Even Jack's smaller ships, distinct from Hardman's standard vessels, endured several cannonball strikes. Fortunately, Jack's sharpshooting skills allowed him to intercept the projectiles mid-air before they could inflict significant harm. These smaller ships, though not as robust as Hardman and Yuri's flagship warships, could have faced dire consequences had they been directly hit. After neutralizing the incoming cannonballs, Jack expressed his indignation, remarking on the inconsistency of the enemy's promises to refrain from targeting allies and to steer clear of their vessels, despite having previously alerted them to Hardman's plans and provided navigational charts. This statement is quite audacious, for it is clear that you initiated the conflict first. Moreover, in the depths of this dark night, who can discern your identity? It is merely a case of firing upon any vessel that comes into sight. Furthermore, the so-called warning was nothing but a malicious intent. It was precisely due to Jack's ill-timed alert that has led to the current fierce confrontation between the two factions. Meanwhile, Hardman continued to direct the fleet's bombardment. Observing that his advantage was dwindling and about to vanish entirely, he promptly ordered the abandonment of the first defense line, retreating instead to safeguard the second. In Hardman's mind, the first line was expected to hold for a considerable duration, perhaps even allowing him to vanquish all adversaries without retreating an inch. However, with Francis's premature exit and Yuri and others acquiring the nautical charts, the first defense line fell far short of Hardman's expectations. Although Francis did not contribute in any significant manner, the enigmatic reefs served as a formidable weapon under the cover of night, even though the terrain remained unchanged and the charts were the same. Once the battle lines lengthened and chaos ensued, who could still identify the 5 vessels that first ran aground? At that point, Yuri would also incur a certain cost. Thus, upon issuing his command, Hardman's ships commenced their maneuvers, gradually disengaging from the front line and retreating to the second. This was the moment Jack had been awaiting. After enduring endless anticipation, he finally witnessed Hardman's order to relocate. Faced with Yuri's increasingly concentrated bombardment, Jack felt a tinge of uncertainty. He feigned compliance, adhering to Hardman's directives as he began to withdraw. It must be noted that Jack's vessel was smaller, placing him at a disadvantage in direct combat. However, he excelled in the art of retreat. Without hesitation, Jack darted away, outpacing Hardman's fleet. Hardman, initially oblivious to this anomaly, found it entirely reasonable that Jack, with his lighter ship, would lead the retreat. Little did he know that Jack's maneuver had been meticulously premeditated. Even the prospect of fleeing faster than Hardman was calculated with precision, as Jack raced further and further away, becoming increasingly detached from the rest. Even Hardman could not ignore the growing sense of unease. Just as he sensed something amiss, he suddenly stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. A seasoned warrior like Hardman, robust and skilled, was caught off guard, prompting several soldiers to crash down heavily, losing their footing. The cause of this chaos was that the ship Hardman was aboard had abruptly transitioned from motion to stillness, jolting to a stop as if it had slammed on the brakes, causing others to tumble due to inertia. At once, Hardman exclaimed, "What on earth has happened?" After a short while, someone responded to him. "Report, it seems we have run aground." Run aground? How could that be possible? There are hardly any hidden reefs in this area. Hardman incredulously inquired. "We have conducted several drills here, traversing this route numerous times while expertly avoiding the reefs. How could we possibly run aground?" Indeed, as Hardman stated, he had prepared extensively for this conflict and was intimately familiar with these waters. He had memorized the nautical charts, clearly recalling where the reefs lay and where it was safe to navigate. There was no room for error. As fate would have it, calamity did not arrive alone. At that moment, Hardman received a succession of grim reports. Report, vessel number 2 has stopped. Upon inspection, it has sustained damage to its hull after colliding with a reef and is currently undergoing repairs. Report, vessel no. 3 has run aground and is forced to halt due to hull damage. Report, vessel number 4. With each subsequent report, Hardman's heart sank deeper. When he confirmed that all main battleships, a total of 22 vessels, without exception, had run aground, he nearly lost his breath. How could this be? How could every single ship have run aground? Not only had we traversed this area multiple times, but the number of reefs here could not possibly exceed 22. This is impossible, impossible, impossible. Then Hardman recalled something and turned to Jack, who had already covered a significant distance without any indication of stopping. What about Jack? He didn't run aground, did he? Which route did they take? We should follow them. Someone then remarked, they did not follow any special route. In fact, vessel no. 15 was navigating the same path as Jack's ship, yet vessel number 15 still ran aground. What? Hardman's face was a canvas of disbelief as he exclaimed. How can this be? He did not run aground, yet vessel number 15, following behind him, collided with a reef. At this moment, Hardman realized something and, without allowing for any dissent, inquired, "Repeat the report regarding the damage sustained by the various vessels." The soldiers who had just reported, though uncertain of Hardman's intent, diligently executed his command. Report, vessel number 2 has halted. Upon inspection, it has sustained damage to its hull from a submerged reef and is currently undergoing repairs. Report, vessel number 3 has run aground and is compelled to stop. Its hull has suffered damage. Report, vessel number 4 has also struck a reef. The damage is not severe and repairs are underway. Report, vessel number 5, stop. Stop. Hardman interjected, clutching his chest. The hull, the hull, the hull. All I hear is the word hull. What a splendid Jack. What a splendid Jack indeed. This is a detail that is easily overlooked. Previously mentioned multiple times, Jack's ship is one size smaller than Hardman's, which implies a lower combat capability compared to Hardman's vessel, yet a greater speed. At this moment, it also indicates a shallower draft than Hardman's ship. In other words, Jack has managed to circumvent the disadvantages of his smaller, less crewed vessel, capitalizing on every possible advantage, which may not even be considered an advantage, but rather a characteristic. After Sergei consumed the devil fruit, Haku set up this selective reef in the retreating waters. Jack's smaller ship, with its low draft, could just barely navigate over the reefs, while Hardman's vessel could not, resulting in the hull striking the reef, and sustaining damage. From the moment Francis was pulled up until now, with all ships having run aground, Jack has swiftly sailed away, and barely over an hour has passed. In this brief span of time, Hardman experienced the sensation of a roller coaster, with fortunes plummeting from a peak to a nadir in an instant. His mood at this moment might resemble that of a stock investor who has staked everything only to see it all vanish in an instant. Nevertheless, Hardman, being who he is, quickly composed himself, recalling the headless corpse of Francis. In Hardman's mind, the ability to create such a multitude of reefs from the depths of the sea could only belong to the fruit power possessed by Francis. However, even before Francis's headless body was retrieved, Hardman had already examined it. Despite the absence of a head, through years of close companionship and accumulated understanding, Hardman verified the body's details, confirmed it as Francis's without a doubt. After all, sometimes those who are closest to us know us better in certain respects than we know ourselves. Thus, even if Francis had betrayed Hardman in secret and fabricated the illusion of a dismembered corpse, Hardman would still be able to discern the authenticity of this body. By eliminating all impossibilities, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. This is a famous quote articulated through the voice of Sherlock Holmes by Arthur Conan Doyle. Although in this world neither Conan Doyle nor Sherlock Holmes exists, the underlying truth remains universally applicable. Hardman, being an astute individual, swiftly deduced this reality. It was indeed Francis who was responsible. Though this revelation seemed incredulous, Hardman was resolute in his belief. Francis had betrayed him, even going so far as to betray the world government, aiding Jack in all of this. Furthermore, he acted as a spy planted by Jack, with every one of Hardman's movements observed by Jack's watchful eyes. It was utterly unexpected. Hardman had long believed in the unwavering loyalty of Francis, only to discover that the object of that loyalty was Jack, who was willing to sacrifice his own life, using his corpse to mislead Hardman into making erroneous judgments. Such a notion was truly unfathomable. However, the truth was far removed from Hardman's assumptions. If Francis were to know of these allegations from beyond the grave, he would likely rise up to proclaim his innocence. This misunderstanding would only be resolved when Hardman descended to confront Francis, regardless of what Hardman had misconstrued. The immediate dilemma before him was the formidable gang fleet advancing toward him. Many of those gang members were mere novices. Surely, if they could run, he could pursue them as well. Nevertheless, due to Yuri and others being unfamiliar with the terrain, Hardman managed to create a slight distance, albeit failing to retreat to the second defensive line, which could only be considered a first and a half defensive line. Alas, the path ahead was fraught with treacherous obstacles laid by Jack, effectively trapping Hardman's fleet in this location. Escape was not an option. They had no choice but to slowly array themselves, awaiting the approach of the gang fleet. Standing in the broadcast room, Hardman addressed all vessels and crew members through the communication device. "My comrades, we have reached a critical juncture. The path ahead is obstructed, and behind us are ravenous wolves in pursuit. Our only hope for survival lies in taking a stand against the precipice and confronting these wolves. I am aware that, aside from our weapons, we possess nothing that could rival that pack of wolves. However, we are united as one. While they merely share a temporary alliance fraught with internal discord, their coalition cannot endure for long. Herein lies our hope. Let us strive together, regardless of victory or defeat. For this is our final battle." Meanwhile, Yuri, who was in pursuit, observed that Hardman had halted and had once again arranged his formation from a distance. He mused, "Is this Hardman's second line of defense? The path ahead remains unchanged, but I must tread carefully on this segment." With these thoughts, he resolved to replicate his previous strategy, sending the unarmed scout vessels ahead as a daring advance party. As Hardman aptly noted, the relationships among these gangs are far from intimate. Take the suicide squads as an example. They are primarily composed of individuals drawn from lesser gangs. If one were to suggest that members of the three major factions assumed the role of scouts, the leaders would certainly refuse. It is only these lesser figures, lacking in influence, who are relegated to the role of expendable troops. Even if these suicide squads were to perish completely, it would not significantly impact the three major gangs, whose main forces remain intact and undamaged. In fact, by utilizing these low-tier combatants as cannon fodder, they successfully eroded Hardman's advantage. In truth, Yuri remains oblivious to the fact that Hardman's actions stem from desperation, devoid of any sinister machinations. It is merely a matter of a do-or-die resolve. Had he not engaged in such chaotic tactics and simply pressed forward, Hardman would inevitably falter first. After all, Jack had severed their escape route. forcing them into this last-ditch effort. With a command from Hardman, the cacophony of cannon fire erupted once more. Humanity is often driven to its limits. Under the compelling belief that failure is not an option, each soldier operating the artillery transformed into an elite. Normally, loading a single shell and aiming could take a minute. Yet now, these individuals operated with the seamless coordination of fraternal twins, their movements accelerating significantly. The interval between shots was astonishingly reduced by more than 10 seconds. This achievement is already nearing the caliber of ace gunners, a level typically reached by only a handful of individuals, yet now, every one of them had become an ace. On the other side, Yuri was evidently bewildered by the successive cannonades. What on earth is happening? Just a moment ago, everything seemed fine. And now the firing interval has diminished considerably. Could it be that I was being toyed with? This defies logic. Regardless of how dense and ferocious Hardman's artillery fire may be, the advance must continue. Once the scouting vessels had ventured far enough, aside from those that were sunk, the rest remained unscathed. Not a single ship had run aground. Yuri was left in a state of confusion. What of the hidden reefs in this maritime expanse? Had they vanished? Surely, it cannot be mere luck that none encountered a single obstacle. What trickery is Hardman up to? Yuri could not help but ponder, and thus, he hesitated instinctively. Anyone witnessing such an extraordinary occurrence would surely waver, as the simultaneous emergence of various illogical scenarios would leave anyone in doubt. This moment of hesitation, failing to promptly initiate an offensive, allowed Hardman to unleash a barrage, sinking 2 of the support vessels. Yuri took a deep breath, momentarily disregarding any underlying complexities, and aimed to inspire his subordinates' morale, subsequently issuing the command to advance. However, unlike Hardman, he did not indulge in lengthy orations. Instead, he bellowed with fervor, "Charge! All of you, charge alongside me." This exclamation was remarkably down-to-earth, contrasting sharply with the military management and communication methods employed by the forces at Hardman. The commands within the gang emphasized ease of articulation and comfort in expression. Essentially, as long as the message was conveyed, the manner of delivery mattered little. Were it articulated by Hardman, the same sentiment would be expressed as, "All troops, charge forward at full speed." Under this visceral shout from Yuri, the gang members, with fervent enthusiasm, rushed to the boats. The members of the gang had long harbored a deep-seated fury, enduring relentless provocations, until they finally received the call to charge. If one were to assert that Hardman and his subordinates were committed to a point of no return, unleashing extraordinary prowess, then this group of gangsters could be described as natural-born desperados. Each one is a fearless brute, knowing little beyond sheer recklessness. They are incapable of grasping the nuances of sophisticated tactics or the artistry of strategic commands. Instead, it is the down-to-earth, audacious directives from Yuri that enable them to unleash their full potential and vigor. At this moment, Hardman, despite the considerable distance, felt a stir of emotion. For reasons unknown, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from the gang's fleet. Without regard for life or death, they charged forward without a trace of hesitation. The battle cries coalesced into a singular, deafening roar. Even from afar, amidst the booming sounds of cannon fire, Hardman and his soldiers could distinctly perceive the intensity of their spirit. Yet, what did this signify? Rather than retreating in the face of this tempestuous bloodlust, Hardman's troops intensified their efforts, awakening their latent potential. When cornered, even a rabbit will bite. Thus, when pushed to the brink, men will fight fiercely. On this battlefield, one side boasted superior weaponry and a determination to fight to the last, while the other was numerous and exuded an indomitable spirit. The clash of these 2 formidable forces promised to be a brutal confrontation, the outcome of which remained uncertain. Your actions have indeed ignited a fierce struggle between the 2 factions. Even at this considerable distance, we can feel the intensity of the conflict raging on that battlefield. However, does this not place our spies in jeopardy? Jack replied, "There is little I can do. We can only hope that regardless of the victor, our spies emerge unscathed. As long as no unforeseen circumstances arise, their chances of survival remain relatively high." Tinghu inquired curiously, "Whom do you believe will ultimately prevail in this battle?" "I think Yuri's side has a slight edge," he responded. Haku, however, expressed a differing opinion. Initially, it seemed inconsequential, but as the battle progressed, the internal discord within the gang became apparent. "Ultimately, I believe Hardman will likely triumph." Faced with their differing views, Jack interjected, "Can we refrain from concerning ourselves with their affairs? Regardless of who wins, we will simply clean up the battlefield afterward. However, I suspect this situation is far from simple. As anticipated by all, the ferocity of this battle far surpassed any previous skirmishes experienced by the participants. Tactics and strategy were rendered moot. It was a matter of loading cannons and firing at close range, leading to a direct melee should they draw nearer. Naturally, close combat was Hardman's Achilles heel, and thus he endeavored to maneuver adroitly, relying on advanced artillery and firearms to vanquish his opponents. Yet, the enemy was not composed of fools. They recognized that hand-to-hand combat was their strength and sought to close the distance to Hardman's vessel. Frustration consumed Hardman. It was not that he was unwilling to command or implement the intricate tactics of naval warfare, but rather that Jack had left him in a precarious position, resulting in many of their ships being inadequately repaired and still leaking, severely compromising their maneuverability and allowing the adversary to seize numerous opportunities. Even a vessel attempted to charge directly at the flagship occupied by Hardman, only to be met with a barrage from nearby cannons that swiftly sank it. At this moment, Hardman harbored an intense desire to see Jack face a most gruesome fate. Every misfortune was the result of Jack's machinations, as he had cunningly maneuvered Hardman into this dire predicament, resulting in his current anguish. Meanwhile, Yuri and his companions had drawn significantly closer to Hardman's fleet. Yet they had failed to locate Captain Jack's whereabouts. Could it be that Jack had fled from battle? However, if Jack truly evaded confrontation, Hardman would not so readily allow him to escape. Yuri's thoughts were straightforward. Rather than engage in a chaotic skirmish among 4 factions later, it would be far more prudent for the 3 major gangs to unite at this moment and eliminate Jack, thereby diminishing one rival. As for allies, such a notion was absurd. Genuine alliances among criminal organizations were a mere illusion. The meticulous intelligence Jack had previously provided, which had aided Yuri and his cohort in evading disaster, could only be acknowledged posthumously at his grave. This sentiment was not exclusive to Yuri. Maxim and Vasily shared similar thoughts, yet they too were unable to locate Jack's vessel. If Jack's ship were indeed smaller, it should have been relatively easy to find. Had Jack perhaps commandeered a larger vessel? This notion was quickly dismissed. It was inconceivable. While Hardman might relinquish other assets, he would never entrust his flagship to Jack. For if Jack were to betray him, it would spell disaster. Yuri was perplexed, sensing that unexpected circumstances might arise. Thus, he summoned Maxim to discuss the underlying reasons together. Vasily was not called upon, as it had been predetermined by Yuri and Maxim that after Jack, Vasily would be next. As for Jack, upon reflection, he realized he hadn't seen him at all. Maxim shook his head and remarked that earlier, during the initial leg of their journey, he had noticed several small vessels among Hardman's fleet. This implied that Jack had been present at that time, yet now not a single one could be found. Yuri inquired, "Do you think it's possible that Hardman assigned Jack a task, intending to intercept us while Jack completed his duties and then returned to catch us off guard?" Maxim feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Have you lost your senses? How could that be? Why would T. Hardman keep Jack around and send a trust today to carry out the task? I understand that logic, yet I cannot fathom why Jack has vanished," Yuri lamented, shaking his head in despair. "This fellow is indeed a nuisance, brimming with cunning ideas. Perhaps he employed some clever trick to slip away from the battlefield while Hardman was distracted." Suddenly, Yuri recalled something and said, "Wait, what did you just say? Jack used some clever trick to evade Hardman?" Maxim, baffled, scratched his head and replied, "Evade the battlefield? No, my brother." At last, Yuri experienced a moment of clarity. Realizing the true nature of the situation was not an escape from the battlefield, but rather that Jack had cunningly devised a scheme against Hardman behind the scenes. What did you say? No matter how clever Jack is, how could he possess such capability?" Maxim questioned. Yuri asserted confidently, "Consider this. From the moment Hard fired his first cannon, haven't we been remarkably fortunate? Fortunate? Isn't that a good thing?" Maxim interjected. "Wait, what exactly are you implying? Indeed, we are facing a formidable adversary, not some trivial foe. Moreover, we are engaged in a maritime battle at a location that is extremely disadvantageous to us. Yet, our progress has been consistently smooth. Although we have sustained considerable losses, we are still operating according to plan without a single error." Yuri continued, "After we breached the first line of defense, Hardman retreated a distance, but observe. There were no anomalies, no collisions with any hidden reefs. This is the most significant anomaly of all. How could Hardman choose such an unremarkable area for a second confrontation? If it were me, I would have retreated to a location densely populated with reefs before engaging in further combat." In this moment, Maxim experienced a profound realization. The smoothness of our operations indicated the utter misfortune faced by Hardman, rendering all his plans futile. The architect of this predicament could only be Jack. I had initially thought highly of him for acquiring such intelligence. Yet I had not anticipated his ability to manipulate events behind the scenes. We had indeed underestimated him, Maxim lamented. Yuri appeared somewhat morose, moreover. We remain unaware of the methods he employed to entrap Hardman and, by extension, ensnare us. He now resembles a serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike us with lethal precision at any moment. Indeed, not only must we eliminate Hardman, but we must also remain vigilant against the potential ambush from Jack. Yuri could only shake his head in resignation. It is easy to speak of vigilance, yet do we truly possess the energy to spare personnel to guard against Jack? Maxim shared this sentiment, momentarily speechless. Surely, Hardman also yearned to guard against Jack. However, he is compelled to dedicate all his focus and resources to this conflict. We find ourselves in a similar predicament. If we were to divide our forces to guard against Jack, Hardman would seize the opportunity to strike. Reflecting on the situation, it was he who provided the intelligence, intending to eliminate us this very night, drawing us toward a confrontation with Hardman. This marks the second time he has orchestrated a conflict between us and Hardman's faction. I never imagined I would fall into the same trap twice. The initial resource heist pales in comparison to this current crisis. Maxim meticulously pondered Jack's actions, ultimately exhaling a heavy sigh. However, his demeanor shifted, and he declared with fury, "Such an assault will not bring me down. Once we have dealt with the fierce tiger that is Hardman, we shall return to confront Jack, the venomous snake. At that time, he shall learn that, despite his cunning machinations, the final word will be spoken through force. He must be made to suffer for his transgressions." Unbeknownst to Maxim and Yuri, Hardman harbored similar thoughts, both sides deeply resenting Jack and contemplating severe retribution, illustrating the extent of Jack's transgressions that have provoked such ire. Meanwhile, Jack aboard the ship sneezed repeatedly, murmuring to himself, "Is it not merely another instance of ensnaring you?" The pioneer tiger devours the wolf, followed by a clash of two tigers. Must one be so petty, even resorting to curses against me? Oh. It seems this rogue is quite aware that both Hardman and the gang harbor ill will toward him, demonstrating a remarkable level of self-awareness. However, if both parties were to discover his evaluation, they would likely be driven to apoplexy. What does it mean to be petty? I wonder how vast my heart must be to forgive and forget, even if it has expanded to the cosmos, capable of encompassing the moon itself. Beside him, Fujitora appeared equally speechless, before inquiring, "What would you do if others treated you in such a manner?" "Humph. I would ensure that they would be unrecognizable to their own parents. I would subject them to every conceivable form of torment known to this chaotic world." Providing a comprehensive experience from head to toe, Jack replied with a sense of entitlement. "This reflects your perspective. Those individuals, in comparison to you, exhibit remarkable tolerance." Upon witnessing the two with expressions that suggested they were on the verge of retorting, Jack hastily diverted the conversation, saying, "Emma, let us not dwell on these matters. They have been engaged in battle for quite some time. Have we yet to locate a suitable target?" "No, we have yet to identify an appropriate target. Should we venture further?" Fujitora replied candidly. "Well, if that is the case, let us change our location." Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Yuri and Maxim, eager to avoid prolonging the situation, decided to cease their observation and join the fray. With remarkable agility, they leapt from the flagship onto a nearby vessel, and then from that ship to another, their movements more nimble than those of Persian monkeys. Hardman had long anticipated this moment. He was not concerned about their engagement, but rather feared their continued inaction, which would render his plans futile. "Hutton, I need you to delay Yuri. There is no need for you to eliminate him. Simply buy us some time." After the departure of his most capable aide, Francis, Hardman was left with no choice but to entrust this task to the ambitious General Hutton, who was now his only viable option. Hardman believed that even with Hutton's aspirations, they were all in the same precarious situation and would refrain from any reckless actions. At that moment, Maxim and Yuri had each leapt onto one of Hardman's vessels. After briefing Hutton on some crucial details, Hardman hurried to engage Maxim in combat. In terms of close combat prowess, Hardman could only claim an even match with Maxim. For the time being, neither could gain the upper hand. Thus, the outcome of this conflict hinged on Hutton's ability to contend with Yuri. While Hutton's skills were somewhat inferior to those of the elite fighters like Maxim and Yuri, he could still manage to engage Yuri for a while. As Hardman had predicted, this would likely only serve to delay the inevitable. If no changes occurred, Hutton's defeat was nearly a foregone conclusion. At this juncture, Hutton could only muster all his strength. In order for the secret weapon to fulfill its purpose, He leapt from the ship's railing to confront Yuri directly. Upon reaching that vessel, Hutton wasted no time and launched a kick at Yuri with great determination. At that moment, Yuri faced Hutton, hearing the swift sound of the wind beside him. Without even glancing at the approaching figure, he swiftly waved his right hand, unleashing a sphere of silvery substance that shot directly towards the intruder. Attacking me in midair. Now I shall see how you evade my mercury orb. However, the outcome was beyond Yuri's expectations. Although Hutton had the ability to withdraw in midair and evade using the moon's step, he chose not to do so. Instead, he maintained his forward-kicking stance, confronting the silvery mercury head-on as he advanced. Bang! As soon as his foot made contact with the pool of mercury, it failed to exert any effect and vanished in an instant. This is bad. There was no escaping it. Yuri silently acknowledged this and crossed his arms resolutely across his chest, bracing himself to absorb the impact of the kick. At first glance, this strike appeared to lack significant power, seemingly inferior to the casual blows exchanged between Hardman and Maxim. Yet, it astonishingly sent Yuri flying. This device proves remarkably effective against individuals possessing abilities like yours. As he spoke, Hutton swiftly advanced, launching another kick towards the airborne Yuri. This time, Yuri could see clearly that the stone embedded in Hatton's shoe sole was not Sea Tower stone. What else could it be? Hatton understood well that if he were to confront Yuri like a fool, he would undoubtedly suffer a humiliating defeat. Just the thought of Yuri's exasperating fruit abilities was enough to rattle Hatton's composure. He lacked the mastery of hockey when faced with a Logia or a special paramecia user. He was left with no choice but to endure the blows. In contrast, Yuri possessed not only the natural mercury fruit's powers but also the capability to wield hockey, creating a stark disparity between them. Nevertheless, Hatton was not entirely defenseless. His shoes concealed 2 sea prism stones within their soles, which he could use to counter Yuri's prowess. Upon contact with the sea prism stone, Yuri would lose his strength. Even if he activated his hockey for defense at that moment, he would still be sent flying. Moreover, the mercury he had previously unleashed was effortlessly neutralized by Hatton. Thus, these shoes served as both Hatton's weapon and his shield. However, this initial strike caught Yuri off guard. Had Yuri known of the embedded sea prism stones, he would not have recklessly attacked with a mass of mercury, but rather unleashed a flurry of fine mercury needles. Such a small sea prism stone would not provide complete protection for Hatton, allowing him to repel the attack. Therefore, despite Hatton's early success in landing a solid blow on Yuri, once Yuri was prepared, it would not be so straightforward. Having learned from the encounter, Yuri would certainly not foolishly attempt to block with his body. Already on the ground, he disregarded appearances and swiftly rolled away to evade the kick. Hatton, seeing his strike land on the floor instead, mused to himself about the difficulty of dealing with a wary opponent. After dodging the attack, Yuri quickly transformed into his elemental form, rising from the ground back to a standing position. Truly, the renowned mercury fruit's ability to turn one's entire body into liquid mercury proved incredibly advantageous. Observing Yuri's unique method of standing, Hatton offered a compliment. In brawls, prolonging the engagement was essential, and Hatton naturally wished to avoid fighting if possible, dragging it out for as long as he could. However, Yuri showed no intention of engaging in conversation. Silently, he swept his hand and launched dozens of mercury needles towards Hatton. Out of fear for the sea prism stones, he refrained from close combat. Yet, against Hatton, who lacked hockey, ranged combat was an excellent strategy. Hatton, seeing Yuri's silence and the barrage of needles, remained calm and composed, raising his leg to deliver a sweeping slash toward the incoming projectiles. The sudden strike from Hutton was not unexpected. It effortlessly deflected the incoming silver needles, shattering them into a scattering of mercury like beads that fell to the ground. The force continued unabated, passing through Yuri's body. Yet, it could merely traverse his form without inflicting any tangible harm. The severed parts swiftly rejoined, for Hutton lacked the mastery of armament hockey. Although the attack appeared formidable, it bore no true efficacy. Observing the ineffectiveness of his assault, Yuri remained undeterred, repeatedly launching silver needles, expending little energy in the endeavor, convinced that eventually he would strike Hutton. Hutton could only evade and parry at times, seeking opportunities to close the distance to Yuri, who, too, was not a mere stationary target, maneuvering deftly on the limited deck of the ship. However, their clash wrought havoc upon the other soldiers on the deck, while Hutton occasionally escaped. His comrades were not so fortunate. The flames at the city gate had indeed spread to the fish pond, as numerous soldiers fell victim to Yuri's silver needles, crying out in distress. Yet, Hutton paid no heed to their plight. Rather, he felt fortunate that Yuri, in his quest for caution, refrained from adopting more aggressive tactics. It appeared that time was on his side, prolonging the conflict just enough. With this thought, Hutton let out a fierce shout, leaping to evade a barrage of silver needles before launching a direct kick at Yuri. Ah, can you no longer endure? Yuri, witnessing Hutton's exhaustion from their prolonged exchange, felt a surge of joy at his opponent's reckless advance. He stood firm, arms drawn wide, unleashing a flurry of flying needles towards the oncoming Hutton. This time, evasion would be futile. Yet, Hutton, relentless in his aggression, showed no sign of hesitation. He braced himself, shielding vital areas with his arms, and struck upward with his kick. What? Yuri gasped in shock as Hutton, disregarding his own safety, aimed to land a blow. It was too late to evade. With a resounding thud, Hutton's foot struck Yuri squarely, despite the multitude of needles embedded in his own body. In that moment, dozens of silver needles vanished simultaneously, and Hutton, weakened, leaned against the mast, blood gushing from numerous small wounds, akin to a torrential downpour. Foolish, Yuri muttered, feeling the impact of Hutton's kick. Yet it was a far lesser discomfort compared to Hutton's dire condition. To land a single kick at such a cost to yourself. I wonder how long you can sustain this state. With that, Yuri once again transformed, standing upright anew. Hutton remained silent. He had delayed long enough to fulfill his mission. Otherwise, when reinforcements arrived, Yuri would surely realize that Hutton was merely buying time and would prepare accordingly. Once his allies were in position, Hutton called out loudly, commanding everyone to open fire. The soldiers, initially surrounding the area, had not anticipated their own involvement. However, upon receiving orders from their superior, they proceeded to fire their weapons. Amidst this chaos, Hutton, despite enduring excruciating pain, executed a swift kick known as the Gale Kick. He was fully aware that firearms would be ineffective against me. Yet he still commanded the others to shoot. This awareness heightened Yuri's vigilance as he began to phase his body and closely observed Hutton's movements. Yet, Hutton's actions were limited to merely delivering a kick. However, this particular Gale Kick was somewhat unique, as he unleashed it. He also propelled a piece of sea prism stone from the sole of his shoe towards Yuri. So this is your strategy? Fortunately, my eyesight is keen. Otherwise, I would have truly fallen victim to this assault. Faced with a Gale Kick infused with sea prism stone, Yuri dared not underestimate the threat and swiftly leaped to the side. Should he come into contact with the sea prism stone, a devil fruit user would temporarily lose their powers, and should he truly lose his abilities, Yuri would become an easy target for assault. Upon realizing that Yuri had discerned the concealed sea prism stone within the Gale Kick, Hutton did not exhibit a hint of disappointment. Instead, a smile graced his face as he shouted, now. With Hutton's command, Yuri, still regaining his footing, was ensnared by a large net. This is bad. The net contained sea prism stone. The item handed to Hutton by Hardiman was straightforward, a net woven with sea prism stone and a cannon to launch it, which constituted Hardiman's winning strategy. The previous battle had afforded Hardiman a glimpse into the terrifying capabilities of Yuri's mercury fruit. While Yuri's combat prowess and mastery of hockey paled in comparison to another formidable adversary, Maxim, the mercury fruit rendered him exceedingly difficult to confront, particularly on the battlefield, where its lethality surpassed that of Maxim. Even if Francis were still alive, he would struggle against the mercury fruit. After all, Francis's strength was predominantly defensive rather than offensive. Furthermore, in the vastness of the sea, where could Francis possibly acquire soil? Would they have to specially transport a shipload of earth for him? Meanwhile, Hardiman had his own challenges to address with Maxim, leaving Yuri without a worthy opponent. Long before, Hardiman had been plagued by the thought of how to deal with Yuri, finding him a considerable headache. However, since Yuri was a devil fruit user, he possessed vulnerabilities, unlike Maxim, who could only engage in direct confrontation. There were methods to counter him. In essence, after much deliberation, it became evident that the most effective means to contend with Yuri relied upon sea prism stone. Although Hardiman had initially envisioned a scenario where Yuri and Maxim would have been perfectly dispatched into the sea before they could confront him, this was merely a precautionary measure in case the two broke through the defenses and engaged in close-quarters combat. This precaution now emerged as Hardiman's glimmer of hope for a comeback. Not only had he failed to achieve his previous objectives, with Francis deceased and having been outmaneuvered by Jack, but he now faced an unforeseen opportunity. The situation has developed to a point that is decidedly unfavorable. However, should an opportunity arise to capture Yuri alive, the tides could swiftly turn in our favor. This is precisely why Hardiman solemnly entrusted this task to Hutton, placing his hopes squarely upon him. Hutton not only possesses ambition but also the requisite skill, demonstrating through his actions that Hardman has made the right choice in him. With a clever strategy, Hutton successfully toppled one of the most formidable adversaries among their ranks, outsmarting Yuri, who had always assumed the role of commander. From the moment Hutton took possession of the item, he realized that while this net would be effective against Yuri, failing to ensnare him would render it useless. Capturing Yuri within this net would certainly not be a trivial endeavor. Moreover, the opportunity would present itself only once. Should he miss, there would be no second chance, as Yuri would never permit Hutton to employ the net again. Thus, after careful contemplation, Hutton confided his plan to a nearby bodyguard. He then retrieved the net from the cannon, detaching 2 small pieces of sea stone to embed in the soles of his shoes. This action was intended to bolster his strength in the impending confrontation with Yuri, buying time for the execution of his plan. Subsequently, Hutton entrusted the cannon to his bodyguard, instructing him to take a small boat to the larger vessel where Yuri resided, awaiting Hutton's signal to stealthily approach the deck. It was imperative for Hutton not to be seen carrying a cannon himself. One could only imagine the thoughts that would arise if a general approached with such an apparatus. Anyone would immediately suspect that the cannon was anything but ordinary, given the gravity with which it was transported. Therefore, Hutton had to downplay the cannon's presence, ensuring that Yuri remained entirely oblivious and unguarded, thereby increasing the likelihood of successfully ensnaring him. Every subsequent action taken by Hutton revolved around this pivotal point. The scene then unfolds as Hutton leaps into the fray to battle Yuri. In a surprising maneuver, Hutton delivers an unexpected attack, simultaneously conveying a crucial message to Yuri that he harbors sea stone. This information was naturally seized upon by Yuri, who subsequently chose to gradually exhaust himself and Hutton in a battle of attrition. This provided the loyal guard ample opportunity to stealthily approach the vessel. In the ensuing skirmishes, this information became deeply entrenched in Yuri's mind, akin to a potent suggestion, compelling him to perpetually focus his attention on Hutton, who possessed the sea stone. Later, when Hutton inflicted damage upon 200 enemies at the cost of 1,000 of his own, the disparity in their injuries appeared to be the result of a reckless assault. However, this act was also a strategic deception, intended to convey to Yuri that he was not merely stalling for time. Simultaneously, Hutton surmised that the loyal guard would soon be in position, necessitating a self-sacrificial maneuver to divert Yuri's attention significantly, orchestrating a feint. This very act successfully allowed the guard, armed with a cannon, to blend into the crowd. The dozens of mercury needles embedded in his body served to divert Yuri's attention and diminish the presence of others. Hutton had indeed gone to great lengths. When the guards arrived, Hutton ordered everyone to open fire, a peculiar command that undoubtedly aroused Yuri's suspicion. Hutton's actions were intentional, aimed at further captivating Yuri's focus. Following this, Hutton executed a kick imbued with sea tower stone, thereby amplifying his core objective to its utmost. Under a series of stratagems, Yuri had fixated his attention entirely on Hutton, and this kick successfully led Yuri to believe that Hutton intended to use this deceitful maneuver to render him full of holes. However, if Yuri remained oblivious to Hutton's subtle maneuver at this point, Hutton would not mind if Yuri were indeed riddled with bullets. Among the crowd, only the guards understood that when Hutton commanded to fire, shoot, or attack, they merely pretended to shoulder their cannons without actually firing. It was only upon Hutton's command of now that the true order to unleash the barrage was given. Dragging his injured body, Hutton approached Yuri, gazing at the formidable adversary who lay before him, and sighed, "Cuff him." In this brief confrontation, Hutton's prowess paled in comparison to Yuri's. Yet the ultimate victor was none other than Hutton, who had previously been disregarded by Yuri. Layer upon layer of cunning schemes had ensnared Yuri in a web of traps, prompting profound contemplation. In Hutton's mind, was the true key to victory this net of sea tower stone, or the ambitious General Hutton himself? It was only when Yuri found himself ensnared that he comprehended the entirety of Hutton's performance was orchestrated to lead him into this predicament. Yet, Yuri bore no resentment. Throughout his years in the underworld, he had witnessed numerous gang leaders fall. As the adage goes, those who engage in the underworld must eventually pay the price. Yuri had anticipated that such a day would arrive. Even as 2 soldiers pressed him firmly to the ground, he lifted his gaze to Hutton and, maintaining his composure, remarked, "This time, I was careless. I did not expect that besides Hardman, you would possess such formidable talent. May I inquire your name?" "Hutton." "Oh, then, Mr. Hutton. If you do not attend to your wounds, you may bleed excessively." Yuri remained unconcerned about the soldiers binding him with ropes and bringing forth sea tower stone handcuffs. Smiling as he cautioned Hutton, But I must remind you, my mercury is toxic. It would be wise to address this promptly. Upon hearing Yuri's words, the others recalled the gravity of the situation. Hatton had successfully captured Yuri, yet his own condition was far from favorable. His wound continued to bleed profusely, prompting an urgent call for a doctor. Hatton, too, was not one to feign strength. He was acutely aware of his own physical state. The scene unfolded with several doctors attending to his wounds. As they tended to him, one remarked, "Thank you for your concern. But perhaps it is best to focus on your own well-being for now." "Worry about myself?" The game shook his head. No. From the moment I left the shore, I have contemplated that we might all perish here. No one can assert with absolute certainty that victory is guaranteed. In fact, we feel quite apprehensive about this venture. Our current advantage is solely thanks to Jack's contributions, is it not? Jack? I doubt Jack is aligned with you. Hatton grimaced through the pain. Yuri was entirely unimpressed by Hatton's attempts. Hey, don't think you can extract any intelligence from me. After all these years, you wouldn't want to use me to control my remaining troops, would you? That thought is futile. It simply isn't possible. Your capture of me only serves to diminish our numbers, nothing more. Hatton, with his pale visage, feigned astonishment, inquiring, why not? Do you truly fear death? Yuri replied calmly. Fear, of course. Perhaps you might resort to some torture, and in a moment of weakness, I could divulge everything. However, even if I were willing, it would be of no consequence. From the moment we embarked, my men ceased to be solely mine. Rather, each individual's troops have become the collective's. At that moment, upon receiving information relayed by Jack, both Yuri and the other two leaders comprehended the gravity of the situation simultaneously. In their assessment, this final battle was fraught with peril. Even with Jack's covert assistance in conveying Hardman's plans, there was little assurance in their hearts. To their surprise, the circumstances had taken a favorable turn, as they had underestimated the extent of Jack's aid, which had ensnared both factions. Thus, the three of them recognized that to secure victory, unity was essential. They needed to pull together. Any discord would likely lead to their collective downfall. Yet, the three had always maintained a facade of cordiality while harboring discord. They hailed from disparate origins, each commanding their own forces, and had experienced various conflicts and collaborations, resulting in a complex web of relationships that even they struggled to navigate. Each was acutely aware of the daunting challenge of achieving the so-called unity of purpose. Nevertheless, 3 heads are better than 1, and these 3 were far from foolish. After a period of furrowed brows and deliberation, they devised a strategy to forge a semblance of unity. The core principle of this method is that while the 3 of us may not be united in heart, our subordinates must be in complete accord. This approach is somewhat opportunistic, representing a compromise of sorts. Consequently, we convened and made a joint declaration on stage, asserting that from this moment until the end of the war, all subordinates shall be under the command of the designated commander, and no one else shall interfere. Should any leader fall in battle or be captured, the remaining individuals will serve under another leader. If any directives contrary to those of the commander are issued, the commander's orders shall take precedence, regardless of whose subordinate it may be. Priority must be given to the commander's orders, though the commander must not exploit this authority to betray allies. The 3 of us made declarations and oaths on stage, leaving no room for dissent among the others. And even the heads of smaller factions could only follow suit in their pledges. In the underworld, there remains a necessity for oaths and loyalty. After all, we are engaged in unsavory dealings, and without these principles, there would be nothing left of the gang. Thus, this strategy proved effective, from top to bottom. The divisions that once existed on the battlefield dissolved, replaced by a singular, unified voice. Although the higher-ups may act shamelessly, having clawed their way up over the years to commit acts that violate their oaths, the lower-ranking soldiers will undoubtedly adhere to the agreement. This could indeed be deemed a testament to the loyalty of those who stand by their comrades. Therefore, even if Yuri succumbs to the torturous pressures from Hutton and Hardman, attempting to incite his subordinates to defect, those who once served under Yuri will remain steadfast, only to scorn his treachery. Yuri attempted to explain the current situation of the coalition to Hutton, but Hutton, still unconvinced, asked, "After all this, are you not the commander?" It is absurd, he mused, that a commander would not be on the flagship directing operations, but would instead rush to the front lines. Yuri shook his head, responding, "The 3 of us are simultaneously the 3 chief commanders, and I am the primary commander. If I am not present, command shifts to the second commander. If he is absent, it falls to the third. Therefore, it is Vasily of the Wolf Fong gang who is currently in command aboard the flagship. Since you have come to confront me, It indicates that the one who can manipulate the earth is involved. This diverges significantly from Hardman's initial expectations. In Hardman's original vision, the three factions and their numerous subordinates were thought to harbor substantial divisions, rendering prolonged collaboration or even temporary cooperation impossible. However, unbeknownst to him, despite their lack of unity, these three individuals managed to consolidate their followers. As Yuri remarked, capturing one of them proved to be of little consequence. At best, it merely eliminated a single adversary. Furthermore, due to Hardman's offensive against Maxim, the current situation resembled a state of commandlessness, rendering their position increasingly precarious compared to the gangsters. This predicament was precisely the impetus behind Yuri's audacious proposal to strike, drawing Hardman and Francis into the fray. They remained oblivious to Francis's demise. Otherwise, Yuri would not have dared to take such risks. The aim was to exploit the absence of a commanding presence within Hardman's ranks to amplify their success. "Are you so certain that we are devoid of leadership?" questioned Hutton defiantly. "We still have a man named Francis commanding from the flagship." Although Hutton felt a sense of foreboding, he refused to relent, pressing on with his inquiry. "Ah, so it is Francis," Yuri exclaimed. "If the Francis who battled me last time were still alive, you would not be in a position to capture me now. Given my understanding of Hardman, he would undoubtedly adopt a more cautious approach. Do not be deceived by your current hold on me. The process was fraught with peril, was it not? Your strength pales in comparison to that of Francis during our last encounter. Had any step gone awry, it would have been you lying here instead. It is often said that one's adversaries know them best. Over the years of cunning rivalry with Hardman, Yuri had discerned nearly all of his character traits. Surely, the earth-controlling Francis must have stumbled into some trouble, correct? Yuri paused, astonished, and continued, "Considering you have not modified the reef, Francis must indeed be facing significant challenges. Wait, let me take a guess. Has that individual named Francis already met his end? Or, if not deceased, is he gravely injured, unconscious, and unable to rise?" That would explain the utter silence. Yuri had meticulously unraveled all the issues since the onset of hostilities, comprehending the entirety of the situation. Despite being a captive, shackled and bound, the spark in his eyes remained undiminished. The more he spoke, the more animated and exhilarated he became. In clarifying everything, he concluded that the true instigator behind it all must undoubtedly be Jack, correct? That very Jack who saw through Hardman's scheme for underwater modifications and alerted us. Before our arrival, he eliminated Francis and compelled you to engage us in battle, ultimately escaping while we were embroiled in chaos. Jack is the mastermind behind it all. Am I not right? Upon hearing this, Hutton's complexion turned somewhat pale. Well, in truth, it was the result of excessive blood loss. Hutton understood in his heart that every word Yuri spoke was accurate. He had stepped in for Francis to confront Yuri, as the flagship was devoid of command. And Francis had encountered dire straits, troubles that could even lead to his demise. All of this had been anticipated by him, without needing Hutton's response. Yuri discerned the answer from his expression. After all, Yuri felt himself to be a man on the brink of death, and he laughed heartily without restraint. "Ha ha ha. This Jack is truly formidable, ensnaring both sides time and again. One trap leads to another, a game within a game. What a masterstroke. I am truly in awe. Ha ha ha. Oh, by the way," he continued solemnly after his laughter subsided, "I beseech the General to spare my life for the time being, allowing me to witness how Jack intends to unravel this web before executing me. After all, I cannot escape, so consider it my final request as a man facing death. Surely you are also curious about what Jack has in store next. Whatever intelligence you seek, whatever questions you wish to pose, feel free to ask. There is no need for torture. I shall divulge all I know, as long as it means preserving this life of mine for now. You are truly a madman. Let me be a madman, for an old lunatic like myself harbors but this humble wish." After concluding this exchange, Hutton attempted to persuade a faction of gang members while still holding the bound Yuri. However, the outcome was exactly as Yuri had predicted. Those gang members paid him no heed, with some even firing in Yuri's direction. This confirmation of Yuri's assertions left Hutton genuinely despondent. Although he had mentally prepared for the possibility of casualties or captures, the apprehension of Yuri did deal a blow to morale, leaving an indelible impression. Hutton meandered about with Yuri, yet even amidst this morale downturn, the pressing crisis remained unrelieved. The gang still held the advantage and was expanding it further. Initially, there had been over 20 ships, yet now only 13 remained, each battered, none unscathed. After some time, Hutton realized that this situation was untenable. Prolonging it would only worsen their circumstances. Moreover, he himself had lost considerable blood, and the constant movement had nearly rendered him unconscious. Thus, Hatton steeled himself and charged directly toward the command room aboard the flagship with Yuri in tow. "You cannot enter, General Hatton." Upon reaching the entrance, he was intercepted by 2 guards. Only Hatman and Francis had the authority to operate the command system. "The situation is critical. The lack of command is exacerbating our plight. Allow me to enter and take charge. I will bear any consequences that arise." Indeed, Hatton was operating under this very notion. In comparison to Hardman, Hatton's maritime combat experience was certainly not lacking. During their initial encounter with Yuri, he managed to engage an enemy force that vastly outnumbered his own with merely 2 transport ships and a handful of frigates. Although they ultimately lost the transport vessels and suffered considerable casualties, they at least preserved their lives and inflicted some losses upon Yuri and his companion. This is the only strategy that Hutton could conceive in his moment of desperation. However, the situation among Yuri's ranks was far from harmonious, as they were prepared with 3 commanders, ready to replace one another if necessary. Yet, Hardman lacked this awareness. His entrenched authoritarian mindset rendered him incapable of considering the possibility of decentralizing power. Thus, the 2 soldiers stationed at the entrance resolutely denied Hutton's request. "No, it cannot be done, not by anyone," as it was explicitly instructed by Hardman. Hutton, though silent, cursed inwardly, calling that old bastard, still clinging to his vestiges of power even at this critical juncture. No matter how strong or astute you are, such reluctance to relinquish authority makes it impossible to achieve greatness. As the 2 soldiers remained steadfast, Hutton refrained from further dialogue, swiftly drawing both hands to strike, plunging his blades into their hearts. Witnessing the 2 soldiers collapse, Yuri, led by Hutton, committed the action. This is how it should be done, in dire circumstances. One cannot afford to hesitate. When the time calls for decisive measures, one must remain resolute. "Hey, have you not yet found the target?" Jack remarked, estimating the time. "If we do not locate it soon, they will be finished." "It is not so easy to find," Hakul admitted. "By the way, your demands are rather excessive." Just as Jack was growing increasingly restless, Fujitora, who had been silent and contemplative, suddenly declared, "I believe I have spotted the target." Once Hutton entered the command system and began to lead, the situation indeed improved. Initially, the unfamiliar voice was met with some resistance. Yet it was undeniable that he possessed capability. Following Hutton's commands, the enhancement in combat effectiveness was not instantaneous, but rather evident. Compared to the earlier chaotic approach where individuals acted freely and opportunistically, this unified and coordinated directive proved to be significantly more efficient. Moreover, Hutton was not alone in this endeavor. Yuri remained bound at his side, effectively making their command a joint effort. Although Yuri was reluctant to assist, the knife was at his throat, leaving him with no recourse. Thus, an exchange unfolded in the command room. "Where is the ammunition depot for that ship?" It's located near the stern, slightly towards the center." "Good. Now broadcast. Ship 4, heed my command. Fire at the 12 o'clock position, targeting the stern of that vessel." Shortly thereafter, Ship 4 engaged in battle with the enemy ship ahead, igniting a considerable quantity of its ammunition, transforming it into a blazing inferno. "And what of the ship?" "I recall that, with Yuri's assistance, Haddon launched a series of precise strikes, managing to regain some of the lost ground." While Haddon was vigorously orchestrating operations from the command room, Hardman was engaged in an intense battle with Maxim, resulting in significant damage to the very vessel that served as their battleground. Surprised, Hardman's expression shifted as he occasionally heard Haddon's voice emanating from the broadcast. It was only then that I realized the deployment of 2 operatives across from me was intended to draw me out of the command system. At this moment, Hatton, whom Hardman had been vigilantly wary of, achieved remarkable success, capturing Yuri and restoring the command system. "Oh, it turns out that within your ranks, there exists such a prodigy. One we had astonishingly overlooked. This is indeed a strategic blunder." Not only did Maxim fail to anticipate this, but even Hardman himself was caught off guard. Initially, in his plans, all these chaotic tasks were assigned to Francis, while Hatton and several other generals were merely responsible for their respective vessels. Now, surprisingly, Hatton has managed to shift the tide of the situation through an extraordinary performance that even he had not foreseen. To execute such precise strikes, it is likely that Yuri has contributed significantly behind the scenes, something I had not considered. Observing Hatton commanding with such vigor, Maxim found himself somewhat troubled. As Hardman dealt with Maxim's assaults, he remarked, "Oh, I had not anticipated failing to leverage him to turn some individuals against you. However, it appears that Yuri is quite loose-lipped and can still exert some influence, which is commendable. Maxim, channeling his armed color, delivered a powerful punch, asserting, "No. Those individuals did not defect because our gang values loyalty and camaraderie, but based on my understanding of Yuri, if he is unwilling. Even if you were to torture him for 3 days and nights, he would remain silent." Hardman deftly evaded, allowing Maxim's punch to shatter a section of the staircase. Before retaliating, are you suggesting that Yuri's actions are entirely voluntary? This man, even when captured, remains restless. From what I gather, he may be concocting some sinister scheme. Maxim, after parrying Hardman's blow, replied, "I do not believe he, as a captive, has any cunning plans left. Do not underestimate him. He excels at finding loopholes when at a disadvantage. Perhaps he has already discovered one." As the two engaged in conversation while exchanging blows, neither inflicted significant harm upon the other. After all, their combat skills and the intensity of their armed color were quite comparable, leaving them in a stalemate. To an outsider, their battle appeared almost playful, as they exchanged strikes with little substantive effect, the only indicators of their fierce conflict being the damaged hull, shattered deck, and broken mast of the ship. Meanwhile, Yuri, bound within the command room, was indeed, as Maxim had remarked, still seeking a glimmer of hope despite now being a captive. If he were to remain idle, it would ultimately lead to his demise, regardless of whether Hardman or the gang emerged victorious. Hardman emerged victorious. Yet it was certain that he would face execution. Should the gang secure a win, the other two would undoubtedly conspire to eliminate him discreetly. Moreover, there was the looming possibility of Jack emerging and simultaneously vanquishing both factions, leading to their ultimate downfall. Consequently, after Yuri's capture, he began to engage his mind, seeking a glimmer of hope for survival or even a chance to turn the tide. When Hutton brought him into the command room, this audacious notion took firm root in his thoughts. Here, and here, where could the blockade be breached, and which point would prove most vulnerable? Hutton once more habitually sought Yuri's insight. This time, Yuri deviated from his usual demeanor and said, "All right, enough of that. I have already helped you regain a significant portion of the situation, so let us discuss something else." Upon hearing Yuri's unusual response, Hutton curiously inquired, "Oh, what would you like to talk about?" "Let us discuss cooperation. What do you think?" A few minutes later, Hardman and Maxim both noticed that the broadcast had fallen silent for several minutes. Maxim, with an air of inevitability, remarked, "You see, I don't know what trick Yuri employed, but I suspect his scheme has come into effect." Hardman remained silent, yet his tightly furrowed brow betrayed his inner apprehension. Before long, Hutton and Yuri leaped aboard the vessel where the two men were situated. Hardman and Maxim observed that Yuri appeared unrestrained, seemingly enjoying his freedom, and instinctively took a step back, momentarily ceasing their actions. Upon landing, Yuri spoke, "Gentlemen, let us halt our hostilities and consider a temporary collaboration, shall we?" "Collaboration? Is that the ingenious idea you've concocted?" Maxim scoffed at Yuri's proposition. "What grounds do we have for cooperation at this point?" "Oh, do not speak like that," Yuri continued. "There are only perpetual interests, not eternal enemies. Rather than both suffer defeat and allow Jack to benefit, it would be wiser for us to temporarily cease hostilities and eliminate Jack first. What do you think?" As Yuri articulated, there are no perpetual foes. Where interests lie, cooperation is possible. The pressing issue before everyone was Jack, whose whereabouts remained a mystery. It was evident that when Jack returned, he would be ready to conclude everything. Truth be told, no one continued to underestimate Jack amidst his consecutive maneuvers. There was little confidence left in their ability to overcome him upon his return. Though Jack commanded only 2,000 men, one could not dismiss the possibility of him preparing some cunning stratagem. At this juncture, collaboration emerges as a viable path forward. Previously, Yuri had not contemplated the notion of partnership. Even if he desired cooperation, it would necessitate the consent of others. The primary impediment to uniting efforts was not the animosity harbored by his subordinates, nor the ideological discrepancies between the factions, but rather the disparity in strength. At that time, Yuri's side held a significant advantage, making it unlikely for others to consider an alliance with Hardman. The deployment of Yuri and Maxim aimed to further consolidate their advantage, expedite the resolution of the situation, and upon seizing Donald, they would promptly return to their territory. Once back on land, Jack's 2,000 men would pose little threat. However, following Yuri's capture, this route became considerably more arduous. With Hutton assuming command within the operations room, any hope for cooperation was effectively extinguished. This turn of events prompted Yuri to entertain alternative thoughts, opening the door to potential collaboration. Nevertheless, Hutton would never release Yuri. Such an idea was utterly inconceivable unless Hutton had been struck by folly. Should Hutton entertain the notion of cooperation and subsequently release Yuri, the scenario would revert to its initial state, rendering their efforts futile. In that case, Yuri would not hesitate to eliminate Hutton at the earliest opportunity. Hutton would truly have been foolish. Yuri understood that for cooperation to be feasible, the gap between the two factions could not remain excessively wide. Thus, without the need for Hutton to resort to severe interrogation, Yuri willingly divulged everything, painfully assisting Hutton in eliminating several of his own men. Yuri was resolute, demonstrating ruthlessness not only towards others but also towards himself. In pursuit of his objectives, he sacrificed those who had shared in his struggles, personally orchestrating their downfall solely to narrow the chasm between the factions, thereby increasing the likelihood of collaboration. Yuri's self-sabotaging actions successfully alleviated Hutton's suspicions. Given the current circumstances, even if Yuri were to eliminate Hutton, he would be unable to swiftly dismantle Hardman's forces and seize King Donald. Continued conflict would undoubtedly lead to Jack's decisive return. After some contemplation, Hutton acquiesced to Yuri's request. Ultimately, Hutton recognized that a mutual devastation would result in significant losses, rendering them ill-equipped to confront Jack. The prudent choice was to unite against Jack first and then address their differences. Yet, from a personal perspective, releasing an enemy he had painstakingly captured, only to later confront the ever-scheming Yuri, felt somewhat unsettling. Cooperation was not out of the question, but Hutton could not shake the thought, why not eliminate you first and then collaborate with the remaining adversaries? Hutton hesitated for a moment before speaking. If you eliminate me, we will lose a formidable force capable of contending with Jack. Perhaps it is precisely this singular disparity that could lead to our ultimate demise at his hands. In the face of the cunning Jack, ordinary individuals have become of little use. Only those of my caliber hold any significance. Pah, a formidable force, indeed. You are currently within my grasp, Hutton retorted disdainfully. Yes, you are indeed impressive, Yuri replied. However, I can't shake the feeling that Jack has been absent for quite some time. It seems implausible that he is doing nothing but waiting idly. He must be scheming something grand, and we ought to remain vigilant. Yet, upon hearing this, Hutton did not lower his guard. He drew a sharp knife and pressed it against Yuri's chest. Yuri, however, maintained an air of ease, seemingly unconcerned that Hutton would truly resort to violence. Nevertheless, I find this to be insufficient reason for leniency. If Jack dares to come, with his 2,000 men, even if he concocts some scheme, we should be able to manage. Ah, indeed. Jack has merely 2,000 men, Yuri scoffed. When Maxim and I commanded over 10,000, you thought the same. After Haidman abducted Donald, you entertained similar notions when inviting Jack. Yet here we are, Jack still possesses his 2,000 men, while we have lost count of how many 2,000 men increments we have sacrificed. Upon hearing this, Hutton's complexion turned pale, fully aware that Yuri spoke the truth. Faced with the treacherous Jack, even a united front might not suffice, and the extent of Jack's hidden machinations remained uncertain. With a sigh, Hutton sheathed the knife and retrieved a key from his pocket, unlocking Yuri's handcuffs. I hope I do not come to regret this decision, he murmured. As the cuffs fell away, Yuri flexed his wrists and remarked, I cannot predict whether you will regret this in the future. But I can assure you that if you do not release me now, you will certainly come to regret it shortly. Hutton's decision to liberate Yuri resembled a reckless dash into the command room, bypassing any consultation with Haidman. He acted solely on his own judgment, neglecting to discuss the gravity of this choice with Haidman, even as he chose to collaborate with Yuri. Thus, when Haidman encountered the freed Yuri, he could not help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction, despite acknowledging the rationale behind Hutton's actions. However, this was not the time for such grievances. The immediate priority was to halt all hostilities and collectively prepare for the impending assault from Jack. Hutton's personal matters could be addressed later, once they had navigated this crisis. At the edge of the battlefield, a soldier, having engaged in close combat, felled the last gang member attempting to board the ship. He now leaned against the ship's railing, gasping for breath. Others mimicked his actions, relishing these rare moments of respite. He gazed out at the vast ocean, enveloped in darkness and ensconced within the calm of the doldrums. Beneath the moonlight, the sea lay in serene tranquility, starkly contrasting with the tumultuous battlefield on the opposite shore. Just as he was preparing to marvel at nature's serene passage of time, juxtaposed with humanity's restless spirit, a wave unexpectedly broke the stillness of the distant waters. I am indeed in favor of collaboration on this path. However, should we choose to cooperate, we must adhere to some fundamental principles. For instance, we shall not engage in mutual assaults until Jack is dealt with. Should anyone fall victim, we cannot turn a blind eye due to past grievances. Headman adjusted his attire and promptly expressed his stance. Maxim too conceded, stating, "That is reasonable." At that moment, a deafening explosion interrupted Maxim's discourse, causing everyone to glance in astonishment towards the source of the sound, where a massive ship had been shattered into several pieces. With a resounding boom, not only were the four individuals diverted, but all who heard the noise instinctively grasped their heads and gazed toward the commotion. Those witnessing the scene momentarily paused their actions, eyes wide, fixated on that direction. A standard vessel from Hadman's fleet was effortlessly torn asunder. The perpetrator of this destruction turned out to be a serpentine creature, roughly the same girth as the ship itself. How could such a colossal marine beast emerge in these shallow waters? This reflects the thoughts of everyone at this moment. Yuri murmured, "Is this Jack's final move? I never anticipated he could lure such a colossal sea creature here." Indeed, Jack had navigated the waters with utmost caution, utilizing the formidable observation hockey of the vine tiger, which could reach the ocean's depths, to search diligently for his target. As everyone suspected, this formidable sea serpent was indeed a large sea king. To ensnare them all, a typical sea king would prove insufficient. The forces of Hardman had been routinely tasked with guarding against sea king attacks and possessed years of experience in dealing with them. Ordinary sea kings could hardly inflict significant damage before being driven away or obliterated. However, confronting a large sea king was an entirely different matter. With a sudden surge from the depths, it could effortlessly annihilate a ship with a mere greeting. Yet, large sea kings were unlikely to venture near shallow coastal waters, particularly in the region beneath them, characterized by treacherous reefs and an uneven seabed, with the deepest parts barely reaching 200 meters. It was conceivable that even ordinary sea kings might risk stranding themselves here. Nevertheless, the astute Jack had anticipated this scenario. At the very moment he dispatched Haku and Sergei, the battlefield, once fraught with perilous reefs and an irregular seafloor, had transformed. To this day, Hardman, Yuri, and also Maxim and Vasily of the Wolf Fong gang had overlooked a crucial point. This battleground was no longer one chosen by Hardman. It had become Jack's arena. Jack made no alterations near the first line of defense, but instead directed Sergei's full attention to the waters ahead of Hardman's second line of defense. This signifies that the geographical advantage has always firmly rested in Jack's hands, rendering Hardman's position a mere jest. Jack did not orchestrate this to grant the Mafia an upper hand. From the outset, his intention was to transform this region into a battlefield. It is implausible. Even ordinary sea creatures and marine monarchs would not venture here, let alone the larger varieties. In a moment of exasperation, Hardman could no longer contain himself and cried out. Although the others remained silent, their expressions betrayed their unease. Maxim, upon reflection, pounded his thigh and exclaimed, "Ah, now I comprehend why, upon reaching your second line of defense, none of the vessels we dispatched to scout encountered any hidden reefs. Indeed, there are simply no reefs to collide with." Yuri shook his head, adding, "At that time, we only considered that Jack had deceived Hardman, neglecting to delve deeper into the implications. The underlying reality is that this battlefield has been meticulously prepared by Jack, chosen with great care, awaiting our arrival." Indeed, Sergei's workload was considerable. He had leveled this vast expanse of ocean, and the mere task of preparing the terrain nearly left him exhausted. As for lowering the entire seabed, such an endeavor would be beyond Sergei's capabilities. Even if it were to tire him to death, he had only recently acquired this fruit and had yet to fully exploit its potential. Hence, even if Jack wished to lure in large marine monarchs, it was not a matter of mere whims. Numerous constraints existed. Tinghu remarked that Jack's demands were excessive. However, it is not that Jack's expectations were unreasonable. Rather, the terrain could only accommodate so much, necessitating high standards. For instance, the target could not be too small. If it were merely a handful of individuals, the combined firepower of the two factions would swiftly resolve the situation, rendering little impact. Conversely, if the target were too large, no amount of Jack's allure would suffice to draw it into that territory. Following Sergei's leveling, the depths transformed from a maximum of 200 meters to a more uniform 100 meters. Though they are beasts, they possess a certain degree of intelligence, at the very least. They retain instinctual awareness and would not venture into perilous areas. The mere notion of luring them would be absurd. Even if they were drawn in, their capacity for combat would be negligible, as they would be stranded and devoid of fighting spirit. Furthermore, there exists a multitude of additional requirements. For instance, they must be bloodthirsty, not overly docile, ideally charging into battle at the scent of blood. They ought to exude an aura of intimidation. Their appearance should not be overly endearing, so as to instill fear at first glance. Agility is essential. Should they be too cumbersome, they would become easy targets, unable to withstand the concentrated firepower of numerous foes. They must rely on ferocity, with their instinct upon injury being to unleash their rage rather than flee. Growing more valiant with each confrontation, amidst the chaos, the multitude found themselves utterly overwhelmed by Jack's numerous demands. The plethora of reasoning he presented was bewildering. As he seemed intimately acquainted with the habits of various creatures, even employing some esoteric terminology that was foreign to their ears, Jack could only shake his head in resignation, lamenting the plight of the poor soul who had never even experienced Zhao Zhongxiang's animal world in this desolate place. Regrettably, there was no comparable program to enlighten him about marine life. Otherwise, Jack would have eagerly followed each episode. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Jack managed to select a formidable sea snake that perfectly aligned with his myriad criteria. Although large, it was considerably more slender compared to other colossal marine creatures, alleviating any concerns about stranding. Moreover, it possessed ample agility, a menacing presence, and a ferocity that was truly remarkable. It was, in every sense, the epitome of perfection. Thus, he declared, "You shall be the chosen one, Sea Serpent." However, this decision proved to be a bane for both groups involved, just as Yuri had previously surmised. The average individual could only take cover and bombard the creature from a distance, where even a mere brush could prove fatal, and proximity could result in grievous injuries. Only Maxim, Vasily, and Hardman possessed the fortitude to engage with the beast, albeit without daring to confront its assaults head-on. Meanwhile, Yuri remained aboard the vessel, orchestrating the crew's maneuvers as they evaded and fired upon the creature. Someone had to consolidate the scattered efforts, did they not? Without an effective artillery barrage, the situation would become dire should the trio falter. Thus, the trio's role was akin to 3 tanks. While Yuri's commanding firepower represented the primary source of damage per second, it was not to suggest that the trio could not inflict any harm upon the Sea Serpent. Rather, their focus needed to be on containment, ensuring that the creature's ire did not shift towards them. If the serpent chose to disregard them and target the ships, calamity would surely ensue. Among the 4, why was it specifically Yuri who descended to command, leaving the others to restrain the Sea Serpent? The answer lay in Yuri's exceptional capabilities as a strategist. The nearby vessels had retreated as far as possible, leaving no safe haven. The others could only utilize techniques like moonwalk or similar maneuvers to engage with the sea snake in midair, occasionally descending to catch their breath. If this Yuri were to engage, he would be swiftly overwhelmed. It is utterly ludicrous to pit a devil fruit user against the sea kings in the depths of the ocean. Such a notion reflects a complete lack of foresight. Unless one possesses extraordinary strength to overpower these formidable creatures, such an endeavor is tantamount to courting disaster. The scenario evokes the image of a quartet banding together to confront a formidable boss, and one can only imagine the amusement if an intruder were to emerge, intent on seizing the victory for themselves. However, it is unfortunate that Jack does not embody the characteristics of a lowly player. He has no interest in petty skirmishes over bosses. Why vie for a boss when one can simply engage in combat? With Jack's current cohort of 2,000, engaging in a duel would still be a fool's errand. The gathered individuals, seasoned in navigating this windless zone, exhibit remarkable composure even in the face of colossal sea kings. Through their seamless collaboration, it is merely a matter of time before they vanquish the boss, and given the present circumstances, it seems improbable that they will suffer significant losses. Yet, that is of little concern. When strength is lacking, numbers can compensate, and with a balanced mix of men and women, the labor becomes less arduous. This sentence conveys that Jack has not merely attracted a single sea serpent, rather, he has drawn forth a pair of formidable bosses. Jack surmises that they reside in the same lair, and to his astonishment, they appear to be mates. Just as everyone believed they had successfully averted Jack's scheme. A familiar thunderous noise erupted, accompanied by a recognizable silhouette. Yet again, the same formula, the same essence. A second colossal sea serpent emerged before the onlookers, who widened their eyes in disbelief, nearly popping their eyeballs in shock. What on earth? Why is there a second giant sea creature? Indeed, in the minds of ordinary folk, The appearance of one sea creature is already extraordinary. One cannot help but wonder about Jack's audacity to provoke not one, but two such formidable beings. Is he not afraid of encountering peril along the way? The question remains, how exactly did Jack manage to lure these two sea creatures, and what methods did he employ? The battle cannot continue in this manner. What are they to do now in the face of these two sea behemoths? These thoughts lingered in the hearts of the multitude, each individual grappling with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yet, amidst the despair, there remained a flicker of resistance. Yuri and his companions had not yet reached the point of relinquishing their grasp on the keyboard and awaiting their fate with resignation. Despite the throbbing pain and mounting pressure, they allocated half of their forces to confront the second sea creature. The situation has become far less leisurely than before, and managing it feels exceedingly challenging. With crises arising frequently, you are indeed astute, having anticipated that the two sides would unite. It seems one sea king is insufficient, requiring two to contend with. However, how did you foresee their alliance? Haku, gazing at the distant spectacle, spoke with a lingering sense of dread. This apprehension stemmed from the fact that both serpents of the sea were summoned by Haku himself, who had lured them into the midst of the two armies, seizing the opportunity to swim back while they clashed. Upon reflection, it is evident that only Haku, a member of the Fishman tribe, is capable of executing such a task with ease in the depths of the ocean. This underscores the significance of having a companion from the Fishman tribe in these waters. Many endeavors can only be entrusted to Haku, rendering him the unequivocal MVP in Jack's tactical framework. Moreover, the notion of sending an old man like myself to lure large sea kings now seems utterly reckless. I shan't engage in such perilous endeavors again, as it is detrimental to my heart. Truth be told, Haku has spent the majority of his life in the water, and for the first time, he finds it terrifying beneath the surface. Ah, the capable must bear the burden, Jack consoled him. Besides, haven't we always relied on Tenzin to use his abilities to delay them? There is truly no need for fear. They cannot catch up. At this moment, Fujitora expressed his discontent, wiping away the non-existent sweat from his forehead and remarked, "You make it sound as if subduing two colossal sea kings is a trivial feat. The journey has been utterly exhausting." He added, "Hey, I may not be well read, but don't deceive me. There's no sweat at all, so where's the exhaustion?" Although this was the genuine sentiment in Jack's heart, he dared not voice it. Instead, he replied, "You've worked hard too. Upon our return, I shall prepare buckwheat noodles for you daily, and whatever you wish to eat, I shall gladly make for you. My culinary skills are quite commendable." "And what about me?" Fujitora inquired. "The same treatment for you, equal treatment for all." "Wait a moment. You haven't answered my question. How did you know they would join forces?" While Fujitora was exceedingly pleased with Jack's promise, the earlier question remained unanswered. "Isn't it obvious?" Jack responded. "Both factions have been outmaneuvered by me, yet their information is asymmetrical. If they merely exchanged information at the right moment, they would realize that everything was orchestrated by me in advance. If they were to consider this, would they still perceive us as weaklings? Certainly not. They would approach us with utmost caution. This is why you deduce they will unite." Jack continued, "No, not quite. I can only assure you that they will indeed handle us with care, no longer underestimating us as before. However, once I draw the Sea Kings to our side, whether they practice or not, they will inevitably be compelled to join forces. This union is unavoidable. All right, it's nearly time for us to take action. All troops, heed my command. Let us engage in battle." "What does this engagement entail?" "What? Are we going in now? Shouldn't we let them continue to incur losses?" Upon hearing Jack's orders, the crowd expressed confusion, wondering why they couldn't allow their adversaries to fight a little longer. Alas, there is no alternative. "I too wish for them to continue battling until one side is utterly annihilated," Jack shrugged and explained. "However, I suspect they have already discerned that this is my battlefield. They managed to deal with a single sea serpent with minimal effort, but now, confronting two, engaging them will inevitably lead to substantial losses. By then, with only a couple of damaged ships remaining, how could they possibly contend with us? Thus, they must opt to abandon their lesser forces to protect their main fleet." "Are you implying that they intend to flee? Isn't that obvious?" "If you were in their position, you would also retreat," Jack replied. "I estimate that soon they will allocate a portion of their forces, along with some severely damaged vessels, to distract those two sea serpents, while the remainder will carry their dwindling main forces to safety. In doing so, they will still maintain an advantage over us, especially with Donald still in their grasp. No, these two insignificant serpents will not pose a threat to me." Fujitora then voiced a differing opinion. Seeing Fugitor's insistence, Jack could only respond with resignation. Yes, yes. You are formidable. Now hurry and block their retreat. Under Jack's command, 2,000 individuals skillfully maneuvered several vessels, forming a formidable barrier to intercept the retreat of Hardman, Yuri, and their companions, effectively blocking the route from Hardman's first defensive line to the second. As the saying goes, the sea is filled with water. This raises a perplexing question. The ocean is vast and boundless, and logically, one would assume that retreat could be made in any direction, with water surrounding them on all sides. So why did Jack specifically obstruct this particular avenue of escape, disregarding all others? This predicament is, in essence, rather simple. The moment Yuri and Hardman beheld Jack's vessel obstructing their escape route, enlightenment dawned upon them. So, it is evident that this entire area has been ensnared by treacherous reefs. The sight nearly caused them to spew forth blood in exasperation. Indeed, Jack has encircled this maritime expanse with reefs, leaving only two avenues of escape. One is the direction from which they arrived, the very spot where Jack now stands guard, effectively blocking their passage and subjecting them to the cannon fire of his 2,000 men. The notion of confronting Jack gradually, attempting to sink his ship before advancing, is rendered futile by the looming threat of two colossal sea serpents in pursuit. To abandon the chariot while safeguarding the commander is paramount. Should the chariot be forsaken and the commander fall, that would be utterly unacceptable. The second avenue of escape lies in the direction of the approaching sea serpents, which is evidently also impassable. If one can navigate past the front of the two serpents, what is there to fear? In essence, the battlefield crafted by Jack resembles a vast cauldron, entrapping them within its confines. Previously, they had not contemplated this scenario until Jack firmly positioned himself at the rear, contending with the two serpents while they were left to grapple with the implications of Jack's sinister intentions. Blast it, let us confront him head-on, Maxim declared, his temper flaring. Although the others were equally incensed, a sliver of reason still lingered. They swiftly restrained Maxim, cautioning him against impulsiveness. Perhaps Jack is anticipating our recklessness. Should we fall prey to a pincer move, we would undoubtedly be the first to perish. Maxim, well aware of this truth, was nonetheless consumed by a tempest of fury, a disquietude that demanded release. He argued vehemently it is far better to confront him than to be gradually ensnared by his machinations. If we continue down this path, he will devise further scenarios, and we may find ourselves utterly annihilated. Maxim's sentiments resonated with reason. Their habitual timidity and meticulous caution throughout this conflict had only exacerbated their losses, granting Jack ample opportunity to exploit their hesitance. From the outset, Jack had been manipulating their unwillingness to engage and contend, setting one trap after another. Had they approached this battle boldly, eschewing convoluted strategies, and instead opted for a straightforward confrontation in a spacious arena, Jack would have been left without recourse. A skilled artisan is helpless without materials. If they banded together as valiant knights, eschewing trickery and relying solely on their strength, Jack would indeed have been at a disadvantage. The more he orchestrated, the more vulnerabilities would emerge. Their current state of trepidation allowed Jack to thrive amidst the chaos. If only they would disregard the potential losses and resolutely challenge Jack to a decisive battle. Ultimately, victory is assured, however, even if he triumphs. The foundation that has been painstakingly built will be depleted in a single night. Following this, he may still have to confront two formidable sea serpents. Of course, this is contingent upon Fugitor refraining from direct intervention. Maxim's words left everyone speechless. All present were astute individuals, and a moment's reflection revealed the veracity of Maxim's statements. Ultimately, however, it was Ha-Anime who first emerged from the shadow. With a decisive blow, he struck the head of a sea serpent, declaring, regardless of the circumstances, we find ourselves in this predicament. My greatest desire now is to ensure that Jack does not profit from our misfortunes. He must not be allowed to claim ultimate victory. If he, with merely 2,000 followers, were to emerge as the victor, the annals of history would record our folly in an unfathomable manner. I would rather perish than allow such a scenario to unfold. This statement instantly resonated with the crowd. Indeed, although everyone's ambition is to vie for this nation, among the multitude of competitors, only Jack cannot emerge as the ultimate victor. Much like Yuri's expendable underlings, Jack, too, was initially dismissed as a contender. Yet now, this seemingly inconsequential figure is deftly manipulating everyone, which is utterly infuriating. So, what shall we do now? Maxim, now sharing the same conviction as Hardman, feels somewhat disheartened by the daunting obstacles ahead. With the Sea Kings in front and Jack behind, How can we navigate through this predicament? Without a moment's hesitation, Hardman firmly uttered a single word: run. Flee. Escape this maritime expanse, and together we shall reach my prepared second line of defense. Hardman asserted unequivocally that Jack's capacity to effect such significant changes in this region has reached its limit. My second line of defense is assuredly safe. There. We shall continue preparing for tomorrow's broadcast, forcing Jack to launch an offensive, thus presenting us with an opportunity. In response to Hardman's proposal, Vasily, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke up. Run? That is indeed a commendable idea. However, the pressing question is whether we can even make our escape. Indeed. If we could simply run away, despair would not grip us so tightly. Even if we were to sacrifice some ships and personnel, the remaining forces would still outnumber Jack's. Yet, it is evident that we are completely encircled, with the only two exits blocked by formidable foes, leaving us with no route of escape. Hardman asserted with conviction, it is not that there is no escape. We can flee through the very passage that Jack once utilized. The route Jack previously traversed? Vasily inquired. Puzzled, did you not already attempt that? It led to a dead end. How could we possibly escape from there? Yuri, stationed on the flagship and attentively listening from afar, suddenly grasped the situation and promptly issued orders within the command room. Ships 8, 19, 21, the Cow, the Water Wheel, and the Nick. These 6 vessels, along with the 2 flagships, are to jettison all their supplies into the sea, retaining only 20 cannons per ship, with each cannon supplied with 5 shells. The rest must be discarded. Yuri, demonstrating his cleverness, quickly comprehended Hardman's intention and conceived a similar strategy. Although this world lacks Archimedes, the principle remains the same. Like Jack, by reducing weight, we can elevate the ships slightly, thereby allowing them to navigate precariously above the submerged reefs. Upon issuing the command, regardless of which side the troops hailed from, their quality was remarkably high. Upon hearing the announcement through the intercom, although they did not understand the rationale behind discarding these items, they began to act according to the directive. Maxim and Vasily also heard the broadcast, astonished. So, this is your plan? However, he did not continue, but everyone understood. Discarding supplies, including cannons and shells into the sea, signified a desperate measure, a point of no return. The 8 ships mentioned by Yuri were those that had sustained relatively minor damage during the conflict. With some repairs, they could still function normally. Yuri selected the vessels solely based on their condition, without bias stemming from personal allegiance. He recognized that those ships not mentioned were likely to be lost, with their crew facing dire circumstances. Even if some were to survive, the chances of rescue in these treacherous waters were minimal. Essentially, abandonment equated to death. Yet, to impose sanctions on Jack, Yuri found himself compelled to issue such a cruel command and make this heartless decision. It was a shared consensus that anyone could emerge victorious. Except for Jack, this belief fueled the collective resolve, becoming a profound obsession in their hearts. In pursuit of this goal, they had succumbed to madness. Meanwhile, Jack and his companions, lingering on the sidelines and merely safeguarding their retreat, watched silently as the battle between the humans and serpents unfolded in the distance. This was the first moment when Fujitora detected a change in the fleet, exclaiming, "Look, their demeanor suggests they are preparing to flee." Jack had been thoroughly engrossed in observing their prowess, to the point where he felt a craving for cola and popcorn. Upon hearing Fujitora's remark, he lamented, "Alas, it seems this battle shall not reach its conclusion. I was eager to witness them unite in purpose and collectively defeat the 2 sea serpents. They have managed to uncover the sole flaw in my meticulous plan, allowing them to slip away from here." "Oh?" Fujitora responded, intrigued. "A flaw? I fail to see any shortcomings in your strategy. Are you familiar with the law of the wooden barrel?" Jack inquired. No, precisely, for if you were aware, it would indeed be peculiar. The law of the wooden barrel asserts that the capacity of a barrel is determined by its shortest stave. Jack elaborated, typically. This pertains to the collaborative capabilities of an organization or team, dictating their potential achievements. However, applying it in its literal sense is not without merit. Haku interjected, thus, according to this principle, our strategically placed hidden reefs represent the staves of the barrel, while the 2 openings of the barrel are obstructed by our sea serpents. Consequently, the only route for those within to escape is through the slightly lower section of reefs we previously traversed. Is that the essence? Indeed, Jack affirmed with a nod. If they resort to measures to lighten their vessel, it is not impossible for them to slip through that passage. Upon realizing such a vulnerability, Fujitora expressed his concern. If they manage to reach the vicinity of the second defensive line, shall we not be forced to engage them in a direct confrontation there? In the waters near that small island? That would be an unwinnable battle. Fear not, Jack reassured him. Although I have left them a weakness. My vulnerabilities are not so easily exploited. He paused, then continued, moreover, that flaw was intentionally crafted for them. Had we allowed the capable ones to exert themselves further and elevate our vessels slightly, no reef would have posed an obstacle, and no vulnerability would have remained. At this point, Fujitora had come to regard him as a capable one. After all, had they encountered a reef behind us, realizing it was not a direct impact on the hull, and without the impression that the reefs merely grazed the bottom of the ship, they might have felt cornered and resorted to desperate measures against us. A cornered beast fights fiercely. A desperate dog leaps at walls. Though ultimately, their desperation would not prevail against us, I wish to minimize our losses. We must offer them a semblance of false hope to deter them from engaging in a reckless struggle. Simultaneously, Jack felt a twinge of regret. Had he been able to place some minds within that gap, perhaps only a handful of them would have escaped in the end. Alas, such preparations were not made. Thus, the conversation continued. As Haku beheld Jack's narcissistic demeanor, he could not help but inquire, however, if they manage to escape from here, how shall we confront them? Fear not. Jack replied with an air of confidence. This vulnerability is not easily exploited. By tomorrow morning, they shall face the consequences of their actions. The slight curve of Jack's lips appeared to Haku as a devilish grin, perilous and lethal. The coalition led by Hardman had retreated to the second line of defense before the small isle. Having completed a brief regrouping, the horizon where sea met sky began to shimmer faintly with the light of dawn. The battle has raged from the depths of night until now, offering no respite to the weary souls, who must remain vigilant against Jack's imminent assault. This relentless night of fierce combat would test even the most resilient soldiers. For they are but human and can only endure so much. Yet, at this very moment, despite the fatigue, they must muster their spirits to confront the lurking peril that may strike at any unforeseen moment. In such dire circumstances, one cannot help but wonder when this torment shall come to an end. This notion is spreading among the multitude of soldiers. Previously, they were engaged in rigorous activities, leaving no time to ponder such thoughts. However, now that they have experienced a slight relaxation, this prevailing sentiment has begun to brew. It is concerning. The current morale is notably low, compounded by the exhaustion from an entire night of relentless toil. I fear that when faced with Jack, they may shatter at the slightest provocation. Yuri expressed his worries, quietly observing everything. The others wore similarly grim expressions.